The man with a face full of scars is our protagonist, Zeke Draker. He is the foremost direct descendant of the dragon-slaying clan, but he couldn't awaken, possessing the talent of a healer instead of a swordsman, and as a result, he was kicked out of his own family and is now about ready to die a horrible death over some mysterious relic for which he has been cornered by a band of scoundrels inside a cave deep in the snowy mountain. Looking at his pathetic state, one of the group snorted derisively, "You fool, do you think you can break out of our trap? Where's the ancient artifact hidden anyway?" As he spoke, they all glared at Zeke with warning looks. In front of them, Zeke had both hands severed in the fight, yet his face showed not an ounce of fear. Instead, he mocked the bandits back. "Idiots, if you were me, would you say anything different?" Hearing that, a hooded man couldn't hide his anger at Zeke's obliviousness, that arrogant bastard. He snarled and seemed ready to rush forward and stab Zeke a few times. Luckily, a comrade kept his wits and grabbed his arm to stop him. "Leave it. We need to contact the main squad first." Saying that, he took out a comm stone and spoke into it. "We've captured the Northern Phantom. Please confirm our coordinates." In response, the stone emitted a voice. "Coordinates confirmed. We'll be there soon." After contacting the squad, he had to admit Zeke's sheer stubbornness. The guy's unbelievably tough. Can't believe he held on even after both arms were cut off. But why would the Northern Phantom go after the relic the Emperor seeks? He asked before waiting for Zeke to answer, and the hooded comrade answered for him. "What's the point? He's just trying to make trouble. We've put up with him long enough. Might as well enjoy ourselves a bit before the main squad arrives to repay him for all the trouble he's caused. Prepare yourself, Northern Phantom. We won't stop until you beg for death." Saying this, the villain calmly drew his sword from his side. Beside him, the hooded teammate suddenly had an idea and excitedly proposed. "Decide who goes first, there's no time." He took out a coin and flipped it into the air. "All right, if it's heads, I'll go first," the hooded man laughed. While the two were focused on the coin, Zeke didn't sit still. Seizing the moment, he opened his mouth and bit down on a severed arm lying nearby, and pressed it against the wound in his mouth. Then a miracle happened. A light burst from the injury, and the two separated parts began visibly regenerating. "I won't let it end like this without a fight. I am the Draker clan's first failed awakener. I am Zeke Drake. Because I was born into the great dragon-slaying clan with a body that couldn't wield crow chi, I failed my awakening, something that should have been natural for a knight. I was treated like trash and expelled from my family, so I did whatever it took to grow stronger to survive. Someone once said that if you only chase power, you'll end up with nothing, but that nonsense is spoken only by the strong," Zeke told himself. And as his right arm was restored, he snatched a sword from the ground and lunged with wind-tearing speed. Unaware of this, the two villains were still happily checking the coin's result. "Nice heads," the hooded man said gleefully, seeing that he'd be the one to deliver the finishing blow to Zeke. But as he looked at the coin's outcome, Zeke's blade swept across his throat and immediately severed his head. Everything happened too fast for the comrade beside him to react. Then, after about a stunned second, he hastily gripped his sword and readied himself to fight. Unfortunately, this didn't buy him more than a few seconds. After Zeke finished off the hooded man, he turned and lunged at him. With a single simple swing, his sword easily cleaved the robber's blade in two and left a bone-deep wound, so the bandit didn't even have time to choke out a sound before meeting the afterlife. Staring at the body still pouring blood before him, Zeke reminded himself, "The weak are crushed by the strong, and what belongs to them will be stolen. That's the truth of this world." At the same time, countless footsteps began echoing outside the cave, drawing Zeke's attention. It was the comrades of the two men who had just fallen. Seeing he was now surrounded, Zeke picked up his left arm, pressed it to the wound to heal, and clicked his tongue. "Well, perhaps I can't get away." The bandits in front of him, seeing him reattach his arm, exchanged incredulous looks. "What? He just reattached his arm. Abnormal, disgusting." Still, they muttered that if we sever his head, he'll surely die, and whispers began to spread. Enemies meeting needs no long words. Immediately, both sides rushed in to greet each other with blades. Time passed uncounted, and the battle ended. On the ground lay the bodies of the bandits in pools of blood, while Zeke himself had countless swords lodged in his back. By now, even with his tremendous regeneration, he knew he had reached his limit. Damn it, it seemed he would soon visit the King of Death. Though he couldn't avenge himself, he had managed to steal the relic the Emperor was searching for. "Perhaps I have achieved something after all." As he thought this, Zeke took from his inner pocket a purple crystal etched with the shape of a dragon. Clutching the stone, his hand trembled as he whispered an apology. "I'm sorry, Alicia." Thinking of that, Zeke slowly closed his eyes, as if preparing to bid farewell to this life. At the same time, blood from his forehead trickled down to the tip of his nose and dripped onto the stone. Then the stone suddenly unleashed a powerful burst of energy. Along with it, a mysterious silhouette appeared behind him, the spirit of an ancient dragon carved deep into the will of the persistent. An emergency measure had been activated. Zeke Draker, do you accept? To Zeke, those words meant nothing, meaningless utterances when he was about to die. Be quiet, do whatever you will, he murmured. As if confirming his consent, the voice continued. The awakening pact has been confirmed. An irreversible promised power is being activated. Countdown begins. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time quickly passed. Now Zeke, looking childlike, stared at himself in a mirror and stroked his chin, thinking over everything that had happened. I look like this. So I've returned to the past. It's hard to believe. I can still vividly feel the sensation of a sword piercing my stomach. This place feels so familiar. This is the Draker clan's training academy, the Cradle. The Draker dragon-slaying clan is one of the 3 preeminent great houses, descended from Terrican Drake. He was the hero who saved the continent by slaying the ferocious dragon Bahamut in the war 1,000 years ago. His descendants founded the current Draker clan, perhaps because they descend from the dragon slayer Terrican Draker. All Draker bloodlines are blessed with radiant chi. They can easily awaken high-level radiant chi and become holy knights. Except for me. The management system is now booting. The awakened soul has been identified. The awakened soul is confirmed 100% compatible. The awakened soul has been selected. Reception and full integration of the ancient dragons will confirmed. You have access to part of the system. Nice to meet you, Zeke Draker. Activating status window view. Opening status window. Low-level administrator status window. Name, Zeke Draker. Profession, rare healing mage. Title, blessed by the ancient dragon. Faction skills, healing, calm, vitality restoration, sensory enhancement. Abilities, precise thrust, low E novice, /E novice, critical strike D novice. Dragon technique, unavailable, requires 10 points to unlock. Causality points current, none. Back to Zeke, the sudden screen made him curious and he watched a moment. There were many things like magical videos. An artifact has been activated. You can peer through this like a magic video and navigate it similarly. Also, professions and skills. Dragon tongue is no longer used in the modern era. Master had also said that ancient people classified themselves by profession, depending on what they were good at. Each profession trains a specialized technique called a skill. Since your profession is healing mage, you can use a skill called healing. Recalling his master's words, Zeke involuntarily shivered, remembering the training with his master in his previous life. After my awakening, she trained me brutally to the point I nearly died. But anyway, according to the status window, I'm a healing mage. Let's test whether the status window is right. The moment I became a healing mage in my previous life was when I was in my 20s, right after the Ether Hall unlocked. If that's so, Zeke thought. He closed his eyes and concentrated on sensing the energy inside his body. Then immediately, a flow of energy began to surge through him, and Zeke couldn't hide his joy. Of course, my Ether Hall has been unlocked. With this, I understand. Although my trained body is gone, I've returned to the past with my skills and memories. Compared to before the regression, I'm now in a far more advantageous position. To make use of this, I need to find out what I already have in hand. Saying that, Zeke focused on studying the system screen, but before he could learn more, a man's voice sounded outside. Young Master Zeke, I'm coming in. Pretending I'm not here is useless. The familiar voice made Zeke startle and panic as he fumbled to close the system screen. Oh no, I haven't finished reading. How do I shut this off? Outside, the unfamiliar man didn't wait to be invited and barged in. I'm coming in. Unbelievable, you're still not ready. What have you been thinking? The big, burly, butler-like man was Zeke's personal servant, Deck. Turning to Zeke and seeing nothing amiss, Zeke breathed a sigh of relief. Perhaps he didn't see the window. Lucky. Then Zeke asked, prepare for what? In response, Decker's voice grew angry. A dangerous light flashed in his eyes as he hissed at the protagonist. Are you seriously asking me that, young Master Zeke? The ordinary line from him inexplicably sent chills down Zeke's spine. Thinking back, I was really afraid of Decker as a child. Though I have the mind of a 32-year-old, I still can't forget the fear engraved in me. At the thought, Zeke trembled uncontrollably until the system sensed his agitation and automatically activated the Faction Skill Calm, which cleared Zeke's mind. Faction Skill Calm. The user's mental state will not waver regardless of circumstance. They can maintain their composure. Back to Zeke, his worry vanished in an instant. So this is a skill. How convenient that it activates automatically, Zeke nodded. Unaware of these things, Decker continued. I've said many times this is a very important event. Are you listening, young Master Zeke? In response, Zeke smiled. Of course, Decker, you're talking about the Pancration assessment test, right? To talk about that assessment test, you have to mention a pretty neat tradition. All Draker family members must go through a training system called the Cradle, starting at age 7. For 5 years from then, they undergo strict basic training. Instructors evaluate the new students each year through swordsmanship contests, as well as ruleless pancration bouts. Opponents are chosen by the instructors, though sometimes trainees may choose each other if both agree. With no rules, some end with serious wounds or even death. Because these contests determine which class students will enter at the academy, the kids have no choice but to fight with everything they've got. Cut to a large arena, where a group of children are gathered to prepare for the pancration assessment. Above the arena, a mature man shouted to the group, "As you all know, today is pancration day. I trust you all understand this is the final part of the assessment, correct?" "Yes, sir," the kids answered in unison. Hearing that, the brown-haired man continued approvingly, "Good, your spirits seem high. We'll begin now, get ready." He was the head instructor. Panmark, Zeke was among the group, and the other children looked at him with contempt and judgment. "It's Zeke, humiliated last year and still here. I'd have run. How is he even direct kin? Pathetic." "Hey, I can hear you," Zeke complained inwardly. He didn't bother to react. Pan began calling the first names. "Aaron, Goda, come up." Both candidates answered and quickly ran into the arena. Once they were set, Pan shouted, "Prepare to begin." At the sound, brown-haired Goda leapt forward like a leopard to gain the offensive advantage. However, before his fist could reach his opponent, Aaron delivered a kick straight to his chin, rattling his brain and knocking him unconscious instantly. From the stands, Zeke watched and yawned from boredom. "That's what happens when you don't guard properly," he muttered. As he predicted, after a single blow, Goda couldn't get up. "Goda can't continue, Aaron wins," Pan announced. Matches proceeded one by one, and the more Zeke watched, the more bored he became. "I thought I'd be terrified as a kid, but these guys are not." Saying that, he covered his mouth and yawned loudly again. Unbeknownst to him, in another stand, a freckled kid stared at him with hungry excitement, hands trembling with anticipation like he was watching prey. Soon it was Zeke's turn, and by chance his opponent was that freckled kid. "Zeke, Leon, are you two ready?" "Yes, sir," both replied. Zeke rubbed his eyes bored at facing another pancration match, while Leon looked at him with contempt. "Look who it is, back again. Didn't get enough of me last year, huh?" His words reminded Zeke of last year's contest. Back then, a weak Zeke had knelt and begged him to stop. "I'm sorry, Leon Conrad, please spare me this time." Back in the present, Zeke felt no fear toward him. "Whatever, he's my rival every year anyway. I'm sure he cheats behind my back. His family spouts that trash about having to endure dirty trials to become a true dragon slayer. Why is such filth even my kin? In my previous life, the 4 direct blood siblings never had a chance to meet, however. There were a dozen cousins, always ready to bully me." Thinking of that, Zeke gave a wry, indescribable smile. Across from him, unaware of Zeke's thoughts, Leon continued to sneer. "I have to admit, Zeke Draker, you've got guts coming back here after being beaten to a pulp last time. Or maybe you never learned your lesson because you're worthless." As he spoke, the brat smacked his own head. Zeke felt a flash of anger at the taunt, but it was immediately erased by his calm skill. "It's been a long time since I've heard his stupid insult." Zeke sighed and glared warningly. "Hey, I won't be so lenient if you call me that one more time." In response, Leon stepped forward, ruffling Zeke's hair and taunting. "So what are you going to do, you pathetic lowlife?" Hearing that, Zeke decided words wouldn't convince him. In an instant, he swung and struck the idiot in the face, sending him flying like a torn sack. At the same time, the system notified. Critical strike skill activated. Critical strike, rank D, deals critical damage to an enemy and may be countered if the attack failed. Up front, Leon clutched his face and howled in pain like a whining puppy. "My face," he stammered. Zeke himself was a little surprised by the power of his punch. "I only meant to knock him out, but my skill triggered on a normal strike. I'm really not controlling this ability well." Pan, the head instructor, saw Zeke act and called out, "What are you doing, Zeke Draker? You attacked before I declared the start." Zeke sighed at the teacher's naivety. Whoever said prepare meant to wait for a battlefield command. The one who strikes first gains the advantage. Saying that, Zeke flashed a sly grin. An invisible danger seemed to emanate from Zeke, and Pan felt it surround him. "Is that thirst for blood I feel?" he wondered to himself. Meanwhile, Leon had stifled his pain and said, "I'm fine, sir. Please begin the match." "I'll deal with that pathetic bastard," Leon said, his face twisted with fury. Zeke wore a mocking smile. "Looks like you're the one too stupid to learn a lesson." Standing aside, Pan saw them ready to lunge at each other and felt no reason to stop them. "Then begin." No sooner had he spoken than Leon drove off, pushing with both legs and launching forward like a shot arrow. However, looking at Zeke's calm face, he inexplicably felt a flicker of fear. What, did I really get scared by that punch? But that punch didn't deal enough damage. If I'm alert, it's nothing. What I need to watch for is his left hand counterattack. It's so obvious, he thought. Leon smirked inwardly and immediately lowered his stance to dodge Zeke's punch. At the same time, he reached out with one hand to grab Zeke's thigh, while the other seized his waist, pushing him forward to throw him off balance. "Die, you pathetic bastard," Leon shouted triumphantly, as if he'd already tasted victory. But a second later, he suddenly found his body unable to stand. Looking back, he saw Zeke sitting several meters away. What just happened? Leon wondered aloud before he could process it. Unlike him, head instructor Pan, observing from the side, had witnessed everything. Because of that, Pan was left stunned. You're joking. This is the combat sense of a 12-year-old. The moment Leon dodged Zeke's counter and tried to pin him down, I thought Leon had the win locked, however. Zeke punched Leon's chin and slipped out of his grip. It was Leon's mistake for letting his guard down, thinking he'd already caught Zeke. But Zeke was too calm. Despite the failed counter, the focus and precision needed to deal such an effective, accurate blow. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? Pan wondered inwardly as he watched the familiar yet strangely different figure before him. Back to Leon, a dizzy haze still clouded his mind, leaving him unable to act steadily. Damn, I can't do anything like this. I need to create distance first, he thought. Before Leon could step back, Zeke had already moved in quickly and launched a powerful roundhouse kick straight into his thigh. It made him buckle slightly. Shit, he's so small, how can he be this strong? Leon cursed inwardly, then recovered his stance and threw a punch aimed at Zeke's face. You pathetic bastard, how dare you? As he spoke, he reassured himself confidently. Okay, this time I can control my strength. Opposite him, Zeke activated his sensory enhancement skill, temporarily boosting all his senses. To his eyes, Leon's incoming fist suddenly slowed to a crawl. The sensation was so familiar. Now that I'm used to controlling ether, I'll finish this match. Thinking that, he gently blocked the punch. But it wasn't over. Zeke grabbed both of Leon's arms and executed an over-the-top throw. The throw was so forceful that, when Leon hit the floor, his body seemed to shatter into countless pieces. Yet Zeke didn't stop. He then activated his precision thrust skill, a strike that targets an enemy's weak point to deal critical damage. In an instant, Zeke's elbow struck the fool's sternum, causing the bone structure to crack in numerous places. Zeke then sat up on top of him and raised his fist. Even an idiot like you can learn a lesson from this. Try it and you'll see. A little sweat clears the head. I can recognize the people here now. Quit gawking. If you've got something to say, come down here, Zeke said, glancing at the weaklings above with a taunting look. In response, a kid with reddish-brown hair arrogantly said, Zeke Draker, I choose you as my pancration opponent. As you said, I have something to say. Hearing this, Zeke paid attention and recognized him as Jakin Vardek, another cousin. Thinking that, Zeke casually accepted. Fine, but it's boring with just you. Liam Stone, you join in too, Zeke added, staring at the big man standing right behind Jakin, Jakin's servant. I think that'll make the match fair, he said. Saying that, Zeke sneered, which made Jakin grit his teeth. You just insulted me, he ground out. Zeke replied in an almost adorable tone, yeah, you idiot. He said it playfully, which only made Liam angrier. Zeke Draker, I'll kill you for this. Jakin muttered inwardly. The two of them then stepped down into the arena, and before the match began, head instructor Pan warned Zeke anxiously, don't do anything before I signal Zeke Draker. Yes, Zeke nodded. He focused his attention on the big man before him. Interesting to meet you here again. Liam, the mercenary king. Even in his previous life as Jakin's servant, he attended the cradle and the academy. But because he was a distant relative, he was neglected in his upbringing. He begged to join advanced studies at the Valhalla Academy. In the end, he joined a knightly order of a small nation called Baranal, and after Baranal fell, he became a mercenary. In the chaos, people flocked to the strong. After years as a mercenary, he rose to Red Knight status and founded his own stone mercenary company. He united the three largest mercenary guilds and was quickly called the Mercenary King. Hired by the Empire, Liam's stone mercenary force took part in the continent-spanning wars along with. The Northerners opposed Liam as an enemy, Zeke thought to himself. Unaware of these thoughts inside Zeke, Pan saw both sides ready and announced, prepare to begin. No sooner had he spoken than Jakin suddenly launched a blindingly fast attack. His punch was so strong the air itself seemed to explode. However, the punch still wasn't enough to trouble Zeke. His fist was caught cleanly in Zeke's hand. I told you to charge together, Zeke said with an icy face, exuding a dangerous aura that made Jakin sweat with worry. You think I'll fall for your cheap trick? As he spoke, Jakin swung his leg and a high kick aimed straight at Zeke's head. But immediately after, he felt a sharp pain shoot straight into his brain. Because his kick had slammed into Zeke's elbow, look properly before you kick. Zeke teased, and because of that injury, Jakin was temporarily unable to launch another attack. Taking advantage of Jakin's focus on his leg, Zeke rushed in to check on him. where are you looking?" As he spoke, he curled his fist, preparing to strike. Seeing that, Jaken immediately raised both hands to defend. But that was only Zeke's feint. "Seems like you're a bit too scared. You can't even spot a fake attack. That's why I said charge together. You're not enough alone." With that, Zeke kicked straight into his knee, throwing him off balance. Seeing that, Zeke spun to the other side and delivered a punch to his ribs, making Jaken vomit blood from the pain. Out of options, realizing his own weakness had no effect on Zeke, he immediately called for his subordinate behind him. "Liam, kill this bastard." The brat shouted, and this time, facing the future mercenary king, Zeke withdrew his contempt. "He's only 12 like us, right? The worst thing about fighting him is his enormous reach. If he strikes first, I can't do anything. I must seize the initiative," he thought. Just as Liam prepared to swing, Zeke darted forward and threw a straight punch, stopping Liam's attack before it could be launched. Then Zeke activated his slash skill, slash rank D, a move that unleashes a flurry of attacks to assault the opponent and obscure their vision. At once, Zeke's body split into numerous purple afterimages, consecutively striking Liam from all directions, forcing him to curl up and defend. Watching this, the expressions of the observing students gradually changed. "Crazy, what is that?" they said in bewilderment. And among the whole crowd, only Instructor Pan recognized the skill. "That's right, you all must be very surprised, because this is something you've never seen before. The northern hand-to-hand technique in the Central Lands. But in a place dominated by swordsmanship like this, how would Zeke know it?" Back to the protagonist, continuously throwing attacks was putting considerable strain on his body. He'd started cursing his useless body. "Damn it, my body was trash as a kid. It's only been a short while and it's already aching all over." But setting that aside, that guy's monstrous constitution was the real problem. No counters, no evasion. He just absorbed everything. "He's even fiercer than as the mercenary king, and my body's nearing its limit. Now I can see how strong he really is. However, I'll pierce through his defense and take him down." Thinking that, Zeke took a deep breath and focused power into his right fist. Opposite him, Liam's eyes narrowed slightly as if sensing Zeke's change. So he began to concentrate his spirit to the fullest. Then, with no warning, Zeke flashed and appeared right in front of him. At the same time, Zeke threw his punch, but with terrifying reflexes, Liam tilted his head to one side. He slapped his hand onto Zeke's forearm to redirect the blow. The failed attack left Zeke bitter. He avoided it. He couldn't even see ether with the naked eye. Everyone here possessed terrifying senses. He thought inwardly. While Zeke was still dazed, Liam used his left hand to seize Zeke's right wrist. Then the big guy used his brute strength to hurl Zeke like a chair. However, the protagonist wasn't weak. Just as his body was thrown forward, Zeke tucked his leg in, used the throwing force, and drove his knee into Liam's head. Then he activated his sensory enhancement skill to boost perception speed and clamped his legs tightly around Liam's neck. No matter how strong a body is, if the brain lacks oxygen, it can't do anything, Zeke thought, increasing the pressure of his legs. However, Liam refused to sit still. He began raking his left arm into Zeke's ribs repeatedly, forcing Zeke to cough up blood, this madman. "All right, then let's see who wins." He gritted his teeth and endured. Thus they began a test of endurance, and in the end, the one who lost was Liam, who collapsed unconscious from lack of oxygen. Up in the stands, another kid, seeing Zeke's victory, smiled with delight. "Good, this is at least what I expected from you. Only then are you worthy of being toppled," Zeke Drake. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Zeke's private room, where old Steward Decker kindly asked, "I heard you were badly injured in the pancration match. Are you all right, young master? If it's not rude, may I check your pulse?" He asked calmly, but how could this question fool Zeke? He immediately guessed the man's intent. He wanted to check whether he'd awakened light chi. Knowing the purpose, Zeke told him to wait a moment, letting him finish dressing before offering his arm for examination. Seeing this, the old man didn't forget to say thanks. "Thank you, young master." Then Decker gently touched Zeke's hand and slowly transmitted his energy into his arm to check. But the moment he felt the man's energy moving inside his body, Zeke was taken aback for a few seconds. "Wait, he's a blue knight." When checking whether someone has awakened, people usually only examine the Danshin, but he was being unusually thorough. Simply transmitting light chi into another's body is difficult enough, yet he could control it so precisely. He must be a blue knight. Not all knights are the same. They are classified by martial strength and proficiency in operating light chi. The white knight is the basic rank. Most children who haven't undergone the blessing ceremony are white knights. Next comes the yellow knight, the rank when you awaken light chi and open your Danshin. All cradle students become yellow knights after the blessing ceremony, and once you learn to control light chi, at will you are granted the title of knight. The purple knight is the rank where you can reinforce your sword with light chi. The blue knight is the rank where you can manifest a blade of light chi. And the realm of the transcendent, the limit that the mercenary King Liam reached back then. And the rank I had achieved before reincarnation was the Red Knight. There is also the Black Knight, but there are only a few such monsters on the entire continent. So how did someone strong enough to be a commander end up becoming my guardian? No, more importantly, he couldn't detect my ether. In the world, only 2 people can use it. Zeke thought inwardly. As he predicted, after a while of checking, old Decker discovered nothing and had to stop probing. However, his instincts still told him Zeke was hiding something, young master. Are you hiding something from me? He asked, staring sharply at Zeke. Hearing this, Zeke didn't answer but shot back, is that so? Are you hiding something from me? Zeke's sudden question made Decker fall a bit silent. Then before Decker could reply, the protagonist waved his hand and said, I'm joking. Hearing that, old Decker exhaled and turned to ask, why did you change so suddenly, young master? In response, Zeke looked at him with a superior gaze. Wrong question, Decker. You should ask why I'm changing only now. Many things will change from now on. Everything will return to its proper place, so what you need to do is follow me. Opposite him, Decker fell silent for 2 seconds as if weighing the words, then nodded and bowed. Understood, young master. I've prepared the training room as you requested. Good, I like that you're always efficient, Zeke said approvingly. See you later, young master, you should rest. Zeke waved and quickly left the room. At the same time, Zeke vaguely guessed why someone so powerful was beside him. If he was ordered to watch over him, Zeke could keep him close to extract information when possible. The question was who ordered him to watch. He didn't think it was from his mother's side. It must be one of the siblings, Zeke surmised inward. Scene shifts to the training room. It seemed this was Zeke's first time here, so he was a little surprised by its size. Oh wow, is this a private training hall? This family truly lives up to its reputation, he remarked. He muttered and quickly opened his status panel to check. Next, Zeke rapidly noticed changes within his status. His slash skill had become proficient. It levels up the more he uses it, Skills activate naturally based on actions, so that means I already had it. If I learn something new, will it be added here as a skill? What's the difference between a skill and a class skill? They activate in the same way. And this one too, Dragon Human Technique. I can't view it now. It requires 10 points to unlock. Thinking that, he clicked the Karma Points button to check, and the system quickly displayed an explanation. Karma Points, you can earn Karma Points by killing monsters. Current Karma Points, none. After reading the description, Zeke's face showed a few pensive lines. Monsters, there are tons of them in the dungeon, but I need to at least become a Purple Knight to go there. Moreover, I'm even more curious about why I reincarnated into the past, and what this system is. These skills and professions tell me it's definitely related to that ancient treasure. But I currently have too little information. The more I think, the more curious Zeke becomes. Yet right now he can't figure anything out, so Zeke pushed the matter to the back of his mind and decided to investigate it later. Sigh, whatever. As long as it helps me get stronger, I'll use it. Whether it's the system I'm using or someone from the Draker family, he muttered, forcing himself to lift the sword in front of him. But his whole body trembled uncontrollably from its weight. While lifting the sword, Zeke reviewed his training knowledge from his previous life. There are 2 known powers in this world: the Knight's Light Chi and the Mage's Spirit Chi. The Knight augments light chi within the Danshan. Mages channel spirit chi through magic circles. These 2 powers sit at opposite ends, so if you awaken one, you cannot awaken the other. However, I was unlucky enough to awaken neither Danshan nor magic circle, so my family rejected me, and I met my master during those wandering years. He taught me many things, but the most useful were healing skills and the ether cavity. Through the ether cavity, which my master developed, I learned to use the energy of nature, ether. My master and I were the only top users of it in the world. Thinking that, he swung his sword wildly to train. Time flew. 2 hours later. Zeke was exhausted, panting. Only 2 hours of training and I feel like I'm about to faint, but it should be fine, right? He said as he struggled to keep his body from collapsing against the sword, and to deal with his fatigue. Zeke activated his healing skill and restored his vitality, making his tired body instantly feel fresh again. Healing is a very rare skill I didn't even know existed until I met my master. If I used it in front of others, they'd think I'm a freak. That's why I couldn't use it during the match with Liam. I had to heal myself quickly once I got back to my room. Now that I'm recovered, I'll continue. Saying that, he threw himself back into training. Time passed quickly until evening, when Zeke finally stopped because his stomach began rumbling. Dinner time already. Zeke exhaled softly, looked at the floor scuffed with countless sword marks, and wondered how to bring this up with Deck. Time passed like that. A week later, the scene shifted to the Cradle's dining hall, where people had begun gossiping about Zeke's change. Hey, have you heard about Zeke? He's completely different now. Someone's remark made the person next to them a bit shocked. That failure, could he have touched dark magic? I hope he can straighten out those stronger guys. Yeah, another agreed. Scene cuts to some upscale dining room where four young masters were eating together. Riene Chirun was devouring his food like a starving demon. At another seat, a handsome boy spoke up to admonish Leon. You may not feel like eating, but please eat. You need energy for sword duels. That handsome boy's name was Owen Zimmett. In reply to the kind words, Leon clenched his fist and sneered. Are you trying to provoke me? I'm just being friendly, but your inferiority complex is off. Owen's cold reply made Leon lose his temper. He slammed the table and shouted, What? His slam sent Riene's steak flying off the plate, and Leon began receiving a look of deep displeasure from him. The icy glare made Leon not even dare to meet his eyes. Putting that aside, Jakin also spoke up about Zeke. So what are you all going to do? Zeke Draker. At this, Owen's expression changed immediately. I'm not sure. The Pancration match was brutal but impressive. However, he'd be pathetic once it switches to swordsmanship. What can he do when he can't even hold a sword? Hearing that, Leon on the opposite side seized on it like he'd found an excuse. Right, he's so weak he needs a special sword because a normal one is too heavy for him. There's no reason I should lose to that inferior guy. I trust you all saw it. He only beat me in Pancration by luck. Speaking of Riene, tired of hearing these weaklings make excuses for their losses, he stood up from his seat. Fortunately, if you really believe that, then you have no right to become knights of the Draker family. Saying that, he disdainfully left the table with them. A sword duel, unlike Pancration, uses swordsmanship and is the cause of most accidents in the cradle. It's where students' skill gaps are exposed. 1 month after the current exam, the blessing ceremony will take place, the event where Draker family members awaken their light chi. Scene shifts to the arena. Head instructor Pan spoke up. Zeke stepped forward. Hearing this, Zeke brought forward an absurdly long sword, which made people uneasy. What's with that oversized blade? Does he think a bigger sword makes him stronger? Murmurs began through the stands. Opposite him stood his opponent, the girl Riene. Zeke Draker, I choose you as my opponent, she said with blazing fighting intent. Zeke wasn't afraid of anyone, so he accepted immediately. Sound good, I accept your challenge. Then he pointed his sword at her face. Riene calmly drew her sword and assessed Zeke's strength. He holds the sword with both hands so easily. Facing him now I can say that this is no longer the Zeke I knew, the one who could barely hold a sword. Has his body matured, his light chi? The more Riene thought about it, the more unsettled she felt. Quickly she clenched her jaw and reminded herself, what am I saying? I can't be intimidated by him before the duel even begins. I accept confidently. As for Zeke, despite his earlier bold declaration, he actually didn't feel that it would be easy. As always, but dueling the Thunder Knight will be pretty tense. Riene Chirun, also known as the Thunder Knight, is one of the knights who earned renown in the Continental War and is considered one of the strongest in the next generation of the Draker family. Since she was among those who awakened light chi before the blessing ceremony, she must have awakened it a few years earlier. But she didn't use it in the cradle, saying she wanted to improve her fundamentals, Zeke thought. Then head instructor Pan, seeing both steady, loudly announced, begin. No sooner had the words fallen than Riene flashed like lightning and thrust her sword at Zeke. The attack was parried by Zeke's sword in his hand and knocked aside. Seeing that, Riene immediately stepped back to maintain distance. Then, she began to use her speed advantage to circle to Zeke's back and unleashed another powerful thrust. But Zeke raised his sword horizontally to block. Nevertheless, the strike was formidable. It nearly sent Zeke flying out of the arena after he absorbed. She's better than I expected. Zeke praised inwardly, while Riene almost gave him no time to think before launching a barrage of attacks. Up in the stands, the idiot Leon, unaware of either's strength, shouted, Don't toy with him, finish him off, Riene. Upon hearing that, Jakin beside him reluctantly tried to explain to that pork-headed fool, You're being stupid. Does it look like Riene is joking with him? Back to Riene's perspective. While throwing out strikes to pin Zeke down, she was also calculating how to break through his defenses. Though narrow, she could still sense an opening. But no matter how quickly she tried to exploit it, his blade would touch hers, as if negating her efforts. And then another gap would appear. Yes, it was like a training spar meant to teach her. The more Riene thought, the more suspicious she became of her own feelings. Then, after another clash of blades, Riene's body was pushed back, and both sides temporarily paused their attacks. Her face was drenched in sweat from the continuous assault. Meanwhile, our protagonist hadn't broken a sweat. He even felt a bit bored. So this is how the Thunder Knight fights in the cradle. Her swordsmanship was blunt and straightforward, exactly what you'd expect from someone obsessed with fundamentals, but that was what was holding her back. Let's see, why not try to help her break out of that shell, Zeke thought. lowering his stance like a hunting leopard about to spring. Opposite him, the swordswoman grew instantly wary at Zeke's posture, an extremely low attack stance. He intends to close the distance in one strike. His speed isn't ordinary. Come on, Zeke Draker, Riene murmured. Then Zeke launched his attack. His body flashed, and he was suddenly standing before her. But as long as there was distance between them, reacting to his move wasn't impossible, Riene thought, and she hurriedly dodged the downward slash from the protagonist. However, she couldn't predict Zeke's next action. He began swinging his sword diagonally, cutting across the floor toward Riene. His strike sent countless chips of stone scattering along with, and it successfully struck her face, leaving Riene's face covered in blood. However, there was no time to tend to that, as Riene hurriedly regained her stance. But Zeke seized the moment of her lost momentum and surged forward. He swung his sword straight at the throat of the female swordsman. I've got you, Riene thought. Yet then, miraculously, her speed and strength skyrocketed, and she immediately knocked the sword from Zeke's hand. Around them, those watching went wild at her victory. Zeke lost. Riene truly is something. She didn't use light chi like before. Unlike them, Instructor Pan, who had been observing from the side, thought entirely differently. No, the students don't realize. But when Zeke's attack reached Riene, she used the smallest possible amount of light chi, so little it was almost undetectable. Riene, who had vowed never to use light chi until formally entering the academy. He had forced her to do it, he said, staring blankly at Riene from the side. Meanwhile, Zeke took advantage of her momentary lapse in vigilance and rushed to attack without hesitation. What are you doing? The fight isn't over yet. Saying that, Zeke launched a strike aimed straight at Riene's throat. It made her blade instantly and dropped to her knees before him. Up in the stands, people saw his action and began to jeer. This is proper sword dueling. We won't tolerate such a cowardly strike. Exactly a knight who discards his sword. This is Riene's victory. You have no quality to be a knight. How shameful. Insults rang out, however. Zeke paid little mind to the taunts. For him, a win was enough. Across from him, after a few seconds' rest, Riene forced herself to stand. Seeing that, Zeke asked, do you want to continue? Hearing this, she felt a struggle inside. I haven't lost yet. He only landed the hit because I was careless. Careless. If he'd had a dagger instead of bare hands, I wouldn't even be standing here. Thinking that, despite some reluctance, Riene admitted aloud, I lost. At her admission, the entire audience fell silent. Pan, acting as referee, quickly announced the result. The winner today is Zeke Draker, who just days ago was called humanity's trash, has defeated one of the most talented children of the prestigious family. Scene shifts elsewhere. At a ruined castle, countless soldiers' corpses lie scattered. It looks like it just suffered a monster attack. While others were cleaning up, inside a room, two men sat drinking tea. The black-haired man looked at his companion with a face full of grief. Abel, can you still drink tea in a place like this? Zeke, that bastard beat Riene, he said, glancing at a letter on the table. To that question, Abel gently shook his head. William, you're always so serious. How long until the blessing ceremony? We have time until the next full moon. William answered, then it seems now is a good time to visit home. Abel said calmly as he headed for the door, which startled William a bit. What, you plan to go in person? It piqued my curiosity. I'm interested to see what kind of awakening my youngest went through, he said, staring coldly out the window. Back to Zeke, although his victory shocked the entire cradle, he simply returned to the base and continued training. Time passed quickly. 1 month later, on the day of the blessing ceremony, Zeke was still buried in training. The more he trained, the more puzzled he felt. He truly couldn't understand how in his past life he became a Scarletrank knight with this body. He opened his status window and muttered. An information screen appeared before him. After a month of relentless training, Zeke's skills had improved significantly. Precision thrust rose to proficient, critical strike to veteran, agile footwork to veteran. Seeing the descriptions, Zeke was fairly satisfied. As expected, one of his skill proficiencies had surpassed the proficient level. Skill ranks and proficiencies were reset. I even increased the proficiency of agile footwork, the skill I gained in combat. As he thought this, a knock sounded at the door. Without turning, Zeke recognized who stood outside. Decker, what do you want? He asked. The old man had come to remind him about the blessing ceremony. We depart in 2 hours, Decker said calmly. All right, I'll join shortly. Prepare everything. Zeke nodded. After finishing preparations, he climbed into a carriage and headed to the main manor where the blessing ceremony would take place, sitting inside the vehicle. Zeke stared blankly ahead and thought, it's been a long time since I've been at the main manor. It belongs to the Draker family within the territory of Duke Sutre. Although the main estate is located at the Four Seasons Fortress in Central Land, the blessing ceremony must be held at the main manor, the origin of the Dragon Slayer legend. Scene shifts to the Draker family's main manor. the dragon's lair. Inside the great hall, all the children of age had been gathered to prepare for the ritual, and while the whole crowd stood solemnly, Zeke glanced left and right, observing and assessing the situation, something he had never noticed before. But all the guests were notable figures known only by name from the continental papers. I'm sure the family sent people to monitor me. Whatever their intentions, once they see I failed to awaken, I'm certain they'll ignore me, he thought. Suddenly Zeke felt a gaze focused on him. He turned to look. When he saw who owned the look, his face immediately filled with fury. Why was that bastard here? In another corner of the hall, two men clasped hands in greeting. Long time no see, one laughed. Indeed, Abel replied. The man opposite asked curiously, so why are you at the blessing ceremony? Has someone in this class caught your eye? Abel immediately waved him off. No, I have other reasons. It just so happens my adorable youngest brother is here too, he said, glancing down at Zeke. This is the Draker family's second son, the Lion Sword, Abel Drake. Back with Zeke, though furious to see him, he reminded himself to stay calm. Butcher Knight, Abel, calm down. I can't do anything right now. In his previous life, Abel would never have come to watch me at the blessing ceremony. Has my action changed the future? If so, this could be my chance. Thinking that, Zeke's hand clenched so tight it trembled. Unaware of his thoughts, the ritual master's voice rang out. All right, we will now begin the blessing ceremony. Aaron stepped forward. Yes, sir. Aaron answered and swiftly advanced to the front, where a statue of a knight held a gigantic greatsword. In front of the statue was a huge basin filled with water. Knowing what to do, Aaron rolled up his sleeve and plunged his arm into the basin. Then a few drops of blood began to leak from his palm, and immediately the water started to emit a glow. The light ran up Aaron's arm to help him open his dantian. Through the blessing ceremony, all Draker lineage members will awaken their sealed light chi upon graduating the cradle at age 12. Astonishingly earlier than ordinary knights who awaken around 20. Among them are rare cases where, along with light chi, they awaken a dragon slayer trait called suppressive spirit. They will reach at least the yellow sword rank. Some even rival the scarlet and black ranks and undergo bloodline awakening. Nearby, seeing Aaron finish, Pan nodded and said, all right, next. At those words, the swordswoman Riene began to step forward. In her case, the light the knight statue emitted was red. Seeing this, Pan's eyes shone with great joy, and he immediately ordered a nearby soldier to fetch a pair of gloves. To explain, because of the suppressive spirit, such individuals must wear special gloves made by their family, otherwise they cannot live a normal life. When someone proves themselves a descendant of the true bloodline, they are granted the Draker name, along with unimaginable support from the family and countless privileges. And so each child stepped forward in turn to awaken their light chi until it was the protagonist's turn. Because he was a direct descendant, everyone was eager to see what he would awaken. Oh, finally the main event. What will he awaken? Someone murmured, and another immediately offered an opinion. Of course he'll awaken the true bloodline, he beat Riene. Turning toward Zeke, hearing the ongoing whispers around him, he smiled bitterly inwardly. Never did I think I'd stand before this damned statue again. Last time was horrific. Although the blessing ceremony was the only thing that pushed me through the cradle, I bore a title of shame. However, this time things were different. Not only could I heal, I could use ether. Above all, I did not give up or surrender. I stood up by my own will, so please help me. Thinking of the damned statue, he dipped his hand into the cool water. Next, the knight statue trembled continuously, but after a few seconds it suddenly stopped without warning. The observing guests around them stared at one another in confusion. It stopped. This has never happened before. In another corner, Abel looked at his younger brother with a stunned, bewildered expression. Back with Zeke, although he had expected the result, experiencing it again made his face betray uncontrollable anger. Told you I shouldn't have expected things to change. That bastard made me overconfident. With that thought, he withdrew his hand from the huge basin and took a cloth to dry his arm. Around him, the guests began to regard Zeke with skeptical looks. What he failed to awaken. Could that happen? But why? Seems the Lord's blood isn't enough to suppress the cursed blood, someone sneered, but was immediately cut off by the person beside them. Hey, shut up, then how could he have beaten Riene? He must have used some trick. What a disgrace to the family. On Zeke's side, hearing the taunts, he was not surprised. He was too used to it. These people never change. It doesn't matter. There are many ways to grow stronger besides awakening. Zeke told himself this, but at that moment the system sent him a notification. Apologies, Zeke Draker. Due to a processing error, a message was hidden. Required information was found missing from the identification engine during professional identification. Occupation data was input using administrative system privileges. The required information was discovered missing, and the occupation input has been completed. The engine has identified the user's talent as Healing Mage. Confirmation: your occupation has been unlocked. The received occupation has been classified as a rare profession. A series of notifications began to appear, leaving Zeke somewhat bewildered. Something was different from his previous life. Missing required information discovered. Impossible. Thinking this, he immediately turned toward the statue, which was now emitting a red light identical to before. Just like when Riene awakened, this caused the observing guests to exchange wide-eyed glances once more. It's red. This is a true bloodline awakening. He started red. The system then issued further notifications. A connection has been established. The ancient dragon blessing sealed in the user's soul has been activated. The power of the fighter bloodline has awakened. Your awakened talents have combined. The fusion of rare talents has formed a new occupation, a unique, immortal profession. As for the observing guests, watching the statue that had been red suddenly switch to golden light, their minds were thrown into chaos. Golden light. What is this? Is this really a true bloodline awakening? It was red a moment ago, so that must be it, right? Someone said in an uncertain voice. On the side, hearing the whispers, Zeke wasn't too surprised. Doubt was natural. But if I speak up here, it'll backfire, he told himself. While the guests continued to mutter, there was nothing from the spirit light lamp. Was the sword statue malfunctioning? Without a suppressive spirit, it couldn't be a true bloodline awakening. In response to these questions, for some reason, Abel suddenly pretended to be magnanimous and began clapping to draw everyone's attention. Why so serious? We already have 2 true bloodline awakenings in this cohort. Isn't that something to celebrate? He added. Hearing him, those in the Great Hall began to look at one another probingly, and soon they understood his intent. It would be a national embarrassment if a Draker couldn't awaken light chi, so in this unclear situation it was best to let Zeke be seen as having succeeded to preserve the family's honor. The surrounding guests caught on and applauded in agreement. Yes, 2 true bloodline awakenings. What a blessing, they exclaimed excited. Seeing this, Abel nodded contentedly and turned to head instructor Pan. What are you waiting for? Bring gloves for the newest member. Yes, sir. Pan bowed and quickly had a pair of gloves brought and tossed them to Zeke. Looking at the gloves, the protagonist felt them and muttered, "These are a bit heavy." With that, he stepped away to make room for the others to awaken their light chi. And although he had Abel's assistance, Zeke only felt discomfort surrounding him. Abel's intention was obvious, and accepting his help felt like stepping in filth. Time passed quickly. After all the family's children completed the awakening ritual, Pan announced, "This ends the blessing ceremony. We will soon hold a celebratory feast for everyone, please enjoy." Around him, the children laughed with joy at the feast. Life at the cradle would finally be a little easier. Only Zeke paid it no mind and turned to leave the hall. Stupid feast, there must be a training room somewhere, he thought. Zeke moved quickly to find a training room, but before he had gone a few steps, Abel's voice called out, "Hey Zeke, the feast just started. Where are you wandering off to?" he said with a very gentle expression, though the protagonist felt like a venomous snake was staring at him. I didn't expect him to approach so quickly, he thought. He murmured this, and Abel, acting the exemplary elder brother, reached out and congratulated Zeke. Congratulations on awakening the true bloodline. In response, Zeke forced a smile and extended his hand because he knew refusing now would reveal his hostility, so he played along for the moment. As their hands were about to meet, Zeke recalled a sad image from the past, and the atmosphere around him began to change. Abel immediately noticed. "Haha, how awkward," he said. Opposite him, Zeke gritted his teeth, thinking even for appearances he couldn't shake this bastard's hand. Back to Abel, he seemed oblivious to Zeke's anger and waved it off. "Fine, I'll settle for seeing your face." "Well then, see you later, Zeke." With that, he gave a pat on Zeke's shoulder and immediately left. Meanwhile, after Abel left, Zeke hurriedly wiped his shoulder clean, as if afraid the other had dirtied it. "All right, see you," he ground out inwardly. At the feast, people continued to talk about Zeke. 2 true bloodlines appeared. Yes, Zeke's golden light was surprising. "This is the first time, right? I thought he had failed to awake." "Where did he go?" someone asked. At the same time, our protagonist was in his private room, wearily stripping off his party clothes. "Phew, I thought I'd suffocate in there." Putting that aside, why am I unharmed? All true bloodline awakenings should carry a suppressive spirit. It's the ability that proves you are an enemy of the dragon, the source of spirit energy. However, since most machines use spirit energy as fuel, true bloodlines are required to wear the family's glove. If I truly were a bloodline, there should have been a problem the moment I removed the gloves. Thinking that, he opened his status window to check his info. Sure enough, it had changed noticeably. His occupation had switched from healing mage to immortal. New skills appeared, Novice Spirit Reversal A and Novice Overall Buff A, and his karma points were now 100. Seeing this, curiosity rose in Zeke. This is different from before. It's not a suppressive spirit, but spirit reversal. But I need to read it carefully. He focused on the spirit reversal skill, and the system quickly explained. Spirit reversal creates a distortion field to nullify nearby spirit energy. After reading, Zeke gradually understood. Spirit reversal is classified as a skill, so the spirit lamp was unaffected because it's not a passive skill. Before the ceremony, I was a rare healing mage, but now I've become a unique immortal. Wait, every graduating student awakened ordinary light chi in green. Only Riene awakened a red true bloodline. Mine started red too, but then it changed to golden. The system said the identification engine lost essential information. Identification engine. Does it mean that bronze statue? As soon as the system input the data, the stalled statue emitted a red light. Damn, really, so that's how it is. That bronze statue doesn't determine whether you awakened. It determines the user's attributes and occupation, red for rare occupations and golden for unique ones. The bronze statue is an ancient relic used even before Terrakin, the founder of the Draker family. In that era, there was no concept of occupations, so it was only used to determine whether someone awakened. They may have mistaken red light, the sign of a rare occupation, for proof of a true bloodline. Honestly, no lord ever noticed this. Now I have karma points. Did I receive them back then? Let's try using them, he thought. To satisfy his curiosity, Zeke quickly pressed confirm to spend his dragon skill points. His points dropped from 100 to 90, and a series of system messages appeared. Your dragon skills are now viewable. Opening dragon skills, Tier 1, Dragon Sight allows viewing detailed information of a target after careful observation. Locked requires 20 points to unlock. Tier 1, Dragon Awe allows the user to force enemies to surrender with light chi. Locked requires 30 points. Tier 1, Dragon Consumption allows the user to eat and digest vast amounts. Locked requires 50 points. Back with Zeke, after reading the skills, he muttered about which to unlock. His current points only allowed unlocking 2 skills. Now I can get Dragon Sight and Dragon Awe. Take the obviously useful ones rather than the risky stuff. Thinking that, he quickly unlocked Dragon Sight and Dragon Awe. Dragon Consumption seemed dangerous. Save that for later. Try using Dragon Sight first. As soon as the skill activated, one of Zeke's eyes immediately turned golden like a dragon. Oh, I'd expected more since it said detailed information, but nothing really changed. Zeke said in disappointment, before stepping out onto the balcony to observe more closely. Then the scene before him astonished Zeke. Haha, this is absurd. The statue in the middle of the garden was right there before his eyes. This could actually be useful. Zeke chuckled, then the system suddenly sent him a prompt. Do you want to receive detailed information on the detected target? Curious, Zeke tapped accept, and a stream of information appeared before his eyes. From chairs made of Oliver wood to a drawer cabinet crafted in the Merc Empire. Back with Zeke, before he could study more, the light in his eye began to fade. Then he felt a sudden dizziness. What's happening to my body? Are all dragon skills like this? I can't use them much, Zeke said tiredly as he sprawled on the chair, but at that moment, his healing and vitality restoration skill automatically activated, causing his fatigue to vanish immediately. However, Zeke was curious that it triggered on its own. What? I didn't intend to use healing. The young master checked his status out of curiosity, and his eyes widened as he saw skill changes. Wait, all his school skills had become passive abilities, and their ranks had increased. This is absurd. Before, being able to heal was considered a very powerful skill, but it wasn't something I could use continuously, and its healing effects were limited. Now self-healing is unlimited. I need to test it. Without hesitation, Zeke grabbed a fruit-paring knife nearby and immediately sliced his forearm, causing blood to pour from the wound. But within seconds, the wound closed and healed as if it had never existed. Seeing this skill, Zeke suddenly felt he'd have to adjust his plans a bit. 5 years to graduate, 5 years. But I'll only need 2 years, Zeke said with a laugh. Draker Academy, the greatest knight academy on the continent, where aspiring knights pay dearly for admission, in the Duchy of Troy, where the academy fills with vitality each spring term. At this time, Zeke's group, having awakened light chi, had enrolled here, and while strolling he surveyed his peers. The senior students were almost like adults, trained to perfection. However, compared to those from the cradle, they were a bit inferior. Still, they were children of great houses. Thinking this, Zeke glanced at groups clustered together marking territory and shook his head. Looks like they've already claimed ownership. This house is rotten to the core. Among the countless branch families supporting the transcendent Draker clan, 3 held the greatest influence, the 3 great houses. First is the Tirun family, known for strength. The Zims family represents wisdom. And finally Vardek, the family famous for wealth. Even the children of those 3 families were in that state. But whatever, it's none of my business, he shrugged and quickly returned to the dormitory. His dorm was the most upscale, the Platinum Tower, which included a training hall, a library and full facilities reserved for senior students. even those from the cradle couldn't easily enter. As for those who only pretended to have true bloodlines, they were granted privileges as floor lords of an entire level called the Platinum Tier. At that moment, upon entering the building, a maid standing waiting bowed to Zeke. "Welcome, Zeke Drake. We've been waiting for you. We'll escort you to the designated floor." Nearby, 2 rows of servants bowed in unison. "Welcome, young master." Back to Zeke, treated like this, he felt a bit awkward and unfamiliar. In his previous life, he wouldn't have dared imagine this. Isn't this a bit much, even for a true bloodline? Haha, Zeke forced a laugh. Then an old man spoke up to remind Zeke. "Lord Decker is waiting for you in the room." Following that, Zeke quickly returned to his room and asked the old man, "What's the matter, Decker?" In response, the old man said there was something that needed to be delivered to the protagonist and handed him an ornate box. Inside were the high-quality gloves prepared for true bloodlines. The gloves he received earlier after awakening were only temporary. Zeke put the gloves on and, feeling their quality, nodded with satisfaction. "Oh, these are on a whole different level from the temporary ones. Glad you like them," Decker smiled. Hearing that, Zeke added, "Now that I have new gloves, I might as well get a new sword too. What do you think, Decker?" In reply, old Decker said Zeke's choice was excellent. Because the Duchy of Troy's territory lies near massive mountains rich in high-grade iron and outstanding blacksmiths, to the point many say a graduate's first weapon is a masterpiece. Next, Decker offered to find a skilled blacksmith for Zeke, but the protagonist declined because he'd already chosen someone. "No need. I've already picked the person. I'll go in person, so arrange an appointment." Saying this, he wrote the other's details on a piece of paper and handed it to his steward. Reading the name, Decker's expression turned curious. "Galleon Halbert, I haven't heard that name. I'll contact them immediately. Also, classes start tomorrow, so review the related materials," he nagged. "I know," Zeke complained. After Decker went to contact the blacksmith, Zeke took the chance to skim the materials while thinking. With the Platinum Tier completely isolated, I'll have much more freedom to develop dragon skills. As he thought this, a knock at the door outside abruptly cut off his train of thought. Zeke called out, and when he gave permission, a maid entered and announced, "Excuse me, Floor Lord Riene has sent an invitation to dinner." Hearing this, slightly curious though unsure why, Zeke nodded in agreement. "All right, take me there." Cut to the building's rooftop. The layout looked like those flower gardens used for hosting tea parties. Quite charming, isn't it? It looked like the gangs from the south. Across from him, the swordswoman Riene nodded when she saw Zeke arrive. "Welcome, Zeke Draker. My family's a bit unusual, sorry." She snapped her fingers to signal her attendants to leave. Zeke was a little surprised, but didn't pay it much mind. "Thanks for the consideration. We'll discuss matters after we eat," she said. Riene added. Watching her order, Zeke furrowed his brow, observing her. A Thunder Knight. She's optimizing her Danshin to control light chi and already eyeing the Deathblade Knight position. So why is her swordsmanship stuck? What a waste of potential. Zeke sighed inwardly. They calmly ate together, and after seeing Riene's stack of plates 3 times her size, Zeke felt existentially doubtful. "Haha. I'm a big eater myself, but her appetite really exceeds expectations," Zeke thought, looking at Riene with a strange expression. Riene, seemingly unconcerned, calmly wiped her mouth and moved to the main topic. "We've finished eating, so I'll get to business. Accept the support of the Tirun family, Zeke Draker." Across from him, the protagonist's expression changed immediately upon hearing this. He then reminded Riene to be aware. "She seemed to have forgotten that we are both pseudo-true blood awakeners." Riene nearly laughed at Zeke's naivety. "It seems you've misunderstood pseudo-true blood awakener. It's true we receive many privileges. The Platinum Tier alone proves that. But we gain no developmental benefits when it comes to advancement. Centuries of accumulated academic and practical knowledge at the Academy, a personal instructor to effectively improve strength. Without these, no matter how wealthy you are, you'll fall behind. That's why support from a family is necessary." Riene paused, then gave a concrete example. "Even Abel Draker, a pseudo-true blood like us and the youngest to earn White Knight and current Black Knight titles, receives support from his mother's family, the Zim. Although the Tirun Patriarch didn't tell me why, he did say you won't receive support from your mother's side. I'll say it again, accept the Tirun family support, Zeke Draker," the swordswoman said with a serious look. However, despite listing all the benefits, Zeke waved her off and refused. "No." Hearing his reply, Riene's face went blank, and then, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked why. Accepting Tirun's support isn't a disadvantage. Zeke stood and replied gently, "It's not that. I don't need anything beyond what I've already received as a pseudo-true blood awakening. It's not much." but it's enough to pay for this meal. I'll give you one piece of advice now. There's too much raw power behind your sword. I guess you're overly focused on that person. Listen carefully, Riane. Your greatest strength is the flexibility from a lithe body. Don't take direct hits and try to crush your opponent with brute force. Instead, nimbly deflect their attacks to the side. Then deliver a precise, elegant strike. If you can do that, you'll develop far beyond your current self. As he spoke, Zeke lightly swept his hand through the air, causing the surrounding leaves to whirl around him like a vortex. Zeke waved goodbye to the swordswoman. There, thanks for the meal. Turning to Riane, after hearing Zeke's words, she unconsciously clenched her hand. The Turun family is a symbol of strength. I'm simply following tradition. It's not because I care about others. But he's right, I was obsessed with becoming someone worthy of the Turun name. As a result, that unconsciousness leaked into my swordsmanship. He simply saw through it. When I was young, everyone praised me as a genius, and no one gave me real advice. Zeke Draker, who exactly are you? She asked curiously. Back at Zeke's location, he had left the dormitory and was wandering the schoolyard. All his faction skills had changed. Their performance was insane. How am I okay after staying up all night training? Zeke sighed. This was thanks to his infinite vitality faction skill, which quickly replenishes fatigue with an unlimited amount of vitality, an upgraded version of abundant vitality. Returning to the story, while strolling, Zeke watched other students training around him and thought, in my previous life, I thought this place was hell. But now, officially a pseudo-true blood awakener, this place is heaven. Money and power aren't everything. Yet nothing compares to this, he marveled to himself. At that moment, Owen suddenly called after him from behind. Zeke Draker, so you're in the special class too. Hearing someone call, the protagonist glanced back and quickly recognized the other, Owen Zimmons, the third young master of the Zimmons family, one of the three great houses. Due to the Zimmons' talent for intrigue, he uses others to bully and cunningly maintain a flawless image. But why was he acting friendly now? Owen pretended benevolence and said, I invited you to dinner last night, but you didn't reply. Did you not receive the letter? Zeke smirked, remembering the letter on his desk, and asked, oh, that thing on my table. Seeing Zeke recognize it, Owen pressed on, then why didn't you answer? Hearing that, Zeke snorted and cold-faced said, ha, you're a riot. Why should I answer? Seeing Zeke's attitude, before Owen could order, a hound-like thug stepped forward from behind to make his posture clear. You're rude, even though the young master was so kind. Zeke Draker, the voice's owner, was a big, arrogant-looking bodyguard, but perhaps because he was insignificant, Zeke didn't recognize him and muttered, who is this? Hearing that, the big guy clapped his hands over his face and laughed like an idiot. Haha, how do you not know me? It seemed those from worthless cradles. Back to Zeke. He didn't need the thug to finish speaking to understand his purpose, but he had no time to play along, so he turned to leave. I get you want to show off for your young master, but remember who you're talking to. From behind, the big guy, unwilling to waste words, struck sneakily as soon as he saw Zeke turn. He unleashed a lightning punch straight at Zeke. Fortunately, Zeke reacted enough that his body was pushed back but not injured. From that hit, Zeke also gained a relative sense of the attacker's ability. It seemed senior students could manipulate basic light chi. As for the big guy, seeing Zeke unharmed, he loudly introduced himself. My name is Durbin Roswell. Here they call me Durbin the Mighty. On behalf of young Master Owen, I'll teach you a lesson. He proclaimed this grandly, unaware danger surrounded him. Durbin the Mighty, ridiculous, a student not yet a knight with a sobriquet. Ridiculous, the protagonist mocked. Then his body flashed and vanished, immediately closing the distance on Durbin. At the same time, Zeke focused power into his fist and unleashed a single Thoi sun punch straight into Durbin's stomach. The big guy writhed in pain, blood spurting from his nose and mouth. Then his body flew backward like a cannonball. But it wasn't over yet. To avoid further bother from these flies, Zeke scanned Owen's followers and challenged, after Durbin the Mighty, who's next? He repeated the challenge. After Durbin the Mighty, who's next? Choose quickly, young Master Owen. Across from him, just as Zeke had judged, Owen, famous for his cunning, didn't show anger when his lackey was beaten to a pulp. Instead, he calmly led his pack past Zeke and said, you really like basking in glory, don't you, Zeke Draker? Funny, Zeke muttered as he watched their retreating backs. Draker Academy is mainly divided into two classes. The regular class, which teaches that if you lack talent, you must overcome it through effort, following a strict regimen from dawn to dusk. And the special class, where you can freely choose subjects beyond the basics. Even within the academy, the greatest elites gather in this special class. So I had some expectations, but most people here are just former Cradle students. What special class? It's the Cradle class. Zeke mocked inwardly. Scanning around, all the faces were the same familiar ones he'd grown sick of. Then, while the class was still noisy, a professor's loud voice called for order. to encourage the new special class students. Someone very special has come today. Not only the commander in the Eastern Empire War 20 years ago, but he is also the hero who halted the Empire's invasion with his own skill. Please welcome General Howard Draker. At the professor's call, a pot-bellied old man entered the classroom and waved to the students. Good to meet you all. Back with Zeke. With his knowledge, he recognized who this was. The Academy principal, Howard Draker. War hero Howard Draker. They revere him as a war hero and tactical genius. But in truth, he leaked information to the enemy to save his own life, inadvertently throwing the enemy into chaos. He's just a lucky traitor. That rat isn't any hero. He's the mastermind who got me expelled from the academy. I lost the only place I could return to and ended up wandering across the Troy Duchy until I was captured by slavers and sold to a cartel in the south. I'll make him pay, Zeke vowed inwardly as he glared at the fat old man's unpleasant face. After Howard greeted the students briefly, he quickly left the classroom, and the professor resumed the lesson. I trust you've remembered the principal's words. Now we'll begin basic class immediately, so take up your swords and go to the arena. Yes, sir, the group replied in unison. Cut to the indoor arena of the special class. Although indoors, it was vast. Meanwhile, Zeke wore an expression of utter boredom at the instructor's lecture. Who would have thought even the special class had to learn basic dragon-slaying knowledge? In my previous life, because I couldn't use light chi, I spent 2 years learning what someone else could learn in 3 months. Please be easy on us, Zeke thought as he rubbed his face in agony. At that moment, a young knight stepped forward and addressed them. Welcome, students. My name is Andre Draker, and I'll teach you the basics of dragon slaying. This is Knight of the Rose Andre Draker. However, perhaps due to his youth and lack of established reputation, the students didn't recognize him. Who is he? Too young, that's the Draker family uniform. Murmurs began to spread. A ripple of whispers started among them. Only Zeke knew this man's identity. Knight of the Rose Andre. Though not a pure awakener, he graduated early from Valhalla as valedictorian, a once-in-a-century genius bestowed upon the Draker family. Even the special class instructor was on a different level. He's famous for his uncompromising strictness, Zeke thought, and just as you said. The moment Andre saw the students below noisy and out of order, he shouted, "Order. If you've finished chatting, I'll begin the class. Draw your swords." Below, the students, seeing he wasn't one to be trifled with, hurriedly complied. At that moment, Andre noticed Zeke's sword and frowned. "Student, what's with that sword?" he asked. Zeke swung the sword in his hand, generating strong gusts around him, and shrugged in response. "Like brother Thoy's, this is the sword I use." In reply, Andre ordered with a cold face, "Step onto the arena." "Student, don't you know you should choose a sword that suits your body?" Hearing this, Zeke shook his head and sighed. He had anticipated this, so he deliberately tried to impress by drawing his sword, but it hadn't helped. Better to show him skill, he thought calmly and said, "I can defeat you with this sword, sir." His calm statement immediately changed the atmosphere around Andre. Next, Andre began to emit a mental pressure onto Zeke, but unfortunately it was blocked by Zeke's unyielding mental defense skill. Seeing his mental assault was useless, Andre calmly touched the sword at his hip and said, "I see, student. If you want to learn by using your body, if your blade even grazes me a little, you won't just be excused for your rudeness." "Don't worry, I don't intend to use light chi on a student," he added to prevent Zeke from panic. Unknown to him, this offer made Zeke giddy inside. "Oh ho, exempt from study suite. I can beat Andre because I know his weak point. But with Abel watching, it'd be dangerous to draw attention like back at the cradle. I'll just graze his outfit and concede," he thought, gripping his sword and saying, "Fine." Then his body lunged forward like a flash, and as he closed in on Andre, he swung his sword with all his strength at the man's throat, the strike slicing the air. However, it wasn't enough to trouble Andre. With a simple parry, he easily knocked Zeke's blade aside. Seeing that, the protagonist wasn't too disappointed. No wonder he's a blue knight. This won't be easy. With that, Zeke began moving constantly, attacking from all sides. Yet no matter the angle, he couldn't break the Rose Knight's defense. As time passed, the students below had been sitting and watching them fight for 30 minutes. A true Draker Knight is on another level. Indeed, 30 minutes, and he still hasn't even grazed his outfit. Someone exclaimed. However, they didn't know that after so long of continuous fighting, even Andre had begun to tremble from fatigue. He started looking at Zeke with puzzled eyes. "What kind of stamina is this? It's absurd. Even if I'm suppressing my light chi and not using it, I never expected I'd lose to a student." Indeed, the existence of true blood is unfair, and the thought filled Andre with a bitter resentment. Across the way, when Zeke saw Andre's breathing grow rapid, he knew his plan was going perfectly. Haha, his stamina is still that weak. And suppressing his light chi like that makes it even worse. The Draker family's light chi training method is famous for its peculiarity. You must activate light chi during practice. In daily activities, even while eating and sleeping. Basically, you maintain it like breathing. In other words, Andre is basically holding his breath. The awkward sword techniques also drain his stamina even more. But losing like this feels off. There's no choice. I have to force him to use his light chi. Creating an easily handled situation is useless. I need something that will make him use light chi unconsciously. In other words, an extreme situation. Thinking that, Zeke began to activate his agile footwork skill. His body moved like lightning, vanishing and reappearing around Andre from all four sides, leaving Andre stunned and unable to pinpoint Zeke's exact position. No way, how could a student use agile footwork like that? Andre panicked in thought, and at the moment he let his guard down, Zeke's figure immediately appeared behind him and activated his critical strike skill. Sensing danger, Andre instantly turned to face backward. With no other choice, he was forced to use his light chi and slowly retreated. Then, Andre raised his sword above his head to use his skill. Dragon Slaying Art, Chapter 1, Section 1, Skyrending Slash. Thus, Andre's earth-shattering slash came down straight at Zeke. Seeing this, the protagonist reacted quickly, lifting his sword in front of his chest to block. Then, a deafening boom echoed through the air, and after blocking the blow, a large cut appeared along the blade of Zeke's sword. He himself was also badly hurt, Zeke's eyes filled with blood. Damn, that really hurt, but now I might faint. Thinking this, Zeke dropped his sword and rolled onto his side to end the fight. Seeing that, Andre slowly sheathed his blade. And though a bit unwilling, he had to admit, this student no longer needs to audit the class. Any other student want an exemption. Below, witnessing their duel, the entire class fell silent, knowing the teacher was furious. Now if any fool dares raise a hand, he'll be dead by the old man's wrath. Above, seeing no one step up, Andre began to vent his anger on the whole group. Then I'll assume there's no one. Now raise your swords. From now on you'll get a demonstration. Time passed quickly. Cut to the infirmary. The protagonist was resting leisurely while the other students were exhausted like dogs on the training yard. All in all, it was quite a show. Although I didn't even graze his outfit, I forced Andre to use the light chi he claimed he wouldn't, and made him acknowledge my ability. In the end, Andre was taught a lesson, and I got some free time, so both of us won. But Andre's final attack was the most basic move of the dragon slaying art. Chapter 1, Section 1, Skyrending Slash. Because it was unleashed by a blue knight, its force wasn't particularly special. Still, I could defeat a blue knight thanks to my stamina and endless healing. But even so, it wasn't enough. To live freely, to be unrestricted, I need to attain an unstoppable power, the kind that makes me lose to no one. Zeke muttered inwardly. At the same time, a strong smell of alcohol hit his nose and a voice sounded, "So you're Arthur's youngest son." Lying on the bed, Zeke suddenly saw a drunken man beside him and his eyes widened. What kind of freak is this? Zeke watched the man warily, and the stranger seemed amused. You have the exact same eyes as that bastard Arthur. I couldn't detect him even with such a strong smell of alcohol. Not to mention that bastard Arthur. He dared call the current head of the Draker family that. Thinking this, Zeke asked, "Who are you?" The red-haired man didn't answer but instead asked him back, "What did you do before, kid?" Then he resumed chugging wine, making Zeke more and more unable to figure out what kind of person he was. Clearly acting on a whim, Zeke thought and asked again, "What do you mean?" In response, the stranger set his bottle aside and looked at him with sharp eyes. "Playing dumb, you were internally injured before. How did it heal so fast?" Back to Zeke, the unnamed man's observational ability made him a bit alarmed. He discovered the healing. I can't let this leak. No one at the academy knows about the healing skill. Thinking that, he clenched his fist and decided to keep playing ignorant. I don't know what you're talking about. Across from him, the redhead wasn't too surprised by Zeke's answer. So the story goes on like this. Then with no warning, he swung his hand and slashed straight at Zeke's nape. Luckily, the protagonist had always been on guard against this man, so he reacted in time and dodged to the side. Otherwise, he'd likely have been cut in two like the pillow behind. Next, Zeke grabbed the blanket beside him and threw it straight into the man's face to block his vision. Instinct screamed that if he didn't kill the man would kill him. With that thought, Zeke unleashed his full power, simultaneously using agile footwork, a precise thrust, and his critical strike to attack. However, for this attack, the opponent simply extended a hand and easily grabbed the sword, freezing it so it couldn't move an inch. The nameless man even praised Zeke. Your situational adaptability is impressive. Like a mercenary, he said, words that hit home and made Zeke cry out inwardly. Who on earth is this guy? On this side, when Zeke saw his sword being held back, he immediately let it go and took a few steps back to keep a safe distance. and then he stared at the other man warily and wondered who the heck this guy was. Some mercenary. Does he know about my past life? Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, the red-headed guy began to toy with Zeke's sword and said with amusement, a Draker drops his sword and steps back. I think you'd make a better mercenary than a knight. Saying that, he flicked the sword lightly. It flew toward the protagonist, and Zeke casually caught his own sword, yet his wary stance didn't relax one bit. Did he mean that? I've never felt this way since meeting my master, Zeke was sure after the brief skirmish. There's a huge gap between our abilities, so big that if he wanted he could easily kill me. He's at least a Scarlet Knight, no, maybe even stronger. Thinking this, Zeke lowered his guard slightly, because with his current strength there was nothing he could do to deal with him. Up ahead, not knowing Zeke's thoughts, the redhead asked, that two-handed sword is a basic supply from the cradle, right? You have that talent, so why use that weapon anyway? Before Zeke could answer, the room's door was open. Then the Rose Knight Andre walked in, and spotting the redhead's identity, he said, so you're here, the gardener Dexter. Hearing that, Zeke began to feel suspicious. Wondering if he'd misheard, gardener, with power like that, Zeke questioned inwardly, then Dexter also scratched his ear and complained to Andre, you damn persistent leech. How'd you know I was here? You were in the training room earlier, Andre replied. You're annoyingly sharp, Dexter said bored. At the same time as Andre passed Zeke, he told him to get lost. If you're healed you can leave now, student. Hearing that though Andre's words were a bit harsh, Zeke had no desire to stay facing that red-haired monster anyway. Yes sir, got it. With that, Zeke hurriedly slipped out, but before he could leave the room, Dexter called after him. Hey kid, if you have time, come to the western greenhouse. I'll teach you some useful stuff. Hearing that, Zeke pondered a bit, then shook his head lightly. Nah, forget it. With that, he quickly stepped out of the room without the slightest hesitation, leaving Dexter behind fuming. Hey, look at that brat. Same damn attitude as Arthur. Back to Zeke. After closing the door, he immediately started racking his brain, thinking, gardener Dexter, who are you trying to fool? If he can casually call the family head Arthur Draker by name like that, then he must be the one with only Andre as a disciple his entire life. If I'm not wrong, this is Duke Draker, the Whirlwind Knight, one of the Black Knights whose martial prowess could single-handedly stand against an entire kingdom. He was hot topic when he suddenly vanished one day, but I never imagined he'd be hiding out in the academy. Probably why Andre came here too. Duke is known for his terrifying determination. There's even a rumor he got the Black Knight title just because he likes the color black, but that's probably nonsense. Right now Duke is showing strong interest in me, but accepting ordinary lessons just for pure curiosity isn't something I'm interested in. If I'm going to learn anything, it has to at least be his secret techniques. I'll turn that curiosity into determination. Thinking that, Zeke broke into a sly smile and silently began plotting against Duke in his mind. Time passed quickly. Cut to the magic theory class. At this moment, the Academy's magic theory professor Fanon was trying to lecture. In a situation like this, do you know what happens? No one knows, he said awkwardly, looking at the students sprawled asleep on their desks, showing zero interest in the lesson. Seeing that Fanon had to answer his own question, haha, all right. When you form a mana formula through resistance, you truly get injured. The words barely finished, when suddenly Zeke raised his hand with a question. I don't understand the mana circulation energy law you just mentioned, sir. Up on the podium, the mage Fanon saw someone actually paying attention, and his face lit up like a flower, making Zeke have to remind him again before he snapped out of it. Ah, sorry. This is the first time I've gotten a question. As for mana circulation, it's blah blah. He started explaining in detail for Zeke to understand, just like that. Time passed quickly until the end of class. The students were still boredly chatting among themselves, wondering why they had to sit through this dull magic theory class at a knight's academy. It's basically nap time. Someone else laughed. Back to Zeke. Unlike the lazy ones beside him, he had to praise Fanon's ability. That was an easy-to-understand lecture. He's no ordinary professor, thinking that. While packing up his books to leave, suddenly Professor Fanon's voice rang out, wait, Zeke. Hearing the call, Zeke turned back and asked, yes, professor. In reply, the professor took a breath to steady himself and said shyly, it's nothing much. It's just been a long time since I felt like I was properly teaching a class, so if you have any questions, come to my research lab anytime. I'm a former scholarship student from Delphoa Magic University, so I know a lot. Hearing that, Zeke couldn't help but rate him even higher. I thought he wasn't an ordinary mage, but I didn't expect him to be a Delphoa Magic University alumnus, the birthplace of magic. Thinking that since Fanon had offered, Zeke saw no reason to refuse. Got it, professor. He smiled and inwardly thanked his luck. Getting close to a mage can't be bad. Mages are good at math and usually think flexibly. They make better allies than knights. Fanon, let's see if he's useful, Zeke muttered inwardly, and while still thinking how to best utilize this connection, he noticed Uncle Duke already lounging on a bench, as if waiting for him. He's less patient than I thought. just 1 week, huh? Zeke shrugged, thinking. Meanwhile, Duke spotted him stepping into the courtyard and glanced over. Done already, kid. Why didn't you come to the greenhouse? You surely understand what I mean by teaching you useful things. In response, Zeke activated his acting mode and sighed dramatically. I told you, I'm not interested. Across from him, Duke, proud Black Knight, couldn't hold back his frustration at being rejected repeatedly. What? Why? He shouted loudly, seeing that. Zeke continued with excuses he'd just come up with. I know you're incredibly skilled, but right now I'm busy with personal training. So that's it. Of course, personal training can't be neglected. You think I'd say that? The words barely finished when Duke's large body suddenly appeared right behind Zeke, making the protagonist's eyes widen. However, before he could react, Duke swung his hand, chopping straight at Zeke's nape, knocking the young man out cold with his eyes rolling back. Time passed quickly. Cut to the flower garden Duke was tending. At this moment, Zeke slowly woke from his daze, rubbing his still aching nape. Didn't expect him to actually knock me out. Looks like 1 week was too long. So this is the western greenhouse, huh? As he spoke, he quickly scanned around. Up ahead, the red-haired uncle saw Zeke wake and stopped watering. Turning to chug more booze. Awake already, kid? You kidnapped me? Zeke asked coldly. And the red-haired uncle admitted right away, yeah, I kidnapped you. I've got interest in you, kiddo, he said, with a delighted grin. I've got interest in you, kiddo, he said, with a delighted grin. Thinking that, Zeke immediately activated his agile footwork and dashed forward like a gust of wind. However, how could his speed compare to Duke's? Before he'd run a few seconds, the man's face suddenly appeared right in front of him, making Zeke startle and retreat backward. He's still treating me like a toy. I need something to ignite him. Thinking that, Zeke probed with a question. What exactly about me interests you so much? I asked you how you healed internal injuries. So fast, Duke replied. Hearing that, Zeke broke into a smile like he'd found a way to make Duke truly interested. So that's what bothers him. If you're that curious, then make me answer. Hearing that, Duke's face grew thoughtful as if considering. Then his figure vanished before Zeke's eyes, making him wonder. He's gone. Where is he? As he spoke, Zeke scanned all around, unaware that from afar a sword was spinning and flying straight toward him. Luckily, at the critical moment, Zeke sensed the sword's existence and hurriedly leaned aside to dodge. Then grabbed the sword, turned back, and asked Duke, what are you doing? In reply, the uncle gave the protagonist a proposal. You told me to make you answer, but that'd be too easy. How about a bet? If you can graze my clothes even once, I'll grant you one wish. But if you give up during this fight, you'll tell me everything you're hiding. With that, Duke showed a mad grin. Just like that, the two sealed the deal. Time passed quickly until late afternoon. By now, the flower garden scene had turned dusty from their battle. And after fighting for a while, even Duke had to sigh inwardly, what the hell is this kid doing? 3 hours already. He not only has insane stamina and endurance, but his wounds recover without limit. The more he thought, the more puzzled Duke became. Even when Zeke got knocked down countless times, he'd stand up again like nothing happened. Back to Zeke, though he hadn't lost, yet he also hadn't found any way to win. I can do this all day, but still can't beat. Thinking that, Zeke started considering whether to use the Dragon Might skill he'd learned earlier. Dragon Might. It seems dangerous, so I've never used it, but against a Black Knight, it shouldn't be a problem. Thinking that, Zeke gripped his sword tightly, and the air around him grew colder than ever. Seeing that look in Zeke's eye, even Duke had to break into a cold sweat. Good, now that's more like it, he said, exhilarated. Then, right after, Zeke activated his agile footwork, making his body shoot forward like lightning. And right as he closed in on the opponent, Zeke swung his sword without the slightest hesitation. Over here, Uncle Duke saw the sword coming straight at him and felt no fear at all. In fact, he even had time to think. He's repeating attacks. He's fast. But compared to that leech and the Turun girl, he's nothing. But this malice, his malice surpasses persistence. I love it. Guess I'll use a bit of aura, huh? Thinking that, the red-haired uncle got a bit excited and began covering his palm with aura, preparing to block Zeke's sword. At the same moment, the protagonist suddenly unleashed Dragon Might, making Duke feel like something utterly terrifying was staring him down. On instinct, Duke's body swung his arm hard, striking Zeke's sword and snapping it in half. Next, before Duke could even ponder what that feeling was, Zeke ahead executed earth-splitting, making dust clouds rise everywhere, blocking his vision. He's blocked my view, but it'll be hard for him to find me, Duke thought inward. But he didn't know that with Dragon Eye, Zeke could easily spot his position and immediately closed in from behind. Then another slash aimed straight at Duke's nape. Just like that, the sword sliced through the uncle's body. However, Zeke immediately realized his sword hadn't hit anything solid. What he'd cut earlier was just an afterimage left by the uncle, as expected. Right after that, the man's figure vanished before Zeke's eyes. And now a dust whirlwind surrounded him from all sides. Looking at the scene, the protagonist realized what it was. This is Duke's secret technique. A simple dash creating strong winds. That's why he's called the Whirlwind Knight, thinking that though Zeke still couldn't find a way to break the skill. Then a second later, Duke's voice suddenly rang out right behind Zeke. Hearing that, Zeke immediately swung his sword backward, but the old man's figure vanished once more only to suddenly reappear right in front of Zeke, proposing, "Hey, let's call this a draw, kid," even though he said. The old man still held a grudge and landed a solid punch on Zeke, sending his body flying backward like a cannonball. And after getting brutalized by Duke to this extent, even Zeke's recovery skill started to give out due to overuse. Your exhaustion has exceeded acceptable limits. For your safety, your consciousness will be forcibly shut down. While talk about living up to the stereotype. "Damn it," Zeke muttered just before his vision went pitch black. Time flew by, cutting to Zeke's private room, where he now clutched his head, waking up. Glancing around, "Yep, this is my room. Duke must have carried me back." Thinking that, the protagonist let out a regretful sigh. So close to winning. Truly worthy of being called a Black Knight. I thought I'd done everything possible right now, and it was all pointless. I tried lulling Duke off guard by repeating attacks hundreds of times, then at the critical moment, unleashed DRAGON Chinese letter to create an opening. On top of that, I used Dragon Eye to strike him, but it still wasn't enough. The skill Duke pulled at the very end has to be his secret technique. Yeah, I lost consciousness from overusing dragon arts, but if I'd held on a bit longer, I could have glimpsed his secret, the absurd high-speed movement technique he uses with his body trained to the absolute limit. That secret move is definitely what let Andre the guy with crap stamina climb to Red Knight rank. Shame I missed my shot at learning his secret, but it was still worth it. DRAGON Chinese letter, with pressure that even staggers a Black Knight for a split second. Most small fry would drop the moment they touch this skill. Thinking this, Zeke felt pretty satisfied with DRAGON Chinese letter S power. Then suddenly, a notification screen popped up in front of him. "You have one unread message. Confirm to open unread message," Zeke said curiously, and quickly tapped confirm. Then a bunch more notifications appeared before him. Skill flexible footwork rank D, upgraded to high-speed movement rank. See, your soul has grown thanks to your strong display of will. With soul growth, various system functions have been unlocked. You can activate the next function by spending more karma points. Minimap terrain and geographical features viewable in map form. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock storage space. Store as many items as capacity allows. Locked. Requires 20 points to unlock infinite quest book. Contains guides and quests for efficient low-tier admin growth. Locked. Requires 45 points to unlock. Current karma points 40. Back to Zeke. So many new things popping up, he couldn't hold back his curiosity. A whole pile appeared according to the description. Storage space sounds pretty useful. Let's check storage first, he thought, then spent 20 karma points to unlock the new function. Right after, the system returned a notification. If you select an item you want, it will be stored in storage. When retrieving a stored item, think of its name or appearance. Space occupied in storage depends on the item's size and weight. For a larger storage, you can use karma points to expand its capacity. Back to Zeke after reading the description. Even a cow could figure out how to use it. Select an item I want. I can activate skills just by thinking about them, so storing items is probably the same. With that, Zeke casually grabbed his busted sword and silently thought, "Store it in my heart." Next, the sword in Zeke's hand vanished, instantly transferred into his inventory. The two-handed sword disappeared, taking up 2 slots in the 28-slot storage. So that's what the system meant by space depending on size and weight to retrieve. Think of the name or appearance. Thinking this, Zeke focused a bit, and right after, the sword reappeared in his hand once more. "I thought it was just a subspace pouch, but this is way better." That artifact was super expensive, obviously, but finding a container for it was tough. And I can even expand storage size with point. This overpowered function is just for low-tier admin. What'll it be like at higher ranks? If these points are worth this much, I can't waste them recklessly. Looks like I'll have to tweak my plans. Zeke stroked his chin, thinking. At the same moment, old butler Decker's voice came from outside. "May I come in, young master?" Hearing that, Zeke nodded. "Sure, come in." "What's up?" In response, Decker pulled out a small note and explained, "There's a message for you. He said you'd know who it's from if I mention Dexter the gardener." Across from him, Zeke quickly took the note and looked it over. The paper read, "Kid, if you wanna challenge me again, come anytime." Looking at the words, Zeke broke into a grin like he'd hooked a big fish, so it wasn't a total failure. Him calling it a draw meant this. Either way, it means there's still a chance. Thinking this, Zeke clenched his fist, gradually feeling Duke's secret technique calling him to learn. Back to old Dexter, he continued, reminding the protagonist one more thing. I found that blacksmith you mentioned earlier. Hearing this, Zeke's eyes lit up with joy. Oh, really? When's the appointment? In reply, the old man's voice hesitated a bit. There's a problem with that. The blacksmith refused the meeting. He doesn't forge weapons anymore. Time passed quickly, cutting to a small rundown forge, where Zeke's carriage now stopped, because this forge was where the guy he'd been eyeing lived, looking at the familiar scene before. The protagonist's eyes showed a hint of nostalgia. It's been a long time. Breath of Papnir Shur is a prestigious name for a forge. Thinking that he opened the door, stepped inside, and called anyone home inside the forge. It was a total mess, with armor scraps scattered across the floor, and on the table, a young drunk guy slumped with his bottle. Graham, the radiant sword that masterpiece Galleon forged. He said it was payment for saving his life, worthy of the sole blacksmith title known for reading a client's soul before crafting their weapon, because he lived up to that rep, creating a sword with exactly the ability I needed most. The ability to substitute holy aura with ether. The continent's greatest blacksmith forged that sword. But what's with his current state? Zeke wondered, curiously eyeing the drunk Galleon before him. This guy was the sole blacksmith Galleon helped. Right then he noticed Zeke and slurred, "What the kid, this ain't a playground for brats, get out." Back to Zeke, he ignored that and scanned the room, frowning in annoyance. Even if he's super emotional, it shouldn't be this bad. What happened to him before meeting me? Zeke wondered inward. Unable to stand his chosen blacksmith wallowing, drunk Zeke instantly grabbed a big bucket of water from somewhere and splashed it straight on him, making the young man's eyes bulge wide. Then Zeke smiled cheerfully. "You awake now? I want to know why you turned down my request." In front of him, the young blacksmith sobered up a bit after the splash. Then he spotted the dragon crest gloves on Zeke and instantly recognized, hurriedly bowing his head in apology. "Draker family, I'm sorry for my disrespect. Please forgive my rudeness, but right now I can't accept any requests. How can a worthless piece of shit like me make what someone wants when I can't even make what I want?" Saying this, the young blacksmith trembled helplessly all over. Looking at his current state, Zeke felt like he was seeing his past self. So even Galleon went through a phase like, thinking back when I met him, he was already the continent's greatest blacksmith, and Galleon never told me about his earlier life, probably didn't want to share this embarrassing past. But I can't wait another 10 years for him to snap out of it, Zeke thought inwardly. Meanwhile, Galleon kept scratching his head, self-blaming. Why am I so useless? Can I even make weapons anymore? A blacksmith who can't forge weapons. The more he thought, the fuzzier his mind got, until Zeke's loud shout snapped him back. "Sorry for my disgraceful behavior earlier," Galleon hurriedly said, but Zeke shook his head. "Don't worry, I want to see some of your failed product." Hearing this, though, Galleon was puzzled why Zeke asked that. He quickly led him. "Sure, follow me to the back." Back to Zeke, of course. He asked this to gauge Galleon's current level. No choice. I gotta guide him onto the right path himself, he thought inward. Next, cutting to the forge's backyard, an open lot stuck full of identical swords in the ground. Seeing the messy sight, Galleon looked embarrassed and told the protagonist, "Sorry, I shouldn't have let it get this cluttered. Haha, it's fine actually, kinda." Captivating, Zeke nodded back. Then Zeke stepped into this sword garden, casually yanked one sword out, and examined it carefully behind him. Galleon worriedly warned, "Sir, please be careful. Even failed products, they're still razor sharp." Back to Zeke, of course, Galleon's warning was pointless to him. How could these swords possibly hurt? After checking several swords, Zeke got a general sense of the weapon's quality. This one, and this too, none are failures. Their quality matches what he forged when hailed as the continent's greatest. Thinking this, Zeke started wondering why Galleon called them failure. To check deeper, the protagonist activated Dragon Eye and re-examined the sword in hand, quickly spotting odd points, as expected. "Just like I thought. Your forge has an issue, right?" Zeke spoke, making Galleon's eyes widen in shock for a second. He hurriedly asked, "How'd you know?" In reply, Zeke skipped details and continued on the sword issue. "Let me ask, you've optimized your own smithing style, right? Looks like you mixed in other metals for lighter, finer material, but durability's trapped." With that, Zeke swung the sword hard, then abruptly stopped his arm. The sword rebounded and shattered into countless fragments. As for why it broke, Zeke guessed and muttered, "In cases like this, it's impurities not properly removed during heat treatment." From Galleon's view, hearing the protagonist say this, his face went blank because he hadn't said a single wrong word. Incredibly accurate. He not only figured out my smithing method, but pinpointed the critical flaw and cause. If it's this guy, maybe he can help me. Thinking this, instinct urged the young blacksmith. Then he clenched his fist and spoke with a nervous voice. "Sir, this is a bit, no, very sudden, but I have a favor to ask." "What is it?" Zeke frowned, asking. To explain, the two returned to Galleon's private workshop. There the blacksmith pulled a drawing from a drawer, spread it on the table for Zeke to see, and the moment he looked with future knowledge, Zeke instantly recognized it. This was Galleon's secret, the thing he revealed years later, a magical furnace blueprint. Thinking this, he recalled the past life moment when the blacksmith shared this with him. Haha, why hide it from the guy who saved my life? This is a magic adjustable temperature furnace, my secret, he said, smiling back to reality, since he already knew what it was. Zeke nodded in praise. With this, your smithing method would work perfectly. Hearing Zeke's words, Galleon's eyes lit up with joy. I knew you'd get it. Then Zeke asked why, with a complete blueprint, he hadn't built it. Hearing the question, the smile vanished from Galleon's face. Bitterly, he explained the most crucial part. The spirit energy law is there, but building the magic tower costs 10,000 gold. Across from him, Zeke's face stiffened at the sky-high number. To grasp the value, a normal 4-person family lived on 10 gold a month, so the furnace cost 1,000 times that monthly expense. So it took him 10 years to scrape that together. Thinking this, Zeke let out a heavy sigh and said, that's ridiculous. Back to the blacksmith, of course. He knew with this tiny forge's income, who knows how many eras of saving it'd take to afford that furnace. So he pinned all hope on Zeke. I have a request, your Draker clan and a true blood awakener. So if you build this furnace for me, I'll fulfill any request you have free and unconditionally, till my last breath, Galleon said, eyes dead serious. As for Zeke, hearing the offer, he fell into thought. Even as a Draker, and one of this generation's 2 true blood awakeners, it didn't mean he could drop that kind of cash. This is tough. It'd be doable if I were the family's guardian knight, but impossible even as true blood to get 10,000 gold support. But I can't give up Graham. That radiant sword, his problems, the spirit energy law. Thinking this, suddenly, a light bulb went off in Zeke's head, and he broke into a light smile, then gently rolled up the blueprint, stuffed it in his pocket, and agreed, all right, I'll accept. I can ask a mage acquaintance. If there's a solution, I'll let you know. Oh, and quit drinking. Zeke waved before his steps halted, because Galleon had latched onto his leg, sobbing like a kid. Thank you, truly thank you, Galleon will serve you for life as my life savior, he said, snot and tears smearing all over Zeke's pants. Geez, I get it. Stop. When it's done, I'll tell you, Zeke yelled. Time flew by quickly, shifting the scene to the research building area for professors inside Draker Academy. Right now, Zeke was heading over here to seek help from that mage guy Fanon, and as he walked, he was inwardly grumbling about the magic tower mages. Why the hell do those damn tower bastards charge such insane fees? The structure looks pretty simple anyway. Fanon's specialty is in mana energy design laws. Let's see, where's his lab again? Zeke muttered to himself in his heart, just before his body came to a stop, when he heard the sound of beating coming from not far away, the noise from inside that alley over there, right? That sound made Zeke recall some really unpleasant memories from his previous life. Back when he had to kneel and beg that guy Leon, I'm sorry. It's all my fault, please, I apologize, young Master Leon. This lowly scum dared to touch your body, Zeke said while forcing out a smile, and in response to his word, that Leon guy didn't hesitate to stomp his foot down hard, saying, nice one, Zeke. As a reward, I'll give you the chance to clean up the ground you dirtied. Thank you, young Master Leon, Zeke said weak. Thinking back on those memories, Zeke started grinding his teeth in rage. Shifting to inside the alley, at this moment, Leon was relentlessly swinging his fists at someone while cursing nonstop. Scum like you only exists to get in other people's way. That damn Zeke was the same. An unprecedented golden light reaction, a true blood awakening surpassing everything. Damn. Thinking of this, an extreme fury surged in his heart, and he stomped straight down on the bullied guy's head. Losing to that lowly bastard was unavoidable because of that surprise attack before the fight even started. But why the hell did that lucky piece of trash, who humiliated me, end up becoming a true blood awakener? Thinking about it, Leon bit his lips so hard it bled from sheer rage, however. Right at that moment, Zeke's voice rang out from the alley entrance. Wow, Pockface, already found someone to take my place, huh? Zeke said with a grin, but after seeing the face of the person being bullied, Zeke's expression flipped 180 degrees. I give you all 3 seconds. If you're smart, you'll bury your heads in the ground right now. On the opposite side, Leon saw Zeke appear and broke into a cold sweat. However, he still gritted his teeth and said, what's this? Your arrogance has gone through the roof ever since you awakened true blood, huh, Zeke Draker? Are you even sure you really awakened true blood? Before he could finish his sentence, Zeke didn't want to waste words on this dog, so he coldly warned, shut your mouth. If you don't bow down, then don't blame me, he said with an icy glare, making Leon's face turn pale as he sucked in a frightened breath from the protagonist. He began to feel an invisible pressure, making sweat pour nonstop from his body. What the hell is this pressure? Just a few months ago, he was still crawling under my crotch, and now I'm actually scared. Thinking of this, a raging fire ignited invisibly in his heart, fueling him to face the protagonist. How dare you talk to me like that, you lowly bastard? What are you waiting for? Beat him up, he shouted at his pack of hounds, and those loyal dogs who didn't know Zeke's real strength grinned and charged at him to take a beating. and facing their attack. Zeke just let out a tired sigh at how stupid these guys were. Ha, now don't blame me for this, okay? After saying that, he leaned to the side to dodge the punch from the bald guy. And while the guy hadn't even realized what was happening, Zeke threw a straight punch right into his ugly face, making the guy spew blood nonstop as he collapsed to the ground. Then he followed up with an uppercut from below straight into the chin of the guy behind, making him spew blood too. At the same time, another student balled his fist and attacked Zeke from above, but his arm was instantly grabbed by Zeke. Then Zeke spun his body and hurled the guy's body straight into the one on the other side. Next, he delivered a knee kick straight to another guy's face, making his eyes roll back white. Just like that, this group of small fry punks started getting beaten mercilessly by Zeke with zero mercy. Against weak chickens like these, he only needed one move to easily knock them flat. From behind, Leon watched his hounds get taken down so easily, and his face went completely stupid. No way. Is this really the Zeke Draker I know? He asked himself in his heart. Meanwhile, after dealing with the trash, Zeke turned his attention to Leon. No need to be scared. I believe you already know. It only hurts for a moment, he said casually like it was nothing. Seeing that, Leon hurriedly drew the sword at his waist, then shakily said, "Stay away from me. If you come closer, I'll cut you," he said bravely, but his trembling body completely betrayed his terrified state. Back to Zeke's perspective. Looking at Leon drawing his sword, his eyes turned colder than ever. You really drew your sword in the training grounds, huh? You know what that means, right? To confront the killing intent of Leon Conrad, who has drawn his sword in the sacred training grounds, I, Zeke Draker, will respond with my honor. The following battle will end when one of us dies. All responsibility lies with ourselves, and the opponent bears no responsibility for the outcome. Liam Stone, you will be the witness. However, before the protagonist could even make a move, Leon on the opposite side was so terrified he pissed himself. He let his sword drop limp and begged Zeke for mercy. "I'm sorry, Lord Zeke Draker. Please let me live. Please spare me," he said, trembling in the most pathetic posture, making Zeke not even bother taking his life. At this moment, he just swung his sword, slicing across Leon's left ear, making Leon let out a pained cry and hurriedly clutch his ear. As for Zeke, he sheathed his sword, then grabbed Leon's hair tightly and warned, "I'll take your ear as the price. If your ear is reattached when we meet again, next time what I take won't be your ear but your head." After saying that, he pressed Leon's face hard into the ground, letting him experience the feeling of kissing dirt like he himself had in his past life. After doing that, Zeke shrugged and walked off like nothing happened. Now back to the big guy Leon. Before Zeke left, he struggled to stand up and asked Zeke, "Why did you help me?" Hearing that, the protagonist gave a light smile. "Don't think about it. I wasn't helping you. I was helping myself," Zeke whispered, and officially bid farewell to the weak shadow of his past. After that, once he walked out of the alley, Zeke scratched his head and reminded himself, "Damn, was I influenced by Galleon or something? I almost said some super cringy line." Time passed quickly again, shifting to the lab of that mage buddy Fanon. At this point, Zeke had already met him and showed him Galleon's blueprint. "Is it feasible, Professor?" Zeke asked. And after observing a bit, Fanon replied, "Let me be straight. Yes, it's feasible." Hearing that, Zeke's eyes lit up noticeably. "Really? Then I want to entrust it to you, teacher," he said excitedly. However, things are never that easy and smooth. Buddy Fanon didn't rush to take on the task and reminded Zeke, "Hold on. I think it'd be better if you hear me explain first. Like you said, the overall structure can be called simple. However, the problem is the core responsible for energy output. The core is considered the heart of this machine, but the mana pathways have extremely troublesome restrictions. Though small, they require sufficient energy and will need a way to adjust output without delay. This is unprecedented," he said while pointing at the drawing on the table. After hearing, Zeke's smile gradually faded, and he probed, "But it's still feasible, right?" "Yes, there are two options depending on the core's condition. I can personally adjust your design. However, it would take at least a decade to revise the core design. No, probably around 15 years. 15 years, Zeke yelled like the house was on fire. "Yes, that's right, it would consume a significant amount of time. The second method, we can skip the core design and use an equivalent material, but even so, it can save a lot of time. The required material is high compression mana stone." Hearing him say that, Zeke got so agitated he couldn't sit still anymore. "What? Isn't that an ancient treasure that can't be created with current technology?" On the opposite side, Professor Fanon calmly replied, "Yes, that's correct. Ancient treasures are already extremely rare. However, searching for treasures in ruins is even harder. To find a mana stone that can withstand our design, it would cost over 3,000 gold. To sum up the issue, if you want it fast, it's still all about money." And after hearing it, Zeke felt like all life had drained from his body. "I might get expelled if someone finds out I can't use light mana, but 15 years is way too long. But 3,000 gold is an astronomical number, unbelievable crazy. I can't give up on the Gram Radiant Sword. Most people think I'm a light mana user because of what happened at the blessing ceremony, but it was just a reaction created by healing skill and ether. In reality, I still can't use light mana. Ether is considered a power extremely difficult for humans to control, however, except for the primordial spirit's spiritual sense skill that Master taught me. I can't use any sword techniques that utilize light mana. With that skill, I can only strengthen and swing my whole body compared to others. Light mana is much easier to use and more versatile. That's why I need the Gram Radiant Sword. Damn it, how the hell am I supposed to find a high compression mana stone? The more he thought, the darker the future seemed to Zeke. And as if not seeing the boy's expression, the mage Fanon was still examining the blueprint and praising in admiration. By the way, the person who created this design is truly extraordinary, even considering the complex core. It's still a superior design. It would be hard to replicate even among Golden Age treasures. Turning to Zeke, Fanon's words made his body suddenly tremble. His eyes began to light up noticeably. Golden Age treasures, right? Why didn't I think of that earlier? Zeke broke into a smile like he'd just thought of something. And not wasting time, he immediately stood up and asked the professor, please keep the design safe until I return. Professor, hearing this, Professor Fanon turned to look at Zeke like he was an idiot. What do you mean? Are you telling me to spend 15 years perfecting it? In response, Zeke, of course, wasn't dumb enough to choose the super time-consuming method. Haha, of course not. I'll bring one. I mean, a high-compression mana stone, Zeke declared confidently, as if he already knew exactly where to find it. The Golden Age, that was the era of the Liberation War, fighting to escape dragon domination. And that era ended with the defeat of the evil dragon Bahamut. The one who defeated him was Terrakin Draker, the first head of the Draker family. Thanks to this, humanity gained a century of peace. During that time, many ancient treasures were discovered in dragon lairs, remnants from the Hero King's era, the peak of magic. All those discovered treasures had techniques and magic far surpassing modern standards. Among them, high compression mana stones containing essential mana to sustain an entire village, a treasure from the Hero King's era. Shifting to the Central Library of Draker Academy. Although rarely used, the Central Library is still maintained because it's believed to have been personally established by Terrakin during the archive expansion phase. Ancient treasures from the Golden Age were discovered. This led to involvement from the Magic Tower and Grand Mage Nirvana, a member of the three great families, in the excavation. During those days, countless Golden Age treasures were found, and the news spread through continental newspapers, or at least that's what will happen in another 10 years. But currently no one has discovered any treasures, or even realized they exist. Thinking this, Zeke started wandering around the archive. However, after packing back and forth for a while, he could only sigh. How I could search all day and still not find it. Out of options, he had no choice but to activate his Dragon Eye skill to search for more clues. And sure enough, Dragon Eye didn't disappoint him. After using the skill and observing around a bit, Zeke discovered a tile with a strange red glow. So the protagonist immediately ran over and tapped it to check. Here it is. It makes a hollow sound when tapped. Exactly, this is it. Thinking this, without waiting another second, Zeke used his power primordial spirit's spiritual sense, the only way to apply ether in spiritual sense skill that he learned from his master. Since ether materializes the users while applying certain attributes like cutting and using it in various situations is possible. However, it has limitations. The user must consume ether for any action. At this moment, the energy blade in Zeke's hand easily sliced through the tile floor. However, after doing that, his whole body was drenched in sweat from exhaustion. Looks like using it is still too much for me right now, Zeke whispered. Next, he gently lifted the tile, crawled underneath, and placed the tile back in position so no one would notice. Below was a pitch-black underground palace, forcing Zeke to use a torch to light the way. As he walked, he grumbled. The newspaper didn't say it was this deep. The words had just left his mouth. Suddenly, he heard someone's footsteps, making Zeke startle, and hurriedly extinguished the torch in his hand. Next, he carefully listened to the sound, gradually approaching, and silently thought, at least another decade before anyone discovers these ruins. Could someone have found it before me? Zeke muttered as he slowly poked his head out to take a look. And what hit his eyes were two skeletons holding pickaxes and shovels. Skeletons, huh? They're holding pickaxes and shovels, all right. Okay, looks like they're not created by a lick. If that's the case, this should be easy. Thinking that, Zeke pulled his sword from his inventory and activated his critical strike skill, charging straight at the two skeletons. And in just 1 second, he easily chopped the head off the one holding the pickaxe. Next, he swung his sword, cleaving the shovel-wielding skeleton in half and right. After taking down the two monsters, a notification screen appeared in front of him For defeating 2 skeletons, you have gained 2 karma points, current karma points 22. Looking at those words, Zeke felt like he'd just discovered another treasure. All right, I can get points from killing monsters. I totally forgot, because I was so focused on the treasure. Isn't this the best way to farm points? Then come here, my beloved points. Zeke said excitedly as he gripped his sword and went off to find more adorable skeletons to send them to their next reincarnation. What Zeke loved most about these monsters was how ridiculously weak they were. They gave him karma points without posing any real danger at all. Just like that, Zeke comfortably started collecting his karma points. While thinking about how to best use them, this is so easy, gotta think carefully in case I find something to unlock with points. Beginner quest book is 45 karma points. Minimap is 20 karma points. Dragon Eye Devouring skill and locked level 2 skills all require 50 points. Looking at current prices, I can only afford the mini-map, thinking that he immediately activated the mini-map function. And right after, a simulated screen displayed a mini-map of the area, looking at the red dot marking his current position. Zeke quickly figured out how to use it. Seems similar to magic maps, thinking that Zeke's eyes showed a bit of surprise. And he noticed an area in the corner of the map. What's this, he asked himself, and reached out to touch that area. Next, the system switched the mini-map from 2D to 3D for easier viewing. Looking at how flexibly the system could change like that, Zeke couldn't help but give it a thumbs up. Awesome. This is exactly what I wanted, he shouted excitedly before his eyes turned to a room glowing red. But why is only that room a different color, he said while reaching out to touch the room. And the system gave a notification. Do you want directions to the selected location? Storage vault. Looking at this, Zeke's eyes widened. Storage vault. In the past, the exploration team took many days to find this place, and now I can locate it so easily. Thinking that, Zeke didn't hesitate and pressed confirm. Next, the system replied, we will now provide the fastest route to your designated location. As soon as the notification appeared, the 3D map in front of Zeke automatically drew a path leading to the room, making Zeke unable to hold back a thrilled shout. Haha, unbelievable. With this, how could I ever get lost just like that? Following the map's guidance, Zeke arrived in front of a massive door. Guess I'm here, but how do I get inside? Looks like just waiting won't open it, he frowned and reached out to touch the giant door. And the moment his hand touched it, some kind of magic on the door suddenly activated, knocking his hand away. Seeing this, Zeke realized what it was, a security spell. That's probably why the magic tower and Grand Mage Nirvana got involved, because of this door. If it weren't for these gloves, I might have lost my hand. Haha. I can't get past this spell system. Can't you open it for me? Zeke asked casually, just to vent his frustration. But unexpectedly, the system actually responded to his question. We have received the administrator's request. Accordingly, we will connect to the security device. The security spell has been disabled. Automatic device activation failed. Now switching to manual activation. Not having time to worry about the door, Zeke quickly asked back, wait, you're responding to what I just said? Yes. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Drake. The confirmation notification made Zeke freeze for a moment. He never expected he could actually talk to the system. Then, after a few seconds to calm down, Zeke asked the question he was most curious about. If that's the case, then why force me to reincarnate? I cannot answer that question, the system replied. Hearing that, Zeke asked another, so what is this? Administrator system. I cannot answer that question. Then who created you? I cannot answer that question. Do you have any further requests? Administrator Zeke Draker, turning back to Zeke. The system's constant no's were giving him a headache. Damn it, I didn't get answers to any of the important questions. Zeke sighed and requested the system to open the door. We have confirmed the administrator's request. The Dragon Slayer's tomb storage vault has been opened. As the notification appeared, the massive door rumbled and slowly opened. Behind the door was a huge room filled with countless wooden chests, neatly arranged on wooden shelves. Looking at those wooden chests, Zeke's eyes widened like he'd struck gold. Treasure chests, treasure chests. As the name suggests, these are chests full of valuable treasures and artifacts. Finding even one treasure would already be a miracle. Thinking that, to verify, Zeke opened the nearest chest, and sure enough, it didn't disappoint. Inside were various jewels and gems, shining brilliantly, almost blinding Zeke. Haha, so there are hundreds of treasure chests like this, he shouted excitedly, and started rushing to open all the remaining chests, quickly gathering all the valuables. I want this one. Oh, this looks pretty good too. I'll give this to Fana. Finally found them, top-grade high-compression mana stones, and there are 4 even better. I'll use 1 point to expand 4 more slots in storage, but I still don't have enough space. Looks like I'll have to come back here often, until graduation, Zeke muttered, and began stashing all the precious treasures into his inventory. After finishing, he stood up, relaxed, ready to leave. Today should be enough, Zeke muttered. But right at that moment, he sensed an unusual aura appear in the room, making him spin around startled. What is this creepy feeling? Zeke frowned thinking, while reaching out to touch the wall to check. Immediately, an anomaly occurred. A complex magic circle suddenly appeared under his feet, and just 1 second later, the formation activated, teleporting him somewhere. Then, when he reappeared, Zeke found himself inside another kind of storage room. Seeing he'd been suddenly teleported, Zeke warily scanned around and asked the system, "Where is this?" In response, the system quickly answered, "The administrator is currently inside the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary." Back to Zeke, since the room seemed to have nothing dangerous, he lowered his guard and thought back to knowledge from his previous life. The Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. According to my past life, the newspapers never mentioned a room full of chests. Saying that, he opened the mini-map to check his position again, and silently calculated, as expected, it's not too far from the old spot, but there's no path leading to the Dragon Slayer's sanctuary. If so, this must be a location undiscovered in my previous life. I can't miss this, Zeke thought excitedly. Next, he pushed aside the lid of a stone coffin in the room, revealing inside a full-body armor. At the same time, the system gave a reminder: exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer has been discovered. Looking at the notification, Zeke curiously lifted the armor and examined it from all angles. Exclusive equipment of the Dragon Slayer. How it definitely doesn't look like the Golden Age armors, I know, he muttered. Before noticing at the back of the armor's neck, there was a slot that looked like it was meant to insert something. Then a flash of insight hit Zeke, and he took out a compressed mana stone from his inventory. Wait, could it be? But I can't just leave it like that, Zeke guessed aloud, and tried inserting the battery into the slot, and sure enough, his intuition was spot on. At that moment, the battery began emitting intense energy. To activate the armor, mana battery installed into Dragon Slayer exclusive equipment. Activating equipment. The notification appeared. The armor's eyes suddenly lit up bright. Then its body automatically stood up, startling Zeke to ensure safety. He stepped back a few paces, then somehow the armor suddenly exploded. Equipment malfunction due to overload activation. Failed small explosion expected. Please evacuate immediately, the system frantically warned. However, by the time it gave the warning, the armor had already blown up spectacularly. It's already exploded, Zeke complained. Sorry, the system said, apologetic. Putting that aside, Zeke couldn't help but be amazed by the armor. So one high compression mana stone is just the power source for this armor. What functions could possibly require such terrifying energy? I'll ask Fanon later. For now, let's explore this place. Saying that, Zeke started moving around the storage room. However, he didn't find anything. The other rooms were empty. This is the last room, Zeke muttered. And from his view, it was a spacious room with only a glass case placed right in the center. The whole room had just one glass case. Zeke complained boredly, at least compared to that treasure vault. This room deserves to be called the beggar's room, or that's what Zeke thought. Until the system gave him a notification. You have discovered the legacy of Tarakan Draker, the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. Looking at the notification without any warning, cold sweat poured down Zeke's face from tension. Tarakan Draker, that guy was seriously insane. Leaving the heart of the dragon he defeated as a legacy, so that creepy feeling I sensed earlier in the vault was this. But right now, the feeling is completely different, Zeke sighed, not noticing that the strange aura he'd felt was growing thicker than ever and starting to affect. The cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut is reacting to the administrator. Back to Zeke. The black dragon's aura began twisting his thoughts. All right, I hear you. Looks like no other choice. Then, I'll just kill them all. A strange thought started creeping into Zeke's mind. But right at that moment, the system activated the unyielding mental defense skill for him, making Zeke's eyes clear up and immediately realizing a black evil aura was surrounding him. What the hell is this? He shouted loudly. And for the first time, the system issued him a quest: emergency quest, Tarakan Draker's trial. Overcome the powerful curse engraved on Bahamut's heart. Quest: reward ownership of Tarakan's legacy. Back to Zeke at this point. One of his eyes had already turned black from the evil dragon's influence, and even if the system tried activating unyielding mental defense, again it failed. And now Zeke had to fight the aura's influence alone. Countless voices in his head, demanding destruction and devastation, making his head feel like it would split in two. Then, to stop it, Zeke slammed his head hard against the glass case in front, shattering the case into pieces. Shut up, so annoying. You call that freedom? Freedom is something you have to take, you idiot, the protagonist sneered with blood streaming down his face. And with that action, the strange aura no longer bothered him. You have overcome the curse of the evil dragon Bahamut's cursed heart. Emergency quest completed. Quest: reward ownership of Tarakan's legacy obtained. As the system notification appeared, the glass case shattered complete, revealing before Zeke a heart burning in flames. But with no time to care about it, Zeke collapsed to his knees, gasping for breath. Damn it, I almost died. No way, my skill failed just now. What was that? Zeke wondered to himself, and while he was lost in thought, the system automatically handled some things. Unyielding self-healing skill activated. Infinite stamina skill activated. Beginning absorption of the cursed heart of the evil dragon Bahamut. In front, the evil dragon's heart suddenly trembled and shot a beam of light straight into Zeke's chest, causing him excruciating pain, like his body was being torn apart. What is this? Pure condensed mana is pouring straight into me, but I don't have mana meridians to receive it. This vast mana has nowhere to go and is destroying my body. I have to do something. Zeke reminded himself, then gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to handle its soul-body ultimate sealing technique. Envelop the mana in ether, then seal it in the ether compartment. Zeke gritted his teeth, thinking, and poured all his body's ether energy to seal the massive mana. Then at the spot where he stood, a terrifying explosion occurred, sending smoke and dust billowing up. Inside the smoke, Zeke's body remained unharmed. However, the violent energy was still relentlessly ravaging his body. Then, after a few seconds, the intense energy finally quieted down, and only now could the protagonist breathe a sigh of relief. Few guess I'm alive now. Saying that, he looked at the devastated surroundings and thought the heart is gone. So that pile of mana was Bahamut's, the protagonist judged, and right at that moment. From the reflection in a broken glass shard, Zeke saw a tattoo of the evil dragon right in the center of his chest, making him unable to resist reaching out to touch the tattoo and mutter, "Is this because I sealed Bahamut's mana?" As soon as the words left his mouth, countless system notifications flooded in. Mana absorption has refined the administrator's body. The administrator's physique has changed to heavenly bone body, detected power beyond administrator's capacity, compressing and sealing 95% of power. As the successor, you have gained access to Tarek and Draker's secure vault, activating beginner-level quest, providing guidance for low-level administrator. Back to Zeke, too much new info coming in, he couldn't process it all. Heavenly bone body, Tarek and Draker's secure vault quest guidance, another bunch of weird stuff. As usual, I'll check it later. For now, dismiss. Zeke waved his hand, saying. But right then, another screen popped up, changing his expression. Wait, hold on. Leave this one. My ancestor really was generous. He stroked his chin with a sly grin, because the notification in front of him was, do you wish to open another legacy of Tarak and Drake? Time flew by, cut to Zeke's private room in the Platinum Tower. After carefully stashing a few precious pieces of jewelry in his personal locker, Zeke finally had a free moment to check his own status. Looks like the cleanup's almost done. Let's take a closer look, he said cheerfully, and quickly reopened his status window. Then he noticed some changes in his info. Under titles appeared a new line, Heir of Tarek and Draker, Dominion over the Dragonkin, Physical Constitution, Celestial Core Body, Dragonborn Technique, Spirit Savvy Technique, Power Infusion into his words, Locked, unlocks when conditions are met. Looking at these status lines, Zeke nodded. There are quite a few extensions. Curious to see more, he started clicking each new description to inspect. The system also provided an explanation. Dominion over the Dragonkin allows summoning and commanding tamed Dragonkin. Celestial Core Body optimizes physical abilities, speeds up martial learning, and enhances ether conduction. Reading those descriptions, Zeke's eyes narrowed a bit. Just descriptions don't say much, and earlier he'd glimpsed not only Tarakin's second legacy, but a system window related to Tarakin himself. System, show me the notifications related to Tarakin, he said softly. In response, the system immediately returned a notice. To access Tarakin's secure archive, data synchronization is required. Please move to a synchronization location. Would you like the sync coordinates displayed on the minimap? Tarakin's secure archive. What's that? So I have to go to a designated place to access it. Show me the location, Zeke complained. Instantly, a minimap popped up before him, and the designated location made Zeke's jaw drop in surprise. This is Valhalla. Valhalla is the premier knight training academy. Only authorized personnel can get near it, let alone enter. Even I couldn't sneak into Valhalla. Going to Valhalla wasn't part of my plan, but if Tarakin's legacy is there, then it's worth changing my plans. Looks like I'll be stuck with this damn family a while longer. Thinking that, he clicked another description to check. This time it was about the Novice Questbook. Novice Questbook begins guidance for low-level administrators. After guidance tasks become available to support admin development, completing tasks grants rewards. After reading the system's explanation, even a brick could understand that, so I can accept quests and get rewards when I finish, similar to an adventurer's guild or mercenary contracts. But what does this guidance actually mean? He wondered inwardly, and as if answering Zeke, the system automatically activated the guidance, beginning instruction for low-level administrators. The notification had just appeared when the space around Zeke suddenly changed. It turned into a simulated arena like in games. The sudden scene made our hero curious as he looked around. What the where am I? Am I being teleported again like last time? No, this feels different. As if the whole space had changed, Zeke muttered nervously before fierce growls sounded from behind him. He turned at the sounds and saw a group of huge, ferocious orcs slowly materializing, spawned by the system. Alongside, a tutorial notice appeared. Tutorial: defeat monsters within the time limit using at least 2 skills. Reward: store access points. Time limit: 60 minutes. Seeing the notice, Zeke's mind immediately jumped to conclusions. Orcs appear out of nowhere, and a matching quest is set up with this tutorial. It's about creating situations where I can actively use the system. This should have been available earlier, he grumbled, and while he was still dazed in thought, the orcs had already surrounded. At the same time, they swung their massive spiked maces straight at him. The blow was so powerful the floor exploded, and dust flew everywhere. Luckily, even though his head was on the system quest, Zeke didn't drop his guard when he realized he was surrounded by monsters. So the moment they attacked, he activated a high-speed movement skill and a flurry of slashes to dodge and counter immediately. His sword was lightning fast. Before the orcs could react, their bodies were cleaved into countless pieces. That he could do this so easily was partly thanks to the celestial core body, which optimizes physical ability, speeds up martial learning, and boosts ether conduction. The sword in his hand felt as light as a feather, so that's the celestial core effect. At this level, I can easily take down commander-tier enemies, he thought to himself. After gutting the orcs, the system announced, tutorial quest complete, and the simulated space around him slowly dissolved as if it had never appeared. Oh, I'm back. So it was all an illusion. The realism was no joke. The protagonist nodded and stowed his sword in his store. Then the system granted rewards for completing the quest. Extra critical hit bonus added, extra time reward added, quest reward, 40 points, and the shop category unlocked. Back to Zeke, he excitedly checked his new function. Can I buy items through the system now? What is this? So convenient, Zeke thought as he opened the shop and saw useful items. Giant Hide for 10 points, a potion like Giant's Hide that temporarily boosts defense. Breath of the Fire Giant 20 points, a potion containing the fire Giant's breath that unleashes an inextinguishable flame. Low-grade ancient rune. Speed 7 points, a magic stone engraved with an ancient rune that slightly increases movement speed. Wings of the Sky 5 points, a potion from bird feathers that temporarily increases agility. Looking at these items, Zeke was stunned. Giant Hide, the fierce breath of the fire giant, all rare treasures worth hundreds of gold. Just reselling shop items could make him a fortune. The system reminded him, please place items to sell into the designated window. Items stored in your compartment can also be sold. Dual-wield training sword, this item cannot be sold. Elf dagger, do you want to sell this item? Sale price, 4 points. Facing Zeke, the meager price for the dagger halted his hand. Selling seems reserved for ancient treasures. 4 points for this dagger. I could get at least 100 gold if I auction it off, he thought. Selling items won't be useful unless I really need the points. Saying that, he swiped away the screen and stretched wearily. Phew, what a tiring day. Tonight I'll probably sleep like a log, the male lead sighed. Time flew to the next morning. Cut to the professor's research wing. Zeke brought the battery to Professor Fanon, and the young professor couldn't hide his amazement. You actually retrieved a high-compression spirit stone in 1 day. How did you manage that? Unable to tell him about the dungeon, Zeke dodged. It's complicated. So when will the device be fully operational? It's already complete, Fanon answered gently. Already complete? You're extraordinary, Zeke praised, while the professor praised him back. Bringing this here is even more extraordinary. Back in Zeke's POV, while sipping tea, he glanced at the professor and silently judged him, quite suspicious. Whenever a high-compression spirit stone is found, the major powers on the continent register its assorted ancient glyphs into a serial number and manage ownership of high-value spirit stone. So by checking the serial number, you can determine when it was unearthed, where, and who currently owns it. But what I brought in could never be listed in that book. It's an entirely new discovery of my own. Putting suspicion aside, he does have good appraisal skills and technique, after all. Speaking of Professor Fanon, after finishing a few final checks, he spoke up. I've verified the serial number. Can we start now? Next, the two of them headed to their buddy Galleon's forge to finish perfecting the furnace. And now that they had a power source, the furnace began to radiate an intense energy. Seeing his forge active, Galleon couldn't hide the grin plastered across his face. Behind him, Zeke and Fanon cheered for him like proud, slightly awkward parents. Then, seeing everything stable, Professor Fanon bade them goodbye to go teach. I've got to teach now. Thank you, Professor, Zeke hurriedly replied. As for Galleon, he'd been grinning ear to ear. I've never imagined I'd see a fully functioning magic furnace in my life. Thank you so much, he said happily. Hearing that, Zeke shook his head. A transaction's enough, no need for theatrics. Don't forget the conditions we agreed on, right? Of course, please state your request, Galleon hurried. Meanwhile, the protagonist pulled an item from his backpack and said, "Make me a sword with this." The item he produced was the hardest fang from the dread dragon Bahamut. With the eye of a veteran smith, Galleon immediately guessed the material. That's a dragon fang. Wow, at that size and condition, I've never seen anything like it. Where on earth did you get it? To Zeke, it was Terrakin Draker's second legacy. From the dragon's heart to this fang, he felt like a grave robber with a guilty grin. It's complicated to explain, Zeke said softly, before he realized the smith in front of him was trembling like he had a fever. You not only gave me a magic furnace to work with, you gave me the chance to forge a dragon fang. I will repay your trust. I, Galleon Halbert, will risk my life for your sword, he declared as a radiant aura burst from him, blinding Zeke. The words stirred a memory in Zeke. Galleon had said something similar in his past life. He's really resolute. Zeke thought to himself and decided to leave the job to Galleon. Fine, I trust you. Let's see what sword you make. I'm looking forward to it. Cut to Zeke's bedroom. He's still excited about the sword Galleon will forge. Making a sword is genuinely thrilling. Zeke was happily musing before remembering the note Uncle Duke gave him. It's been a week since I was told to return after the wager with the Duke ended. Right on cue, it's time for trouble, Zeke murmured to himself. And sure enough, at that moment, the Duke appeared outside the balcony, glaring at him with pure rage. Why didn't you come this time, brat? Answer me honestly. Looking at the red-haired Duke's face, Zeke began trembling uncontrollably. He looks like he wants to kill me. Thinking that, he tried to regain his composure and answered, well, you said to come back if I wanted a challenge. Naturally, I had no intention of going, so I didn't go. Up close, the Duke couldn't accept that answer. He lunged forward, grabbed his collar and demanded, I told you to be honest, didn't I? Then, without giving Zeke a chance to react, he hurled him straight out the window. The hero's face went a little blank as he dangled there. Too high, at this height, I'll die before I get a chance to heal. Thinking that, to save his own skin, he twisted in midair and reached out to grab the balcony railing. However, before his hand could catch the rail, the Duke's arm shot out, seized his throat, and said coldly, you better not challenge me again. I don't think you're stupid enough not to get my meaning. Whatever the case, it's the opposite. You didn't come after you lost, not even to the infirmary, as if you were purposely trying to provoke me. I'll give you 5 seconds, this time answer truthfully, his words dripping with intent to kill, making Zeke realize he'd taken the joke too far. What he knew and still let it go. With that thought, he looked at the man with a teasing glare. Ridiculous. He doesn't even reveal his true identity. Am I wrong, Gardner Dexter? Hearing that, the Duke suddenly broke into a smile and promptly tossed his body back inside like it was a chair, sending the room's furniture to smithereens. All right, you're right, kid. I was once a Black Knight of the Draker clan. My name is Duke Draker, he said as he reached toward Zeke. And when he introduced himself, Zeke placed a hand over his chest and bowed, honorable elder of the clan and former member of the Black Knights. I sincerely apologize for the discourtesy I showed as a knight, he said calmly. And Zeke's completely unsurprised expression made the Duke suspicious. This is an expression that already knew how it would go. What is that? Hearing this, Zeke hurriedly switched to a dumbfounded look. It's nothing, ah ha ha. He forced a laugh before curiously asking, but Duke, what do you mean you used to be a Black Knight? Responding, the Duke shrugged. Simple. Used to be black, now I'm scarlet. From behind, Zeke heard this and felt his head spin a bit. Can that even happen? A knight's rank can rise, but I've never heard of it falling back to the Duke. Like someone who doesn't want to dwell on it, he cut the topic off. Kid, don't talk about that anymore. As he said that, his hands trembled as if holding back something. Seeing that, Zeke quickly realized this might be the Duke's taboo, so he wasn't foolish enough to bring it up. All right, since you were honest with me, Duke, I'll be honest back. Then Zeke explained his reason for deliberately not showing up to meet, and after hearing it, the Duke's eyes grew even more interested. So from the start you guessed my identity and purposely provoked me to become my official disciple. You've got some nerve, I'll give you that. Very well, I will take you as my disciple, the Duke said, patting his dark thigh. Zeke's eyes widened. That's it. So before he changes his mind, I have to act. Thinking and doing. Zeke immediately dropped to one knee and launched into a rapid-fire speech. I, Zeke Draker, hereby offer my disciple's oath to you, the great Duke Draker, knight among knights. I vow to follow my master's teachings, diligently cultivate virtue, learn and strive to uphold and elevate my master's honor. He rattled it off like a machine, making the Duke wince at the sudden flip. You even know the disciple's oath. That's hardly used these days, the Duke said in surprise. Zeke calmly replied, cultural knowledge is a knightly virtue, isn't it? You sly brat, I'll take that as a compliment. Zeke said smugly before remembering something and asking, but master, may I ask one question? Across from him, the Duke sighed, calling me master so fast, Fine, ask. Seizing the chance, Zeke quickly asked, "What did you see in me that made you decide to take me as a disciple?" Saying this, Zeke recalled memories about the Duke from his past life. Duke was famous for not taking disciples. Even the century prodigy Andre begged for years to become his sole pupil, so why was he accepting me so easily? I have a theory he must have seen potential in that wager, something beyond Andre's talent. The man certainly has sharp eyes, thinking that made Zeke. Meanwhile, the Duke didn't answer immediately, but tossed the question back at the protagonist. "What do you think? Guess, my disciple." Zeke bluntly said his thought, "Of course, because I'm the ultimate prodigy, right?" Hearing that, the Duke laughed so hard he shook. "Your confidence is something else." "Haha, if that were the reason I'd have taken Riene as my disciple. It's because you have determination. Not every so-called prodigy can reach the level of a Scarlet or Black Knight. Those who grow up without hardship will crumble at the smallest challenge." Zeke fully agreed with his master's words. He's right. Many hyped prodigies reach at least Scarlet, only to stall at Scarlet or Blue. Back to the Duke, after explaining this to his disciple, he was eager to start teaching. "Enough chatter like that. Follow me, the first lesson starts now." "Yes, master," Zeke replied excitedly, clearly looking forward to learning the Duke's secret techniques. They hurried to the training ground in the West Greenhouse. Seeing the spacious arena, Zeke was surprised. Who would have guessed there'd be a place like this under a greenhouse? "What's he going to make me do? He told me to run, so I ran." "But it's been 3 hours," Zeke frowned and guessed. At the same time, the Duke's face grew thoughtful, and he suddenly told him to stop. Hearing that, Zeke jogged in place and asked, "So I can stop running now?" "Yes, but I want to ask this." The Duke nodded. "Yes, master. What do you want to know?" Zeke continued, "It's nothing much," the Duke said as he suddenly materialized behind Zeke. Then he reached out and grabbed Zeke's hand. Instinctively, Zeke swung his arm hard, knocking the Duke's hand aside and stepping straight back to keep distance. Looking at his palm, now slightly pinkened, the Duke sighed. "Checking your energy isn't going to be easy, huh? All right, something's been off from the start, at the infirmary, during the test, even in the greenhouse during the wager. And now, after 500 laps around the training ground, I felt no radiant chi from you. When I tried to check your meridians, you avoided it." "Kid, don't tell me you can't use radiant chi," he guessed, a remark that made Zeke's heart skip a beat. Then before Zeke could react or explain, the Duke continued, "The bronze statue reacted, didn't it? That unprecedented golden light caused the commotion and led you here. So why did you stop me from checking your meridians?" he said, eyeing Zeke with keen interest. Zeke looked uneasy and avoided his gaze. After a few seconds, Zeke calmed slightly and glanced to gauge his master's expression. "It's curiosity, not suspicion. A Draker who can't use radiant chi is serious, but his curiosity seemed greater. Luckily, I'm dealing with the Duke. Once I have the Gram sword, I won't be suspected of lacking radiant chi anymore. Until then, I must be cautious. No need for a long lie like in my past life, when I was the clan's first failed awake." Thinking that, Zeke made up his mind and slowly took off his glove. At the same time, he activated his spirit reversal skill, red sparks flickering around them. This would mask his cover. An apt excuse for the situation, Zeke thought and began to explain. "As you said, master, I can even affect spirit chi, a milestone of true blood, but for some reason I can't use radiant. I'm sorry I was so terrified earlier. If it got out that a Draker couldn't use radiant chi, I'd be expelled," he said, tears welling up. His pitiful expression would fool anyone into thinking he was an act. But of course the Duke wouldn't trust that so easily. He pushed his radiant chi into Zeke's body to test him, and withdrew only when he found nothing. Seeing that, Zeke asked, "So what do you think, master?" Without answering, the Duke's brows knitted tightly. "Huh, a kid with that kind of resolve at such an age. Yet why can't I sense any radiant chi, even after his awakening?" The Duke stroked his chin in thought, while Zeke anxiously held his breath inside. Even checking his meridians wouldn't guarantee certainty. Blessing rites are crucial to the Draker clan. Even if he truly can't awaken radiant chi, he'd likely find some reason to rationalize the truth himself. Zeke guessed silently, and sure enough, as he'd expected, the Duke concluded that he was an abnormality. Hearing that, Zeke wasn't too surprised. An abnormality, huh? Of course, that fits the narrative. If he doesn't get vocation concepts, that conclusion makes sense. To play his part, Zeke asked, "Master, what is an abnormality?" In response, the Duke began to enlighten him. An abnormality refers to those with unusual abilities. For example, someone who uses both radiant chi and spirit chi, or someone who can see the future, things that defy the norm. Because of that, abnormalities are often treated badly, so don't go blabbing that you might be one. "So why do you think I'm an abnormality, master?" Zeke asked. The Duke explained it was due to his unusual stamina and recovery. Internal injuries normally need time to heal. But he healed instantly. The Duke figured a huge amount of energy must have been consumed and asked Zeke what he thought that energy was. "Radiant chi," Zeke probed. And the Duke nodded in agreement. Yes, my hypothesis is that any radiant chi you form is immediately consumed by your physique and regeneration, leaving no trace for sensing. If Zeke hadn't known a bit about his own fate, he'd have believed it too. Oh, hearing him say it does sound convincing. Thinking that, he spoke up again. So does that mean I'll never be able to use Radiant Chi, Master? Ahead, Uncle Duke laughed out loud, haha, no need to worry. The whirlwind technique doesn't need Radiant Chi. It's a specialty skill. Specialty skills are unique techniques developed by high-level knights. Usually they involve applying or enhancing those dragon-slaying skills that require Radiant Chi, but my whirlwind technique relies entirely on physical training. I'll demonstrate once, so watch closely. As he spoke, he tapped the tip of his foot on the floor. Then suddenly a deafening snort rang out, and Duke's figure vanished from Zeke's sight. What followed were a barrage of sounds, and the protagonist couldn't even catch where he was at any moment. After a few seconds, the uncle returned to his original spot and asked, "Did you see that?" Replying, Zeke asked back, "I just need to follow your footsteps, right?" "Well, if that's all you think it is, then I don't need to explain further. You've seen enough." Zeke nodded with extreme confidence, making Duke look forward to his performance. "Your confidence rivals a Black Knight's. All right, show me what you can do." Back to Zeke, he crouched slightly and got into a ready stance. Then he pushed into the balls of his feet and began to copy Duke's earlier moves by stepping into the footprints left on the tiles. By tracing those steps, previously unseen patterns emerged. Each step had intent: attack, dodge, close distance, or create space. No step was wasted, Zeke thought to himself. Meanwhile, Duke beside him had to rub his eyes to make sure he wasn't seeing things. Unbelievable. It's only been a week and he has that talent, but this level of skill. What on earth happened in a week? This is a prodigy, perfect, Duke thought as a bead of sweat formed on his face. Seeing Duke's expression, Zeke grinned smugly. "I match the confidence of a Black Knight now, don't I?" He also mentally thanked his innate talent body, which had boosted his martial learning to a new level. That's why Duke was so astonished. As for Uncle Duke, looking at that smug face, veins stood out on his own, and he muttered inwardly that if the kid would just drop that annoying attitude, it'd be perfect. Thinking that, he lunged forward to clamp his disciple by the neck. "That kid was crying a minute ago, and now he's showing off. You're not planning to brag about me, are you?" Zeke said anxiously. "That depends on your attitude, you audacious disciple," Duke replied, giving Zeke a headache. "Former Black Knight, how are you so loud?" he complained. Time flew, scene shifts to the Academy's great dining hall. While gobbling food, he thought over the recent time. It's been a month under Duke's instruction, and his rations kept increasing. Thinking that before he finished eating, the voice of his fellow instructor Andre suddenly rang out. "Can you spare a moment, Zeke Draker?" Hearing this, although the protagonist was curious why the genius would seek him out, he shrugged and said, "Here is fine because I'm busy." Hearing that, Andre nodded and got straight to the point. "All right then, how did you convince Dexter?" "Straight to the point, huh?" It seemed he was shocked that I'd become a disciple even though I technically hadn't yet. Zeke thought and turned to say, "No convincing was necessary. Dexter chose me himself." His answer made Andre's eyes flash with anger as he sneered. In the opposite seat, the protagonist froze mid-gesture and glared at the Rose Knight in front of him. "What, you feeling that confident, are you? Is that all you've got to say?" Andre snapped, his hands trembling with fury. Ignoring him, Zeke continued, "No, that's only half the story. Even if he was initially drawn to lineage, do you really think someone like Dexter would take a disciple for such a simple reason? The reason I became his disciple, setting aside that curiosity, is because of my talent. So instead of wasting time throwing petty jealous fits to boost your ego, why don't you work to become someone worthy of being chosen?" Zeke lectured, leaving Andre's face twisted with nothing to retort. Scene shifts to the training yard in the greenhouse. Watching the knight sprinting like mad before him, Zeke turned to the red-haired uncle and asked, "What's going on, master?" Hearing the question, even Duke looked puzzled. "Why, I'm wondering the same. What's wrong with that brat?" He begged to stay nearby and even offered to do logistics if needed. "I told him to run 300 laps without using Radiant Chi if he wanted to stay, and now he's doing it." "Sigh, that one's a certified lunatic," Duke sighed, while Zeke also regarded Andre differently. 300 laps without using Radiant Chi. "I thought he was arrogant, but it seems he has that kind of determination after all." Scene shifts to outside the academy gates. Countless people stood solemnly while whispers rippled around. "What's going on? Why call all students outside like this?" In reply, someone scoffed, "Idiot, did you forget what day it is? The patriarch is visiting today." As everyone awaited, a carriage bearing the Draker family crest soon arrived. At the sight, a young knight called out loudly, "The patriarch of the family is arriving." Hearing this, the fat man Howard stroked his beard and said, "Prepare yourselves." "Yes, sir, headmaster," the group replied in unison. Then a silver-haired man descended from the carriage and nodded in greeting. With the old man, "Long time no see, Howard." Hearing that, the portly elder hurriedly bowed. I salute the head of the Draker family." At his words, everyone around shouted in unison, "We salute the head of the Draker family." Ahead, Patriarch Arthur patted Howard's shoulder and said, "You've been through a lot, I can imagine." Howard shook his head in reply, "My efforts are nothing compared to yours, sir." "Then I'll continue to rely on you." Turning to Howard after greetings, he suggested Arthur go inside since it was very sunny. However, before he finished, Leon raised a hand to stop. Then he stepped up onto a raised platform where all the students could see him and spread his arms wide, declaring, "Young dragon slayers, you are the future and hope of the Draker family. Train with focus. The progress you make is the progress of Draker." Hearing the patriarch's admonition, the students surged with spirit and shouted back, "We will remember these words, sir." Satisfied, Arthur turned and left. "All right, let's go." "Yes, sir," Howard replied. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Arthur's private chamber. For some reason, Zeke had been summoned to meet him. Upon entering, Zeke hurriedly bowed and said, "My lord of all knights and honorary protector of the dragon slayers, Arthur Draker, I, Zeke Draker, a member of this family, respectfully offer my salutation." Ahead, Uncle Leon chuckled at his son's formality. "Haha, even the people at the Four Seasons Fortress don't greet like that anymore. Drop the ceremony and sit down. I heard you like tea. I brought something exquisite. Hope it suits your taste." Saying that, he handed the protagonist the cup he had just poured. Being summoned like this by the patriarch placed an invisible weight on Zeke's mind. "As I thought, even my tea preferences are reported to the family. There's a saying, the emperor may not know everything, but the Drakers know everything. Now I can feel it." Thinking that, he prepared to sip the tea to ease the pressure. However, the patriarch's next words wiped the mood clean. "The reason I summoned you is because I heard an unexpected rumor that Duke has taken a disciple." Hearing this, Zeke could only force out a strained laugh. "Haha, straight to the point with no beating around the bush." Then Zeke calmly said, "It's just that Duke was being generous toward me, sir." Arthur, hearing this, knew the matter wouldn't be that simple, but he didn't pry further. "Is that so? If you say so, then so it shall be. I don't know your goals, but so long as you follow Duke's teachings." Before he finished, Zeke cut him off and declared, "I will become the strongest on the continent." Hearing this, the patriarch's gaze shifted slightly. Unfazed by that look, the protagonist continued to share his dream. "So I can live freer than anyone else. That is my goal." Words finished, Patriarch Leon set his teacup on the table and said coldly, "So that includes surpassing me, does it?" At that sentence, a tremendous pressure poured from him, setting off Zeke's biological alarm nonstop. He was drenched in sweat. A feeling like his life could be ended at any moment engulfed his mind. Could this be? Within this domain, the life and death authority over all existence is control. The celestial sword, the pinnacle of manipulating radiant chi, attainable only by black knights. Despite being scared senseless, Zeke gritted his teeth and said, "Of course." Looking at his stubborn expression, for some reason Patriarch Arthur broke into a faint smile and slowly released his pressure. Then he spoke. "Of all the things I've heard lately, that's the most interesting. I came to the academy to encourage you, but seeing you now, mere encouragement won't do." Saying that, he reached into his coat pocket as if to pull something out. Turning back to the protagonist, he assessed this unfamiliar father. "This is the current head of the Draker family, a true Black Knight. I thought Duke's level was absurd, but this is on another level entirely." Before Zeke's thoughts finished, Arthur produced a black card and placed it on the table. It was a gift for becoming Duke's disciple. "This is a black card." With knowledge from a previous life, Zeke instantly recognized it, which is why he broke into a sweat in astonishment. "You're giving me this, sir." Seeing his shock, Arthur spared the explanation. "From your reaction, it seems you already know what it is." Zeke picked up the card, still unable to believe his eyes. "This is a black card issued to very few VVIPs. It's said to grant tremendous privileges and unlimited spending. Who knew I'd get to see the legendary card in person?" Beside him, Uncle Arthur chuckled. "I'll add you as a co-user. Use it freely." Hearing that, Zeke wasn't foolish enough to refuse. "Thank you, Father. I'll use it wisely." That said, Zeke still felt a bit wary of this kindness. The words were warm, but the intent obvious. This card stores data, meaning his actions could be tracked more easily. Even so, since he used a casual method instead of brute coercion, it meant Arthur didn't care that much, Zeke thought. Meanwhile, Arthur's tone shifted. "All right, off you go. I can't waste any more of your precious time. Zeke, future strongest man. You may leave now." "Understood, my lord." Zeke bowed and quickly exited the room. No sooner had he gone than his master, Duke, appeared in the room complaining. "What an annoying brat." Hearing the familiar voice, Arthur replied calmly, "Why are you so worked up, Duke?" "Do I even need to ask? The kid was abandoned in a cradle, and now you come playing the doting father." His tone dripping with sarcasm, yet used to his friend's personality, Arthur wasn't angry. "As family head, I have no choice, you know that, and what you just said slanders the head of the family." Hearing that, Duke sank into a chair. waved his hand and sighed, "Ha, fine, drag me along then." Turning to Arthur, Duke's loose attitude made him chuckle, "Haha, that's why only you are someone I can relax and talk. So let's drink and talk, shall we?" Saying that, Arthur produced a fine bottle, and at the label Duke's eyes lit up like car headlights. "It's dragon's breath and red to boot. See, you do have taste after all." Then as they sipped, Arthur's voice turned serious. "You've heard about the continent's strange condition, right?" "I'm holed up in the academy, how would I know?" Duke scoffed, but Arthur didn't buy it. "Your eyes and ears span the whole continent, don't they?" Hearing that, Duke grumbled. "If you already know, why ask then, you old fox?" "The emperor, obsessed with immortality, is searching the continent like a madman." "That's right, do you think it's possible?" Arthur asked, and Duke answered with absolute certainty. "Of course not. Eternal youth can be achieved by magic, but true immortality is impossible." Across from him, Arthur agreed, though his tone faltered slightly. "I agree. But what if it's tied to an ancient dragon relic?" At that, Duke sobered up as if shot and yelled, "What?" At the same time, while the two of them were having a serious conversation, they had no idea that all their words were being eavesdropped on by Zeke in a room not far away, using an artifact called the Listening, and just like that, their voices began to seep into Zeke's mind. "If it truly is an artifact connected to the ancient dragon, then it could be that," Duke said hesitantly. "Don't tell me you've already pinpointed its location," the uncle probed, and the householder Arthur nodded slightly in confirmation. Exactly according to reports from Blackmane, it's most likely located on the northern continent." Hearing this, Duke's expression grew thoughtful, and he asked on, "This is information the Empire hasn't acquired yet, right?" "Yes, that's right. But it's only a matter of time before they learn it. It reminds me of the old days, that mad emperor who started a war right after ascending the throne, hopping to unite the continent. I thought he'd given up that ridiculous dream as he grew old, but apparently not, if that artifact really can grant immortality." Before Duke could finish, Uncle Arthur cut in, "Well then the continent will be drowned in a sea of fire once more. Since this is a serious matter, I decided I'll go north myself." Hearing this, Duke panicked and hurriedly warned, "What? If you abandon your post, that emperor will have even more free reign." In response, Arthur looked at Duke with expectant eyes. "That's why I'm coming to see you." "You're such a bastard," Duke sighed, as he had already guessed his friend's intention. Then the two raised their glasses together. "As expected, I can't think of anyone but you," Arthur smiled, while Duke felt annoyance creeping toward him. "You always pick the hardest jobs for me." Back in Zeke's room, hearing their conversation up to this point, his head hurt as if it would split. Out of options, he had to temporarily deactivate the listener artifact. "I've used this item too long. Even after absorbing Bahamut's heart, I still can't avoid its side effects. Ancient dragon, the voice I heard in my head before dying, and the system message I saw right after reincarnating. Now it all makes sense. I stole the artifact the Emperor craved. He even sent hounds to hunt me. At the time, I didn't even care what it was. However, I still found a clue. The admin system's ability to rewind time is a function of the ancient dragon's artifact, but who created it and why? In the end, I just gained more questions." Thinking this, Zeke leaned back against the wall and exhaled heavily. Meanwhile, Duke and Arthur's conversation had ended. "I'll act immediately." Arthur waved and quickly left. "Yes, I'm counting on you," Arthur replied. Then, as they passed through a doorway, for some reason the host Draker suddenly stopped and stared at it with a suspicious look. Inside the room, unaware that his father was standing just outside the door, Zeke was still thinking about that artifact. If it's indeed what the Emperor seeks, does rebirth have anything to do with eternal life? He wondered this before hearing footsteps outside. Then the uncle opened the door and walked in abruptly. However, the room was empty at that moment. There was no one inside. This made Arthur curious. "Was I mistaken?" he whispered, not knowing his son had just climbed out the window to escape. Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to Zeke's private training room. While he was training, Dexter's knock sounded suddenly, forcing him to stop and complain. "Didn't I tell you not to disturb me while I'm training, Dexter?" In response, old Dexter awkwardly explained, "Sorry, young master, but a classmate came looking for you. Shall I send them away?" Hearing this, curiosity showed on Zeke's face. "A classmate? I don't have any friends at the academy. Could it be Rene?" Thinking this and curious about the visitor, Zeke agreed, "Fine, send them in." Very quickly, Zeke learned who had come. It was the burly Liam, of all people, Liam Stone. "Why am I your friend?" Zeke wondered silently, while Liam knelt before him and bowed his head. "Please accept me." Seeing him like that, Zeke silently blamed himself. He should have walked away earlier. "All right," he sighed and asked again, "Accept you as what?" "Like a subordinate." "Yes, young master, I swear my loyalty to you," Liam hurriedly said. "What about Jakin?" Zeke asked, Thinking of what that guy did to him, Liam clenched his hands in anger. I've given up on him. I need to get into Valhalla, he said with a pale face, as if Zeke were his last hope. This made Zeke even more puzzled, same as in his previous life. Why is he so obsessed with Valhalla? Please accept me, Liam begged again. In reply, Zeke waved his hand. Are you stupid? You should have chosen Zimin or Turan instead. I have no family backing, which means I'm useless for getting you into Valhalla. And why should I trust you, to be frank? You could be a spy sent by Jakin. Zeke's words drained the color from Liam's face. Then suddenly, he drew the dagger at his hip and lifted it up, cutting off one of his own ears. Of course you doubt me. I'll prove it by any means. If you ask me to be silent, I'll cut out my tongue. If you ask me to maim myself, I'll cut my heel. I will give you my life, young master. Please accept me, Liam said with a voice full of resolve. These words made the protagonist recall his previous life, when he had said similar things to his master. I want to become stronger than anyone. Please teach me, master. Thinking of this, Zeke decided to give the burly young man a chance. He threw the sword in his hand forward and raised one finger. One strike. If you can endure one blow from me, then I'll accept you. Next, Zeke let Liam go treat his wound before starting the test. But when facing Zeke directly, Liam discovered that enduring one strike was not as easy as he thought. I really thought taking one hit wouldn't be too hard. After all, I'm a light energy user of the Draker clan. But is this really someone my age? Even breathing felt difficult. Liam trembled all over with fear. Not giving him time to think more, Zeke clenched his sword and charged forward. Seeing this, the burly friend had no choice but to shout and swing his sword to block. The clash of their blades was so powerful, it made the air explode with a deafening boom, blowing the dust across the training ground away. Then Liam's sword was knocked out of his hand by Zeke and sent flying outside. Seeing Liam struggling, the protagonist said disappointedly, "So that's all you've got." Pathetic. Looking at Liam still dazed on the ground, Zeke wearily waved and warned the young man, "You may have determination, but if it's Valhalla you want, you'd better give it up." With that warning, Zeke turned and left the training ground, even as Liam behind him tried to cling on. As he walked, the protagonist confirmed a thought. It seemed likely Jakin had indeed abandoned Liam. If he weren't Jakin's subordinate, he couldn't have entered that cradle. He's just of low-born lineage. It's the academy that even someone of legitimate birth like me was once expelled from. If Liam gets expelled now, it wouldn't be surprising. It's understandable he's so worried. Thinking this, Zeke's steps suddenly stopped. Rather, it was because the burly Liam had knelt down and grabbed Zeke's right leg, begging. This made the protagonist turn and reconsider everything. Was it worth clinging on like this? In his previous life, Liam had been expelled from the academy and his mercenary legion collapsed. Yet he still reached the rank of Crimson Knight and was known as the King of Mercenaries. Below, Liam couldn't hold back his tears, sobbing and begging miserably. "Please give me one more chance, Lord Zeke." Seeing his current state, Zeke guessed the young man clearly had no intention of giving up. Then, perhaps moved by pity, Zeke decided to give him another chance. "All right, I'll give you one more chance. But on one condition. If I want you mute, you'll cut out your tongue. If I want you crippled, you'll have your leg chopped off. Understand? If that's the case, then cut off your right arm," Zeke said as he coldly patted the burly youth's shoulder. Zeke's command left Liam stunned. "What, regret that?" Zeke's voice was full of sarcasm, while Liam's eyes filled with blood, his lips biting down as if struggling fiercely within. This didn't surprise Zeke too much. It was a demand that required him to abandon the life of a swordsman. A normal person surely couldn't accept that. Sensing Liam was about to let go of his grasp, Zeke stood and said, "I have countless training sessions to run. If you can't do it, then scram." Saying that, he bent slightly, slowly bringing his sword back as if preparing to train. At the same time, Liam behind him, having made his decision, began to step forward. Seeing that, the protagonist glanced at him and thought, "Even if I don't know why he's so desperate, don't give up, Liam. Even if you don't get into Valhalla, you can still reach excellence." That was what Zeke thought inwardly. However, Liam's next action made him hide his surprise. At that moment, in Zeke's view, Liam began to pick up his sword that had been knocked away, slowly raising it high while extending his right hand. His teeth clenched as if he intended to sever his own right arm. Reading the expression on the burly man's face, the protagonist immediately realized Liam wasn't joking. "This madman," he shouted inwardly and rushed to stop. At the same time, Liam's sword swung forcefully downward. Fortunately for him, at the most dangerous moment, Zeke had clenched his sword and thrust it forward at wind-tearing speed. With a single clash, Liam's sword snapped in two. The tip of his blade flew out beyond the training ground. Looking at his intact right arm, Liam panted like an ox from the tension. But before he could recover, Zeke lunged forward, grabbed his collar and demanded, "Hey, you madman, What if I change my mind, already swinging your sword? In response to Zeke's words was Liam's face, full of emotion. That, because there's something more precious than this arm that I cannot lose. Upon hearing this, Zeke looked at Liam as if he were looking at a fool. Then he shrugged, punched Liam in the side, and warned, if you pull any more stupid stunts like that, no matter how loyal you are, I'll still kick you out. Remember that. From Liam's perspective, after hearing that, his eyes lit up with joy and he asked, Lord Zeke, so that means. Without answering, the protagonist only reminded him, hurry up, Liam. If my subordinate only has one ear left, what will others think of me? Yes, I understand, Lord Zeke, Liam replied eagerly. Time quickly passed. The scene shifted to the protagonist's private chamber. He was now sitting and drinking tea with Liam. Currently, the ear Liam had lost had been reattached by the medics. The only visible sign was a faint scar at the severed spot. On his side, Liam lightly raised a hand, feeling his restored ear, and asked, can I really use such good medicine? In response, Zeke said it was an investment in his value, so he shouldn't worry. Then Zeke calmly set his teacup down and asked sternly, so what exactly is it? The thing more important than your right arm, no, more important than your life itself. Across from him, Liam looked downward after hearing this. After a few seconds, the young man began to share his story. It's about my mother. A few days after Jakin abandoned us, I received news she collapsed with a high fever. Fortunately, the fever quickly subsided, but her body became covered with red spots like roses, and her health continued to decline. The village healers didn't even know the name of the disease. As he spoke, his body trembled with agitation, while Zeke asked, so that's why you want to go to Valhalla? Yes, exactly, because the medical benefits for students and families at Valhalla are the best on the continent, Liam exclaimed. Across from him, Zeke sighed. Next, the protagonist called for a servant to bring paper and pen, then slowly wrote something on the sheet. Red spots like roses, periodic high fevers. These are the symptoms of a disease that will sweep Middle-earth in 5 years. It's also called the rose sickness, a disease with high contagion and an extremely high mortality rate, which has claimed many lives, but a timely cure was developed and helped contain it. Thinking this, Zeke handed the paper he'd just written to Liam and explained, this is the recipe for the medicine that treats your mother's illness. It's not too difficult, so the village healers can make it easily. In response, Liam hurriedly took the paper, choking, and asked, thank you, sir. But how did you know the cure for a disease even the healers don't know the name of? Hearing the question, two familiar figures flashed into Zeke's mind, the genius alchemist brothers, Al and Jeff. They had invented the cure to save the decaying Middle-earth. However, the greedy alchemy guild exploited the desperate to profit from their lives. When the brothers learned the truth, they published the recipe to the world, so even mercenaries like me knew of it, and it spread across the continent. Thinking that, Zeke gave a slight smile and said calmly, just say you know an alchemy. So now you have your medicine, you don't need to go to Valhalla or serve under me anymore, Zeke said, gently sipping his tea. Meanwhile, Liam was not the sort to forget a kindness. At that moment, he suddenly rose from his seat, knelt on one knee before Zeke, and vowed, I swear to dedicate my life to you, Lord Zeke. I swear to be loyal to my master for life. Those words pleased Zeke a little. He realized he hadn't helped the wrong person. A vow of loyalty, that the king of mercenaries from his past life would become my subordinate really puts me at ease. Thinking that, Zeke quickly hid his pleasure and said sternly, if you fall behind, I'll abandon you, so follow me properly. Yes, I understand, master, Liam shouted. Time quickly passed to late afternoon. The scene shifted to the headmaster's office. He was receiving a visitor. What is it, student Owen? Before him was Owen, a crafty fellow whose motives were unclear. Hearing the headmaster, he bowed and stated his purpose. Yes, headmaster. I've come with a proposal. Could this year's final exam be made more difficult? Across from him, the portly headmaster Herod stroked his mustache and asked why Owen suggested this. Owen confidently explained, you may think I'm crazy, but this year's first-class students are very capable. The descendants of noble families are all present, and there are even 2 pure-blood awakeners. If the exam is run at last year's difficulty, it certainly won't distinguish true ability. From Howard's perspective, after hearing this, he pondered briefly, then nodded. Makes sense, they are indeed descendants of the Zimmons. I'll consider it positively. Yes, thank you, headmaster. I'll take my leave. With that, the schemer quickly departed. If the other students learned, he had deliberately asked the vice headmaster to raise the exam difficulty. They'd tear him apart. Howard watched Owen leave, spun his chair to the window, and fell silent in thought. Ha, bloodlines are unmistakable. I didn't expect to think like him. Considering future consequences, it's best to cut dangerous sprouts early. Time passed quickly. Today was the Dungeon Exploration Final Exam. To explain, this is Draker Academy's semester test. Teams of 2 must cooperate to escape a dungeon within a set time. Each dungeon's difficulty is randomly assigned to each team, and every dungeon varies in challenge. Among the group, Zeke turned to Liam and asked, "Are you scared, Liam?" Liam couldn't hide his worry and nodded, admitting, "Yes, I'm a bit nervous." Hearing this, Zeke chuckled and said, "That's natural. Too much stress causes mistakes, too little breeds complacency, but the right amount prevents both. So tension is necessary." Elsewhere, the swordswoman Rene was trying to steady her breathing to remain calm, while the other students chatted and laughed without a hint of worry. Then quickly someone shouted, "Next, Zeke Draker, Liam Stone." Upon hearing their names, Zeke and Liam hurried toward a dungeon gate entrance. But before they could enter, a proctor stepped forward to block them and pointed them to another side. "Wait a moment, you go over there." Returning to the protagonist's viewpoint, he saw someone suddenly blocking him. He stared at the man, sensing some conspiracy unfolding. However, the proctor seemed not to notice Zeke's glare. He coldly said, "Hurry up and go in. What are you standing there for?" Hearing that, Zeke quickly withdrew his icy stare. He shrugged and replied, "Yes, yes, we'll follow orders." And so the two of them hurried into the dungeon prepared for them. Inside the dungeon was a staircase that descended very deep. As they walked, Zeke reviewed the test. Though dungeon difficulties vary, this was a trial dungeon controlled by the Draker family, so there were no significant hazards. The objective was to escape within the allotted time. Each team was given a countdown clock that started when they entered. Everyone had 96 hours. Since basic combat ability was also part of the evaluation, bringing back materials from defeated monsters would earn bonus points. But the most important thing remained escaping the dungeon. Failure to exit within the time limit meant you officially failed the test. Time passed swiftly. Zeke and Liam set up camp to rest. After eating, Zeke turned to his burly friend and said, "Rest a bit after you eat, Liam." Liam quickly waved him off. "You did everything, set up camp and prepared the meal, so you should rest first." Zeke explained he could stay awake for about 4 days, so Liam should rest assured. Hearing that, our bulky friend finally agreed. "Then I'll go rest first." "Yes, you rest. If anything happens, I'll wake you," Zeke nodded. Then, while keeping watch, Zeke took out his pocket watch, checked the remaining time, and thought, "It's been 16 hours since we entered the dungeon. Because I trained nonstop for 3 days before the exam, I've been awake nearly 90 hours. Infinite stamina only restores physical fatigue, not mental exhaustion. Inside a dungeon where anything can happen, it's best to minimize risks as much as possible. When I wake, I'll switch shifts with him," he thought. At that, Zeke's face looked a bit blank. His eyes showed visible tiredness. Then, without knowing when, the protagonist slipped into a drowsy state. Images of a battlefield under a snowy sky began to appear in his mind. There, a beautiful girl with blonde hair, dressed like a noble lady, lay in a pool of blood. At the same time, a strange bell rang suddenly, snapping Zeke out of his reverie. Realizing he had dozed off while on watch, Zeke rubbed his face and scolded himself. "Damn it, that dream again." But then his eyes suddenly went cold. He noticed something and told himself, "Wait, that sound just now was definitely a bell." Thinking that, as if realizing something, Zeke hurriedly grabbed the water flask beside him and dumped all the water onto the fire in front to extinguish it. At the same time, Zeke warned Liam, "Wake up, Liam, enemies are coming. I'll observe first, so don't light the lamp." Inside the tent, the burly friend quickly woke and replied, "Yes, master." Returning to Zeke, he quietly approached the tent entrance where he'd strung cords with bells above. If monsters entered, the bells would ring to warn him. He also had no intention of using his dragon sight immediately. Using it during a 4-day test was a huge risk. It's better to get used to the dark, he reminded himself. Then a strange scent wafted into his nose. The moment he smelled it, Zeke froze. It's the smell of sulfur. No way. A creature that smells of sulfur and hunts in packs. A dangerous level 3 monster, Hellhound. Although Rene hunted an orc in the previous life's test, I didn't expect a Hellhound to be here. Thinking that the dungeon's difficulty being unusually high meant he was targeted, Zeke ground his teeth and tightened his grip on his sword to prepare for the danger ahead. Very quickly, countless heavy footsteps began echoing toward Zeke's position. But this made Zeke somewhat puzzled. Wait, something's wrong. Even a Hellhound leader would only weigh a few hundred kilograms at most. With sounds that loud, it must weigh tens of tons. Could it be a mutation? Thinking that, Zeke slightly extended his sword and used the reflection on the blade to observe. Then, seeing something, he couldn't help but curse. God damn it. No sooner had he thought that than a large explosion occurred at the entrance, dust and debris flying everywhere, and Zeke was thrown back. Yet our protagonist landed calmly, drove his sword into the ground to stop his fall. Seeing that, Liam hurried over and asked, "Master, are you all right?" Not answering, Zeke frowned, stared ahead, and silently cursed the 18 generations of the Zimmons in his mind. What the hell are those Zimmons plotting this time? They're definitely trying to eliminate me. At that moment, through both their gazes, a giant troll strode in from the entrance, holding the head of a hellhound in its hand. Upon spotting Zeke and Liam, it tossed the head aside and let out a thundering roar forward. The reverberation was enough to make ordinary people dizzy and ears ring. Trolls are dangerous level 1 monsters that can easily kill hellhounds or even orcs. Their blood is a primary ingredient for recovery potions, and they possess astonishing regenerative abilities. Just facing a giant as tall as a building with such healing power is enough to drive anyone to despair. Yet Liam showed no worry at all. He stepped forward and told Zeke, "I'll be the bait. While I'm doing that, you make your escape." From behind, Zeke heard this and smiled in satisfaction. He stepped up, tapped his bulky friend's shoulder, and shook his head. "What are you talking about? How could I ever abandon my subordinate? Trust in your effort, not me, Liam. You are not weak. I'll support you. Do whatever you need to do." Hearing Zeke's words, though Liam was a bit anxious, he forced himself to reply, "Yes, master." Then the two of them tightened their grips on their weapons and charged to attack the giant troll. With blinding speed, they rained countless slashes across its massive body while the troll couldn't even react. But as Zeke had noted before, with such a huge body, the wounds Zeke and Liam inflicted were little more than surface scratch, and with its regenerative ability, all the wounds healed within seconds. Still, the protagonist couldn't help but silently praise Liam. Not bad, wounding the troll's thick hide was commendable, and targeting the joints was even more impressive. Could he have studied monsters in his spare time? Immediately after, the troll's massive body sagged slightly. At the same moment, it swung its giant spiked club straight at Liam, catching him off guard. But at that instant, Zeke lunged forward toward him, and from above used his sword to knock the club aside. Seeing that, Liam apologetically said, "Sorry, master." Zeke replied reassuringly, "It's fine. For your first real fight, that wasn't bad at all. Targeting weaker joints is a good choice, but you underestimated the troll's regeneration. Remember this, small wounds on a troll heal instantly. With normal attacks, you won't be able to outpace its regeneration." Across from them, the troll looked at its weapon. Now only half of it remained, its eyes rolled white, and its face flushed like a furnace with rage. With no other option, it threw the remaining half of its weapon behind it, then used its massive hand to smash straight toward the two of them. At the same time, Zeke wanted to finish it off quickly. "You still seem to be having trouble." "Then let me end it," Zeke said, clutching his sword tightly. Time passed quickly. Now the troll's blood-stained skull hung to one side, with not a trace of life left. With its death, Zeke gained an additional 30 karma points. Reading the system notification, Zeke nodded and said to Liam, "This species should yield a good bonus. Pack it up, Liam." "Yes, master." The burly guy hurriedly responded and quickly grabbed his backpack to collect the corpse. Meanwhile, the system suddenly sent Zeke another notification. Most unexpected quest, twin shots, defeat 100 monsters of 10 different species in the dungeon. Time limit, 72 hours. Reward, +2 karma points upon completion and 2 random gift boxes. Current progress, 2 species/14 monsters. Only monsters capable of attacking are counted. Seeing this, Zeke was surprised, like a beggar finding a lucky lamp. What? 2 karma points. 79 hours remain until the test ends. The condition of 100 monsters is no problem, but reaching 10 distinct species is truly difficult. No matter how large the dungeon, a normal test would only have 3 to 4 species. But if this is a trap set by those damn Zims, then with careful searching there might indeed be 10 species. Have to finish the quest and escape the dungeon. It's going to be rushed, Zeke told himself. Not long after, burly Liam finished his task and reported back. "Everything's done, master." The huge bag on his back was the recovery sack issued with the countdown clock. Its capacity was far less than a space bag, but enough to carry the spoil. Seeing his subordinate complete the task, Zeke nodded. "Good, move out, Liam. No dawdling." With pressure both to finish the quest from the system and pass the family's test, Zeke couldn't leisurely stroll through the dungeon anymore. The two of them accelerated, putting all their effort into storming the dungeon. Time passed faster than a hunting dog across a field. At a brief rest, Zeke suddenly asked, "How's it going, Liam? You've hunted quite a few monsters. Are you getting used to real combat?" Up ahead, Liam tied off the bag and replied, "I'm still not sure." The protagonist responded with a faint smile. "That's natural, adaptation takes time." Saying that, his expression turned pensive as he studied the map before him. 50 minutes remained for the quest, and current progress was 9 species out of 99 monsters. The quest stalling just before completion made Zeke increasingly frustrated. "I've even caught the tiny leech the size of my finger, and it's still only 9 species. There's nowhere left to look. Honestly, those Zims are useless. Why not prepare one more species?" Thinking this, Zeke waved his hand in annoyance and shut off the minimap. Then, as if answering his prayer, the ground began to tremble uncontrollably. Next, the ground split cleanly in two, catching Zeke off guard. He almost lost his balance. He hurriedly turned and shouted to his subordinate, "Liam, Quick, throw that bag away. On the other side, the burly guy heard this but looked dazed, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, Zeke lunged forward, using his sword to slice the recovery bag in two. Simultaneously, from within the earth, a gigantic monster shot up, slid across their spot, and flung them to the side. Fortunately, Liam was unhurt. However, after regaining his senses, he noticed Zeke's left arm was smeared with blood. "Zeke, are you okay?" In response, Zeke waved his left arm and reassured him. "Don't worry, it's just monster blood. This time you just stay back and observe, Liam. I'm afraid I won't be able to watch out for you." At that moment, through both their eyes, the creature that had just attacked was revealed to be a giant worm with a mouth full of fangs. It began radiating a wildly furious and violent aura, forcing even Zeke to raise his alertness to the maximum. This is a dungeon worm, a high-tier dangerous monster. It would take dozens of veteran purple knights to take one down. Those damned Zims, they really prepared thoroughly. Zeke silently cursed them in his heart. The dungeon worm gave him no time to think. It lunged straight at the protagonist, seemingly confirming he was the greater threat, not Liam. Its massive body slid forward and charged at Zeke. Liam stood aside watching, filled with worry. A feeling of helplessness spread through him as he saw his master struggling while he couldn't help. Then, as if thinking of something, he frantically rummaged through his backpack to find a way to assist the protagonist. He moved to Zeke's position. Gritting his teeth, he used his sword to block the giant worm's razor teeth while his body was continually shoved backward by it. The constant being pushed back was dangerous, so Zeke gathered strength in both arms and swung his sword hard, knocking the dungeon worm's head aside. However, the worm seized the opportunity to burrow back into the ground, its movement causing the cavern to quake nonstop. Zeke didn't know how to attack it while it was underground. Even a seasoned purple knight would hesitate to face a dungeon worm in a place like this, because it moves by tunneling through the earth. If killing it takes too long, we'll be buried alive. At the same time, a cracking sound suddenly rang out behind Zeke. Seeing that, he quickly turned and immediately witnessed the giant mouth of the worm bursting out of the ground and lunging toward. Reacting with a phenomenal reflex, Zeke ducked and successfully avoided its deadly bite. Not giving the worm another chance to burrow down, Zeke dove in and plunged his sword deep into the dungeon worm's body. Then he gritted his teeth, gripped the weapon, and lunged forward, dragging his sword to leave a deep gash in the worm's body. "This time I'll split you in two," Zeke murmured. The giant worm screamed in pain from such a deep wound, its body convulsing and thrashing violently. Finally, it shot forward like a spring, and Zeke, still holding the sword, was pulled into the air with it. Seeing this, Zeke couldn't help but curse inwardly, "You damned worm." Before he could react, the giant worm coiled into a spiral and wrapped tightly around Zeke's body. A terrifying pressure began to press down on him from all sides, making Zeke's bones creak painfully. He even spat blood out. Entwined so tightly, even Zeke couldn't find a way to escape. Fortunately, he still had his subordinate Liam. Seeing his master in danger, Liam dashed forward and plunged his sword into the giant worm's body, making it scream in pain. Along with that, the pressure on Zeke seemed to lessen considerably. "The pressure's much lower now," Zeke said cheerfully. Seizing the moment while the giant worm writhed in agony, Zeke immediately broke free from its coils and jumped down. With his regenerative ability, the wounds the worm had inflicted healed at a staggering speed. Meanwhile, Liam hurriedly asked, "Are you okay, master?" In response, Zeke asked curiously, "What exactly did you do, Liam?" "I coated the blade with an anesthetic," Liam said, showing Zeke the vial of anesthetic in his palm. Hearing that, the protagonist understood why the worm had reacted so violently. "I see. The main component of the anesthetic is belladonna. It only causes mild paralysis in humans. But to worms, it acts like a lethal toxin." In the emergency, he remembered belladonna, which is naturally antagonistic to worms, and used it. The reaction was extraordinarily swift. His judgment and adaptability truly befit his title as the king of mercenaries, Liam. Recruiting him under his banner had truly been the right decision, Zeke thought, smiling as he instructed his burly friend. "Liam, when I signal you, plunge the sword into the worm again." Having said that, the protagonist pushed off with both feet and sprinted up along the worm's body. When he reached its head, he let out a loud shout as a signal. Below, Liam understood the cue, gritted his teeth, and drove his sword into the dungeon worm's body. It screamed as if the place were on fire, and a purple liquid resembling blood began spurting from its mouth. But suddenly the worm paused, sensing a danger greater than the pain it had just felt. In front of it, Zeke concentrated energy into his sword and activated the soul-body skill, slash, creating a colossal blade of energy that struck the dungeon worm head-on. The death blade cleaved its body in two in an instant. At the same time, to reward the protagonist's effort, the system announced, "Surprise quest completed. Karma points earned from the quest reward have been doubled. 2 random gift boxes have been awarded as quest rewards. Current karma points, 780. Time quickly passed as the scene shifted to the training grounds outside. Countless trainees returned after escaping their dungeons, and wooden tables had been set up to display and verify the monster kill evidence they brought back. Trainees who have emerged, come here to receive your scores. Those finished may leave, a teacher called out. At the same time, the swordswoman Riene brought her monster evidence forward for inspection. The teacher glanced at the items on the table and said, I'll begin grading now. Base completion score, 30 points. Goblin 20, Hobgoblin 2 Orc, 1 total score, 180. Hearing her score, the surrounding trainees broke into a sweat and whispered to each other. She's almost matched Sir Abel's record high of 200. Purebloods are different. Their level is on another plane. Not only the students, but even the teacher couldn't hide his delight and praised, as expected of Riene, you've exceeded the standard by 130 points. In response, Riene's group placed hands over their chests and replied, You flatter us, sir. Next up, the sly Owen brought his evidence forward for grading. All right, I'll begin scoring. Total score 120, exceeding the standard by 70 points. Excellent, the teacher nodded. Hearing this, a brown-haired teammate in Owen's party rejoiced as if he'd struck gold, while Owen alone felt irritated. The result left his face as dark as a pot spot. Because compared to Riene, he trailed by a full 60 points. That was almost half his total. He glanced at Riene with an icy expression. Riene to run. You can't keep acting so arrogant all the time. Never mind if anything happens. Just handle it the way Zeke did. Thinking this, he broke into a sinister smile. Perhaps by now Zeke was dead and chopped up somewhere inside that dangerous dungeon. It sounded like the weak could only think of dirty tricks to trip others up. However, one thing Owen never expected was Zeke's voice suddenly ringing behind him. Oh my, how long has it been since I've seen sunlight? Hearing the familiar voice, Owen's face instantly went pale with panic. He turned around and sure enough, his fears came true. Zeke and Liam had returned safely to the gathering area with not a scratch between them. In fact, burly Liam was even carrying the giant worm's head outside, since their recovery bag had been cut in two by Zeke early. Seeing the head Liam dragged, all the students gaped. Am I lagging or is that real? Hey, don't tell me that's a dungeon worm. Isn't Orc supposed to be the highest value monster? Why is that showing up? Did those two hunt a dungeon ruin? Doubting voices began to spread. Next, Liam hauled the worm's head to the teacher's inspection spot and dumped it heavily onto the ground. Meanwhile, Zeke turned to Owen and said with a tone full of mockery, You look pretty shocked, aren't you, Owen? Seeing me again like this, doesn't that make you happy? Where's that icy face you always wear? Well, this might even suit you better, Zeke said, enjoying Owen's expression. Owen was so furious his face had darkened, veins bulging, teeth clenched, hands balled in anger. But before Zeke could taunt further, Owen turned and walked away. Feeling a bit regretful, Zeke continued to jeer, Oh, leaving so early. In response, Owen silently cursed, Damn, you damned purebloods, you'll pay for looking down on me. On another side, Owen's hounds saw their master storm off in a rage and hurriedly followed. Watching their backs, Zeke shrugged contemptuously. Haha, so tense, huh? At the same time, the swordsman Andre in front of Zeke called out, verbal sparring over trainees. Hearing that, Zeke quickly turned forward and replied, Ah, yes, long time no see, Instructor Andre. Andre didn't want to waste time on greetings and went straight to work. I'll begin scoring right now. Nearby, Zeke looked at the giant worm's head and explained, Nothing else besides this. Do you need to score it separately, sir? In reply, Andre produced a pair of gloves and asserted, I'm the judge, so don't expect a sloppy check. His remark made Zeke curious. Didn't the recovery bag get swallowed by the worm? Yes, that's right, so I'll inspect it thoroughly, Andre nodded. Then he began using both hands to examine it extremely carefully. Drops of blood started spraying outward, causing the observing students around to recoil in disgust and flee. From Zeke's viewpoint, seeing Andre so meticulous in his work, he silently marveled at his luck. How fortunate. Because the damned dungeon worm attacked, all the heads I'd collected over the past 3 days were gone. I couldn't afford to fail, so I had to hastily substitute the worm's head. But aside from Instructor Andre, who else would be careful enough to inspect every scrap of flesh stuck between those teeth? Time passed quickly, and before long Andre finished his inspection. He tossed his gloves aside and announced the results. The monsters currently confirmed include Gremlin, Goblin, Hobgoblin, Hellhound, Orc, and finally, a troll. What, even a troll? The students murmured with ashen faces. The giant worm alone was terrifying, and now a troll as well. This made them panic about the dungeon Zeke had entered. Ignoring their reactions, the swordsman Andre wiped the blood from himself with a handkerchief and continued, Judging by the amount of blood, it seems like dozens. but counting them all wouldn't be fair to others, so I'll count each monster type as one specimen. Moreover, although trolls and dungeon worms aren't in the scoring categories, information indicates their strength equals that of a group of 3 orcs and a group of 6 orcs respectively. Therefore, I'll score them as 90 points and 180 points. Total score, 368. Congratulations, you passed. Elsewhere, the other 2 instructors were stunned by the result. Hey, how many points did we get when we were students? The one on the left asked. The instructor taking notes confirmed. In our day, we didn't even count hellhounds. On another side, students looked at Zeke as if he were a monster. 368 points. How is that possible? In a corner of the gathering ground, a foolish black-haired student couldn't accept the result and shouted, "Cheating. There's only the dungeon worm's corpse here." In response, another student looked at him like he was an idiot and explained, "Hey, the dungeon worm alone is worth 180 points. But what does that prove? Think about it. You people, whether it's the dungeon worm or the troll, who would survive facing them and come back alive? Is Zeke Draker really that strong now?" The group inwardly exclaimed. Meanwhile, Zeke glanced at the weak students around and smirked, thinking, "Noisy. This feels so different from the days when they mocked me. Not bad, actually, but I've just made another splash." In this test, the Zims clan had deliberately tweaked the trial dungeon to increase its difficulty to eliminate. But was this really Owen's unilateral doing? No. Even he wouldn't dare interfere with the Academy's exam. Perhaps the problem lies with Zims itself. It seems I'm being watched more than I thought. If I hide my strength too conspicuously, it'll backfire. I need to keep it moderate for now and observe. Zeke reminded himself. Sweat dotted his face as he felt the pressure of being targeted. Then, while he was still worrying about the future, the swordswoman Riene and her subordinates passed by him and spoke. "Zeke Draker, you won this time," she said with a frown, then hurried away. This left Zeke behind stunned, not quite understanding. "I won, but won what the hell? What's she on about?" Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the familiar training ground, where Zeke prepared to test a new skill he'd never used. "I guess I should start here, huh?" As he spoke, Zeke glanced at the system screen. The skill in question was Dragon Skill Level 1 Devour. This skill lets the user eat more and digest faster. It requires 50 points to unlock, and Zeke's current karma points were 708. After getting rich fast in just a few days, Zeke decided to unlock it. A useless skill I skipped before, but now I can easily invest about 50 points. With that, Zeke quickly unlocked the skill. After rereading its description, his eyes widened. Wait a minute, has the skill description changed? At that moment, the system screen displayed Dragon Skill Level 1, Devour. In Devour state, you can digest anything and convert it into energy. Furthermore, if you digest a monster with a bloodline skill, you can absorb their power. Reading that line, a bead of sweat trickled down Zeke's face as he silently regretted it. Absorb a monster's power. I should have activated this skill before the exam. Convert energy, gotta try it to know, he said, pulling out a piece of fresh meat from his pack and activating Devour. Immediately, something like a wisp of black smoke darted in and penetrated the meat, startling Zeke. Looking back, he noticed a black smoke spreading from his shadow, glowing with a pale golden light. Now the fresh meat he had taken out was slowly sinking into that smoke. What the? It's like it's being sucked into a swamp. The meat shriveled and vanished completely into the darkness. Zeke frowned, thinking. As the meat fully sank in, the system sent a notification. Confirmed, energy absorbed, restoring missing energy. Immediately, Zeke felt a fresh current of energy flow through his body, noticeably improving his condition as if he'd taken a short nap. His headache eased. Although slight, the mental fatigue seemed reduced. Not only that, his whole body seemed revived. Even his ether pool was partially restored. These 50 points are totally worth it, Zeke thought, excited. With this skill, I can mitigate the risks of my other skill. Mental fatigue can be handled by Devour, and infinite stamina will help counter physical exhaustion. If so, even with 24 hours without food or sleep, I can still focus on training. Immediately, Zeke decided to act. Let's start now. He felt the path ahead widen more than ever. But before he could enjoy it long, his smile faded, followed by Zeke's complaining voice. "Hey Dexter, I told you before, when I'm in the training room, don't disturb me unless it's necessary." The old butler Dexter bowed and apologized. "Sorry, young master, but I have urgent news to report immediately." Zeke frowned. "Urgent news? What is it?" Dexter's steady voice continued. "Your sword has been finished." Hearing that, Zeke's face brightened once more. After all, he needed the sword Galleon made to hide the fact he couldn't use aura. Without hesitation, Zeke dashed to his friend Galleon's forge. As he entered, he hurriedly asked, "Galleon, the sword's finished, right?" Galleon nodded and replied, "Ah, yes, please wait a moment." He ran inside, fetched a wooden box holding the sword, and tossed it to Zeke. But looking at the sword's appearance, Zeke stroked his chin and pondered. What Galleon made for me in my past life was a blade forged from mithril and pure steel. It was the sun's sword, Graham. Just by looking at it, anyone could tell it was a magnificent blade. This time, even using dragon fang as material, I thought it would surely be like Graham, but Zeke took a deep breath, his eyes showing some disbelief. What exactly is this? Before him, inside the wooden box, lay a blue-black sword that looked rather ugly. He reached forward, gripped the sword, and held it up to inspect more closely. After a while, Zeke could only shake his head. On the surface, it looked like an ordinary sword. You deliberately didn't sharpen the blade. Galleon explained, it was meant to be like this from the start. His words made Zeke narrow his eyes slightly. But then, thinking of Galleon's skill, Zeke smiled and asked, is this the form you thought would suit me best? Yes, Galleon nodded in admission. Seeing Zeke didn't question the sword much, Galleon was a little surprised. A normal person would be puzzled, but he had seen through Zeke's intent. If it's this person, then it will definitely suit him. Then he pointed at the sword and said, actually, this sword doesn't have a name yet. I tried to name it, but couldn't come up with anything suitable. Could you name it me? Zeke said, pointing at himself. At the same time, he recalled a memory from his past life. The Holy Sun Sword Graham was the name Galleon had given. How could Galleon now be unable to name a sword? I thought this would still be Garam, just with a changed appearance from using dragon fang as material. But it seems this is a completely different sword from Garam. Thinking that, for some reason, Zeke suddenly pulled a dagger from his inventory and sliced his own wrist hard, making his arm bleed profusely. Across from him, Galleon panicked and shouted, "What are you doing? Quick, stop the bleeding." Ignoring his alarm, Zeke concentrated on keeping the wound from healing. Although the healing element was always active, with the skill he was using he could control it, Zeke thought to himself. As if hearing his intent, the system offered assistance. Administrator request confirmed. Temporarily stop continuous activation of vocation skill, healing element. After this message appeared, Zeke's regenerative ability immediately stopped. All right, that's done. Now let's do it, he said, reaching toward the sword, and letting drops of his blood fall onto its blade. Seeing this, Galleon immediately guessed Zeke's intention. Could it be the sword-naming ritual? The sword-naming ritual is a traditional ceremony of the dwarven people. In it, the owner lets blood containing essences like aura or mana drip onto the sword. The ritual is then activated. When the ritual begins, the participant falls into a deep subconscious. They wander endlessly until they find the sword's name. But because it's so dangerous, the ritual has nearly been forgotten. But he knows of the dwarves' ancient ritual. How did he even do that? Galleon thought, eyes full of astonishment. Returning to the protagonist's perspective, just as Galleon said, Zeke was now sinking deep into the spiritual world. It resembled a deep lake with countless names floating everywhere. Among the countless names rushing at me, I must choose a single name that will walk forward with me. A new name for a new sword, Zeke told himself. New, Zeke repeated to himself. He swam through the lake until he found a fitting name, Black Sword Bahamut. At the same time, the system announced, Black Sword Bahamut has been registered as equipment. Seeing this, even Zeke felt a bit existentially doubtful. The name I chose is the name of that evil dragon. Is my subconscious okay? Back in reality, Zeke had just finished bandaging his left hand. Galleon the blacksmith praised him effusively. You're extraordinary. Even dwarves rarely know the sword-naming ritual. Zeke waved him off, explaining he only learned of it by studying dwarven history. Across from him, as if remembering something, Galleon suddenly called out, "Do you want to rest a bit? I have something I must give you." His words made the protagonist curious, but he nodded. All right. Yes, take your time looking. With that, Galleon hurried off somewhere, while Zeke looked at the wound on his hand. Being able to control his own healing could help him hide his uniqueness. Controlling it, even while it's always active, is immensely significant. If I'd known this earlier, when I took that bet with Master Duke, I could have concealed my ability, and wouldn't have needed to show everything I had. Sorry, Galleon, but I'll remove the bandage when I get back. For now, the important thing is to test this. He said this while glancing at the sword beside him. Next, all information about the sword was displayed by the system. Black Sword Bahamut, a blade forged by a master smith using Heaven's Eye and tempered with azure flame magic, made from the hardest fang of a cursed dragon. Bahamut, unique skill, indestructible, aura conversion. Note, currently sealed, will be gradually released according to the wielder's growth. Reading those lines, Zeke, who'd seen many strange things in his past life, still couldn't help but be startled. The seal will be released as the user matures. I've never heard of a sword like this before. Moreover, its trait is indestructibility. Even if made from a dragon's fang, this is absurd. But in any case, the most important thing is its ability to convert aura. The effort to create a mana battery for Galleon and commission the forging was partly because of his exceptional skill and the core function of the Graham sword. aura conversion. This special ability allows ether mana, or any type of energy, to be transformed into aura. This ability had enabled me, someone born unable to use aura, to reach the Crimson Realm. Thinking that, Zeke closed his eyes and focused his energy into the sword to convert it into aura. At that moment, Galleon returned with a sword bag in hand, flustered. "Ha, finally found it. I'm sorry to keep you waiting, right?" When he said that, he noticed Zeke's sword was surrounded by a blue radiance and was stunned with amazement. A sharp aura is enveloping the sword. Has he crossed the boundary into the death-color night? Seeing his blacksmith friend frozen, Zeke cheerfully praised him. "You're back. This really is an extraordinary sword. You've worked hard, Galleon." In response, Galleon brought the sword bag forward and replied, "Compared to the forge, this is nothing. But could you take a look at this? This is a scabbard made by my master." Hearing that, Zeke frowned and stroked his chin, pondering. "In my past life, I never heard of Galleon's master. Let's see." The name engraved on the scabbard. "Golan Jober," Zeke murmured. Then suddenly his eyes widened and he quickly realized the significance of the name. What? Golan Jober, the one praised as the greatest blacksmith. Golan Jober, he was an outstanding smith among the dwarves, renowned as the greatest blacksmith on the continent at present. His creations reached levels of perfection and possessed special properties. For collectors, his works fetched tens of thousands of gold. Thinking that, Zeke wanted to raise his estimation of Galleon. "I didn't expect you to be Golan's disciple." Hearing this, Galleon was a bit surprised. "Indeed, so you can even read dwarf script." Putting dwarf language aside, Zeke probed. "If it's Golan, then this scabbard isn't ordinary, is it?" "Of course not. If you turn the roller beside the scabbard's mouth like this, it transforms into a shield. Because it's made from mithril and wyvern bone, it can withstand any assault without harm. If you turn the roller on the shield's handle back the other way, it becomes a scabbard again. Compared to the favor you've shown me, this gift pales in comparison. But please accept it. This is the present I want to give you," he said as he handed the scabbard forward. Seeing that, Zeke awkwardly accepted the scabbard and asked nervously, "But if you sell this, couldn't you buy a forge?" "Haha, I can't just sell my master's work to anyone," Galleon said with a smile. "But it's worth tens of thousands of gold," Zeke pressed. Hearing that, Galleon broke into a sweat, not expecting such value. "What? Are you serious? Anyway, I'll take it, thank you," Zeke said gratefully. Then he looked at the scabbard and his oversized sword. Compared to the sword, the scabbard seems a bit small, doesn't it? But if this is Golan Jober's work, it'll certainly be different. With that thought, Zeke tried slipping the sword into the scabbard. Sure enough, the scabbard began to change shape automatically, enveloping the entire blade and forming a completely different sheath. As expected, it surpasses even my imagination. "I've received an incredibly precious gift. Thank you, Galleon," Zeke said with a bright smile, and Galleon, for some reason, looked as pleased as if he'd struck gold. "I'm glad you like." Time passed quickly. Scene shifts to the familiar training ground. Zeke was now inspecting the pair of gauntlets he had just received. Glove info: gauntlets forged from cloud iron, sturdy yet light. Special ability: none. Trait: equipping the full cloud iron set will activate a special ability. Reading it, Zeke couldn't help but admire. Cloud iron. This is an extremely rare material. It was something he got from the random gift box, an unexpected quest reward. I thought it was like a treasure chest, but inside were far more valuable things. "All right, let's check the second box." Saying that, Zeke glanced at the remaining box and slowly opened it. But what was inside made him even more curious. What Zeke pulled from the second treasure mirror was a tattered map, missing many parts, making him wonder if it was even truly a map. Before Zeke could think much more, the system issued a notification reminder. "You have found a map containing traces of the great holy sword Kaishir." Upon seeing that name, the protagonist's interest spiked to the highest level, because Kaishir was too famous. If it's Kaishir, could it be the hero King Kaishir himself? Hero King Kaishir and the Knights of the Clock Tower. This is the most famous book on the continent, recording Kaishir's journeys and those of his knights since he founded the kingdom of Kronos, a once glorious civilization. However, because its content is so fantastical, and there is no documentary evidence to prove its authenticity, it is regarded as a work of fiction. Thinking that he had received a map related to that hero, Zeke's hands trembled with excitement. Did hero King Kaishir really exist? He whispered, shaking. On this side, the system began analyzing the map and issued a reminder, restoring and decoding damaged portions of the item. Decoding complete. The determined location has been marked on the minimap. At the same time, the minimap automatically appeared before Zeke. After looking at the markers, the protagonist quickly recognized the location. Is it in the giant mountains? That's the territory of the Man tribe. This might be easier than I thought. Having said that, before Zeke could think further about the marked location, the system issued another notification. Depending on the user's level, the guidance will conclude. You have found an item that can link to a quest, achievement quest, the vision of hero King Kaishir. Search for Kaishir's vision at the ruins that preserve his traces. Time limit, none. Quest reward, system administrator rank upgrade, junior administrator promoted to intermediate administrator. Reading this, even a fool could understand, let alone Zeke. So that's it. The guidance is just a system to help me level up to a certain point. Everything now is just the beginning. In other words, the real game starts now. The rewards are also on an entirely different level compared to the tutorial. All right, so that's how it is. I'll sweep through everything and leave nothing. First, let's try using the points I've accumulated, the protagonist said with a smile, then spent liberally to upgrade his skill. You have used 50 points to unlock Dragon Skill Level 2. You can check information about Dragon Skill Level 2. View Dragon Skill Level 2. Dragon Scale Armor. Crystallized dragon scales form a tougher armor layer, greatly increasing magic resistance. Unlock requires 80 points. Dragon Claw. Summon a mighty dragon claw to slay enemies with a single swing. Unlock requires 80 points. Reading these two entries, although Zeke still craved unlocking more skills, he had to rein in his desire. For now, I still have quite a few points, but I don't know when I'll get a large amount like this again. What a pity. But for the moment I should invest in some potions and these two skills. I'll keep 400 points in reserve. Saying that, he unlocked Dragon Scale Armor and Dragon Claw. Immediately unable to contain his curiosity, Zeke tested them, starting with Dragon Claw. He whispered once and activated Dragon Claw. At that moment, a surge of energy poured from his palm, forming a gigantic dragon hand. Then Zeke spun and performed a powerful swing forward. Having said that, he activated Dragon Scale Armor, causing a spectral layer of golden dragon scales to appear on his left arm. To test its defensive power, Zeke didn't hesitate to pull out the black sword from his inventory and strike his own arm hard. With that single swing, it immediately carved deep gouges into the solid ground, dozens of meters away from him. Seeing the damage of this skill, Zeke could only force out a few laughs. Ha ha ha, this skill is truly awesome. All right, now try the next skill. However, what surprised him was that his sword was repelled by the armor back away from him. The skill's defensive power was so strong it made the protagonist feel unbelieving. Even without using aura, my slash can tear things apart, yet the blade bounced back. Though my body is bare, it felt like wearing a heavy full suit of armor. Dragon Claw for offense, Dragon Scale Armor for defense. Simple but extremely effective. My body's fully primed. Let's continue, Zeke said with a smile, then began his usual training routine. Time passed quickly, scene shifting to the central arena of Draker Academy. Today was the day of the semester assessment. Numerous training dummies had been arranged above the practice field, while the students stood solemnly below. At that, a lecturer's voice rang out. Today we will hold the semester assessment. Before starting the test, I'll briefly explain the rules. Do you see the dummies behind me? They were specially made. If you only use normal physical strength, it's hard to leave even a scratch. But if you infuse aura into your strike, you can destroy them easily. However, if you can't even make a scratch, you will be immediately disqualified. All previous evaluations will be voided, and you'll have to start your studies from the beginning. The lecturer said with a cold expression, causing the students below to inhale sharply, then whisper nervously to one another. Start over from scratch. Does that mean no promotions? Ignoring their chatter, after giving his instructions, the lecturer barked. Silence. Those whose names are called, step forward. First is Aaron. Present. Aaron answered and hurriedly ran up. At the same time, the sly Owen, standing among the students, smiled inwardly. It's normal to be nervous on your first test. But for me, the Academy's training method is no different from my family's aura training system. In fact, our Zim's family established the Academy's aura training system. Even a pureblood awakener couldn't match me in aura control. He thought this as he glanced back at Zeke and Riene. Not long after, the lecturer called his name. Next is Owen. If you're ready, begin. In response, the Duke confidently drew his sword from its sheath and took a striking stance. But notably, his body was surrounded by a blue aura. Seeing that, the students couldn't help but gasp. Is that Resonance Blade? Only 13 and already able to use Resonance Blade. Truly extraordinary, the lecturer said, glancing at his colleague behind him. The bearded man had to nod in agreement. Indeed, bloodline shows. Then in everyone's eyes, Owen dashed forward like a bolt and began delivering countless successive slashes at the red dummies. With each strike, he left large cuts on the dummy. Below, the other students went pale, their mouths agape in astonishment. After Owen completed his test, an instructor approached to inspect the dummies and praised, "Truly amazing. No wonder he's a Zim. At this rate, surpassing Sir Abel is only a matter of time." He smiled, but unaware of this, Owen's face had already gone purple with anger. Owen bit his lip, swung his arm, and knocked the instructor's arm aside. irritating them somewhat. "What an insolent brat, what's his problem?" the two muttered, while Owen's face twisted with fury. Ignoring him, the test continued as usual, and the results were not particularly promising. After checking the dummies, the instructors shook their heads and said to one another, "It seems everyone is struggling. Looks like Owen's dominance has shaken their morale." Even so, no one has failed yet. Though only a small amount, all the students could infuse aura into their swords. Truly, the special class is different. But even in a place full of prodigies, the weak will be weeded out. It was now the swordswoman Riene's turn. She bowed to the instructors and made her request. "I humbly ask for your help." "Sir Instructor, I have a request. I want to be evaluated using the dragon-slaying technique." Her request made the instructor's eyes flicker with surprise. Then he warned aloud, "That's an evaluation standard for advanced students." "I know that." Riene nodded with a determined look. Below, Owen heard Riene's request and began to sneer inwardly. So after becoming a pure-blood awakener, they start getting arrogant, huh? Infusing aura into a sword and performing the dragon-slaying technique are two entirely different levels. Just maintaining aura on a weapon requires intense focus, but the dragon-slaying technique is different. Beyond controlling aura, it requires regulating aura consumption with each motion. At best, she'll only swing a few strikes before her aura is depleted. It seems her competitive streak has led her straight into danger. Riene to run. Thinking of Riene's impending failure, Owen grinned ear to ear. Above, the bearded instructor asked again, "If you choose the dragon-slaying technique, the fail standard is much stricter." "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." Riene nodded once more. Seeing her resolute gaze, the instructor offered no further counsel. "Ha, very well, as you wish. Thank you, sir." Riene bowed slightly. Next, faced with such an over-threshold test, the entire examination ground fell completely silent. Everyone swallowed and fixed their eyes on Riene so as not to miss a single move. Under their gaze, Riene began to envelop her whole body in a radiance and slowly raised her sword above her head. Then, at lightning speed, each wind-tearing stroke of her blade was executed in a storm of slashes. The attacks were so powerful, they didn't merely mark the dummies, they cut them to pieces. After finishing her dragon-slaying technique, Riene slowly sheathed her sword, while all the dummies lay obliterated beyond recognition. Seeing this, the students could only laugh helplessly. "Wow, even the competitive spirit is gone. I thought Owen was top in aura control. Turns out he's not even comparable." These whispers fed directly into Owen's ears, making the fool bite his lips so hard his eyes bulged, twitching like someone about to have a fit. But then his gaze was drawn when Riene lowered her sword. "What the hell, damn it, is she mocking me?" Owen asked himself, but then his face went blank. He quickly looked behind him and thought in panic. "No, from the start, she didn't even bother with me." The direction Riene had pointed her sword at was Zeke. It seemed the swordswoman was intent on challenging the protagonist. Back with Zeke, seeing Riene's challenge, he could only scratch his head awkwardly, sweat beading on his brow as if he'd run kilometers. In his mind, he thought, "This is awkward, being stared at like this. How can I ignore it? Better to live up to their expectations a bit, otherwise I'll be mortified." With that, Zeke took a deep breath, raised his hand resolutely, and shouted, "Sir Instructor, I also want to be evaluated on the dragon-slaying technique." Those who heard were shocked pale, faces twisted like they'd bitten a rotten lemon. The nearby instructor, eyes full of suspicion, stepped closer to Zeke, voice low. "You're Zeke, right? You think it's trivial because you saw Riene perform it easily." Student Riene is a pure-blood awakener, but before he could finish, another instructor beside him waved a hand to stop him and interjected firmly, "Same conditions as student Riene, no problem." Hearing this, Zeke gave a confident smile, radiant as a descending angel, and replied, "Of course." Zeke stepped into the center, ready for his impressive display, ignoring the surrounding chatter buzzing like a broken hive. "Why did you approve this, Sir Instructor? Even though his name is on the roster, I've never seen him attend a single class." A questioning voice called out. The instructor replied casually, his voice even as if telling an old tale. "That's the result of a bet between him and Instructor Andre. Ah, you only recently took the post, so it's understandable you don't know." A precedent-breaking golden pure-blood awakener. A new student who shattered Sura Ben's record in the dungeon exploration exam. That person is Zeke Drake. Zeke closed his eyes, focusing on the powerful breath surging from his body. Suddenly, the system voice sounded continuously, cold and decisive. "Black Sword Bahamut detected. Activating unique ability. Transform Bahamut's aura. Conversion, detected into radiant energy." Immediately, that radiant energy flared up and enveloped the sword in his hand. Seeing the blade glow, even Zeke was stunned and muttered, "Tusk, restraining power is harder than unleashing it. Okay, this should be enough, right?" He raised the sword high, gripped it tight, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. Riene stood there, witnessing the scene in disbelief, her eyes wide as saucers, mouth agape. thaw that. The first move of the dragon-slaying technique, sky-cleaving opening. Not only compared to me, it doesn't fall short even against instructor Andra. At the same time, Zeke's blade cleaved the dummy before him in half with a lightning-fast stroke. The dry crack of splintering would rang out. Not stopping there, Zeke moved as if dancing in his own world, each cut flowing smoothly and decisively. He thought briefly. I practiced the dragon-slaying technique over and over for 2 years before regression. Even the blade's path, foot placement, and the flow of radiant energy, my body reacts automatically without conscious thought. A sword art that once bored me to death, but revisiting it from the fundamentals isn't so bad. After performing for a while, Zeke stopped, surveyed the surroundings, and thought to himself, this should be enough to provoke Rene, right? But the audience began to stir, whispers rippling like waves. Did he really coat the sword with radiant energy just now? Yes, I saw it too, the entire greatsword. Does that mean Zeke has reached the Death Knight rank? The protagonist overheard those words and flinched, sweat trickling down his brow. He'd been deliberately hiding his strength, but apparently a leak showed. Zeke worried, maybe I focused too much, causing the radiant energy to unconsciously leak out. I only intended to tune my power to ordinary levels. That damned smile made me stand out even more. Even the instructors were shaken by Zeke's performance, eyes wide and murmuring, a first year reaching the Death Knight rank. How on earth could something so implausible occur? This inadvertently struck a deep blow to someone's psyche. Owen stood there, furious but powerless, his heart pounding, shame surging like a tide, his confidence dissipating into smoke. But unlike Owen, Rene was greatly intrigued by Zeke. Her eyes shone as she thought inwardly. Indeed, I did not misjudge. A short time later in the headmaster's office, he took a sip of tea and said in a low voice, I've heard about your performance in the semester assessment. Truly an astonishing result. Zeke, present there, replied nonchalantly, it was just luck. He smiled faintly, set the cup down, and continued, calling reaching the Death Knight rank at 13 luck. So Zeke, what do you think about taking the promotion exam? The protagonist was surprised, eyes widening slightly. A promotion exam? You mean skipping a grade? The headmaster nodded and explained, yes, it could be 1 year or more. It's a system for exceptional students like you. Zeke said nothing, thinking to himself, faster than expected, huh? Well, no wonder. I did a lot to make myself stand out. He smiled confidently and said aloud, I'll take part. After that, Zeke quickly left, gently closed the door and stepped outside. He guessed inwardly, looks like he's plotting something. Then the protagonist flashed a sly grin, all right, I'm willing to play along. Inside, the headmaster sat dazed, feeling into his coat pocket as if searching for something. Then murmured to himself, Rene Draker and Zeke Draker. Both pureblood awakeners will participate in the exam. A voice replied clearly, I understand, sir. I will carry out the orders. This is getting more and more interesting. Cut to the Aura Training Hall for the Advanced Academy. Both Rene and Zeke were present. The atmosphere was oppressively tense, as if everyone was holding their breath waiting for an explosion. Rene was mortified, her face pale as she thought, at least pretend to glance my way a little. Suddenly the front door slowly opened, and a deep, authoritative voice rang out. So you were already waiting here. The figure entered and continued the introduction. This person will supervise today's promotion exam. The family's senior knight, Lord Owl Draker. He was a handsome young man with an irresistibly cold beauty. At the sight of Owl, Zeke couldn't believe his eyes and felt a tremor in his chest. That person is M letter 1E9C, Lu K, I letter 1EBFM. At that moment, images from the past surged back. A gloomy day matching the mood, Owl carrying someone who seemed dead in his arms, his steps heavy and his heart sorrowful. Zeke had been there then too, and seeing the scene before him, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, Draker, that damned Empire dog, how is he here? But when Zeke looked more closely at the dead man's face, he was quite surprised. Owl said nothing. He simply bent down and quietly dug through the soil layer by layer. As if realizing something, Zeke also stood silently. Surrounding them were numerous cold gravestones. Suddenly Zeke grabbed a shovel, startling Owl. He said, need a hand. Without waiting for Owl to answer, Zeke took the shovel and began digging while saying, even if you refuse, I'll help anyway. At the same time, Zeke introduced himself. I am Zeke Morida of the Northern Alliance. You're from the Draker line, right? Owl replied blankly, no, I have discarded the name Drake. Zeke sympathized more and chuckled softly. Oh, so you're like me then. What should I call you? He stammered. Just call me M letter 1ED9C Lu K I letter 1EBFM. Back in the present, hearing that unfamiliar name, the protagonist couldn't help but be startled, thinking, Owen, a name that actually fits the cold image of M letter 1ED9C Lu K I letter 1EBFM. Well, a promotion exam for a first year supervised by a senior knight. Then both swiftly bowed respectfully in unison. Hail Lord Owl, senior knight. A noble position, the real pillar that upholds the Draker line. The title is reserved for those with exceptional strength, renown, and experience. The instructor announced decisively, "This is a sword duel format familiar to anyone raised in this cradle. As long as you are not unconscious or forfeit, you may continue your challenge. Give everything you've got." Hearing that, Riene stepped forward confidently and said, "Then I'll start first." But Owl replied haughtily, "No, there's no need to split up. Charge together." At that challenge, Riene immediately lost her temper, determination flashing in her eyes as she prepared to lunge forward like an enraged beast. But just then, Zeke hurriedly put out his hand to stop her, swift as catching a buzzing fly. "Don't be so hasty," he shouted, urgent with a teasing edge. "You know the gap in skill, don't you? Besides, the test already started earlier. If you'd lost your temper and charged in just now, we'd probably have been docked points badly." Hearing this, Riene glanced aside, her gaze razor-sharp at the examiner. He was bent over writing something on the board, his quill dancing as if drawing charm. She sighed deeply, her breath steaming like white smoke in the cold, and though unwilling, finally lowered her voice and asked reluctantly, "So what should I do, Zeke Draker?" The protagonist turned, smiling half a smile with confidence, thinking, "Of course Riene, famed for her judgment, she reacts in a flash." He nodded and replied firmly, "I have a perfect plan for this. Let's give him a real crippling blow." After they agreed on the plan, the official match began. Looking at the supervising knight's sword, Zeke narrowed his eyes and analyzed it. A strange blade with a cutting edge on only one side, the characteristic style of the Eastern Empire, the wand down. "He's always used it," he murmured. Riene stood beside him, tense, treating this as a matter of honor. But Zeke just smirked, thinking, what does honor and pride matter to the weak? Forget personal pride, focus on the plan. A second later, they both swung their swords and charged forward like two arrows loosed from a bow. The clash of metal rang harshly as the two blades formed two sharp intersecting arcs from different angles, wind whistling. But the knight merely tilted his body lightly, moving with the grace of a dancer in the breeze. His blade slipped through the gap between their attacks and countered like a lightning strike. In an instant, he swung down. Riene immediately retreated, narrowly avoiding a cut that brushed a few strands of hair on her brow. Zeke, still exhilarated with bright eyes, rushed in without hesitation. They continued attacking, raining blows, but the knight remained unshaken. The clang of swords echoed everywhere, deafening above the wind. Then, with a powerful strike, the knight shoved both Riene and Zeke far back. Riene glanced at Zeke, thinking, is this the power of a senior knight? Even following Zeke's instructions, constantly targeting his blind spots, we couldn't land a hit, not even a scratch. Then Riene gritted her teeth and unleashed dragon-slaying technique, Chapter 3, First Form. She told herself with relentless resolve, fight with the intent to kill, and swung her sword fiercely. The blade screamed through the air like a roaring dragon. What seemed a sure strike failed to wound as the knight gracefully tilted aside, his movement as fluid as flowing water. Momentum carrying her forward, Riene lunged and lost her balance. Before she could stop, the knight swung his arm with great force. Whack! Riene was flung away like a kite with a snapped string, spinning through the air before slamming into a stone wall. Crash! The immense force shattered the wall into fragments, dust billowing everywhere. Support staff nearby rushed over, anxiously asking, "Are you all right, Riene Drake?" Riene coughed roughly, groaning in pain, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Her legs trembled as she struggled to stand, but her arms were numb without any feeling. She stammered, I'm fine. It's dangerous, fall back." She thought inwardly. In an instant my consciousness was knocked loose, leaving an opening. With my strength, there's absolutely no chance. But can you really pull it off, Zeke Draker? She recalled the moment before the match. Zeke had proposed his strategy, but Riene protested fiercely. "I can't agree to such a despicable tactic. Are you going to soil an honorable duel, Drake?" But Zeke only countered, nonchalant. "Does honor put food on the table?" He continued, "This isn't a knight's duel, it's a test. It measures your ability to kill your opponent." After some thought, Riene, helpless, nodded. "Fine, I was the one who asked your opinion first anyway. But do you truly think this tactic will work? The opponent is a senior knight." While Riene remained half skeptical, Zeke was absolutely confident. "Then create a situation where it can work." He asked further, "So when you fought me at the cradle, why didn't you dodge the stone?" Riene, embarrassed, "Because I didn't expect you to use tricks like that." Zeke responded matter-of-factly, "See, a senior knight isn't much different. Just wait for my signal, it will work. All it takes is a small opening." Back in reality, the match continued. Zeke stood there, using the application of the dragon-slaying technique. His body split into multiple images, appearing in various positions, surrounding the knight. Just watching made one's head spin, unable to tell real from illusory. A move never used before unleashed today. T letter 1E80 Fong, B letter 1ED9, shadowless step. But the knight was no novice. Deeply versed, he quickly recognized it and exclaimed, "This is Duck's technique." He He scanned carefully side to side. Suddenly, Zeke lunged with his sword, but the knight parried instantly. Zeke grinned confidently. From now on, you better steel yourself. At that moment, the bright lights abruptly went out, plunging the arena into pitch darkness. The knight murmured in surprise, "The light's out." So that's it, using the mana disruption trait of a pure blood awakener. Thinking so, he swung his sword, knocking Zeke aside, then performed a superb display of swordsmanship in the dark. Wherever Zeke struck, the knight smoothly defended, as if savoring candy. He thought with a smirk, such childish thinking, believing that obscuring sight alone could create an opening in a senior knight. But what is this uneasy feeling? In the thick darkness, even he could only faintly make out shapes around him, yet Zeke moved as if he could see everything clearly. Perfect timing. I wanted to try a new dragon skill. Seems this is the best opportunity. Besides, Owen isn't the type to shout it from the rooftops, he told himself. On his side, Zeke immediately activated the dragon skill, Dragon Claw, as swift as a passing gust. The protagonist taunted the knight nonchalantly, putting him on the defensive. He was astonished. Is this the swordwork of a first-year student? It's hardly even called swordsmanship. It's so different. In any case, Zeke Draker has long surpassed a student's level. Rene Draker also seemed able to move in the dark, like Zeke. Could it have stripped away unnecessary energy sources and imposed limits on me? That tactic only works when the opponent is of comparable strength. With that thought, the knight chased after Zeke, launching a barrage of attacks in the dark. Now only the flashes from the clashing blades lit the scene. The two swords struck each other so fast the eye could hardly follow. Before the sound came, metallic light already flashed in midair, sharp and cold. Sparks burst like fireworks in the night, then quickly died out, leaving the acrid smell of burning metal. Watching the knight's reaction, Zeke smiled, thinking, his movement is almost the same as before the lights went out. Has he adapted to the dark that quickly? Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. By instinct, he swung a heavy cut forward, but the strike didn't hit the opponent at all. The knight frowned, annoyed. He's vanished. I can only make out a vague shape. It's like fighting a shadow. He kept slashing vaguely into empty space, but every blow missed. It seemed Zeke had disappeared from his sight. At that moment, a lamp fell from above right in front of the knight. Not stopping there, Zeke went on to sever other lamps, which rained down en masse like a downpour. It was all part of his plan. The noise completely masked Zeke Draker's presence, and the knight lost all trace of him. He stood bewildered, slightly flustered. Immediately, Zeke loomed up before him, wearing a bright but cunning smile. "Now's the time," he shouted, his voice ringing out. Before the knight could understand what was happening, a lamp from above plunged down onto his position. Zeke recalled Professor Fan Nong's words. The construction and materials are quite simple, but kept like that it can only be used once. What kind of magic do you intend to put inside it? Explosive magic, perhaps. Zeke didn't explain much, only smiled casually. No, just a flash of magic, and a bang will do. As Zeke expected, a loud explosion erupted. Boom! It was the perfect moment. Rene, the protagonist, calmly stood with his hands over his ears, waiting for the miracle. The knight was startled by the blast. The sharp sound tore through the air, making everything around tremble. By reflex, his body jolted back and he crouched, his heart constricting in his chest. Only then did he realize he'd been deceived. He thought to himself, it seems I was wrong to assume that was surplus energy. Seizing the opportunity, Rene and Zeke charged together. Yet a senior knight is still a senior knight. At the most dangerous moment, he unleashed dragon-slaying technique. Chapter 4, First Form, Full Moon Cleaver. The attack came in a flash, and Zeke and Rene couldn't react in time. Their bodies were struck and driven back. Following that, a terrible explosion occurred, sending smoke and dust billowing everywhere. However, forcing him to use that move was itself a tremendous success. Summing it up, Zeke and Rene still couldn't defeat Owl. The examiner beat them to the ground, their faces battered as if run over by a carriage. Soon the medical team hurried to the scene, carrying Zeke and Rene away for treatment, their hurried footsteps clattering like an urgent rescue tune. The knight still stood there unscathed, upright as if returning from a leisurely stroll. A senior official approached Owl, bowed respectfully, and said, "Thank you for your effort." Suddenly an angry, thunderous voice roared from afar. "That bastard Owl, you roughed up my disciple like this." Owl turned at the sound, his eyes narrowing as he recognized Duke. He bowed politely, his tone deep. "Hail, Gale Knight." Duke came up, draped an arm around Owl's shoulders comfortably, his teasing face as usual grinning broadly, still stiff as ever. "So how is my disciple?" he asked, slinging an excited arm over Owl's shoulder, the pat making Owl tilt slightly. He fell silent, his eyes flickering with a trace of recollection as he reviewed what had just happened. The moment Zeke Draker's sword touched him, Owl had deliberately dropped his blade, holding firm to his defense. Why didn't he counterattack when he had the chance? Was it because the goal wasn't victory but promotion, only revealing strength as necessary? Thinking that, Owl spoke evenly. Zeke Draker has already exceeded the scope of my evaluation. A while later in the conference room, a promotion review meeting for students took place. After hearing everyone's opinions, the academy head sat up straight and concluded, "So is it agreed that we approve this resolution?" All answered in unison, voices ringing, "Yes, headmaster." There were no objections. And as a result, Zeke and Riane were promoted to Year 5 and Year 3, respectively. Afterwards, Zeke tried to live as quietly as possible, like a lazy cat wanting to curl up in a corner. After inheriting all the secret techniques and style from Duke, Andre took Zeke's place. He maintained a good relationship with Professor Fanon, but they gradually drifted apart when Zeke was selected for the Royal Magic Research Institute, donned gloves, and left the academy. From then on, Zeke no longer entangled himself with the descendants of powerful families, avoiding trouble like the plague. But interestingly, Owl still came to challenge Zeke to spar each quarter, like a hunting dog unwilling to let go of its prey. Then it seemed he reached some enlightenment. His eyes lit up as if he'd found a truth. Owl requested leave and packed up to join a training dojo, leaving behind the glorious title of Senior Knight. Time passed, and 2 years later Zeke graduated from the academy. In the dormitory, the jubilant voice of the old steward Decker rang out excitedly. "Congratulations, young master," the youngest student admitted to Valhalla. "The family will surely be proud." At this point, Zeke was no longer the naive 13-year-old, but had grown into a more handsome, poised 15-year-old version of himself. The headmaster personally wrote a letter of recommendation for admission, a rare and precious favor. He clicked his tongue, thinking, "But this title of youngest student, does that make my 2 quiet years worthless?" Having thought that, he said nonchalantly, "There are about 3 months until enrollment, right?" Decker, standing nearby, nodded. Zeke continued, "Decker, you go on to Atlas first." Startled, Decker's eyes widened as if he'd heard the sky fall, but he reluctantly agreed. "Yes, sir." "But young master," before Decker could finish, Zeke cut him off decisively. "I will take a solitary retreat to recuperate. I don't want to be disturbed by anyone, understand?" Hearing that, Decker dared not disobey and bowed. "Yes, young master." Then Zeke looked at the map before him, his mind spinning with private thoughts. The relic of Kaishir lies in the giant mountain range. Using the pretext of recuperation, I'll arrange an expedition through the Argus Kingdom Adventurers Guild. There's no reason to reveal my destination to suspicious people. Suddenly there was a knock at the door. Zeke quickly said, "Come in." Liam entered and bowed respectfully. "I pay my respects to Master Zeke Draker." Zeke turned back, wincing. "Liam, didn't I tell you that this greeting is too elaborate? A simple hello is enough." Decker caught on and hurriedly said, "Then I'll take my leave, young master." Zeke nodded. "Handle the Manhwa enrollment with the black card." After Decker left, Liam asked curiously, "Why did you summon me all the way to the Platinum Manor?" Zeke replied casually, "I heard you've been transferred into the special class this time, right? As your master, how could I stand idly by? I've compiled everything you'll need during your academy time, predicted exam questions for semester evaluations, training curricula, and essential gear for tests." He handed Liam a stack of papers. While Liam stood stunned, Zeke continued, "Just go to Papner's Breath, show them this list, they'll deliver everything. Also, when you hit 4th year, you'll probably need a sword that really suits you. Head to Papner's Breath to commission one. I've already paid in full, no worries. I believe you won't let me down, Liam." Hearing that, Liam was so moved tears welled up, eyes glistening as they threatened to spill. He immediately bowed, voice choked. "I will absolutely not betray Master's expectations." Zeke sighed, muttering, "I just said not to overdo it a minute ago." Liam smiled awkwardly. "I'll fix it right away, sir." The kingdom of Argus sat at the far north of the central continent, alongside Delpoa, Tebia, and Alentia, one of the 4 central kingdoms. The giant mountains marked the boundary between beast territory and the continent, riddled with countless large and small dungeons that drew hordes of adventurers dreaming of striking it rich. The founding king of Argus, now just a faded name in history, had linked adventurers with dungeons, turning it into the kingdom's core industry. With royal support, they divided the giant mountains into hundreds of zones, set up transport routes and relay points. That was the precursor to the Argus Adventurers Association, now spread across the entire continent. At the registration counter, a monotonous announcement rang out. "Next, number 546. Number 546. No show for 546. Moving on, number 547. Congratulations, you're now an adventurer, Zeke Murray. Submit these documents to the licensing office for your registration card." Zeke, disguised with a wig and magic glasses, had become a completely different person. He smiled gently, "Thanks," and walked away. A version of Zeke with fake hair and enchanted glasses looked so unfamiliar he almost didn't recognize himself in the mirror. Heh heh, good luck spotting me now. Looking at the papers in hand, Zeke was extremely satisfied, thinking, if I want to move freely, best to have an adventurer identity. Can't just strut around openly as Draker. Soon, the horse-drawn carriages carrying adventurers set off one after another. Sitting in the carriage, he thought, peak season and I still got a shared seat. Lucky. Suddenly, a friendly voice rang out. Hey buddy, you an adventurer too? Zeke slowly opened his eyes. The guy opposite grinned. You look so tense, first time in a dungeon, right? Another leaned in eagerly. So buddy, wanna join our party? We may not look it, but we're veterans. That area nearby's super dangerous. Soloing makes you easy monster bait. Zeke said nothing, thinking inwardly. No matter where you go, these kinds of trash always show up, huh? They kept pushing. They say the first party you join in a dungeon decides half your fate in the adventure world. Heard that one before. Zeke sighed wearily inwardly. Classic script from newbie baiters. Use them as monster fodder or sell to slave trade. What a mess, thinking that, but Zeke stayed silent. No agreement, no refusal. Meanwhile, their eyes all locked on him like starving wolves eyeing fat prey. Helpless, Zeke stood up abruptly and snapped. Shut your mouths. The words stunned them. One stammered. WH. What's wrong, buddy? Did I say something? But the protagonist said nothing more, just walked forward. He ducked his head through a small opening and told the coachman, there's a monster 500 meters behind to the left. Looks like orcs. So this area is a monster zone. The man, surprised, replied, What are you saying? This is a safe route. Laughter erupted around them. Ha ha ha, you're probably just nervous because you're new, buddy. Don't you know this route is controlled by the Adventurers Guild headquarters, overseen directly by the kingdom? Even wild beasts can't get in, let alone monsters. But Zeke's next words sent a chill down his spine. Then what is that right behind you? He gaped as if he couldn't believe his ears. What? In fact, behind him stood an orc with blood-red eyes and razor-sharp teeth, mouth wide open and roaring. It looked ravenous for fresh meat. Immediately the carriage was set upon. Indeed, life is full of surprises. Anything can happen. Not just one furious monster, but an entire band of them, each swinging axes relentlessly. Chaos erupted instantly. They were huge and muscular, skin rough like stone scales, eyes glowing red with a murderous thirst. They raised heavy axes and rusted hammers and smashed the carriage to pieces. The horses screamed and backed away, but it was too late. They snorted a few times and collapsed, blood pooling dark red. Now only the sounds of splintering wood and clashing weapons filled the forest. The man who tried to coax Zeke into joining his party was still clueless, sticking his head out of the carriage. But he didn't expect an orc had noticed him and was approaching. Before he could grasp what was happening, that looming shadow was right in front of him. His face went pale, drained of blood. In his final moment, he could only hope for a chance to live, begging for mercy. But life isn't that kind. Thud. One blow, his head blew apart, blood spraying the ground. A bitter end for an unlucky youth. Zeke thought quickly, leapt out, and hid behind a large tree, watching the orcs feast on their spoil. Each one gnawed and chewed, the sickening sounds of chomping echoing. Seeing that, Zeke thought, orcs running rampant in a safe zone means the stronghold isn't functioning properly anymore. How long has it been like this? The monsters, sated, quickly departed, leaving behind a gruesome battlefield. Zeke stepped out and surveyed the scene, corpses piled like refuse. I might be the only survivor, he told himself. As expected, it's an unimaginable mess. Even Argus soldiers were taken down. But with that force, ordinary monsters shouldn't have been a match for them, right? But as he looked closer, Zeke's expression tightened with displeasure. There was a long slash across their bodies, something not caused by mere monsters. He immediately envisioned the bloody scene that had just occurred. Zeke thought, not monsters. This was done by humans. Seeing this, Zeke's face suddenly darkened. He thought to himself, the bodies are heavily mutilated, clearly staged to look like a monster attack. But if a monster really did it, the cuts wouldn't be this neat. Besides, most of the victims died instantly, with no sign of resistance. Definitely the work of a group of death knights. Then he frowned and muttered, if I dawdle here, I'll only make things messier. Now the top priority is to find the Kaisha ruins. With that thought, he continued his journey, his steps full of determination. After walking a bit, where skulls and crossbones were piled like a small hill, Zeke stopped and scanned the area. He thought, this looks like the tribal marking of those savages. According to the minimap, I'm almost at the Kaisha ruin. But he froze, a chill running down his spine. Seems like I'm being watched from behind. Zeke wondered, grinding his teeth. How the hell are the Empire's hound units hanging around here? The Hound's an Imperial unit, recruiting only the cream of the Empire's knight trainees, specialized in tracking and assassination. At this time, the Hound squad was still a mystery. Even within the Empire, few knew of them. But soon, when the Empire lights the continent-wide war, they'll quickly rise to become a core force. I studied their movements on the minimap on the way here. I can't forget that signature pursuit technique. Zeke muttered. Because before I reset, these bastards killed me. A cold, sharp look. Besides, Duke once said that the Emperor obsessed with immortality is scouring the continent for something. Right even before I reset, the Emperor was already obsessed with relics. The ambition to unify the continent was crazy enough, yet he's greedily chasing a delusional dream of immortality. He smirked and wondered, could it be the Empire already found the Kaishir ruins here? Guess I'll just have to confirm it myself. Thinking that, Zeke vanished in an instant, as quick as a blink, leaving the trailing hounds peering around and staring at each other in surprise. One of them, with an unusually long scar on his face, hurriedly felt at his chest pocket, searching for something. He pulled out a gun, but before he could pull the trigger, Zeke struck unexpectedly, so fast the man had no time to react. The gun in his hand fired a meaningless sound, and immediately after, a hand said goodbye to its owner. A clean, sugarcane-smooth slash from Zeke left the man wide-eyed. He spoke in a cold voice. A yellow flare signals an unexpected situation. As I thought, you're the captain. Only 3 of you, so is this an outer patrol? Normally a patrol has 12, doesn't it? Hearing Zeke, another man approached from a distance and barked. Who are you? Who sent you to do this? Zeke ignored him and instantly sent the captain to the afterlife, his head severed from his neck in a blink. When finished, he said, still don't understand the situation. I ask the questions here. Think carefully, you still have 2 mouths. If one falls silent forever, the other won't be speaking for long either. Make a wise choice. In the end, Zeke dealt with them all cleanly. From then on, they never saw the sun again. After the satisfying slaughter, Zeke opened the map to inspect it and muttered, is this their temporary base? It's crowded. So they turned the base into that pile of mangled corpses. They even dared harm the kingdom's soldiers. Could they really have found the relic? He curled his lip. Well, we'll see when we go in. Whoever dares raise a blade against me won't get away with it. Inside, in what used to be their peaceful base, a guard stood with his mouth agape, yawning loudly, eyes stinging as if he'd just been crying. But then he looked down and sighed. No way. Which lunatic would storm the beast tribe's territory and post guards like this? The man beside him agreed, nodding. True, that's weird. Before they could figure out what was happening, one of them was suddenly attacked. The other met the same fate. In less than a minute, both guards were gone, not even getting to finish another yawn. Someone swept past like a gust of wind. Inside, a man in black barely registered that something was wrong. Another saw him standing dazed and gritted his teeth. Why are you just standing there? Get in, he replied. Wait, didn't you hear something at the gate just now? Hearing that, the other glanced toward the gate and said, I didn't hear anything, but he didn't know his comrades had been attacked. Suddenly, red blood splashed, the sound drawing his attention. He only had time for a glance before witnessing a stranger decapitate his comrade. He was utterly shocked and shouted, Intruder! But before he could say more, Zeke struck like lightning, punching him in the jaw, silencing him completely. Without hesitation, Zeke sent him to meet his ancestors. In moments, the red blood soaked the blade. He told himself, seeing them brings back memory. When I took orders from old Zhang, exhausted from 5 years of factional warfare, to strike the Pavla cartel, the feeling was exactly the same as now. At this moment, Zeke was surrounded by them. From above, a leader called out, Southern Assassin's throwing knife technique, is it? Mekin or Pavla, whatever faction you belong to, once you've come this far you won't leave alive. If you surrender now, I'll kill you mercifully. Following the voice, the protagonist looked up and thought, is he the commanding captain here? At best, he's only reached the threshold of a blue knight. This tiny shrimp, compared to the hounds I faced in my last life, you lot are still green and inexperienced. With that, he wasn't afraid and retorted sharply, ridiculous, kill mercifully. Is that something someone who just slaughtered his comrades should say? You must tear me apart and exterminate 3 generations to avenge the fallen. That's proper. The central continent really is full of cowards and weaklings. Hearing Zeke's taunts, they were enraged. The captain gaped and shouted, Fuck, grant him his wish, rip him apart while he's still alive. With that, they launched their attack. Each man swung his sword, aiming straight at Zeke, chopping back and forth like cutting wood. But the protagonist thought, something's off. Are the hounds really only at this level? Are they too weak or have I become too strong? There's no need to observe any longer. Immediately, he activated the magic reflex skill. The surrounding light was instantly snuffed out, and the entire cave plunged into pitch darkness. The captain standing above, bewildered, thought, a power outage right now. Could it be the aura interference of a dragon slayer? Wait, from the start, he fought unarmed and didn't use any aura at all. The sword style he used was also the Southern polearm technique. Definitely an assassin, so was it merely a technical glitch? After a moment's thought, he tried to reassure his comrades. Don't panic, it'll be back soon, so focus on defense until then. But then surprise, you dog. When the lights came back on, the horrifying scene had unfolded. In mere seconds, all the hounds below had been dealt with by Zeke. Corpses lay scattered across the cold ground, blood pooled dark red. He couldn't believe his eyes, sweat poured down like rain, utterly shocked, muttering, what the hell is this? Zeke had come up right behind him without him noticing and said, "The Emperor's bold indeed, daring to target the relic of the hero King Kaishu." He trembled all over, murmuring, "The relic of Kaishu. What the hell are you talking about?" But as he turned his head to look back, Zeke had vanished. Only Zeke's voice echoed like a ghost. "Don't worry, even if you don't confess, I'll find out myself." In the dark, a hand brimming with killing intent, Zeke quickly pressed the sharp blade to his throat. Only then did he realize death was near and panicked. "Wait, we really don't know anything." Zeke sneered, "Don't know anything, huh? Don't know anything." Red blood spurted out. The unlucky captain's fate could not be avoided. After finishing, Zeke quietly stepped toward the cave exit, where blinding light spilled out. He left a sword there and thought, everything that happened here will be framed as Meccan's doing. Meccan Cartel, the criminal organization of the southern continent that I belonged to in my previous life. A gang willing to do anything for money. After the kingdom of Gusco in the southern continent fell to civil war, the wasteland became lawless, divided between Meccan and the Pavla cartel. I can use dragon techniques to hide my identity, but I deliberately used the southern polearm sword style, and even left Meccan's signature warning, because presenting a clear target is the safer choice. He smirked, "The Empire will surely think this was the southern faction's work. Even if the Empire acts on this, they'll only help me eliminate Meccan. That benefits me even more." Based on the letter found inside, the Empire's emperor is far crazier than he seemed. The Emperor's directive was basically just to search for relics, but the shocking part was the accompanying campaign map. Not only in the central continent, but also in the eastern continent, still under a ceasefire, and even the mysterious Black Sea. He sent the hounds to any place suspected of housing relics. That means their forces have reached the scale they had in my past life, but it seems they still haven't found Kaishu's relic. I must act quickly. Suddenly, from the hound's lair, a red signal flare was fired. Zeke was already moving away. He smiled and said, "A red flare. Could that be the opening signal of the heavenly net?" Time passed quickly. After spotting the signal in the sky, Zeke began to move faster as he sensed the Emperor's hounds were starting to pinpoint the Kaishu relic's location. However, not far into his movement, the protagonist suddenly sensed presences appearing behind him. He glanced slightly over his shoulder, then thought, already caught up so soon. The meaning of that signal splits into 5 branches. That is the heavenly net, meaning the danger must be eliminated at all costs. Using the flare as the center, they will scour the surroundings to identify the target, and then gradually tighten the encirclement. The manhunt order represents the hunters. All hunters in the area will maintain this encirclement until the issuer withdraws the order. It's essentially a death sentence. Even last time, when I stole the relic the Emperor targeted on the northern continent, I died under the heavenly net. But now I have the system. Thinking that, Zeke immediately drew 2 short swords from his pack and clenched them in his hand. Their blades began to slash towards Zeke at wind-tearing speed. Yet instead of fear, our protagonist felt a flicker of excitement. He thought to himself, "Worth trying out, huh?" Saying that, Zeke's hands whipped like machines, leaving afterimages in the air and deflecting every attack aimed at him. Immediately after, the protagonist leapt backward, escaping the assassin's encirclement and keeping a safe distance. Then, after observing their stance carefully, Zeke could confirm his suspicion. As expected, their skill level is completely different from the ones in the cave. Just as he thought this, countless footsteps rang out behind Zeke. Other assassins had just arrived. In seconds, numerous figures in black cloaks surrounded Zeke. Seeing this, even Zeke felt a bit of a headache. This is getting troublesome. He sighed and checked the system map before him. It was crowded with red dots around the area, with more red dots constantly arriving. He murmured, "If I use it, I could still escape. But that would be like throwing away the meching cover I've painstakingly created. Is there no other way? I never intended to use it in a situation like this." With that thought, having no choice, Zeke began to take out a small whistle. And under the curious gazes of the assassins, he took a deep breath and blew into the whistle with all his might, producing a piercing sound that echoed in all directions. Hearing it, the assassins grew wary and scanned around. What is that? Could he be calling reinforcements? Elsewhere, the scar-faced assassin saw Zeke suddenly take out several small spheres and shouted, "They're smoke grenades." The sound was just a lure. Capture him immediately. Hearing the order, the hounds lunged to intercept. Unfortunately, they were a bit late. At that moment, Zeke hurled the spheres forcefully to the ground, causing them to explode and release dense black smoke, cloaking the surroundings. Seizing the opportunity, Zeke's figure vanished immediately. Seeing this, although the assassin's captain was annoyed, he calmly ordered, don't panic. Once the heavenly net is set, no one can escape. Hold your positions and look for abnormal movements in the smoke and silhouettes. After saying that, he scanned the area, but all he saw were the silhouettes of his comrades. This left him puzzled. No trace at all. Does he think blocking vision will make us retreat? Or is this related to that whistle just now? The captain wondered. As if answering that question, suddenly a scream from one of the assassins echoed everywhere. His body was sent flying like a torn sack into the air, leaving the captain stunned as well. What's going on here? He muttered as he hurriedly scanned around, and finally spotted the cause of the sudden attack. It turned out to be a group of shirtless, massive men like bears, beginning to attack and crush all his underlings. The Man Tribe. What is happening? We didn't provoke the Man Tribe at all. If it were just one or two aggressive ones, it might be understandable, but they're attacking in a whole pack like this. The more he thought about it, the more puzzled the captain became. Elsewhere, an assassin in the group yelled in irritation, "You savage barbarians, how dare you attack us?" As he spoke, he wrapped his sword in aura and slashed straight at the waist of a man right in front of him. But when his blade struck that massive body, it was like hitting a block of steel. His sword was knocked away and trembled. Seeing this, the assassin's eyes went blank, unable to believe it. He blurted out, "What the?" Before he could think more, the bald man landed a devastating punch, smashing his head into a bloody pulp. Thus the assassins began to be literally crushed. The captain, watching from the side, felt his heart sink. This is bad. I've never seen them this enraged. With our current forces, this is too dangerous. Stopping his thoughts, he immediately drew his gun. And to prevent the remaining underlings from being slaughtered by the Man Tribe as they rushed over, the captain pulled out a signal pistol and fired it into the sky, shouting to the others, "Withdraw the heavenly net." Meanwhile, the Man Tribe behind them kept pursuing and refused to give up. "Retreat, retreat immediately." Hearing this, the assassins rejoiced like they'd struck gold. They hurriedly scrambled away, using all their strength to flee. Only after they had completely vanished did Zeke emerge. He climbed out of a hole he'd dug to hide in, and laughed, more effective than I expected. Then he looked at the cracked whistle in his hand. It was a Man Tribe horn, made to relay orders quickly on chaotic battlefields and serve as a tactical tool of the Man People. In my previous life, I happened to befriend the Mohican tribe of the Man People, learning how to make their horn and their signaling system. The signal I just sent with the horn meant, "An outsider has trespassed on the ancestors' sacred land." The Man People are often dismissed as crude savages, but in truth they have their own cultural traditions and civilization. With such crude workmanship, it probably only works once, huh? With the assassins no longer a problem, Zeke quickly moved on following the map's guidance. Before long, he reached Kaishir's relic. However, upon entering, he sensed the assassins weren't the only obstacle. Something more dangerous and terrifying lay inside the relic. Now Zeke was hiding by a wall, quietly peeking forward, from one difficulty to another. What he saw was a giant nine-headed monster, constantly watching its surroundings. Accompanying it was a system alert. Detected long-race Sadoa corrupted by impure evil energy. Stunned by that message, the protagonist froze. What the hell is long-race Sadoa again? According to the minimap, the door up there. "System, can you open that door?" He wondered, and the system replied, "Administrator request confirmed. Connecting to control system. Connected to the management system of Hero King Kaishir's resting place. Proceed to open the entrance." According to the announcement, the stone door rumbled and moved, revealing an entrance from behind. But when the giant monster noticed this, it began to go berserk. Zeke forced a wry smile. Sneaking past it quietly doesn't look possible now. With that thought, Zeke took a deep breath and charged at the beast. He activated the wind technique, shadowless steps. His body shot forward like an arrow, and he began to dance through the giant monster's terrifying attacks. His intent was to use shadowless steps to disrupt its vision and quickly reach the entrance. Almost there, Zeke thought, as the entrance now lay before him. But of course it wasn't that easy. Before Zeke could reach the entrance, one of the giant snake's mouths lunged right beside him. It opened its mouth wide, then slammed to the side, sending rocks and debris flying everywhere. Fortunately, Zeke managed to dodge the attack in time. A surge of bloodlust rose in him. Time to teach this serpent a lesson. He immediately used Chapter 7, first form of the dragon-slaying technique, Dragon Hand Severing, ripping countless slashes across the giant snake's body, causing it to howl in agony. Its blood sprayed everywhere, some landing on Zeke. Wherever the blood touched, it hissed and smoked. This made Zeke pause. He dared not attack recklessly. Its blood is acidic. A nine-headed monster with acidic blood. Even my master in my previous life only barely managed to kill it. A nine-headed hydra. All right, let's try once more, Zeke thought, tightening his grip on the sword. Across from him, the dragon's 9 heads stared at him with deadly intent. As one hydra head bared its venomous fangs and lunged at Zeke, He gritted his teeth and raised his sword to block. Kang, steel met fang, the clash ringing like a death knell. Before he could recover, another head roared. Its greenish eyes like demonic gems exhaled killing intent that made the air heavy as if mired in mud. He deftly stepped back a few paces to regain footing, muttering as if arguing with fate. Damn it, what's so great about this dragon-slaying skill? Dragons are extinct, and the closest thing is these long-race monsters. But it doesn't seem to affect them at all. No matter how I slash, it just regenerates. So frustrating. Zeke admitted bitterly that his current power still wasn't enough to defeat this monster. Ahead, the gate to the sanctum loomed, only about 30 meters away. Without hesitation, he shouted, "System, close the gate." The system responded in a flat, bored office tone. Administrator request confirmed. Closing the gate leading to the sanctum of Hero King Kaiser. Boom, the gate slammed shut, shaking the entire cavern as if the sky had collapsed. Zeke drove his sword into the ground, the stone cracking as if struck by a divine hammer. A surge of energy exploded outward like a tsunami, applying the dragon-slaying art and causing the serpent heads to freeze, their eyes flashing with panic. He roared, "Secret Marshal, strike Wind Cleaver." A brilliant blade sliced through rushing into the cluster of snake heads like a reaper's scythe. Thwack! A head flew into the sky, purple blood spraying like brilliant fireworks. The Hydra's screams echoed, the whole cavern groaning in pain. Not missing the chance, Zeke shot toward the gate like a lightning bolt, thinking, "Good. It's dazed from losing a head. Get out of here, killing can wait." But the Hydra was no fool. Its eyes flashed like monster headlights in a sci-fi film, and it immediately saw through Zeke's plan. One head lunged, its neck stretching like a rubber band, razor teeth snapping from every direction, as if to turn him into raw sandwich meat. Zeke was only a few steps from the gate, thinking he had escaped, when suddenly he panicked. What the? Boom, a lightning-fast swipe tore through his left arm. Red blood sprayed like a fountain, splattering the just-closed gate. He staggered and fell inside, his face contorted in pain, but he hissed through gritted teeth, "Damn you, you wretched serpent. You drove me all the way here." Rage erupted like a volcano. Zeke bellowed, eyes blazing red, pointing his sword at the Hydra. "You want my hands that badly? Then take them." He leapt up, diving at the nearest head, his blade striking in rapid succession like a storm of steel. Blood gushed from the wounds, his clothes soaked as if steeped in a blood pool. But the immortal body began to regenerate. A new arm grew, joints forming like living magic. The Hydra screamed madly, not only from pain but from fury. It expelled a cloud of greenish toxic gas, dense as a death fog, suffocating the space like hell. Zeke frowned, muttering, "Toxic bones. Game over yet, buddy," the system coldly announced. "You have been poisoned by the venom of the Hydra dragon." Without hesitation, Zeke poured all his strength into a killing blow. The sword flared like a blazing torch, tearing the air with a lightning strike, slashing across the Hydra's body. Swoosh, another head flew into the sky, purple blood spraying like toxic rain. The beast's eyes widened, helpless, as if regretting daring to face the immortal. Zeke's sweat poured, his face purple, lips pale from the poison, but his hand still gripped the sword, eyes burning with indomitable will. Not finished yet. The final head roared and lunged with terrifying speed, trying to drag them both to hell. One life left, one chance. Zeke gritted his teeth, all or nothing. "I'm not falling here." At the critical moment, he activated Dragon Might. A terrible pressure exploded like a meteor strike, crushing the Hydra, shaking the air violently as if the cavern would collapse. He glared, his voice cold and low. "I'm not joking. Begone, unless you want to be chopped into pieces and brought back as sausages." The Hydra growled, but a second later it trembled violently, sweating as if showering drops the size of peas. Its whole body shrank, eyes panicked. Then with a whoosh, it fled like a dog running from a debt collector, not daring to look back. Zeke exhaled, collapsed onto the ground, panting like an old man after a long day's toil. Didn't expect Dragon Might to work on the long race. Should have used it earlier. But before he could celebrate, he felt his body heavy as if stones were tied to his legs. "Wait, why am I still tired? Infinite stamina, right?" The system appeared, as if to troll further. "You have engraved fear into the corrupted long race, contaminated by impure energy. Do you want to activate the authority to dominate long races to subdue the target?" He recalled the scene just now. Did he really make it afraid? Was it thanks to a momentary display of dragon might? Whatever the reason, could he actually subdue that absurd monster? "All right, let's try." He opened the interface, but upon seeing the message his body froze as if struck by lightning. "Insufficient administrator, privileges to tame the corrupted long race. Failed to subdue target." He choked on the words and shouted, "Insufficient privilege. Seriously, I thought I'd get a premium pet for free." But then again, it's always odd when a top-tier skill has no limitation. Zeke was about to curse more, but a headache hit him like a stone dragon smashing his skull, pain so intense he wanted to scream. His face turned purple. He clutched his head, trembling like a soaked puppy. The system said coldly, "Warning, Hydra Dragon venom has exceeded dangerous limits." Zeke hissed through his teeth, "Damn it, this venomous toxin. Healing doesn't work on this venom. There must be some other way." Suddenly, amid the spinning pain, an idea flashed. Right, Dragon skill, Devouring level 1. In devouring state, anything can be digested and converted into energy. If I swallow this monster, I'll surely absorb some venom resistance. A creature carrying such potent poison must have some hematological power related to toxin resistance. Without hesitation, Zeke activated the dragon's skill Devouring. The Hydra's corpse melted, steaming like it had been thrown into a hellish, smelting furnace. The system updated continuously. The fallen long race head invaded by tainted aura has been digested in voracious mode. Upon absorbing the defeated target, the voracious skill is upgraded from novice to adept, restoring depleted energy via absorption. The system kept announcing it had absorbed the bloodline power of the digested creature. Only part of the opponent was absorbed, receiving incomplete substances, universal toxin resistance acquired. In an instant, Zeke felt light, as if bathed in a divine spring. All toxins vanished as if swept away by mountain winds. His muscles regained tone. His eyes sparkled like stars, his skin smoother than a high-end cosmetic model's. The system confirmed, detected Hydra 9-headed toxin. The effect from the universal toxin resistance material helped neutralize the toxin detect. A status board flashed, brilliant like an honor roll. Low-level administrator 1 name, Zeke Faction, immortal top of toxins title, blessed by the ancient dragon bamboo heir of Terracan physique. Celestial bone body, total immunity to toxins authority, domination of long races system functions, 100 slot storage minimap novice quest book system skills, self-healing, strong mental defense, infinite stamina, combat senses common skills. A-tier martial strike proficient, A-tier shock reflex artifact novice, A-tier broad northern face novice, dragon skills level 1, dragon eye proficient, dragon might proficient, devouring proficient, dragon tongue locked, dragon skills level 2. Dragon Scale Armor Proficient, Dragon Claw Proficient, Dragon Skills Level 3. Locked requires 300 points Karma Points, 465. Trait Total Immunity to Toxins, resists and neutralizes most poisons. Zeke curled a lip, grinning smugly. From now on, anyone using poison will only be poisoning themselves. He glanced at the new info panel and frowned. The word most is worrying, but with this skill, poison won't be a problem. He froze, muttering, Devouring leveled from novice to proficient. Unbelievable. This hardly ever levels up unless, he nodded, eyes brightening. Right, must be from killing a system-marked target. Hitting the monster the system flagged really does drop great loot. Oh, that's useful info. So killing the foes the system hates yields good rewards. He sprang to his feet, shook his coat, and walked off proudly as if Hydra hadn't just torn him apart. Zeke muttered, "That Hydra set me back. I need to move faster." In his head he thought of hero King Kaiser, half human, half immortal, a legend forever in the stories. Born to the wise sage and the fairy king, Kaiser's life was far from peaceful. A dark witch ripped him from his parents and threw him into the woods like trash. Fortunately, a sacred wolf, surely SS rank or higher, found the newborn Kaiser and raised him as its own. Thanks to that, Kaiser grew strong, with six-pack abs, long windswept hair, and an imposing presence. Kaiser rescued the oppressed and founded a human kingdom in the Central Lands, a realm called Kronos. This is the part of the story everyone on the continent knows, the origin of Kaiser's legend. Nowadays, there's almost no data left. It's truly become a legend. But evidence that hero King Kaiser and the kingdom of Kronos really existed stood before Zeke as he gazed at Kronos' ruins. The broken walls stretched on, silent yet magnificent, whispering the old legend through the stones. It's here, right in front of him, unfolding before his eyes. Looking back and forth, he felt it was much smaller than in the books he read. He couldn't believe the remnants of Kaiser were literally the kingdom of Kronos. Stepping toward the gate, he continued, and now that he thought about it, the sanctum of the Dragon Slayers had a similar atmosphere. The system beeped like a burglar alarm, analyzing, Kaiser imprint confirmed, opening the sanctum of hero King Kaiser. Zeke didn't hesitate and proceeded inside. A faint light emanated from a glittering blue crystal, as if it contained the soul of the kingdom. He touched it and whispered, "Is this the vision of the hero king?" The system immediately chimed like a home alarm, starting quest chain, the vision of hero King Kaiser. Zeke jumped and yelled, "Hey, hello, suddenly a quest. Did anyone ask me if I agreed?" The system continued, cold as a banker denying a loan. Warning, you cannot leave the area until the quest chain is completed. He screamed, what the hell, who gave you the right to do this? Bang, the rear gate slammed shut like a mom catching her kid gaming at 2 a.m. Zeke shouted, What the? The system displayed quest details, the progression chain of Hero King Kaiser. Objective: in the ruins bearing Kaiser's traces, collect each step of his progression. Time limit: none. Reward: Tears of the Fairy King. Zeke frowned, reread the last line, and muttered, Quest chain, the progression of Hero King Kaiser. Tears of the Fairy King. He rubbed his chin, his mind tangled. Kaiser's mother, an entity who grants blessings to humanity, and I'll receive her tears. He looked up at the glowing gem, sparkling like the eye of an NPC about to hand out an ultra-hard quest, and whispered, I'm starting to get nervous. Kaiser's mother, who can grant any wish, and the reward is her tear. Zeke was still stunned, mouth agape, murmuring like a man in a trance. I don't know what this is used for, but it's definitely an unparalleled supreme treasure. He turned to the system, urgent. How do you achieve that kind of progression? The system beeped once, answering coldly like an annoyed AI assistant. Administrator request confirmed. Extracting data from the magical recording device. Detected 546 magical videos of Hero King Kaiser. A total of 12 videos matched the requirements. Playing the first video. The screen flashed, magic flickering like a broken stage light. The image appeared hazy, accompanied by an ancient voice in a long-forgotten tongue. System notice will auto-translate into the common language of the central continent. Pop, a figure appeared, radiating such godlike handsomeness and force it felt like a whirlwind sweeping the world. The person spoke. What is a sword? It's a sword, what else? He said. All those old brains spouting about sword doctrines but never landing a soul-stirring strike. Nonsense. From behind came a shout. Hey Satin, focus on the shot. The screen shook as if kicked. Zeke held his breath, eyes wide. No way. The speaker was the legendary hero King Kaiser, and Satin, the loyal guard, who'd become a saga himself. Seeing that, he suddenly thought, so this isn't fake, this is real footage. The voice in the video continued. To master the sword, what must one do? Nothing special, just swing the sword diligently and many times, the video said. The footage continued. Kaiser raised his blade in the darkness. The blade flashed with cold light, as if tearing the darkness apart. Just watching the screen made Zeke feel his heart was stabbed. His whole body trembled. He fell backward weakly, limbs exhausted, sweating as if bathed. One thought filled his head, that aura, that pressure. Just from the screen it made him faint. Is this really the progression of the Hero King? Zeke's eyes lit up like a child seeing a new toy. He burst out laughing. I like this. System, replay that video from the start for me. The system replied. Administrator request confirmed. Time passed quietly. It had been 4 days since Zeke was locked in this place. Before him were 3 doors. The first room was piled with food, enough to last a month. The second room was as comfortable as a 5-star hotel, with a bed soft as a cloud. The third room held military documents, books, weapons, and training equipment. It looked like a dungeon on the outside, but was actually a training chamber reserved for Kaiser's successor. That way he could focus solely on training and swing his sword tens of thousands of times. Zeke spent entire days swinging the sword, repeating motions tens of thousands of times, trying to imitate Kaiser's moves. But he still couldn't reproduce the crushing aura of the man. Suddenly the system rang out. Learned progression of Hero King Kaiser, basic sword element. Zeke jumped, sword element. Immediately, a flurry of notifications hit like a storm. Basic stage complete. Begin application stage. The magic gem behind him began to blaze brightly. He was a bit puzzled. Application stage. A message appeared, summoning the spirit of Hero King Kaiser. From the light, a faint but majestic image emerged. The man stepped forward, as if resurrected from an ancient age. Hero King Kaiser, the immortal ruler of Kronos. Zeke went pale, muttering, what is this? Don't tell me Hero King Kaiser is really standing right in front of me. Before he could recover, Kaiser suddenly tightened his grip on the sword hilt, eyes cold as ice, as if he wanted to cut him in two. Zeke still didn't understand what he'd done wrong. When whoosh, Kaiser lunged like lightning, his blade coming down. By reflex, Zeke drew his sword to block. Clang, the clash of metal reverberated through the air. He gritted his teeth and shouted, what the hell? Suddenly attacking like this. Seriously, what the hell? A second later, boom. Kaiser's storm-like force sent Zeke flying like a dry leaf. He tumbled on the ground like burnt flatbread. His body covered in scratches, he panted like a stranded fish. Kaiser's voice rang out majestic. Get up, you think sword training is child's play? Zeke hauled himself up, thinking, teaching me by beating me up. The feeling was all too familiar, like meeting his master from a past life. Kaiser strode and said, as the old teachings told me, one must train the sword through real strength. If the knights of old saw you now, they'd have heart attacks and rise from their graves. Kaiser's pressure bore down like a mountain, but Zeke was confused. What did the man want? A test of strength or just torturing him for fun? Not giving him time to ponder, Kaiser suddenly reappeared right in front of him. Kaiser swung his sword, A powerful cut tore the ground and shot straight toward Zeke. He screamed as if chased by a buffalo. "What the hell is this? You clearly want to kill me." Sweat poured down as Zeke rolled and dodged by the skin of his teeth, thinking, "Damn it, can I block this?" This guy is a monster in human disguise. Kaiser's face broke into a faint smile, his gaze like that of a weirdo. Zeke wanted to punch him but swallowed his saliva and told himself, "Don't overthink it. Just give it your all like always." Light flared like a bursting metallurgical furnace. Zeke took a deep breath. "Let's go." Kaiser blinked and murmured, "Are you Satan's student? Finally succeeded. What is that power?" "Aurora." Zeke didn't answer and charged, his sword tearing through the air like thunder. But Kaiser casually swung to block, as if cutting grass, sending him flying backward. He tilted his head, HMPH, still not quite right. Zeke tensed, face red as a tomato, thinking, "This move leaves me exhausted, literally and figuratively." Kaiser curled a lip and launched a lightning-fast counter. "Doesn't matter. Just fight for fun. Now show me how long you can keep whining." Boom, boom, they plunged into an earth-shattering duel. Sword clashed with sword, sparks flashing like New Year fireworks. But gradually Zeke tired, sweat dripping, limbs trembling. He knew he would lose. Yet he hadn't expected to be crushed like burnt flatbread. He smiled, so this is the true power of the Hero King. But this side isn't to be underestimated either. Snap! Zeke activated a series of skills. The system blared like a fire alarm. Activate Dragon Skill, Ultimate Kill. Activate Dragon Skill, Swift March. Activate Dragon Skill, Rapid Slash. Activate Dragon Skill, Dragon Claw. In an instant, Zeke became a raging dragon tornado, his body wreathed in radiance, swordsmanship erupting like a volcano. He lunged at Kaiser, the battle's heat making the space tremble as if about to shatter. But Kaiser matched him, summoning a massive clawed hand and striking a killing blow. Boom, rocks and dust flew everywhere. Kaiser stood amid the dust, clicking his tongue. Ha, not a dragonborn yet possessing dragon skills. Intriguing. But Zeke had slipped behind him without him noticing. A flash lit Kaiser's eyes. He glanced over his shoulder, murmuring, HMPH, elemental force as well. Zeke unleashed Soul Spirit technique, his body splitting into countless afterimages, moving like a vortex as he charged Kaiser. Boom, boom, two enormous forces collided, erupting into waves of energy that shook the space. Sword chi, killing intent, dragon chi, everything blended into a chaotic symphony. But after fierce clashing, the result was still defeat. No comeback, no miracle. Zeke lay flat on the ground like an unflipped pancake. After a while, he opened his eyes wide, looking like he'd woken up on a battlefield. Who am I? Where is this? Why am I lying here among shattered rock? Beside him, Kaiser sat cross-legged, relaxed as if sipping afternoon tea. Seeing Zeke awake, he curled a lip. The weak one finally wakes. He continued leisurely. Still, you do have talent. Satan's aptitude, the strength of the Dragon Clan, and elemental force. An interesting combo. Kaiser frowned as if discovering something more interesting. He stepped closer, leaned in and stared. Wait, your soul is intersecting with the spirit realm. Zeke frowned. The spirit realm, what the hell is that? Kaiser went on like lecturing at a university. You've crossed the boundary between life and death more than once. For a normal body to do that, using elemental force makes sense. Zeke's eyes widened, thinking, another round of mystical logic hitting my ear. He sighed, wincing. So far all I've heard is Saturn, spirit realm, elemental force, and I don't understand any of it. Can you explain it to me clearly? Kaiser smiled crookedly, his gaze sharp as a blade. HMPH, are you pretending not to understand? Don't you have a greater goal than those trivial things? Making you dazed, huh? What is it? Kaiser pointed directly at him. Are you pretending not to understand the true progression of mind? He paused, eyes blazing, and cast a spell with his hand. What you are learning is the sword element. Elemental force is the purest essence of nature, the foundation that creates all things in the universe. Water, fire, earth, wind, the four supreme elements. And the sword element is the pinnacle forged from those four legendary elements. Not just talk, Hero King Kaiser explained as he unleashed a tremendous force. Like a divine whirlwind sweeping the space, cracking the ground into deep rifts. He declared, his voice booming, this is the Gale Fury Sword, master of wind force, the wind aspect among the four great elements. His tone deepened. To manifest the sword element, the core is nothing but cosmic spirit chi that you've heard of. Zeke stood behind, as pale as death, thinking, wait, what is this? It sounded like magic, but the execution resembled pure sword technique. Before he could ponder further, Kaiser suddenly turned. Now it's your turn. Zeke froze, his mind a hive set on fire. Is the source of elemental force, but I can't sense any from him. Or is the secret in the method of transformation? He hesitated, then inhaled deeply and said, if so, can you show me how to transform into elemental force? Kaiser raised an eyebrow and scratched his chin, but before he could answer, his sword flared up, flames blazing red as if to incinerate the space. He laughed, well, just cast it then. No need for long explanations. Zeke stood frozen, eyes bewildered like a lost puppy. Why are almost all my prospective masters like this? He thought to himself, it's not that I can't sense E, it's that I sense too little. Now channeling it is like catching a weak Wi-Fi signal. I have to concentrate fully just to grasp a hint. But he still nodded. Yes, I'll try. Kaiser curled his lip. Bold words. In another corner, Zeke strained his brain. Don't trust everything your eyes see. This so-called elemental force. Kaiser clearly called his spirit an elemental force, so does that mean? Holding the sword in hand, he smirked with confidence. The spirit technique is also a power that uses elemental force. At that moment, he looked at Zeke's demonstration with a hint of curiosity. Thinking it, he summoned the wind-type soul spirit technique. But in less than 3 seconds, wham! A thunderous blow from above nearly burst his brain. The culprit was none other than Kaiser, sitting with his legs crossed, glaring at him in displeasure. I told you to use elemental force. Who let you wave around those clumsy dark tricks? Zeke clutched his head, eyes watering from pain and confusion. Dark tricks, language spirit art. Kaiser snorted coldly. Yes, language spirit art is a secret technique used only by the Dragon Clan. If it were a draconic assassin, I might tolerate it, but humans absolutely cannot use it. Every time you use that power, your body will suffer considerable strain, understand? The souls of humans and dragons are fundamentally worlds apart. You could imitate it rough, but the effect can never be compared. I don't know who created that counterfeit technique, but it's truly laughable to fake language spirit art into such a cheap trick. Fine, now that you understand, do it again. In his mind, he kept thinking, I once saw language spirit art when absorbing Bahamut's heart at the resting place of the draconic assassin. Back then I learned language spirit art, but I also saw a notice saying I couldn't yet cast. The dragon technique language spirit art, words carrying power, was locked. The administrator's maturity level wasn't sufficient. Zeke continued to ponder. If soul spirit techniques were built on the foundation of language spirit art, then when I mature and unlock language spirit art, might I be able to control soul spirit techniques freely and have another reason to level up faster? While Zeke was lost in thought, Kaiser ran out of patience, raised his sword to the sky and shouted, Need another beating to wake you up. Get up. Zeke sprang up like a spring. Yes, I'm up. Practical training was indeed harsher than the basics, but thanks to the divine body he was granted, Kaiser's stunning demonstrations, and countless memorable beatings, Zeke gradually grasped the principles of the sword element. It's like magic that uses formation, arrays to channel demonic power, but the sword element uses E as a bridge to summon spirit force. Once the principle and usage were understood, manifesting the elemental sword was no longer difficult. After days of training soaked in sweat, tears, and even nosebleeds, mostly from Zeke, Kaiser finally declared, now it looks decent enough. But don't get too happy. The advanced stage will make you want to go lick rocks rather than continue. Rest today. Zeke saluted like a rookie. Understood, master. Then, as if remembering something, he scratched his head. While resting, may your disciple ask a few questions. Kaiser nodded lightly. Ask. But as he hovered in the air like a carefree immortal, Zeke paused. He noticed faint motes of light around Kaiser, dancing like they had souls, so those were elemental force too. Eyes bright, he went straight to the point. When you and I first met, you saw me use Aurora and called me Satan's disciple. What did you mean by that? Kaiser raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised, then answered slowly, his voice low and dramatic as if telling a legend. Aurora, yes, that name. I called you that because the technique you use was created by a man named Satan. He kept saying humans couldn't comprehend the sword element, yet he invented a technique founded on it. Worse, he skipped over my techniques and only spread his own. Kaiser's eyes darkened, his voice bitter. That man, Satan Draker, bastard. Zeke jolted as if electrocuted. Satan Drake. His heart felt punched. Isn't Satan the noble knight, the hero king's most trusted retainer, the founder of the Aura cultivation school known across the continent? His surname is Drake. So the Draker ancestry isn't Terracan as everyone thought, but an ancient figure named Satan. Why has no one ever mentioned this? Still dizzy, Zeke asked on. So this place called the spirit realm where the spirits reside, what exactly is it? Even though I've sensed spirit power, I can't picture the true nature of that place. Before he could finish, Kaiser snapped his fingers as if performing a street magic trick. Instantly, a howling gale swept in, twisting the air into a vortex and forming an invisible wall before them. Zeke reached out to touch it, feeling like he was pressing on wind compressed into concrete. He thought, eyes shining, so wind mastery can be used like this. Kaiser's voice came from the other side of the vortex, tonal and storytelling. If you want accuracy, it's complicated, but simply put, the spirit realm is the yin plane and our world is the yang plane. When a body leaves the living world and steps into the spirit realm, it's like crossing a line of no return, a one-way trip with no return ticket. Those trapped there don't dream of coming back. Zeke froze, murmuring, but didn't you once say part of your soul still lingered in the spirit realm? So how are you standing right in front of me now, and in a spiritual state? He snapped his fingers. In a lazy voice, yes, I've also encountered someone like you for the first time, but there are loopholes to bypass the spirit realm's boundary. He stretched comfortably and replied, a prime example is me. I was lucky to have a dragon lend a hand. Zeke's eyes popped, nearly falling from their sockets. A dragon, he stammered, something's wrong here. He swallowed dryly, stammering, a dragon helping humans, are you joking? I've never heard of such a thing before. Kaiser frowned, glared at him as if ready to punch. What the hell are you talking about? Among the races, the dragon clan cherishes humans the most. Zeke stood dazed like a beached fish, his mind in knots. What's going on? Dragons cherish humans. Weren't apex monsters like Bahamut almost responsible for wiping out the world? He thought, so the relationship between humans and dragons in ancient times was entirely different. What the hell is happening? Kaiser stepped closer, his voice full of implication. I don't need to explain the details because you are living proof. He moved up to Zeke and reached out to lightly touch his chest. This heart and even the tooth used to forge your sword. Weren't they both personally given by Bahamut? He smiled softly, half teasing, half praising. Though his temper is gruff as a dog in the sun, he never refuses a sincere plea. Honestly, it's kind of endearing. Zeke said nothing, just scratched his head, thinking. It seems Kaiser and the evil dragon Bahamut were close. Better to hide the previous punitive expedition. He forced a smile. Yes, that's right. Our family has served Lord Bahamut for generations and was rewarded for our loyalty. I must have misunderstood. Kaiser laughed heartily. Ha ha, he's still the same, always caring for his own. But you must have suffered clearing up the mess his odd temper caused. That fiery temper led him to argue with Kronos many times. Zeke raised an eyebrow, pondered, then asked, wait, Kronos is also the name of a dragon. He continued, I've heard a lot about Kronos, but as the kingdom of Kronos. Isn't that a nation? So was the kingdom named after Kronos? Kaiser nodded, eyes filled with nostalgia. Yes, because I was his contract bearer. Back then we strained our brains for a kingdom name. Everyone suggested silly names. He sat there calmly drinking tea. I was annoyed, so I just used his name to finish. Zeke made a grimace, smiled awkwardly, but thought inwardly, a dragon that drinks tea. Don't tell me it's shape-shifting like the legend. Kaiser folded his arms, closed his eyes, as if amused at himself. Anyway, Kronos wasn't surprised. Maybe he foresaw it. In truth, I just wanted his name to be remembered by posterity. In ancient times, when Kaiser still walked among us, humans and dragons lived in harmony like sworn siblings. A glorious era now preserved only in ancient books and carvings. But if a dragon of world-shattering power unconditionally supported humans, the balance of the world would be distorted, pushing the present reality to the brink of annihilation. Therefore, the Dragon Clan made a historic decision to restrain their power, use transformation arts to take human form, and make contracts with the worthy. They would not intervene directly, only silently aid like a great ghost behind the currents of history. Those chosen who signed contracts with dragons were called contract bearers. Zeke murmured, I see. He thought, no wonder those ancient relics are so powerful. There was a dragon's hand in them. But if that's true, why did the dragon-human relationship fracture, turning from friends to foes and fading into legend? I need to reread the histories. Suddenly, Kaiser muttered from the other side. Hey, I've been waiting so long my beak's gone numb. He texted himself inwardly. When will I have time? I'll have to reread the whole Chronicle series. Zeke chuckled and stepped closer. You've waited for an heir for 2,000 years. A few more minutes won't hurt. Kaiser narrowed his eyes, voice cold as ice. You insolent apprentice, let's see how long you keep that attitude. He inhaled deeply and declared, the final stage of the advanced training is a direct duel with me. The air suddenly grew heavy, an invisible pressure pressing down like a mountain. But even at this level, it was no different from the previous times. So I'll add one more rule to the training. He finished and slammed his hand down. Dirt and stone flew up. From now on, you shall not eat or sleep. The duel will continue without pause until I say enough. And the most important rule is you may only use the elemental sword and the element that matches mine. Finished speaking, Zeke asked, what if I break the rule? As soon as the question was asked, he simultaneously unleashed magic, the elemental sword, flame field, and fire veil. You ask what happens if I break the rule. He grew serious. If you have more than one life, go ahead and try. The elemental sword is divided into 4 schools, corresponding to each element. First is the one based on fire. The Fire Force School, which burns everything with heat and terrifying flames that possess overwhelming destructive power. Next is the one based on earth, the Metal Force School, specializing in restraining and blocking opponents with the ability to control hardness and mass at will. Then there is the one based on wind, the Wind Force School, which, though not as strong as the Fire Force School, is highly practical in rapid combat, enabling swift movement and the projection of sword chi. Finally, there is the one based on water, the Water Force School, which excels in offense and defense, control, and even support in a comprehensive way. A flexible power that transforms like water, harmonious and diverse. Right now, Zeke was immediately swept away by the violent current Kaisher summit. His close friend also took a sizable slash across his chest. Zeke's eyes widened as he thought, "Damn it, what the hell is happening? The power and scale far exceed mine. Why is there such a huge gap?" Memories of the moment he successfully used the water force began to surface in his mind, creating a massive column of water. Seeing that, Zeke was also very pleased. Unfortunately, his temporary master Kaisher wasn't amused. He immediately knocked Zeke on the head, leaving him dazed, and began nagging, "Good heavens, what now, apprentice?" In response, Kaisher bluntly cursed, "You idiot, that's the power of a waterfall, not just a stream." Hearing that, Zeke naively asked again, "Isn't it enough to just manifest the attribute?" Answering this, Kaisher slowly descended to the ground and enlightened the protagonist. Other schools only need to manifest the attribute and swing hard to create force. But how many times have I said it? Water force is soft. Overcoming hardness, don't you understand? Now do it again. At the hero's explanation, Zeke silently cursed inwardly. Damn it, what kind of reasoning is softness overcomes hardness? Because you lack the power to fight back, you submit. Because you lack the power to protect, you lose what you have. To survive, to keep trust, to repay precious things, one devotes a lifetime to pursuing that power. So how can softness overcomes hardness be convincing? How could those words persuade me? Before Zeke could ponder further, Kaisher enveloped his sword in a stream of water and charged straight at him, forcing Zeke to hurriedly raise his blade to defend. In his heart he thought, "Is this old man asleep while dueling?" Unsurprisingly, Zeke couldn't withstand the pressure from Kaisher's sword and was flung backward. By this point, his whole body began to tremble, unable to hold back the pain. That's right. After the 15th day, I gave it up altogether. At least a month had passed since this insane training began. No eating, no sleeping, just endless sword fight. Because of that, I learned that infinite stamina isn't omnipotent. In front of me stood a monster of superior capability. Damn it, my hands are completely exhausted. The ground is slippery. No sooner had he thought that, almost as if to prove him right, his feet slipped from the ground, sending his body tilting backward. At the same time, a massive explosion from Kaisher's blade sent rock fragments flying everywhere. Fortunately, Zeke could still stagger on after that attack, and involuntarily, a delighted smile spread across his face. That heavy strike I slipped past. Softness overcomes hardness. Now I understand. From the strength to hold the sword to the strength to stay standing. When I let go of everything, only then did I begin to grasp Kaisher's words. By the method I learned, controlling the path of the blade and harmonizing techniques is what binds the sword's freedom. Cut the unnecessary chains, fall from above like flowing water. Let the sword find its own path. Exactly, clearly in my previous life I had felt this too. The moment the boundary between me and the sword dissolved. The sensation of becoming one with all things. Sometimes fierce, sometimes soft and graceful. Right now, the protagonist began to envelop his entire sword in the element of water. Around him, streams of water started to surge violently. Opposite him, the hero Kaisher made the same move. Thus the two of them grinned with excitement and used the water force elemental sword technique, water bottle line. A flash of light appeared on the battlefield. The clash of the two strikes was so powerful it sent ripples through the air. Back in the training hall, of course, Zeke couldn't defeat Kaisher. His body had completely collapsed into unconsciousness. Standing over him, the hero smiled approvingly and nodded, saying, "Well done, the heir has inherited my advancement, Zeke Drake." After an unknown amount of time, our protagonist Zeke finally regained consciousness. His head was a little dizzy, not yet processing events. Did I faint? How many times has it been? The first time was when dueling Duke. A notification appeared. Using an ability beyond the limit causes exhaustion. For the user's safety, consciousness will be forcibly cut off temporarily. But at that time, I had overused the dragon spear, and the system forced me into unconsciousness. This is the first time since rebirth that I fainted purely due to physical limits. Thinking that, he glanced back and called out for his master, Kaisher. But he saw no sign of the hero. This made Zeke suspect that the man had returned to the spirit realm. However, what made Zeke curious was the current status of that quest. I think I applied the power of water pretty well at the end. Then, to satisfy his curiosity, a a system screen appeared before him. At the same time, many other system screens popped up simultaneously, leaving him a bit dazed. Link quest completed. Bonus time has been added to the reward. Quest reward, Tears of the Fairy King, 500 karma points, 3 random skill molds. Hearing this, he was elated. After that hell, success had to follow. Achievement quest completed. Bonus time has been added to the reward. Quest reward, System Administrator rank upgrade, 500 karma points, 3 random gift boxes. System privileges upgraded to mid-level Administrator. New system features unlocked. Rookie questbook upgraded to mid-level questbook. Equipment slot toggle enabled. Teleport gate feature and minimap enabled. Administrator soul has matured. Soul growth partially unlocked. Bahamut Heart current seal level, 90%. Staring at the countless system screens that suddenly appeared before him, Zeke couldn't hide his surprise and whispered, "That's a lot. Just checking everything will take some time. First, check the seal level. It was 95% after I absorbed the dragon heart. Back then, I tried to break the seal immediately, but the system locked it. Of course, I know from experience what power beyond one's capability feels like. Right now, it seems I can withstand about 10%. Even dragon speech can't be unlocked with karma points, nor can dominating dragon breeds. Perhaps all related to the seal level. For now, I'll keep an eye on it. Next are the random gift boxes. With that in mind, Zeke quickly opened the 3 gift boxes, and all 3 contained equipment. First were boots made of meteoric iron, powerful yet light, no unique ability. Special note, set bonus activated when wearing the full meteoric iron set. The second personal item was greaves made of meteoric iron, matching the boots. The final gift was a pair of earrings, finely carved glass, unique ability, increases the wearer's spirit recovery speed by 15%. Special note, matches the red dress. Of the 3 gifts, Zeke was most pleased with the earrings. He said cheerfully, "If I sell these to a mage, it's a fortune. Also, I already have boots and greaves to pair with the gloves. That completes the full set." Then he hesitated. There were also the random skill cards. As the name implied, inside might be, could it be? Zeke couldn't delay another minute and immediately proceeded to roll the skill gacha. The system quickly issued a confirmation. Static shock skill rank C has been recorded as a skill. Static shock generates electricity to jolt target. Recorded as a skill. Static shock generates electricity to jolt targets. Flash bomb skill rank C has been recorded as a skill. Flash bomb fires compressed energy upward, creating an explosive burst of light that blinds and obstructs vision. Sonic break skill rank C has been recorded as a skill. Sonic break emits an irritating sound that disrupts an opponent's hearing. Faced with these 3 skills, Zeke's expression darkened with disappointment. All C-rank skills. Damn, if they'd given high-rank skills for free, all my suffering would have been for nothing. Next, he began to test the C-rank static shock. Immediately, the dagger in his hand was enveloped in currents of electricity. Seeing this, a flood of ideas suddenly sprang to Zeke's mind for applying that skill. This is a C-rank skill. Its power is pretty good for the rank, and I can use it in many ways. If I combine Flash Bomb and Sonic Break, I can counter crowd control effects even better than the relic I used in the promotion exam. Also, the privilege upgrade. It says a new system feature was unlocked. Here we go. The protagonist shouted, "The new system feature is an equip toggle slot. You can use equipment in the slot as a skill." Faced with this feature, Zeke fell into thought, considering the best applications. Using equipment as skills, this could be useful in emergency. Since I have infinite stamina and self-healing, I should reserve these slots for things other than potions. That was his reason. However, a second later his expression shifted, and he shook his head. No, wait. Even a supposedly perfect ability has weaknesses. Nothing guarantees I won't encounter someone like Kaisher again, someone I couldn't handle even with endless stamina. I also don't know the true limits of self-healing. There's always a scenario where Next, to ensure his safety, Zeke bought a few life-saving items. You purchased A-rank healing elixir, remaining karma points, 1,465. Registered advanced healing elixir into the equip toggle slot. This is a masterpiece by Jabba bin Hassan. Instantly heals grievous wounds and restores vigor. Special note, due to its exceptional potency, it will not affect the same target a second time and has undefined side effects. Zeke was reasonably satisfied with that description. Overspent unexpectedly, but at this level it's worth it. It can substitute for endless stamina or self-healing. And now, the most important reward. Tears of the Fairy King. He said this as he pulled a small blue glass vial from his pack. Tears of the Fairy King. The tear shed when hero King Kaisher was defeated in the sorcerer's scheme. It can summon the Fairy King from the spirit realm once by using this tear as a conduit. After reading the description, instead of joy, Zeke's face went pale. he had fully witnessed how powerful hero King Kaisher was. Summon the Fairy King. Legend says the Fairy King grants wishes to humankind. If all the legends about Kaisher are true, could I summon the Fairy King and receive a wish? But there's only one chance. It can't be used carelessly. At that moment, he kept staring intently at the glass vial. All right, I'll keep it for now. Surely there will be a time I need it. Saying that, he tossed the vial back into his pack and quickly left the ruins. Time passed quickly, cut to a corner of a forest. Suddenly, a red magic circle appeared on the ground. Next, Zeke's figure materialized inside the formation. Glancing at the surroundings, he quickly commented, "This is the Adventurer Outpost, so I really teleported here. The system's new teleport gate feature is really convenient. You just select a location on the minimap, and you can arrive there immediately. Aside from needing more points for long distances, there are almost no restrictions. With enough points, I could even move between continents. It's not only handy, it can help shake off pursuer. This will help the future plan." The protagonist nodded and said. He glanced around and noticed the branches were covered in vibrantly blooming flowers. This triggered a terrifying thought in Zeke's mind. Flowers in midwinter? Don't tell me. No way. Time passed quickly. Cut to the premier night training academy of the central continent, Valhalla. Inside the headmaster's office, his voice rang out in exasperation. "Oh my, after 10 years as headmaster, I've never encountered anything like this." A student appears a month after enrollment. He said this while trimming a small sapling before him. Meanwhile, Zeke listened and inwardly wailed, "I didn't want this. I was trapped in there for 4 months, sir." The instructor who delivered my recommendation letter said missing the enrollment ceremony could lead to rejection at the headmaster's discretion. Waiting until next year would be fatal. I need access to Tarakan Draker's secure archive. I must convince the headmaster at all costs. With that thought, he bowed and explained his reason to the headmaster. "Headmaster, I actually fell into a trance while training on my own to make up for my shortcomings and lost consciousness for a long time." At these words, Valhalla's headmaster, Flaubert Borgs, turned and regarded him with a cold stare. "I see no sign of a trance. Is that the excuse you came up with after missing the enrollment ceremony?" Returning to Zeke's viewpoint, he began digging up information about this headmaster. Flaubert Borg is the longest-serving former captain of the Royal Guard of the Kingdom of Tebi, a knight respected across the continent. The tale that Arthur Draker, the current lord, personally invited him to serve as headmaster 3 times remains famous. He is a man who honors duty and principle. Showing emotion is considered unbecoming. Thinking that, he bowed deeper and continued, "I have no excuse to justify missing the enrollment, no matter how many mouths there are, but it's the truth, headmaster." Across from him, Flaubert's brows knit, as if assessing whether Zeke's words were true. After a few seconds, he continued, "Achieving a trance state is not easy. If you were any other student, I'd accuse you of lying because it's ridiculous. But you are a student recommended by the Academy's patron. I will arrange a place for you. If I judge that your training is worth more than a month at Valhalla, I will permit your enrollment." At that request, Zeke actually felt a bit uneasy inside. "Although I resent that bastard Howard for paving the way for me, now is not the time to be picky." Thinking that, he hurriedly said, "Thank you, headmaster." Then Flaubert pressed the bell on his desk. Immediately a servant ran in to receive orders. Flaubert instructed him, "Secure an empty training room at once. Notify the department professors to assemble for an immediate supplemental enrollment evaluation." The attendant nodded and quickly ran off to announce. Cut to Valhalla's private training hall. At this moment, the professors had all gathered. Just by looking at their presence, Zeke began to sweat profusely. He thought to himself, "Valhalla is on another level. All the professors here are renowned knights I've at least once seen in the continental records." Aware of this, Zeke looked toward Headmaster Flaubert. Seeing everyone assembled, he got straight to the point. "Everyone is present. Show us the results of the training you've undertaken." In front of them, Zeke began drawing the sword from his back and pondered how much of his strength he should reveal. "Let's see, what should I show them now? I can't casually display elemental swordsmanship here. The pressure is intense. After all, they train the continent's strongest knights. Half-baked skills probably wouldn't even get a reaction from them. If that's the case, I should take this a bit more seriously, right?" With that thought, Zeke began to shroud his blade in a stream of blue mana. However, the instant he did, a professor cried out in astonishment, unable to believe it. The professor's face froze in shock. He involuntarily exclaimed, "Wait, isn't that sword aura?" Beside him, the others turned to one another in disbelief. Only 15 and already reached the Blue Knight realm. Wasn't able the youngest to reach the continent at 19 before. Truly, the awakening of the Golden House is something else. Their words made Zeke flinch and scold himself. "Oh no, I forgot. During those months fighting Kaisher, I completely forgot to restrain my aura. Thankfully, they still assume I'm only at the Blue Knight level. Before meeting Kaisher, my aura had indeed only reached the Blue Knight level. However, since mastering the hydraulic field and elemental swordsmanship, I've broken my limits and ascended to the next tier, the Red Knight. The clearest difference between a Blue Knight and a Red Knight is the ability to wield Sword Aura. Sword Aura is the technique of using aura to hone the blade to its peak sharpness, thereby amplifying the power of imagination. If a Blue Knight can only maintain the original form, a Red Knight is superior, able to freely sustain and transform the blade's form according to will and visualization. Good thing I stopped at Sword Aura, otherwise I'd be exhausted many times over, Zeke breathed internally. Meanwhile, Headmaster Flaubert put on a smiling face and came over to congratulate him. Excellent. Compared to a month at Valhalla, this achievement is incomparable. Such a valuable enlightenment is worth it even if it's delayed months, no, years. The unexpected enthusiasm made Zeke's scalp tingle. He thought, he looks like a completely different person. Of course, Zeke didn't dare speak that aloud. He bowed and said humbly, "No, Headmaster, I owe my apologies again for missing the enrollment ceremony due to an emergency in my family." His modest demeanor only pleased the headmaster more. "Haha, I told you it's fine." And you all any objections to Zeke's enrollment? Aside from Zeke, the other professors, seeing Flaubert's smiling manner, were a bit perplexed. They thought, with such exceptional talent, he's always generous. Then the professors fully agreed with the headmaster's decision. "We have no objections. The sword aura is so sharp and distinct that even among prodigy knights it would be rare. Exactly, no further testing is necessary." Hearing this, Headmaster Flaubert smiled and nodded. "So it's decided then. Congratulations on your enrollment, Zeke Draker." Midland Atlas, a metropolis on the scale of a kingdom, sits at the center of the Midland continent. It houses Valhalla, the continent's premier knight academy, along with the Four Quarters city of the Draker family. The Four Quarters city is the residence of the family head and the clan's core pillars, serving as the true headquarters of the Draker family. Cut to Zeke's private mansion in Atlas. Just seeing this massive architectural complex left our protagonist stunned. Truly magnificent. Zeke's private mansion in Atlas. "I've already been blacklisted, and now this mansion too. This is a bit over the top." He sighed awkwardly. Then, the moment he opened the door and stepped inside, countless colorful paper fireworks shot straight at him with shouts. "Congratulations. Congratulations on enrolling in Valhalla." The celebration was organized by his Master Duke and their friend Andre. Their clownish antics surprised Zeke. "Master," even Headmaster Andre came. Up ahead, the shabby Uncle Duke came forward, patted Zeke on the shoulder several times and praised. "My pupil, you truly are an extraordinary child. Since the day you were born, this is the first time I've seen someone dare to miss Valhalla's enrollment ceremony." "Well then, the main character has arrived. Shall we begin?" he said, gesturing inward, which left Zeke a bit confused about what was supposed to start. In short, as soon as I set foot in the Atlas mansion, I found that Duke and Andre had prepared a surprise enrollment celebration. I wondered why people who should be at the academy were here. It turned out Duke had been summoned by the family head back to the Four Quarters city and had casually moved into my mansion, staying over a month. Andre blushed as he explained, "I've decided to join Valhalla as an assistant instructor. Sorry, but I'll be bothering you for a while." Hearing that, Zeke was certain they had planned this together. Seeing them smile and speak so casually made Zeke inwardly want to scream. "This is my house. What right do you have to decide things without me?" Time passed quickly, and by then the welcome party had ended. Duke and Andre, after polishing off more than a dozen bottles, lay snoring like dead pigs across the dining table. Meanwhile, Zeke sneaked off to some bar. He handed the bartender a gold coin and requested a dark ale. "I want to see Kay for a moment." Immediately after he spoke, the atmosphere in the tavern shifted. Then, as if on the same unspoken cue, all the men drew their weapons and silently surrounded Zeke. But faced with their move, he broke into a teasing smile and flashed the family crest on his gloves, daring them. "Well then, if you're brave enough, come at me." Seeing the crest, of course the lackeys didn't dare utter a word. They awkwardly returned to their seats, while the bartender turned pale and stammered apologetically, "I'm sorry, I should have stopped them." "I'll take you to Chief Kai," he said, guiding Zeke into a hidden passage in the back. As he led him through, the protagonist observed and nodded in acknowledgement. The secret door is sealed with layered magical safeguards, typical K. Before the regression, when people mentioned the continent's strongest intelligence organizations, two names came to mind: the Black Veil Bureau of the Draker family and the Imperial Intelligence of Rome. Yet besides those two, there was another lesser-known organization, the Syndicate. At first it was just a ragtag smuggling ring, but a petty errand boy named K used that smuggling network to develop an intelligence industry. Before the regression, I had just been expelled from the academy and ended up in the Mecking cartel. After some time surviving, I climbed up to become an assassin for the organization. Then K, who was the branch chief back then, approached me and assigned the task of clearing key smuggling routes. Using those cleared routes, K began expanding the network and turned the syndicate into an intelligence organization, rivaling the Black Veil Bureau or Imperial Intelligence. Through his will and talent, he completely consolidated the syndicate into his own power base. And then, when I lost everything to the Empire, the man in the hood handed him a piece of paper and said, "This is information about the relic that the Emperor is targeting. Be careful, it's not going to be easy." Hearing this, he thought the one who had actively helped him on his path of vengeance was K. Even if that was the price to pay for helping the syndicate grow, without K, I probably would never have laid hands on that relic, and certainly wouldn't be here now. Information is a weapon. Like when Abel attended the blessing ceremony, no one knows how the future will turn out. He's an outstandingly capable man. If this deal goes smoothly and the two sides maintain good relations, he'll surely become a powerful ally in the future. With that thought, Zeke was led into a large warehouse. He came forward, pulled out a chair, and paid attention to the burning match in his hand. Habits don't change, huh? In front of them, a girl also struck a match to light a cigarette. She looked at Zeke's face and said, "So, what does the rising prodigy of the Draker family want with me?" On our side, the protagonist didn't want to waste words and went straight to the point. "Stop beating around the bush. Get to the point. I want to do business with the syndicate." At his words, Kay gave him an interested look and curiously asked. A promising pure-blood awakener of the Draker family, noble and only 15, already reached the Blue Knight realm. Why would you want to do business with criminals like the syndicate? At her words, Zeke's gaze turned icy. He guessed inwardly. Seems she already knows what happened at Valhalla today. She really gets information fast. Thinking that, he reached into his jacket, took something out, and replied, "Watching you keep arguing pointlessly like this, you're clearly not interested. But at least consider seeing some genuine goods." With that, he tossed the earrings he had received from the system onto the table. However, the item didn't immediately catch Kay's attention. Earrings. Her tone held some curiosity. Zeke guessed she wasn't one to judge items by sight, so he pointed out their effect. "These aren't ordinary earrings, they're treasures. Try them on and you'll be surprised." Following Zeke's suggestion, Kay tried them on and quickly began to feel their effect. Let's see, they increase mana recovery efficiency. This cheap kind of thing. Before she finished speaking, right after she put the earring on, she was so astonished she dropped the cigarette from her mouth. Her face flushed with excitement. Not a 10% increase, but up to 15%. Current treasures only boost around 1%, at most 3%, so this is 5 times higher. If items like this were produced, how could I not know? He must have a private line or personally excavated this treasure. Who the hell is this kid anyway? She wondered, casting a curious look toward the protagonist. Seeing her stunned expression, Zeke smiled with satisfaction. Well, starting to be interested in the deal. Next, Zeke stated his request. "Just use the personal information I provide to open a new account. I registered as the representative. You can pick up the goods at the bank in Northern Atlas." From the redhead's perspective, hearing the boy's request at a glance let her piece part of the story together. I guessed from the earrings. It's basically a consignment sale of a relic with unclear provenance. The commission is 10% per item. If total profits exceed 10,000 gold, an additional bonus will be paid. That's exactly the ceiling price I set for a deal. Yet this guy even knows I'm a mage. He must have a pretty serious intelligence network. Thinking that, she quickly packed up the documents in front of her and smiled. The contract is established. From now on, I'm counting on you, young master. Hearing this, the young protagonist smiled back. Same to you. By the way, I'm a bit curious about something. Is your ghost ship still intact? For some reason, the moment Zeke said that, the atmosphere inside the warehouse suddenly became extremely tense. Kay looked at him sharply, while figures of guards appeared on all sides. They gripped weapons, their eyes glowing red, as if a single order from Kay would send them to tear Zeke apart. Fortunately, Kay kept some composure and asked calmly, "Where did you hear that?" In response, Zeke showed no fear and remained as calm as if nothing were happening. "I was just asking. Why so tense? Intimidation is fun. But do you think that's enough to bring me down?" Saying that, he activated his Dragon Majesty skill, raising his presence and aura to the maximum. Just facing that gaze was enough to make everyone around sweat profusely, especially Kay. Immediately, the guards also felt the oppressive pressure closing in. She began to realize Zeke was not someone to toy with. Damn, we're lacking intel. Zeke Draker, the youngest Blue Knight? No, absolutely not. Even if the entire Atlas branch no, the whole syndicate attacked, they couldn't beat this guy. Ignoring her internal thoughts, Zeke waited until the others had calmed slightly, then continued. Should we change seats, partner? Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the syndicate branch chief's office in Atlas. Unlike the warehouse, this room was extremely luxurious. Zeke held a piece of paper that amused him slightly. A vow. This is really wizard style. A vow is the form of contract mages, used to ensure each other's safety. You just use blood as ink and sign. Simple, but the power is boundless. When the contract is activated, the other's signature is engraved on your arm. If one side harms the other, both will die. If the betrayal is indirect, like hearing an assassin, the signature will only vanish from the betrayer's arm, and a non-killing curse will befall him, putting him at a severe disadvantage. Turning back to the redhead's viewpoint, still annoyed, she purposefully nagged. If you've understood, fine. Sign quickly. I need something to secure myself. What if one day you decide to deal with me? At her words, Zeke didn't hesitate. He used the dagger in his hand to lightly cut his wrist, to draw blood and sign directly onto the paper, without the slightest hesitation. Zeke said, as long as I can earn your trust, I'll sign as many copies as you want. After the signature was completed, a red magic circle appeared above his head. Then the magic circle condensed into a beam of light that flew toward both Zeke's and Kay's arms, finally forming their signature. Seeing it appear, Zeke casually sat on the sofa as if it were his own home and continued. Now I'm officially your partner. Let's go back to what we were talking about. The thing you're transporting on your ghost ship is Mechan's Soma, right? The redhead could only rub her head in annoyance and complain to, I don't know where you got information about my ship, but yes, I'm distributing Mechan's Soma. Speaking of Soma, it's a narcotic banned from cultivation and use in most kingdoms. But in the southern continent, which became lawless after the kingdom collapsed in civil war, it is a huge source of income. On this, Zeke spoke seriously. Is it because of the recent assassination edict issued by the superior clan? Kay took out a cigarette, lightly placed it on her full lips, shrugged, and said, right, even Mechan wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke a superior clan. The only land route connecting the central continent and the southern continent is the desert under the control of the superior Ishtar clan. But a few years ago, Ishtar suddenly closed all borders and banned outsiders. Contact with the south was completely cut off. Hearing this, Zeke interjected. The land route is blocked and the sea route is controlled by Pavla. That's why you have to borrow Syndicate's transport, right? Kay replied. You paid well. To us, you're already a valued client. To clarify a bit, Mechan and Pavla are two major criminal organizations dividing control of the lawless south, using the central jungle as a boundary. Mechan rules the north, Pavla the south. Mechan earned profits transporting Soma overland, but because they monopolized the route, Pavla had no choice but to switch to sea transport. Then when Ishtar closed the borders, Mechan lost the land route and hurriedly turned to the sea. But by then, Pavla had already seized it. Back to Kay, she curiously asked, by the way, how did you learn about my ghost ship? Her question made Zeke ponder for a moment. The Syndicate's ghost ship was Kay's idea, cloaking the entire vessel with invisibility magic. That way it could evade both pirates and navies. It became the Syndicate's most important financial resource, so secret it had never been revealed to the outside world. Of course, I couldn't tell her she had revealed it in a past life. Zeke smirked teasingly, an intelligence dealer asking about sources. Now is not the time to ask about that. Shouldn't you focus on Pavla's offer first? Indeed, Pavla recently approached me. They offered to pay double if I cut off trade with Mechan. The superiors are still considering it. Don't assume Pavla is just trying to hamper Mechan. If you concede, Mechan will have no route left to smuggle Soma. But what if Pavla actually are the pirates who were wiped out by the Silver Knights? Upon hearing this, Kay's face paled a little. She shouted in protest, impossible. Pavla values order. They're nothing like those bloodthirsty pirate raiders. Explaining this, Zeke shrugged and said casually, that's just the image they portray to outsiders. Pavla's real goal is to seize the one secret sea route they still haven't uncovered, the Syndicate's route. Unlike Mechan, which keeps its ships for long-term profit, if Pavla learns the true identity of the ghost ship, they'll certainly rush to seize it immediately. The more Zeke spoke, the paler Kay's face became. She hesitated and asked, but Pavla and the southern pirates are considered two entirely different forces. How can you? Before she could finish, Zeke slammed the table and shouted, listen, Kay, first you have to pay for the intel I provided, right? What I want is simple. Help me connect with Mechan's top boss. If you do that, I'll make you the new ruler of the Syndicate. Zeke's proposal made the redhead's body twitch slightly. Time passed quickly. By evening, Zeke was wandering along a street. He thought to himself, even though Kay has fairly strong sources, it's still not enough. Before I reincarnate, the fastest way to seize the Syndicate's intelligence network is to pacify the entire southern continent and swallow its powers whole. Just wait, the small flame I just kindled will soon become a hell that burns your entire empire. A few Academy riders strolled by, lounging in the Academy grounds, training to be Valhalla Knights. Zeke looked up at the sky, hands in his pockets. The vibe here was definitely freer than places like the training cradle or the academy. He loitered, glancing around. The principal said to wait a bit, and someone would come to guide. A teasing voice from behind carried over and caught Zeke's attention. He turned and saw a dark-skinned man approaching. Could you be the Zeke the principal mentioned? The man with a band tattoo circling his left eye eagerly reached out toward. Zeke stuck out his lip and kept his hands in his pockets, ignoring the outstretched arm and leaving the other guy awkward. He winked, came over, and patted Zeke on the shoulder. Our buddy Zeke probably won't ditch that academy vibe anytime soon, huh? Zeke coldly shrugged off the hand on his shoulder. Are you the guide the principal sent? The man didn't look angry, just glanced around and mimicked him. Are you the guide the principal sent? Why does your tone sound so tense, huh? He made a playful hand sign. Don't bristle like a porcupine, peace, we're bros here, then added, I am indeed the one the principal personally. Oh wait, almost forgot to introduce myself. The name he gave froze Zeke. His pupils narrowed. I'm Diego. The guy kept flashing hand signs, opening his mouth to flash a shiny silver tongue piercing. A new age music evangelist blending medieval melodies with southern traditional rhythms. That's me, Diego Villa. Pleasure to meet you, bro. Zeke spun around sharply. Yeah, pleasure's mine, Diego. The guy chased after him. Oh, the vibe just chilled out, huh? Zeke, bro, you didn't actually walk off for real. You just thought you did. Zeke rolled his eyes, glancing sideways at the nonstop chattering guy beside him, silently assessing. Rhythm Knight, Diego Villa. Never thought I'd actually run into one of the future talents, one who'd later be called one of the 5-Star Knights. The 5-Star Knights were the title given to the 5 knights who achieved legendary feats in the Continental War before my regression. The Silent Knight Bishop Kestik, the Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma, the Illusion Knight Astorella Dopo, the petite girl with short-cropped hair and a slender dagger, the Lightning Knight Riane Draker, the tan guy with the face tattoo, and the Rhythm Knight Diego Villa. Zeke rolled his eyes again, pupils lifting to the sky. Speaking of which, I think there's a rumor that all 5-Star Knights came from Valhalla. Gotta verify if that's actually true. He quietly evaluated the situation. If things go smoothly, I could expand my influence pretty fast. Diego trailed right beside him, chattering away nonstop. Walking around this much makes me hungry. Wanna try some southern dishes, bro? Not really fond of those memories. Nah, that's just 'cause you haven't hit the right spot yet, bro. There it's like. Zeke took a bite of the grilled meat-stuffed bun. His eyes widened in surprise. Damn, that's actually good. Diego laughed heartily. Told ya, bro. The guy's tone was straight up, bragging about the steaming hot dishes on the table. Shark dragon meat specialty, exclusive to Valhalla. Even a pure southern native like me has to admit this is peak level. Zeke sighed in admiration. Yeah, gotta give it to him, tastier than the homeland stuff. The guy got curious. You've been to the southern continent. Zeke answered vaguely, just saying. After they finished eating, Zeke narrowed his eyes and asked, so, how does someone from the south end up all the way at Valhalla? Diego stirred his teacup. That's a long story, but honestly my mom and dad used to rule a small kingdom down south. Zeke wondered to himself, a Rhythm Knight who's actually southern royalty. In his mind he recalled part of the continent map, all tangled connections. The southern continent was originally an alliance of small kingdoms orbiting around the Gusco kingdom. Most of those probably migrated central after Gusco collapsed in civil war. Diego grinned wide, twirling a small spoon. In other words, I'm actually a noble prince. Zeke's mouth twitched, eyes rolling in disdain. Even if that background still meant something back then, I never imagined royalty could be this shameless about keeping face. Diego sighed dramatically, but the old fogies were dead set on preserving the royal twin-sword tradition. So me, with my natural talent for dual blades, got shipped off to Valhalla. He flashed a bright smile and winked at Zeke, but instead of swinging swords, I just want to play music. Zeke's face showed clear helplessness. Then what about the people who had high hopes for you? Diego's eyes sparkled like stars as he pitched. How about you join the New Age Music Club with Southern Fusion style too, bro? Zeke pouted in annoyance. Pass. The two of them were now in a big crowded lecture hall. Is it really okay to just barge into a seniors class like this? Still got that academy vibe, huh? Valhalla's all about freedom. As long as it helps with studies, anything goes. Diego's slanted eyes curved in delight. As long as you want to learn, bro, you can crash any class. Plus, today's not a regular one. Word is something super epic's waiting. Zeke sighed tiredly at him. This guy really never gets tired of talking. Whispers around them caught his attention. That's him, right? Yeah, definitely. Everyone in the hall stared their way, murmuring low. The newest student who just joined Valhalla, the youngest one, Zeke Draker. Heard he's direct bloodline, right? and a genius who beat an instructor too. The Rhythm Knight guy put on a confused face. What? Bro's a Draker. Zeke leaned forward, voice gruff. What? Zeke frowned, raising the back of his gloved hand, the black glove prominently displaying the golden dragon emblem crossed with two swords. What do you think this is all this time? Diego's face scrunched up worse than his. What is what? Zeke snapped. Idiot, these are pureblood gloves, the emblem of a pureblood awakener from the Draker family. The guy looked stunned. What? His eyes spun, body swaying. What the hell, you didn't take them off even while eating? I thought it was just some cool concept thing. Oh my god, those are actual pureblood gloves. I had zero clue. Zeke smirked, propping his chin as he watched the guy amusedly. You made it all the way to Valhalla and still can't recognize pureblood gloves. Diego looked dazed and shocked, pupils darting while still throwing hand signs. Zeke chuckled inwardly. Well, whatever, in front of a pureblood awakener, that reaction's understandable. Things should quiet down a bit now. Suddenly the guy burst out laughing like he'd just had an epiphany. No wonder you were acting all high and mighty earlier. Turns out that's why. Zeke gritted his teeth in a forced smile, eyes rolling irritably. This guy. Diego got even more excited, slinging an arm around his shoulder. If you're a Draker, you should have treated me to food, bro. Kidding, kidding. Zeke suddenly got pinned down harder, mouth twitching. Thought he'd tone it down, but he's even more hyped now. The man on the podium clapped to draw everyone's attention. He had a burly build and a commanding voice. All eyes here. Every student in the auditorium instantly went silent, turning toward. Zeke pressed his lips together, silently marveling. No wonder it's so packed. Turns out today's special lecture is hosted by the headmaster himself. The stern voice boomed through the speakers. Just looking at the crowd shows how much everyone was looking forward to this. Diego hid his face behind his notebook and whispered, Hey bro, how's this track? Killer rhythm, right? Zeke deadpanned. If you're dragging me to a lecture, at least pretend to pay attention. The headmaster continued, all right, skipping the lengthy intro, right to the point. As introduced, a very special guest we barely managed to invite. The Black Knight of the Draker family has returned. Zeke watched intently, eyes widening with interest. Back in Four Seasons City already. Does that mean the comeback starts now? The red-haired muscular man scratched the back of his neck awkwardly and waved. Duke Draker. Students in the hall started whispering. It's the Storm Knight, Duke Draker, the Black Knight who vanished without a trace. Lately there were rumors of sightings around Four Seasons City. Guess they're true. Duke leaned on the wooden podium, adjusted the mic, and began. I've been away from the front lines for a long time, yet you all still remember me. I'm truly honored. All the students listened eagerly. I hope this morning proves valuable for everyone. And now, I, Duke Draker, will tell you how I went from an ordinary class student at this academy to becoming a Black Knight. What? Didn't expect him to be this charismatic. He rambled on about everything he'd been through. The story dragged on so long that most students in the hall were slumped over their desks in exhaustion. Zeke watched the guy with flushed cheeks beaming on the podium and sighed. He's been bragging about himself nonstop for 2 whole hours. When's he gonna wrap this up? He kept going. I told him, think again. But Arthur, just before he finished, the headmaster rushed up, snatched the mic, and shoved him aside. Yes, sorry to cut off while the students were so engaged, but time's up. Good job, headmaster. He gave closing words before letting go of the mic. Our second speaker is someone everyone knows, so no long intro needed. Even though extremely busy as a guardian knight, he still made time to come today. Zeke's pupils suddenly contracted. The Draker family ranks knights in 4 tiers: beginner knight, intermediate knight, advanced knight, and guardian knight. It's structured like a 4-level pyramid, with guardian knight at the absolute top, having equal say with the elder council itself. He fidgeted, leaning forward to watch. That's why there are fewer than 10 guardian knights total. Looks like the second speaker's a big shot too. The headmaster glanced over. He gripped his hands anxiously as the clock ticked slowly. Long platinum hair gleamed brilliantly under the lights. Iron high heels clicked sharply against the stone-inlaid floor. Zeke propped his chin, watching closely. He glanced over in assessment. Platinum hair and full white armor definitely stands out, but still can't place who it is. People around started murmuring nonstop. So lucky we came to Valhalla today, seriously. One of their comments made him freeze in shock. Never thought I'd get to see a silver knight in real life. He whipped around. What? Long platinum hair draped down, so the person is. The figure smiled faintly, hands scratching the back of their neck, hair parting to reveal narrow eyes with mint-silver pupils. The eldest child of the Draker family, Silver Knight Carly Drake. Port City Asen, central maritime trade hub of the continent, Asen in the Dorda Republic. Nowadays, Asen holds such superior geographic value that it controls trade routes not just with the Dorda Trade Republic, but also the southern continent and even routes to the eastern continent. But just over 10 years ago, things were completely different. Back then, Aeson was occupied by southern pirates, turned into a lawless zone where every kind of crime ran rampant. Right after officially becoming a knight of the family, Carly Draker launched a pirate extermination campaign, and by the 5th year of her sweeps, not a single pirate remained in Aeson. From then on, under Carly Draker's protection, Aeson revived and grew into the largest port city in the region. Surviving pirates were forced to retreat south of Dorda, hiding in the Dead Sea. Thanks to reclaiming Aeson, Carly was awarded the title of youngest Guardian Knight in history, a monumental achievement even Abel, who held everything before regression, never accomplished. Carly stood proudly before the entire student body in the auditorium. Zeke was momentarily stunned. I figured it was someone important, but never expected it to be my own big sister. He stared intently at his sister standing at the podium. Moreover, a Direct Line member currently locked in direct confrontation with Abel Draker in the Succession War. Zeke propped his chin, muttering inwardly nonstop. It's understandable I didn't recognize her face, because before my regression, Carly Draker had already. Carly closed her eyes and took a deep breath. Her fingers tapped lightly on the wooden podium. Her powerful voice boomed, "Order." The students in the auditorium couldn't help trembling in fear. Zeke propped his chin and glanced at the shivering Diego beside him. Weren't they all hyped just a second ago? A Guardian Knight yelling like that, where's the dignity? Carly cleared her throat. Even with an instructor present, the atmosphere and attitude haven't calmed at all. Valhalla, where I graduated, was never this chaotic. If the seniors saw today's scene, they'd surely shake their heads in disappointment. Each word hit like a psychological hammer, silencing the students. You think the peace you're enjoying fell from the sky? No, it's bought with the blood and sweat of our ancestors. She spoke sternly. Understanding with just your mind means nothing. Only through action does true knowledge gain value. Zeke narrowed his eyes helplessly at his sister. Ah, so that's how it is. Carly slammed the podium irritably. Only after enduring bone-deep hardship and strict training are you worthy of being called a true knight. Zeke sighed. She's really long-winded. After leaving the auditorium, the students couldn't stop gossiping. That was terrifying. Told ya, suddenly Miss Duke's lectures so much. Zeke rolled his eyes, hands in pockets as he strutted away. Honestly, her advice wasn't bad. These kids just aren't listening. He narrowed his eyes. Anyway, that Diego got. The image of the irresponsible rhythm knight flashing starry eyes and waving goodbye flashed through his mind. Sorry bro, 5 straight hours of composing lit the artistic fire in my soul. I already showed you a ton about Valhalla. I'll head out first, okay? Zeke cursed inwardly. He really just ditched like that. Zeke pursed his lips, but on second thought, maybe it was for the best. From now on he'd be busy recruiting talents and getting used to life at Valhalla. So while he still had some free time like this, he figured he might as well swing by the secure Terracan archive and take a look. He thought, screw it, just head straight there then. No time like the present. Someone calling his name made him freeze mid-step. Zeke Draker. Carly stepped forward from behind and spoke up. Do you have a moment? The two of them stood facing each other in Valhalla's shared training arena. Carly drew her sword from its sheath, slicing a clean arc through the air. Zeke's pupils dilated wide. He stared intently at her blade. Was that really the mithril sword bestowed by the Holy Kingdom? Back then, the Holy Kingdom bordered right up against Aeson and had been plagued by the pirate raids. But after Carly's extermination campaign cleared them out, the kingdom got some breathing room, and in gratitude, they gifted her a pure 100% mithril sword, an armor set. Her silver knight title came straight from how she looked in that gleaming white battle armor. She spoke first, but Zeke just casually rolled his shoulders. I hope you won't hold back your true strength. He bent forward slightly, loosening up his muscles. Thought what? Didn't expect a straight-up challenge like this. Guess she heard the rumors I reached Blue Realm after all, especially since I activated Sword Aura. The massive greatsword, almost as tall as he was, slammed down hard onto the ground. Zeke lightly ran his fingers along the hilt. The razor-sharp blade flashed in a blur, leaving only afterimages. You want me to show my real power? He dropped to one knee as dark blue flames erupted fiercely along the sword. Then forgive me, I can't exactly indulge you on that. Zeke narrowed his eyes, silently assessing in his head. It's not just her. There's probably a whole crowd curious about my actual strength right now. Handing everything over on a silver platter wouldn't do me any favor. Chains wrapped around the area as his sword plunged into the ground like a sealing formation. The Draker family's core rule is the strong devour the weak, and reaching blue at 15 is already an unprecedented feat. If I reveal my true Crimson Realm strength, Siemens, the one directly competing with me for succession, would pull every dirty trick to eliminate me, and the family head would try to chain me under his control. If I have to flip my cards, it'll only be after I've surpassed even the family head. A bleak, chilling atmosphere enveloped the two of them. Right now all I need is the title of Transcendent Family Descendant. Don't expect me to just sit pretty and let the clan do whatever they want. Both charged forward at the same instant. Their blades clashed, sparks flying with sharp cracks. Carly powered through with a horizontal slash across his sword. She closed the distance in a flash, pinning Zeke's blade hard against the ground with one strike. Her sword whipped upward, so fast it caught him off guard. The sharp edge grazed past his eye, blood spraying outward. He'd already confirmed the admin request to temporarily disable continuous class skill activation, healing factor. Zeke's eyes darkened with killing intent. Against a guardian knight, it's entirely possible she could detect the healing factor. He recalled the red-haired guy's gaze and his arrogant words. How the hell are you recovering that fast? Zeke's pupils widened. I won't repeat the same mistake I made with Duke. The two traded blows relentlessly, one blocking, one parrying. Zeke launched himself into the air. His eyes narrowed as he dove downward. Carly swung at the same time, the impact shockwave roaring like a tidal wave crashing around Zeke. He glanced aside, one shoulder already wounded, blood spraying back in arcs. Sure enough, holding back at blue while fighting a crimson opponent makes countering a real pain. Carly stomped down so hard the ground cracked beneath her feet. She leaped skyward, soaring straight over Zeke's head. Both hovered midair, Carly raising her sword in attack stance. A merciless, icy slash cut through the air like wind. Zeke raised his sword defensively across his chest to block the incoming holy blade. A surge of cold pressure exploded violently, triggering a massive blast. Thick black smoke and dust choked the entire arena. Their two swords still ground directly against each other. With a normal blade, it would have snapped in half by now. Carly narrowed one eye, smirking in faint praise. Your swordsmanship is impressive. Zeke sneered back, gritting his teeth as he strained to hold her blade at bay. A flash of light sparked when their swords collided again. Zeke kicked backward. The spot where they'd been fighting was already shattered and ruined. Covered in dirt and grime, he casually wiped across his face, reckless as hell going toe-to-toe with a crimson-ranked knight while deliberately capping my aura at blue level. Her words made Zeke furrow one brow in confusion. His gaze darkened. I almost forgot. Carly swept low with a leg sweep, then swung her sword backward in a reverse arc. Even before earning the Silver Knight title, Carly Draker was infamous under another nickname, Giant Blade, because the aura-infused sword she swung carried the sheer destructive force of a giant's weapon. Her blade sliced across his shoulder, sending pain ripping through Zeke's body as blood sprayed from his mouth. The arena floor around them shattered completely, the sheer power kicking up clouds of blinding dust. The dark smoke slowly cleared, revealing the massive sword embedded in the ground. An invisible shockwave of overwhelming pressure radiated outward, thick and oppressive amid the haze. Carly frowned. Oops, went too far. Suddenly her pupils dilated wide. Smoke billowed upward. Zeke, covered in wounds, staggered out from the rubble. He leaned against the wall for support. Gotta say, this performance turned out pretty decent. Smirking, Zeke wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. So, satisfied yet. Amid the ruins and rising plumes of dust and smoke, Carly, standing in the haze, sheathed her sword and spoke. Truly remarkable, Zeke. She looked at Zeke trembling as he rose and praised him. You actually blocked that strike, way beyond what I expected. Suddenly Carly furrowed her brows and took a deep breath. She hesitated, looking straight ahead. Zeke Draker, actually, there's something I want to discuss with you. But Zeke was already at his limit. He collapsed forward, startling her. Carly rushed over, shouting in worry, Zeke, are you okay? She supported him up, examining him while thinking. Serious internal injuries. Did he overuse his aura that bad? With that thought, Carly reached into her belt pouch. She pulled out a vial of elixir and popped the cap. Slowly pouring it into Zeke's mouth, she soothed him. This is a top-grade family recovery elixir. Drink it slowly, easy now. After swallowing it, a red glow enveloped his body, and his complexion quickly returned to healthy color. Suddenly the system chimed. Admin request confirmed, reactivating permanent healing factor class skill. After observing for a bit, this should go undetected, right? Zeke lay there running through his thoughts. Pausing and then reactivating the healing factor was all part of the act. Even deliberately holding my power back to look like I just barely reached Blue Realm. And when that greatsword came crashing down, instead of fully blocking, I used minimal defense on purpose to get swept into the slash. For some reason, right before impact, there was this weird gap, which let the rest play out smoothly. Then I absorbed Carly's aura into a body that supposedly couldn't handle my own aura, naturally creating internal damage. That way Carly would fully believe I can use aura, and she'd conclude on her own that the internal injuries came from overloading my strength. Finished thinking, Zeke pushed himself up to sit. Carly, sitting beside him, asked worriedly, feeling better now. He gave a calculated smile in response. Yes, thanks to you. Really appreciate it, Carly. Seeing Zeke stabilize, she nodded and stood up. Then she extended her hand, Just call me sis from now on, Zeke makes it easier. In a quiet, out-of-the-way alley on the outskirts of Atlas, a carriage pulled to a stop on the street. Inside that carriage, Carly approached and handed him a cup of tea. I heard you like tea, so I prepared some. It's the kind shipped in from the eastern continent. Hope it suits your taste. Zeke awkwardly thanked her. Ah, yes, thank you, sis. An image flashed in his mind as he recalled. Even the family head once said something similar. How far has this Zeke likes tea rumor spread exact? Looking out at the city beyond, Zeke asked curiously. This is inside the carriage. From the outside, no one would ever guess it's like this in here. Carly quickly explained. Camouflage magic. The Guardian Knight's carriage draws way too much attention otherwise. Hearing that, he thought to himself. She dragged me to the training grounds earlier, and now she's whisking me out of the city in this thing. He lifted the teacup and asked, So, is there something you need to say that's so sensitive it can't be overheard? The moment Carly uttered the name Slaughter Knight, Abel Draker, Zeke froze with the cup halfway to his lips. The image of the man appeared as her firm voice rang out. I need your help to stop. Carly looked straight at him with resolute eyes, making a serious request. Zeke asked back in confusion, What did you just say? Isn't Lord Abel the second son of the Draker family? She lowered her gaze to her teacup. Sorry if this is abrupt, I'll explain slowly. He took a sip of tea as Carly's steady voice continued. Right now, Abel is acting against the family's most important vow, the oath of neutrality. That oath strictly forbids involvement in conflicts between nations, yet he's siding with the Empire and personally intervening in the war between the Rome Empire and Alencia. Zeke set the cup down thoughtfully, so Abel started moving this early. Then he voiced it. Has the Four Seasons City not heard anything about this? Carly answered quickly. No, they know, but they're turning a blind eye. She continued gravely. The Four Seasons City is fractured right now. Some elder council members have already aligned with the Empire and are backing Abel. Zeke suddenly asked, You mean the elders have been manipulated too? Carly replied immediately. A few are still holding neutral ground. Zeke followed up. For such a conservative elder council to not outright oppose, just stay neutral, then it's only a matter of time before they're fully subdued. She nodded in agreement. Exactly. Your assessment is spot on. She added, We're investigating what methods he's using, but we can't just sit and wait for solid proof. If we let Abel keep acting freely, war will break out soon. It's unavoidable. Zeke furrowed his brows, silently impressed. Her prediction was completely accurate. Old memories flooded back as he realized. It's already been 3 years since my regression, and in another 7, when Draker falls into Abel's hands and he allies with the Rome Empire, a massive continental war will swallow every. Countless dead and wounded, skies scorched black, earth stained red with blood and ash. Carly continued, That's why I've made up my mind. She reached out her hand, eyes burning with determination as she emphasized, We need to build a force strong enough to stop Abel. Carly continued explaining the current situation. Right now, Abel is steadily taking control of the upper echelons of the Draker family. He believes that once he dominates the leadership, everyone below will automatically submit. But a true knight will never bow to mere power. They only kneel before ideals and justice. She concluded firmly, That's why I'll act on my own convictions, gather the common knights, the real backbone of Four Seasons City, and rise up for the sake of true ideals. That said, I won't force you to join my side. You're still young, a pureblood awakener with a bright future and countless paths ahead. Zeke took a slow sip of tea, eyes thoughtful and calculating. Now I finally get a clearer picture of who Carly Draker really is. He silently observed her, assessing, a woman with an iron will, yet soft enough to bow for the sake of righteousness, a truly upright and pure soul. Zeke recalled the earlier moment. That gap in her giant blade strike probably came from her holding back out of concern for me. It's like she has two completely opposing sides, outwardly tough and righteous, true to Draker blood, but deep down unbelievably gentle and fragile. She lifted her teacup and continued, If things go south, it could be branded as rebellion, so think it over carefully. Zeke responded gratefully, Thank you for worrying about me. The horse's hooves kept clopping steadily outside. Inside the carriage, a heavy tension filled the air. Then Zeke's voice rang out clearly, But I've already made up my mind. Carly listened intently as he poured out his thoughts. Even though I'm still young and full of flaws, please let me stand by your side and fight alongside your knightly spirit. Hearing that, the corner of her mouth curved up slightly as she spoke with genuine warmth. Thank you, Zeke. Right after that, Zeke headed to Valhalla's research district, walking while staring at the system interface in front of him and thinking. Even in my previous life, I kept up with the latest family news through K, but I never imagined the rot had already started long before the Continental War even broke out. He remembered back then he'd planned early to leave the Draker family, to escape Abel's control, and quietly build his own power base in preparation for the Continental War. But now, with someone sharing the same ideals, there's no reason left to walk away. Zeke kept his steady pace, sinking deeper into thought. On the contrary, this is the perfect opportunity. Staying in the family lets me monitor Abel's moves up close, and if I put Carly forward as the figurehead, suspicion aimed at me will ease off somewhat. The prerequisite, though, is becoming an official knight first. That way I can swing public opinion toward Carly. She and I are like weights on the same scale. Even though Carly is the eldest daughter and a guardian knight, since she's not a pureblood awakener or direct line from the power core, in my previous life she couldn't stand against Abel's forces and ultimately failed to reform the Draker family. But if I, a pureblood awakener, become an official knight and publicly declare support for her, it might just tip the scales back against Abel. Thinking that far, Zeke clicked his tongue in annoyance. And that's exactly why I have to go do that stupid knight exam. Glancing at the map on the screen, Zeke muttered aloud, "Whatever, looks like I'm almost there." Arriving at the Central Grand Library in Valhalla's research district, he eyed the ancient building ahead and confirmed to himself, "My main goal in coming all the way to Valhalla is inside Terrakin's ultra-secure archive." Once he stepped inside, a warm, cozy atmosphere enveloped the entire place. The system pinged, "You have arrived at the secure archive." Zeke looked around for a moment, puzzled. This place. He touched the books in disappointment and grumbled, "What a letdown. It's basically just a rundown storage room. Nothing but useless old books with zero value." This is clearly the spot the system marked. I was expecting something insane like Bahamut's heart or Dragon Fangs hidden here. With that thought, Zeke scratched his neck in frustration. Damn it, did I really waste my time coming here? Suddenly his foot stepped on some kind of switch, and the system chimed. Data access point detected. A burst of light exploded, startling Zeke. Staring ahead in confusion, he muttered, "What the?" Then another system notification caught his eye, linking and synchronizing with the secure archive of another administrator, Terrakin Draker. Zeke thought to himself, another administrator. So Terrakin used the system just like me. Looking at the bookshelf that had just materialized in front of him, Zeke murmured, "If this shelf only activates with system intervention, it's no wonder no one discovered it until now." System notifications started pouring in one after another. Secure archive data from Terrakin Draker has been linked and synchronized with Administrator Zeke Draker's system. From now on, you may access Terrakin's secure data anytime via the system. For more convenient queries, the system suggests the following new category: Organizational Emotion Management, 2 Dragon Extermination Guide Ver 5.21, 3. Reference Materials 4. Aphorism Collection for Growth Support. Zeke skimmed the titles and sighed. Whatever, those random categories can wait. None of them look particularly special anyway. Zeke immediately commanded, "System, find me the best brain-boosting scroll for growth right now." The system responded quickly. Administrator request confirmed. Located the most suitable document matching your query. Spotting a glowing book in the corner of the shelf, he exclaimed, "Ah, there it is." Picking up the ancient tome, Zeke read the title aloud. Secret Dragon-Slaying Sword Art. He flipped through it and commented, "Never heard of this technique before. Let's see, author is." After reading, Zeke's expression changed dramatically, eyes widening in shock. The author of this book is none other than Shatten Draker, the most trusted confidant of the hero King Kaishir. A bead of sweat dripped down Zeke's forehead as he stared in disbelief, mouth agape. Moonlight streamed through the window into an ancient room. In that room, light spilled from the crack under the door, before passing on the dragon-slaying sword art. I, Shatten Draker, wish to recount the reason I set out to create the dragon-slaying sword art. The bond between dragons and humanity began with the great hero king. Thanks to him, weak humans could form contracts with the supreme beings known as dragons. However, dragons did not aid humanity out of any noble cause. They simply pitied us, because compared to other races, humans were always frail and lacking in every way. From then on, the number of contractors exploded rapidly, and around them an independent civilization flourished across the continent. But that explosive growth filled me with unending unease. I feared the dragons. If a transcendent species like them helped humanity merely out of pity, they could just as easily turn on us and wipe out mankind in an instant whenever they chose. And if that fear ever became reality, humanity would surely face extinction overnight, with no chance to resist. That is why I began searching for a way to oppose dragons. The first thing I considered was magic, but magic was the very first gift dragons gave humanity. Human hearts originally couldn't generate mana, yet dragons engraved magic circles into them, enabling us to use it. So fighting dragons with magic would just be using their own power against them, which is utterly absurd. Next, I thought of the Hero King's elemental sword, the power even dragons feared, but that strength was only granted to those with royal fairy bloodline. Therefore, I poured everything into seeking an entirely new power belonging solely to humans. I tried every method to surpass human limits, from primitive northern swordsmanship to the mystical abilities of the East. Ironically, the one who assisted me most eagerly in this research was Kronos, the hero king's contracted dragon. When asked why, Kronos simply said for fun, but in his eyes I saw it wasn't mere amusement. It was profound determination. The research dragged on, and finally Kronos and I discovered a new power called aura, not an element, not mana, but a strength only humans could awaken and wield. With that lead, after the hero king departed this world, I devoted myself fully to studying aura. Soon the work bore fruit, and I systematized all knowledge of aura from its concept and application to sword techniques that utilize it. Then I compiled it into the secret dragon-slaying sword art and distributed it to kingdoms across the land. Yet in a world where one can grow strong easily, using dragon-granted artifacts, the dragon-slaying sword art, which demands grueling self-training, went completely ignored. Fortunately, up to the moment I write these words, my fear of dragons betraying humanity has not come to pass. But I am certain that one day, this sword art will become necessary. Standing before the massive bookshelf, Zeke continued reading aloud from the book. If anyone has found this secret tome, I hope that day you will understand my wish and devote yourself fully to mastering. Right then, a system panel popped up, catching his attention. Achievement quest unlocked, Heir of Shatten. Master the dragon-slaying sword art of Sword Saint Shatten Draker. Time limit, 3 months. Reward, coordinates to the treasure vault of the Kronos Kingdom. Zeke muttered after reading. It popped up right after I finished reading, huh? He smiled with genuine excitement, tucking the book away as he said, the treasure vault of the Kronos Kingdom. It's bound to be packed with artifacts far beyond anything I've seen so far. Zeke rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The problem is the 3-month deadline. Does that mean it's even harder to learn than the elemental sword? Looks like for the foreseeable future, I'll have to focus entirely on mastering the dragon-slaying sword art. He propped his hand up and spoke. Gotta say though, in the end Shatten was right. Recalling that historic moment, Zeke thought to himself, no idea how much time has passed since the Hero King's era, but everything unfolded exactly as he feared, and the result was the Liberation War. With that he looked up and asked, System, is there any other useful info in this ultra-secure library, like Terrakin's diary for example? The system immediately replied, Administrator request confirmed, suitable material detected. Playing back magical image record, Terrakin's diary. The notification vanished, and the surrounding space suddenly shifted, leaving Zeke stunned. Zeke scanned everything warily and realized, the space around me is changing with me. Just like when the beginner tutorial started, everything warped abruptly. A burst of light exploded right after. Zeke found himself transported to a vast, barren desert wasteland. He wondered aloud, where the hell is this? He activated his ability, eyes flashing with sparks as he thought, looks like a system-constructed space. Suddenly a beam of light struck down below, reflecting Zeke's own silhouette. He lightly lifted his foot. Releasing a surge of energy, he assumed a defensive stance against a monster that abruptly erupted from the ground. The system chimed, activating class skill Tenacious Will. Zeke's face paled as he forced a grin, thinking inwardly, it feels way too real, like I'm actually living in the moment. That vicious dragon appeared, sending rocks and dirt flying everywhere. Seeing it, Zeke marveled. No wonder they were called the apex of all creatures back then, dragons. A voice suddenly rang out, startling Zeke, Bahamut. He looked up at the massive evil dragon before him and understood. So that's it, he's the evil dragon Bahamut. A figure approaching from behind caught Zeke's attention, and moreover, a bead of sweat dripped as he glanced at the newcomer and thought, someone I couldn't sense at all until he spoke right behind me. Staring at the hazy face, Zeke silently assessed. This guy is a monster in a completely different sense from Bahamut. Suddenly the figure passed straight through Zeke, making him flinch. Zeke watched warily, feeling strange. He just phased through me. So this time I'm really just stepping into a recorded memory presented as images. And now the scene unfolding before my eyes, recorded under the name Terrakin's Diary, is none other than the legendary decisive battle between the dragon slayer Terrakin Draker and Bahamut. The evil dragon raised its claws high, while Terrakin simultaneously shifted to dodge. Zeke brimmed with excitement, watching eagerly. It's starting. The fabled showdown passed down only in legends is happening right in front of me. In the blink of an eye, the evil dragon stomped its foot down hard, sending earth and stone exploding out. But Terrakin didn't budge an inch. He stared forward emotionlessly. The evil dragon closed in, its voice dripping with mockery. What are you still hesitating for, Terrakin? Yet he gave no reply, simply lowering his head in silence before the dragon. It continued, how disappointing, the one I once chose to become my contractor. Zeke froze in shock. What? Confusion flooded him as his eyes widened. Terrakin was Bahamut's contractor, just like Kaishir and Chrono. If that's the case, then the legend of Dragon Slayer Tarakan killing Bahamut, could it be? Suddenly his eyes widened in brief astonishment. The surrounding scene glitched, filled with continuous screeching static. Zeke exclaimed in alarm, "What the hell? Why is it suddenly doing this?" Then he turned back toward them in annoyance, thinking to himself, "Damn it, I can't hear a single word they're saying." Zeke quietly called out, "System, is there any way to fix this?" It responded immediately, unable to confirm administrator request. Hearing that, Zeke gritted his teeth as a bead of sweat dripped down. Suddenly some kind of noise rang out, startling him. Zeke's face filled with killing intent as he whipped his head toward the sword. Then he spotted a hazy, shadowy figure standing right behind him. Memories flooded back. Kaiser swung his leg casually and laughed loudly. What? A contracted dragon turning on its contractor. That's hilariously absurd. He was convinced that dragons could never betray humans. On the contrary, if betrayal ever happened, it would only come from the contractor's side. With those words, the evil dragon erupted in wild purple aura, eyes bulging in disbelief. Right after, the evil dragon turned into purple dust and gradually vanished. Watching it, Zeke's face paled as he stared in disbelief. Bahamut's corpse is turning to ash and dissipate. The dust rose, leaving only Tarakan's silhouette behind. Something appeared that made him flinch, that thing. A dark purple heart and black claws floated amid a surge of red energy. Zeke instantly recognized them. The heart and claws of Bahamut that I obtained from the Dragon Slayer Sanctuary. He felt strange and wondered. But when a dragon dies, normally it only leaves behind a bit of residue before turning to ash and vanishing completely. Zeke raised his own hand to examine it, thinking, so if pureblood armor is made from dragon hide, Bahamut might just be a special case. Suddenly, the surrounding space vanished, leaving only pitch blackness that left him puzzled. The scene turned pure white, with fleeting black streaks drifting away. Back in the room, Zeke asked in surprise, "The video ends here." He sat down on the floor, head bowed as he sighed heavily. "I really don't understand what's going on." Looking at the system panel, he suddenly remembered. After visiting Valhalla's research district, I linked the system to Tarakan's secure archive, so I can check any record from anywhere. I immediately replayed Tarakan's diary, but it glitched at the exact same final part as before, so there's no way to know what the two of them said in that last moment. Naturally, I didn't gain anything from it, but while scanning the secure archive data, I discovered something new. The true dragon sword art is the original source of dragon slaying technique. Tarakan simplified the true dragon sword art and recreated it as dragon slaying technique to make it easier to learn. But because it's easier, its power is significantly reduced, to the point that the skill barely inflicts serious wounds on true dragon species, making the name dragon slaying technique feel undeserved. However, when combined with personal traits to create applied moves, it can still deliver effective strikes, so even with reduced power, it's a success in terms of practicality. Still, what bothers me more than anything right now is that the contents of Tarakan's diary are completely different from the Dragon Slayer legend passed down today. The legend people know now is this: Tarakan defeated Bahamut and ushered in an era of peace and prosperity, a classic heroic tale you see in any age. On the surface, it's not much different from Tarakan's diary, but the fact that Tarakan and Bahamut were actually contract partners doesn't appear anywhere, not even a hint. No, this can't just be an oversight. Snapping out of his thoughts, Zeke carefully examined the paper in his hand. The magical script on it glowed as the contents read, "Long time no see, old colleague. I don't understand why you're suddenly interested in ancient matters, but as requested, I've investigated every legend about the Dragon Slayer across and beyond the continent, even the raw versions never translated into common tongue. And just as expected, stories of humans forming contracts with dragonkind, and legendary figures like Kaishir or Tarakan signing pacts with dragons, not a single book mentions it. But strangely, when I dug deeper, I realized all sources seemed to speak in the exact same tone, as if orchestrated in advance, and right when I was about to probe further, the noble Draker family personally sent a warning letter. Zeke's face changed color as he read on. For that reason, our society has decided to withdraw from this investigation. Clashing with the Draker family was never part of the plan. Once finished, the letter immediately burst into flames and burned completely in midair. He stuffed his hands in his pockets and walked away, lost in thought. It's crystal clear now. The Draker family is censoring information about Tarak. But why? Their prestige was built by honoring and elevating the name of the dragon-slaying pioneer Tarakan to the world. That very act helped establish the Draker family as one of today's 3 transcendent houses. yet the Draker family itself is controlling all information related to Terrakin and Bahamut. Whatever the reason, this runs far deeper than I thought. Maybe I missed something. I should check the secure room again. With that thought, Zeke pushed open the door and stepped inside. He glanced to one side and called out, "System." Suddenly, Zeke's eyes filled with killing intent. He scanned the surroundings carefully, waiting to see what was happening. But everywhere was empty, nothing at all. He snapped alert. Zeke strode down the hallway, deep in thought. Today is clearly Decker's day off, and all staff are absent. Duke and Andre reported they'd be late due to a mission. So who the hell was that? Thinking that, he silently commanded, "System, pull up the minimap for me." The system chimed, "Administrator request confirmed." A map appeared before Zeke. He studied it carefully, one inside, one outside, 2 targets detected for now. An image flashed in Zeke's mind. Could it be? A bead of sweat dripped as he wondered, did the hunters from the Great Mountains track me here? No, that time I didn't even use the greatsword, let alone dragon-slaying technique. Even if they're hounds, they couldn't have traced me from there. Hands in pockets, Zeke climbed the stairs. So the key issue now isn't them, it's who ordered the hit on me. After thinking it over, the most likely culprit is. He pushed open the room door. On the wall side, a masked figure lay in ambush. Zeke acted like he noticed nothing and slammed the door shut. The masked man slowly revealed himself to observe. Suddenly, the window behind him burst open, moonlight casting Zeke's shadow as he asked calmly, "Abel sent you." Not expecting to be discovered, the masked man jerked around toward the window. Zeke dropped to the floor, hands in pockets as he approached, thinking. He figured out my alliance with Carly and sent assassins. If that's the case, the timing lines up perfectly. He pulled a dagger from his coat and said, "Not gonna answer. Fine." Then a sharp cry echoed through the room. The masked man startled and drew his blade to block Zeke's sudden attack. His long-scarred eyes widened in shock as Zeke faced him, eyes blazing with killing intent. But when it comes to extracting information, I've got plenty of ways. From outside the house, the continuous clash of metal rang out. The two traded blows, each contact sparking bright flashes. Zeke twisted and weaved fluidly, attacking relentlessly until the other could only defend. When Zeke struck down, the man blocked. Each clash sent sparks flying from grinding metal. The masked man swung hard to knock Zeke back. He spun midair, kicked off the wall for momentum, and landed gracefully. Zeke stood up straight, arms loose at his sides, exhaling slowly. His eyes burned with killing intent as he thought inwardly. After crossing blades directly, I've figured out his identity. Sweat poured down the masked man's forehead as he eyed Zeke warily. Zeke silently assessed. Appearance can be hidden, but fighting style is hard to fake. His gaze dropped to the dagger at the man's hip. That's the signature short curved blade of the northern continent's Gorma kingdom. Gorma's assassins are the elite among northern escorts, renowned for wielding kukri curved daggers in combat. With superior skills, they're often hired at high prices in the central continent for special missions. Zeke turned his back to the masked man, sword flicking behind him as he tilted his head in thought. Either way, if he's a Gorma assassin, it's probably not Abel who hired him. They don't take assassination jobs that create long-term grudges. The dagger flew straight toward the masked man as Zeke continued thinking. Plus, this guy's defending way too much, not typical assassin style at all. I deliberately left openings during the fight, but he never went for a direct kill. He clearly could react but held back, so their goal isn't to eliminate me, it's to capture me alive. With that thought, a noise came from outside the window. Zeke shot a deadly glare in that direction. Suddenly, a large projectile shot toward him in surprise. The one outside had finally made their move. Zeke sliced it in half with his dagger and immediately recognized. This is a tranquilizer round meant to incapacitate. A strange smoke quickly billowed from the broken projectile. He furrowed his brows and coughed a few times, thinking, just as I suspected, the distinct earthy smell of mandragora root, commonly used in sleeping potions. Suddenly, Zeke's arm holding the dagger went limp. The dagger clattered to the floor, but everything was within Zeke's calculations as he thought. All right then, let's see who wins this one. Right at that moment, the system chimed. Mandragora root component detected. Activating 100 poisons resistance skill. Zeke collapsed face down on the floor, pretending to pass out. The masked man quickly approached. He hoisted Zeke's body over his shoulder and headed toward the window, where another figure waited. Zeke cracked his eyes open slightly to observe. Scanning everything around him, he thought firmly, if not Abel, then who and why kidnap me? Gotta stay sharp and ready. Dawn was just breaking, soft sunlight filtering through reddish-brown rooftops, and a slowly turning windmill on the outskirts farm of Atlas. Thick iron chains wrapped tightly around him, reinforced with an extra sturdy lock as a voice rang out, well. Zeke, bound to the chair, gave a cold smirk. Never thought the commissioner would be you. Cleef leaned on the wooden table with guards on both sides, his expression deadly serious as he faced him. Cleef Reinhardt, head of the Reinhardt Trading Guild. If you already know who I am, this'll go faster. Zeke furrowed his brow slightly, eyes sharpening as his expression darkened with thought. We had some unfinished business from the previous life, after all. The Reinhardt Trading Guild, one of the top 10 major merchant guilds, primarily operating in the Kingdom of Arentia. Of course, if things kept going the way they did, the continental war sparked by Abel and the Empire would lead to Arentia's total destruction, along with that guild. Back then, Cleef Reinhardt had fiercely opposed the Empire just like me, but for some unknown reason, after handing over critical intel that could have defeated them, he chose to return alone to his crumbling kingdom and met his end there. Zeke's sharp-featured face silently mused. Even after barely escaping, whether it was patriotism or something else, to me it was just a foolish choice. Cleef spoke up, raising one finger in a placating gesture. Anyway, sorry for resorting to such rough measures. One of the guards beside him stepped forward and unlocked the iron chains around Zeke. Cleef continued, on behalf of the guild, we'll send a formal apology for this discourtesy. Cleef's tone softened, sounding genuinely conciliatory. So please, take your time and let's talk. Zeke lightly rotated his wrists, cutting him off before he could finish. Save the formalities for later, get to the point. Zeke looked up with eyes as cold and cutting as a blade, fingers clenching slightly as a terrifying killing aura radiated outward. He spoke icily. What do you want? Cleef pressed his lips together tightly, suddenly feeling the pressure himself. As expected, even young, a Draker is still a Drake. The two sat staring at each other in silence, the air thick with tension. The others in the room noticed too. Even a seasoned knight would feel nervous and on edge in a situation like this, yet this one hadn't shown the slightest hint of unease from the start. Cleef furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth in reluctance. Even though I set this up to take control of the conversation, his presence is overwhelming. Finally he spoke. Fine, before I state my request. He pushed a neatly bundled stack of documents towards Zeke. Could you take a look at these first? Zeke listened while flipping open the file, carefully scanning the contents. This is a list of people infected with the new infectious disease spreading in the southern continent recently. As he turned page after page, Zeke asked, "And why show this to me?" His eyes widened slightly, a glint of surprise flashing through his sharp gaze. Cleef quickly noticed the brief change in Zeke's expression. Zeke gripped the documents tighter, staring at the familiar photo, Elena Stone. Zeke recalled the very first close aide who had once followed him, Liam Stone's mother, his first personal guard. She'd once suffered from the scarlet bloom disease, but thanks to the cure formula he'd given her, she recovered completely. Zeke tossed the file onto the table with a loud thud and questioned Cleef. So what exactly are you getting at? Cleef interlaced his fingers and answered gravely. In that region, this disease is infamous as scarlet bloom, a painful, horrific illness with a 100% fatality rate. Then Cleef placed two fingers on her photo and continued. Yet Elena Stone is the only known survivor, and she even fully recovered. When asked, the attending doctor just stayed silent. Cleef's voice suddenly turned cold and low as he countered. Do you happen to know anything about this? Zeke gave a calm, crooked smile, so he sniffed something off from the start and pretended to probe me, typical merchant move. He felt a bit puzzled and wondered, if that's the case, is the goal to monopolize the scarlet bloom cure? Given the disease's perfect fatality rate, it's worth considering. The value alone could rake in mountains of gold across the continent. Zeke closed his eyes, silently calculating. But from what I know, this guy isn't the type to go mad over money. He wouldn't be reckless enough to kidnap a pureblood family member just for profit. Zeke opened his eyes again, his gaze cold yet powerful, enough to make anyone shudder, then spoke confidently. Of course I know. He stated it with such certainty that Cleef broke into a delighted, yet uneasy smile. Right from the beginning, I was the one who provided that cure formula. The chair clattered loudly as it toppled to the floor. Cleef slammed his hand on the table, face lit with excitement like he'd struck gold. I want to buy it. Name your price, anything. Zeke suddenly raised his hand to block right in front of Cleef's face, exuding overwhelming pressure. On this side, Zeke smirked inwardly, pleased that the man had fallen right into the trap. Zeke leaned back casually in his chair with a mocking grin. Why so worked up? Doesn't seem very merchant-like at all. Cleef gritted his teeth in anger, quickly realizing Zeke's goal wasn't money. This guy's aim is something else entirely. Zeke's face twisted into a satisfied smile as he spoke. Then let's make a deal like proper merchants. Inwardly he thought, after all, it's to save a life. The two sat back down and got serious. Cleef spoke first. You want me to accept 3 conditions in exchange for the cure formula? Zeke nodded lightly from across the table. Exactly, it's simpler than you think. They talked and negotiated there for a long time. Cleef asked, can you tell me specifically what those conditions are? Zeke replied casually, "Not yet, I'll use them when the timing's right." Clef rubbed his chin in silence, listening to Zeke's persuasion. "Don't worry, I won't ask for anything beyond what your guild can handle." Zeke slightly lowered his head to hide a wicked grin, pleased with Clef's response. As long as it's within acceptable limits, mutually agreed, and clearly documented, we're good. After that, Clef focused on watching Zeke jot something down. Then Zeke held up the paper and handed it over. "Here, just follow exactly what's written." Clef eagerly reached for it. "Oh, this is it." Suddenly Zeke snatched it back, making Clef miss. Before that, there's one thing I want to ask privately." Zeke smiled nonchalantly and continued, "Who is the person who truly needs this medicine?" That made Clef freeze, stunned. Clef stammered, sweat pouring down his face, eyes filled with panic. "What do you mean? The guild is just trying to secure a highly valuable commodity." Zeke laid it all out calmly without missing a detail. "You mobilized Northern Rangers to kidnap someone from a pureblood family, and your reaction was extremely agitated. No trace of composure left. That's not the Reinhardt Trading Guild I know." Clef braced himself on the table and buried his face, falling into heavy silence. Then he slumped back into his chair. His fists clenched tightly on the table as he gritted out, "It's the royal family of the Kingdom of Arentia." Zeke feigned surprise with an "oh" and asked, specifically, who among them? Clef hesitated a moment before answering, "I can't tell you that." Zeke pouted in dissatisfaction. Do you know how many people are in the Arentian royal family?" Suddenly Zeke's eyes widened as something clicked. He recalled a past conversation. "You're really going back to Arentia? Don't be that stupid. Both the kingdom and the Reinhardt Guild have already collapsed. Going back means death. Seeking asylum in the northern continent is the smartest choice. Thank you for the advice, but I'm tired. I want to spend whatever time I have left in Arentia." The image of Clef from his previous life flashed through Zeke's mind. So different from the man now. "Sorry, I can't say anything more." Zeke furrowed his brows seriously, thinking. The look in his eyes now is completely different from that hollow, lifeless gaze back then. This person must be extremely important to him. He continued recalling what Carly had said during their earlier talk. "Anyway, the Kingdom of Arentia is currently clashing with the Empire. The conflict between the Rome Empire and Arentia is escalating, and the Empire is actively intervening. Not to mention the power struggle over the joined tribe settlement area has made things even more chaotic. Arentia, a kingdom with a weak monarchy, is surely in turmoil from internal power struggle." Zeke gave a faint smile and slid the paper back forward. "There's still some time before the Continental War erupts. If I can build a connection with the Arentian royal family now, it'll definitely pay off later." Clef took the paper as Zeke spoke casually. "Fine, if you don't want to say, then don't." Zeke said calmly, surprising the man across from him into silence. "Good, contract established." Clef's hand trembled as he gripped the paper tightly. He clutched it to his chest and let out a relieved breath. Suddenly Zeke's voice cut in, making Clef's eyes widen in shock. "Sorry to interrupt this touching moment, but can I make my first request right now?" Clef hurriedly tucked the paper into his coat and stammered, "Oh, of course, anything within the guild's power." Zeke clenched his fist with a delighted grin. "Excellent. Then first off, let me join your trading guild and work there." A peaceful village scene unfolded under soft sunlight as a familiar voice rang out. "Looking for a job or planning to do some trading?" Zeke's voice replied right away. "More precisely, I need a temporary identity to use for a while." In the sunlit wooden room, Clef sat with arms crossed, eyeing him skeptically. "If that's all, why bother going through us?" Zeke answered calmly. "I'm planning to use it in the southern continent, full of seasoned criminals down there. Half-assed disguises won't cut it." Zeke rolled his eyes and raised his voice. "But the Reinhardt Trading Guild is the one even the cartels trust and use, right?" Clef nodded slowly, his tone drawn out like he was reluctant. "Yeah, though not exactly thrilled about." Clef furrowed his brows, lowering his gaze as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Fine, I get what you're saying. If that's it, just use my cousin's name. Those guys probably won't dare question." Zeke's face lit up with joy as he smiled brightly. "Perfect. Also, I need regular transport back and forth to the south, plus a house, big enough since I'll be using it to store goods." Zeke rattled off casually in one long breath. "That's my first request. Oh, and since you guys kidnapped me here, you've probably already prepared a way to get me back, right?" Clef tried to keep smiling, but 3 veins popped on his forehead and his neck cords bulged. This thick-skinned brat. Clef let out a short laugh, ultimately giving in. "All right, once everything's ready, I'll contact you. The Rangers will handle escorting you back." Clef slowly stood up while Zeke stayed seated with arms crossed, glancing around as he thought to himself. Didn't expect the Reinhardt Guild to accept the deal so easily. Looks like that person must be really important to them. Then Clef and the group in mysterious black cloaks stepped out one by one and left through the door. A voice called back towards Zeke, making him turn. "Hey." 2 burly guards stood in front of Zeke, pointing behind them. "Follow this way." Stepping outside, a horse was already waiting, snorting powerfully, looking very imposing. Zeke smiled as he walked toward the horse the guards led over. Oh, this warhorse looks pretty solid, huh? Zeke flashed a scheming grin, stepping between the two guards, lightly patting the back of the one beside him before saying confidently, I'll make good use of it. In one smooth motion, he lightly leaped onto the horse's back. The two guards started walking away, one turning slightly with a cold tone. That's it, we're heading out first. Zeke called out loudly, making the two guards freeze mid-step, their faces darkening. So that means the contract with Reinhardt is officially done, right? One of them turned around, frowning slightly. You speak Gorka too, you Drakers even learned that. Zeke smirked, his words carrying hidden meaning. Just call it a hobby. Anyway, back to business. This time, I have a job I want to hire you guys for. The brown-haired guard frowned seriously, arms crossed over his chest, repeating slowly in disbelief. Rescue a meching figure who's being held captive. Then he fell into deep thought, his face showing clear hesitation. Zeke, still on horseback, tilted his head slightly. What's wrong? Not tempted by the price I offered. The guard quickly shook his head in denial and continued. No, the price isn't an issue. If the conditions are similar to Reinhardt's, we'd actually come out ahead. The guard furrowed his brows in worry. The problem is your identity. Our king doesn't like dealing with transcendent families. Zeke raised an eyebrow in confusion, giving them a dead fish stare before clicking his tongue. What? You're hesitating over something that trivial. Zeke's face turned serious again as he spoke in a low voice. I already have the fake identity Reinhardt prepared. Just use that to forge an authorization letter and send it to Gorka. That should ease your concerns a bit. The guard hesitated a moment longer before replying. Fine, as long as it doesn't get discovered. Zeke let out a short exclamation, then spoke in a tone that made the guard tilt his head in confusion. First things first, we still have some unfinished business to settle, don't we? Zeke, still mounted, gave a triumphant grin and tossed two daggers, stabbing them straight into the ground right in front of the two men. Their calm expressions instantly turned to sheer shock and horror. The two razor-sharp daggers embedded deeply in the dirt. For Gorka Kingdom Rangers, kukri weren't just weapons. They were bestowed only upon those recognized as true warriors. At some point, they had slipped free from the two men's belts and ended up in Zeke's hands. To Rangers, these were soul companions, as precious as their very lives. That was because when Zeke had brushed past the two guards earlier, he'd casually drawn the daggers and kept them until now. The fact that I could take these without the owners noticing means I could take their lives anytime I want. The air between the three grew thick with tension. Zeke's words carried an invisible weight, low and terrifying. Consider this a little thank you gift for daring to kidnap me, an absolute gap in strength. One guard clenched his teeth hard, sweat beading on his forehead. What kind of monster is this guy? Zeke narrowed his eyes, glancing at them with a mocking tone. Your continental common tongue is pretty fluent too. See you around, brother. After leaving that place, he returned, his face carrying an indescribable look of deep contemplation. After meeting Reinhardt, I'm officially entering the phase of recruiting teammates. The targets are the heroes who earned the title of 5-star knights through brilliant feats in the Continental War before my regression. If I can get close to them now and pull them to my side, that'll be one hell of a high-quality force. Luckily, thanks to Headmaster Flaubert, who's always been extremely fond of me, I investigated and confirmed the rumor. All of them originated from Valhalla Academy. The issue is just timing. The Silent Knight Bishop Castique has already graduated and is now a member of Thebia's Royal Knight Order. The Arena Knight Jeffrick Salma is in his final year, busy with field internships. Astra Ladopo, still enrolled, dropped out due to severe insomnia. Zeke furrowed his brows in concentration. Riene won't enroll until next year, but since she's also pureblood, there'll be plenty of chances later. He slumped over the chair, head down, fists clenched tightly, feeling utterly conflicted. In the end, Zeke sat motionless in the chair for a while before muttering helplessly, so it's just Diego left, huh? A short time later, he found himself in a room full of musical instruments, jamming with them and Diego. Zeke's hands still held drumsticks, eyes vacant, face showing clear confusion and bewilderment. Wait, what the hell am I even doing here? He quickly recalled the fragmented memories in his head as he approached the room to meet the guy. I came to Diego's club room to recruit him to my side. Then Diego slung an arm around his neck and dragged him in to play music together. Yo bro, perfect timing. We got an open spot on drums right here. Zeke was still stunned, not grasping the situation. What? Before he could finish, Diego cut in. You were gonna say you just want to play music, right? Yeah, I get that feeling. And somehow he ended up officially joining their band as the drummer, with a dazed face. Congrats, you're now a full member of the Southern Continent New Age Fusion Music Research Club. Then the music started, vocals blending with instruments. Under blinding stage lights, Zeke let everything go and rode the energetic rhythm with "Screw It All." He broke into a wide, genuine smile, pouring his entire mind into playing. Just enjoy the moment. The jet black sword stood firmly planted in the training room floor as Zeke's voice echoed. First, circulate aura around the body to open the meridians, from small heavenly cycle to great heavenly cycle. Zeke sat seriously reading the glowing book, face stunned as he exclaimed, "What the hell is this? It's all terms I've never heard of." Zeke frowned slightly, pondering the meaning again before thinking. Now I kinda get why Terrakin simplified this technique into dragon-slaying art. The lines in the book glowed brightly, and on the pages appeared martial movements he practiced along with, because every technique in the dragon-slaying sword art starts with compressing a massive amount of aura and then releasing it, something ordinary techniques could never handle. The sword was drawn decisively, a sword art not meant for fighting humans, purely for slaying dragons, so its power rivals even the elemental sword. Zeke gripped the sword firmly with both hands, raising it in front of him and focusing intently on it. His eyes suddenly shifted color, blazing purple like fire. As he lunged forward, whole body radiating killing intent that seemed to freeze the air around him, whispering confidently. In the dragon-slaying sword arts forms, every movement is amplified to the extreme. One strike alone is enough to cleave a giant dragon in half. Compress an enormous amount of aura to its limit, then swing the sword down. A quiet footstep approached, undisturbed by the light wind stirring the surrounding air. The butler silently observed Zeke's training session. After images of him lingered everywhere across the arena floor, countless powerful sword strikes Zeke unleashed, creating chaotic scene. He laughed inwardly. Haha, this heaven-blessed body really isn't ordinary. Heaven-blessed physique optimizes physical capabilities, accelerates technique mastery speed, and greatly enhances ether conduction through the body. The corner of his mouth curled into a wide grin. Zeke wildly unleashed even more sword strikes, thinking, "It's like a map appeared right in front of me, showing the exact path to perfect the skill. I can feel it. The more I repeat, the faster it goes." He furrowed his brows, the sword in his hand blazing with blue flames, finally delivering one last powerful, forceful downward slash. "I'm mastering it even quicker." A shift in perception made him stare wide-eyed in shock. What? I clearly just broke through the red wall. In front of Zeke stood a massive stone wall. He'd stepped into a new realm, yet now he'd already reached the black wall. He clenched his arm muscles, readying his stance. They say rushing training only makes the next wall higher, but Bahamut's heart embedded in my ether core is resonating intensely with the dragon-slaying sword art, pouring out power nonstop. Then came a barrage of even more sword strikes from Zeke. Before I lose this feeling, I have to swing once more. A red sigil suddenly appeared on his chest. Zeke clutched his face, eyes turning pitch black, heart pounding fiercely and continuously. Bahamut's heart is reacting to Shatten Draker's dragon-slaying sword art. Deeply engraved memories within Bahamut's heart are being replayed. He glanced around in surprise. Bahamut's memories. A pitch-black void enveloped Zeke's entire body. Too dark, nothing visible. He suddenly sensed something unusual approaching. A man in a black cloak, hood completely covering his face in mystery, spoke. "Ruler of Twilight, Bahamut, I have a request for you." A massive, pitch-black creature stood majestically, silently listening. The man reached into the pocket on his chest, then pulled out an ancient book, speaking in a low, grave voice. "I wish to entrust you with the dragon-slaying sword art secret technique I personally created to safeguard it." The majestic black dragon straightened its back and finally spoke in a deep, rumbling tone. "I know you're detestable, but I never expected you'd be this insane, Shatten Drake." Zeke, watching everything from the side, thought to himself, "As expected, that's Shatten." The man put the book away again, silently listening to the dragon's terrifying, mocking growl. Truly the pinnacle of dragon-slaying skill for a dragon. Only then did the mysterious cloaked man respond. "Yes, even Kronos has agreed. You know the reason better than anyone, Bahamut." The ground cracked open with a violent roar, sand and stone flying wildly from the dragon's powerful stomp. Black killing intent swirled everywhere in the surrounding air. It lowered its head and roared furiously, spears aimed straight downward. Kronos has been bewitched by humans and lost his qualification as the balancer. The man shifted his stance, lowering his center of gravity, ready for combat. He was an incredibly small human compared to the massive dragon ahead, standing alone under countless spears pointed at him. The nonsense prophecy of someone like that. It opened its maw and bellowed, "I don't believe it." Then countless spears above activated at once, all thrusting downward toward where he stood. A sharp sword suddenly flashed at the side of the black-cloaked man. He drew it. He tensed his body, spinning his small sword to block the dragon's enormous spear, blazing with purple lightning. Then with force he deflected it aside, sending earth and stone scattering everywhere. After that, a barrage of more spears came straight at him. The man flickered in and out, blocking each one. Every clash between weapons sent sparks flying. The mysterious cloaked man gripped his sword tightly, showing no fear at all facing his opponent's deadly weapon. A massive impact rang out from the collision, thick smoke and dust billowing everywhere, nothing visible. Countless more spears were about to plunge into the spot where the clash had occurred. Zeke stood high above, silently watching the countless spears thrusting relentlessly toward him in a brutal barrage. He felt utterly astonished witnessing this, the supreme magic of dragons, the pinnacle of all species, truly an unbelievable power. If it were him, he'd probably only block 1 or 2 strikes at most. Zeke stared in shock as the tiny human figure remained completely unscathed amid the chaos, while massive spears embedded deeply into the ground all around. Yet Shatton had blocked them all. That human was a monster beyond any normal limits. Amid thick purple smoke and shaking earth, as a barrage of pitch-black spears simultaneously plunged downward as if to pierce everything, the dragon's majestic voice boomed. "Get out of my territory right now, Shatton Draker," followed by a chilling warning. "Otherwise the next spears will target the Chronos King." Standing amid the surrounding dangers, Shatton remained calm and continued negotiating. "Are you sure about that? Doing so will bring the retribution of karma upon you too." The dragon laughed contemptuously, cold killing intent radiating around it. Retribution of karma, ridiculous. It raised its claw, forming a black magic sphere that sucked in all the surrounding killing intent. Then bellowed loudly, "What do you lowly humans even understand to spout such nonsense? Even if I slaughtered every last one of you insects, there's no reason I'd face punishment." Shatton's sharp sword plunged into the ground as he spoke. In the end, everything is unfolding just as Chronos prophesied. Then Shatton pulled out a necklace with a very special pendant. Seeing it, Bahamut's blazing golden eyes widened, pupils contracting in shock. It shifted slightly and drew a massive black-purple sword, larger than any other weapon, pointing it straight at him before roaring. "You think using Chronos' power can control me?" Under the gray sky and swirling whirlwinds, the enormous purple glowing sword hurtled downward from above, accompanied by the dragon's furious roar, aimed at the tiny human below. The pendant Shatton had just taken out suddenly blazed with intense light, transforming into a clock. A massive clock face magic array appeared beneath his feet, radiating brilliant golden light. This left Zeke completely stunned in disbelief. What he saw now was the dragon's colossal sword tip halted right in front of Shatton. Bahamut stopped attacking. "No, this is." The dragon now stood frozen amid blinding beams of light, its red eyes flashing with killing intent, yet turned into a rigid statue, enveloped by an enormous golden barrier. Shatton had used magic to halt Bahamut completely. Zeke's brows furrowed tightly, his face filled with shock and incredulity at the scene before him. The necklace he'd just pulled out was actually a clock. Now it had frozen time. That extraordinary magic must come from the clock itself. "You think Chronos' power can do anything to me?" Zeke hovered in the sky watching it operate in Shatton's hand, thinking, judging from Bahamut's reaction just now, that clock is definitely an ancient artifact containing Chronos' power. Suddenly, the dragon rose up behind Zeke, creating a massive roar. Zeke gritted his teeth, clamping both hands over his ears against the deafening noise all around. The magic's been broken. Zeke forced his eyes open to peek. The dragon's foot stomped hard on the ground, sending light tremors through it as cracks spread beneath its claw. The magic array under the dragon now faded gradually, and its body was about to move again. The dragon's claws dragged across the ground, carving long furrows. It lowered its head, drool dripping from its jaws as it growled. "Shatton Draker, that illusion just now, could it be?" Shatton tucked the necklace away and spoke in a low voice. "Exactly, that was Chronos' prophecy. Now you understand why I entrusted the dragon-slaying sword art to you, right?" The dragon stomped furiously again, cursing. "Damn it, the mistake was dragons ever forming contracts with humans in the first place. Fine, I agree, humans should stand on their own strength." It bared its razor-sharp fangs, exhaling killing intent-filled breath in guttural snarls. "Fine, hand it over. Let me see this so-called dragon-slaying sword art, your dragon-killing technique." The ancient book floated midair, emitting faint light as red magical runes swirled endlessly around. Then the book slammed shut. Bahamut's blazing golden eyes stared down at the book hovering beside Shatton in astonishment. "You actually created something like this," Shatton replied coldly, "to protect the world." It lowered its head close to Shatton, golden eyes glaring as it roared. "Nonsense, not the world, but your pathetic human race." Then it swept the ancient book aside and took it. "Anyway, I'll keep it. But once the prophecy becomes reality, this thing will never see the outside world." Shatton replied coldly, "That's fine, even without the dragon-slaying sword art. humans will eventually awaken aura on their own. The dragon straightened its back with a cold snort. HMPH. When that time comes, I'll personally wipe out you foolish humans myself, because that's a power lowly creatures like you don't deserve. Seeing this, Shatton gave a cold, sinister smile. It's strange. I'm the one who fears dragons most, yet I created the dragon-slaying sword art, and I trust you and Kronos more than anyone. He turned to walk away, leaving one last remark. Kronos once said this as a casual line, that one day you two would find a contractor worthy of sharing your heart. In a dark, damp cave, the dragon paced in circles before curling up, pondering, finding a contractor who can share your heart. Its golden eyes narrowed sleepily. Nonsense, that'll never happen. At this moment, Zeke leaned back, thinking to himself. From start to finish, it was all confusing, but one thing is certain. He recalled when the black dragon in the cave unleashed its massive sword toward Shatton. That was Bahamut's profound distrust of humans. Having absorbed Bahamut's heart, he'd somewhat felt those emotions. Zeke's eyes filled with contemplation and bewilderment. But that's exactly why. Why did it ever contract with Terrakin? I really can't understand. After that, he began searching the library for books recording related matters. After viewing Bahamut's memories, I started checking to resolve my doubts. But all records about Terrakin have been falsified by the Drakers. In this era, Bahamut, who contracted with Terrakin, is called the Evil Dragon. There's no valuable material left. While Zeke had just finished bathing, he noticed a letter had arrived. And while continuing to train in the dragon-slaying sword art and hunt for new clues, I received a message from Reinhardt saying the first request has been prepared. In that room, a familiar voice rang out, even though I specifically requested an inconspicuous identity. Zeke smirked mockingly at the card in his hand. Vice Branch Manager of the Southern Continent branch of the Reinhardt Trading Guild. Isn't that a bit over the top? A loud noise drew his attention as he glanced over. Zeke smiled, looking out the window. A carrier pigeon perched on the windowsill. Looks like Kato has finally made his decision, huh? In a towering building glowing with dazzling golden light, mysterious and ethereal. The secret garden under the Atlas Branch's management, syndicate organization. Kay sat on a luxurious sofa, smiling in greeting. Welcome, partner, to the VIP bar room in the Secret Garden Hotel. He stepped forward with a light smile and sat opposite. Now you're really calling me partner. Feels kind of fresh. Then he turned to gaze at the brilliantly lit city through the glass beside him. Kay watched his action, feeling somewhat puzzled. The two sat in the room overlooking the radiant night city. Even though he'd been in Atlas for a while, seeing it like this up close still felt strangely unfamiliar. The city suddenly blazed as flames erupted everywhere, engulfing it all. Makes sense. The scene I'm more familiar with is the ruined wasteland from the Continental War, so feeling strange is only natural. After that, he turned back and lightly shook his head. The glass on the table was quickly refilled. I didn't expect Atlas to have a place like this. What? Enchanted by the view. Kay poured wine for him while speaking. Impressive, right? This hotel is one of our syndicate's side businesses. Those operating in the shadows always need discreet places to talk. He reached for the glass and replied, yeah, wait, actually, I'll pass on the wine. Next time prepare tea instead, that'd be better. She covered her mouth with a playful smile. What? Don't tell me you're refusing because you're still underage. Didn't expect you to have such a cute side. He rolled his eyes helplessly. Come on, it's just that drinking doesn't do anything special for me, so I skip it. Zeke recalled the last time he got drunk and felt uneasy. Last time during the welcome party when I became a new student, I got caught up in the mood and drank a bit. But as expected, 100 Poison's immunity treated alcohol as poison and detoxed it automatically. Then the system notification appeared. Before regression, I often drank to get drunk, detected alcohol. Activating 100 Poison's immunity, poison detected, expelling it. Now I can't get drunk anymore, so might as well stick to tea I actually like. The red-haired woman smiled and turned away. All right, so you just don't like alcohol, huh? Anyway, enough small talk. I have something to show you. Seeing this, he gave her a dead fish stare helplessly. You really don't listen to a word I say, do you? Then the red-haired woman took out a stack of documents and placed them on the table along with several photos. That guy you're backing, Pavla, actually originated as pirates. Kay reached forward, their reflections appeared on the glass beside them. I looked into it, and the evidence is overwhelming. Strangely, no one has noticed it until now. The red-haired woman leaned forward, pointing at the photos on the table. More importantly, the timing when the Silver Knights swept the pirates and they vanished perfectly matches when Pavla began its rapid growth. Not only that, I uncovered something beyond expectations. Zeke's brows furrowed slightly, his expression turning grave. Then Kay pointed straight at one photo and continued. Joaquin Fernandez, alias Almencho. He's the number 2 figure in the Meccan organization, yet he's secretly dealing with Pavla, his supposed rival. The moment the red-haired woman lifted her hand, he reached out and snatched the photo to examine again. This is pretty shocking, so I haven't reported it to higher-ups yet. It would definitely cause chaos in Syndicate. Sometimes ignorance is better. Kay lowered her head slightly, glancing up at Zeke with a hesitant tone. Ah, and about that artifact you asked me to sell on consignment. A low, slightly mocking voice rang out, making the red-haired woman's face fill with horror. You've done a great job, Kay. Now with a different face, he flashed a sinister, chilling smile and continued. From now on, I'll explain the plan to make you the new leader of Syndicate. In heavy pouring rain, steam locomotive heads successively puffed smoke and let out heavy whistle. In a narrow alley where raindrops pattered down, Zeke held an umbrella while looking at the system notification. Activate teleport gate at designated position. Preparations complete. He strode through the small, rain-soaked alley. Though using the minimap teleport function consumes quite a few karma points, it completely avoids putting me under suspicion, even if it's the smallest chance. Among the three great transcendent families skilled in magic, very few can use teleportation magic, and traveling between cities requires at least the large gates of the magic towers. In other words, this plan will be perfectly disguised as an ordinary accident. Zeke curled his lip into a sly smile and muttered softly, thinking about that old bastard's face already makes me want to laugh. He stepped out onto the bustling street under clear blue skies, speaking lightly. Tonight's going to burn bright, Don Juan. As night fell, the scene blazed with roaring flames engulfing everything, panic screams echoing as the entire district sank into chaos and flying ash. Fire! Fire's broken out. Call the fire mages quick. The panicked crowd surged toward the blazing alley, their cries ringing out amid the red-hot flames, while a familiar figure slipped into the midst of the throng. If we don't act, the fire will spread to the neighboring building. Has the owner of that building been contacted? When are the fire mages getting here? In the room, cigarette butts piled up in the ashtray. Kay held a cigarette between her lips, lighting it with a flame as she thought. That guy, well, true to Draker blood, bold as hell, not your average kid. She recalled the vortex of fire that erupted fiercely before blazing out of control. Not just bold. The red-haired woman narrowed her eyes coldly, sweat trailing down her cheek as she took a drag and frowned gravely. He's completely insane. Kay recalled their conversation earlier that night, when she'd slammed the table and shouted, What? You're planning to burn down all of Meccan's Soma warehouses in the central continent. Compared to Kay's agitation then, Zeke had remained calm. Exactly, so give me the locations of those warehouses. The red-haired woman's face filled with worry and unease. That's top-secret info. Only Meccan higher-ups, certain syndicate executives, and I know it. Doing that will get you caught immediately. He reached forward right away. Even better, I never planned to hide it anyway. Zeke pointed at a man in one photo. Because I'm pinning everything on Almencho. The fewer suspects, the easier to handle. Besides, Syndicate still doesn't know Pavla were pirates, right? Yeah, because I haven't reported it yet. Seeing this, Kay's eyes widened in shock, sweat beading as she stared ahead and stammered. Wait, don't tell me you're... He leaned forward with a smile, stretching his arm across the table. Knew you'd catch on quick. Then Zeke casually swept all the bottles, glasses, and everything on the table crashing to the floor. Exactly, no need for us to lift a finger. His face darkened as he flashed an extremely sinister smile. Just drag all the Syndicate executives, the ones still wavering between Meccan and Pavla, into this game, then report everything to Don Juan. Done. Hearing that, Kay's body suddenly went dizzy, her vision blurring as everything around her grew hazy and unclear. She gritted her teeth hard, sweat pouring down her face as she stammered. You do realize what you're saying, right? Zeke replied calmly, Of course I do. Kay's face turned deathly pale, her trembling hands clutching her chest as her eyes widened in full panic, and she shouted, This is an utterly insane plan. You know full well what happens to traitors who betray the organization. Zeke slammed his hand down hard on the table. Then he roared loudly, making the red-haired woman flinch in shock. Once all the executives are wiped out in one go, who the hell is left to distinguish between traitors and loyalists? His face darkened as he growled low. Are you planning to stay a mere pawn for the organization your whole life? Didn't you already accept my proposal to become the new leader? Zeke gripped the wine bottle on the table tightly, eyes blazing with fury as he stared straight ahead. From now on, there's no more fold, only call or raise. Choose. Kay's eyes widened in astonishment at his expression right now. The red-haired woman clenched her hand over her chest, gritting her teeth as she trembled and thought inwardly. He's right, I didn't join the organization just to stay a pawn like this forever. Zeke Draker, possessing extraordinary intelligence-gathering abilities that uncovered Pavla's true origins without anyone noticing. And it didn't stop there. With that same intelligence network, he even located ancient ruins that had never been publicly revealed and claimed large quantities of high-quality artifacts completely intact. After witnessing those absurd capabilities firsthand, I'd already decided to throw in my lot with. Kay reached out and tightly grasped Zeke's hand that was holding the wine bottle. But right now, the red-haired woman stood up shakily, snatching the bottle back toward herself, her face flushing red, getting scared after hearing the plan. How pathetic. Kay squeezed her eyes shut and tilted the bottle back, downing it in one long gulp. She finished the entire bottle under Zeke's stunned, admiring gaze. Kay slammed the empty bottle down on the table and shouted, "Is that all? If we fail, we're dead anyway. This is the biggest gamble of my life." The red-haired woman broke into an excited grin, wiping the lingering wine from her lips as she yelled, "No limit, all in." Zeke felt deeply satisfied seeing this, smirking as he replied, starting to feel the thrill now. That bet, I promise you won't regret it." At this moment, the cigarette in Kay's hand was gradually burning out. The hand holding the cigarette trembled, perhaps from fear. Her other hand immediately steadied it. The red-haired woman stood by the balcony, gazing into the distance. "Zeke Draker, I'm betting everything on you." On the table in the room lay a newspaper, a series of arson incidents in the central continent, coincidence or deliberate crime. Last night, multiple fires broke out simultaneously across various locations in the central continent. Local investigation agencies unanimously concluded that due to the geographical distances involved, it's unlikely to be an organized crime. Since the buildings were completely incinerated with no traces left behind, the incidents were ultimately ruled as accidents caused by human negligence. Meanwhile, inside a vast and luxurious mansion, a man sat silently in a pitch-dark room without a single light, muttering, "No matter who the bastard is, I swear." He leaned back, a newspaper appearing on his desk. Don Juan held his wine glass, face darkened as he stared out the window and spoke in a low voice. "I won't let you die peacefully, leader of the Meccan cartel, Don Juan." At the Grand Academy, the setting sun cast an even more magnificent and imposing glow. The steady tapping of fingers on the wooden table betrayed clear boredom. Zeke propped his chin on his hand, face showing obvious disinterest as he lazily glanced aside. "Another semester's almost over. It's been half a year since everyone learned about my blue realm. I figured it was about time." Looking at the luxurious wooden box on the table, lined with red velvet and containing an invitation inside, he changed his mind. But actually receiving the invitation to the promotion banquet still makes me nervous as hell. The promotion banquet was the ceremony celebrating young Draker family members who had surpassed the gold swordsman realm and stepped into the night realm. Even for Drakers, it usually took until around age 20 to reach blue or purple night realm, so this event was also known as the Draker-style coming-of-age ceremony. Zeke closed his eyes, recalling a meeting from long ago as he thought, "It's been almost 3 years since I last saw the family head. Hope nothing goes wrong." Afternoon sunlight streamed through the massive glass windows, shining down onto the marble floor of the grand banquet hall. The banquet hall, the central spring garden grand hall of Four Seasons City. Numerous distinguished guests and nobles were present, mingling and chatting cheerfully in a lively atmosphere. Footsteps approached, accompanied by a warm, courteous voice. "May I pay respects to the head of the Draker family?" He turned with a smile. "Oh, you're here." Abel approached with his signature industrial smile, polite yet fake. "Abel, how have you been lately, my lord?" While the banquet continued vibrantly, the two stood apart talking. Abel spoke first. "By the way, this is the first time I've seen a promotion banquet attended by so many important figures." The head nodded, indeed. The family head glanced around the joyful banquet and continued, "Well, after all, he's the youngest Blue Knight on the continent, so it's only natural all eyes are on him." Abel narrowed his eyes slightly, a flash of rage appearing, even though he knew full well that before Zeke, the youngest Blue Knight was himself, yet he deliberately mentioned. Then the family head turned back and extended his hand politely. "Well, it seems Zeke is about to arrive. I need to prepare for the ceremony. It's been a while since we last met, and we haven't talked much. My apologies." Abel bowed deeply in respect. "Please don't concern yourself, my lord." As he walked away, the family head turned slightly with a smile and added a reminder. "Enjoy this precious banquet while you can, Abel." Abel maintained his bowed posture and replied, "Understood, my lord." Only after the family head had walked far away did he slowly raise his head. His blue eyes flashed, his face now darkened into an utterly foul expression. On this side, Zeke tugged lightly at his collar, grumbling uncomfortably. "Damn, it's stifling." He walked down the luxurious corridor alongside Duke, tugging at his gloves as he complained. "Lately it's been impossible to meet Master, huh?" The lazy uncle walking ahead replied, "Don't even start. I'm supposed to be retired, yet they dragged me back to work like a damn ox. I can't even go home properly." Duke frowned as he walked, his face full of irritation. "And on top of that, I've been run ragged dealing with that damn Arthur. Now today they make me play tour guide for you, and then he has the nerve to say, a master guiding his disciple is only natural. What a shameless block. Zeke glanced at him and thought with a wry smile, no wonder his complexion looks so bad. He's been overworked. He continued following Duke and asked, so now we're heading to Spring Garden. Duke stuffed his hands in his pockets, looking stylish as he walked ahead. Yeah, in Four Seasons City, that's the only place outsiders are allowed. Duke furrowed his brows, still grumbling. Zeke followed silently behind, glancing around attentively as he thought. The main facilities of Four Seasons City are divided into 4 districts total. According to Duke, Spring Garden is the only area open to outsiders, so most events are held there. Summer Rock handles all Draker family-related affairs, and also houses the family head's office. Autumn Fell is where internal ceremonies like night induction rituals for the family order take place. Finally, Winter Cup stores the rare artifacts the family has collected over thousands of years. Zeke pursed his lips, looking around as he thought inwardly, I've only ever heard about it. This is my first time actually setting foot here. Before regression, around this time I'd already been expelled from the academy. Finally, the two reached a massive, ornate door. Duke spoke, well, we're here. He looked at the door ahead seriously. From here, you go in alone. This door is reserved only for the guest of honor at the banquet. Duke gently placed a hand on Zeke's shoulder with advice. I have another assignment, so I can't attend the banquet. He smiled with trust and pride, looking down at him. Don't lose your nerve, just walk in confidently. Zeke closed his eyes slightly, the corners of his mouth curving into a soft, warm smile as he thought, having someone worry about me doesn't feel bad at all. Zeke tilted his head and teased. Master really worries about everything, huh? Duke saw this, put his hands on his hips, laughed loudly and said, whatever, just don't cause trouble. That's all I ask from you, kid. In the grand hall, golden trumpets blared solemnly in unison. Red banners embroidered with golden dragons and crossed swords fluttered as a booming voice announced, the guest of honor for tonight's banquet, Lord Zeke Draker, is entering. Abel stood to the side holding a wine glass, glancing over with an unpleasant expression. A long red carpet stretched ahead, lined on both sides by people standing neatly at attention. Then came the image of Zeke in a red cloak, descending the stairs with dignified steps and cold eyes. As he reached the center, those around him whispered in awe at his powerful presence. Oh, that's Lord Zeke, only 15 and already reached Blue Realm, truly worthy of being the Golden Pureblood Awakener. But I never imagined he'd break Abel's record as the youngest to advance to Blue Knight. Huh, you haven't heard. Lord Zeke has already surpassed Abel's academy achievements. Oh, amazing. Zeke walked forward and knelt, bowing his head before the family head who stood waiting, holding the great sword prepared for the knighting ceremony. Arthur Draker, head of all dragon slayers, hereby declares that Zeke Draker takes his first steps on the path to becoming a knight. He drew the sword lightly and placed it on Zeke's shoulder. His voice rang out echoing through the grand hall filled with witnesses. In the name of Draker, I bestow blessings upon the bright future of this Draker, who will walk the glorious path of a knight. Suddenly his words paused for a moment, catching Zeke's attention, and Zeke's sharp golden eyes widened, filled with astonishment as he heard. Zeke Draker shall be officially knighted as a knight of the Draker family. The nobles and knights below who witnessed it were stunned, simultaneously receiving the knight title. The grand hall immediately buzzed with whispers. What, only 15 and already an official Draker knight? Even as the youngest Blue Knight, isn't this decision way too hasty? Zeke glanced up slightly, his eyes showing complex emotions and unease. But the condition for receiving an official knight title in the Draker family is purely based on achievements. Because Drakers are blessed with aura power, awakening early and reaching purple or blue knight realm is almost a given, so instead of judging by aura realm, they value achievements above all else. Even Abel, who held the record as youngest Blue Knight before me, took 3 months of accumulated achievements before being granted official knighthood. That alone shows how absolutely crucial achievements are in Drake. Yet the family head's announcement just now completely went against the previous regulation. After the knighting, the sword was returned to its place. The image of Zeke in deep thought reflected on the gleaming blade. Since knighting is the family head's prerogative, there's no opposition, but it's still hard to understand. I wonder what he's plotting. Right after the family head's voice rang out, today I am deeply honored to introduce my son to everyone. He stood beside Zeke with immense pride. Zeke is not only the first ever Golden Awakener, but also the youngest to reach Blue Knight realm. I believe in the future he will become an outstanding knight surpassing even me. Then he lifted the wine glass from the nearby table. I don't want to be an overly boastful father, so I'll stop bragging. The family head raised his glass high in toast, smiling happily yet full of calculation. Now I conclude this ceremony with congratulations. Let us all toast to the bright future of this talented young man and pray for peace and prosperity across the continent for Drake. Everyone present raised their glasses in unison, for Draker. He tilted his head back and drained his glass. Everyone followed suit and emptied their glasses. Zeke furrowed his brows, gritting his teeth as he glared at the family head's calm demeanor. In my previous life, when Howard expelled me from the house, he stayed completely silent and did nothing. Yet now he plays the proud father for his talented son. A voice called out, interrupting his thoughts. Zeke. Zeke placed his hand over his chest and bowed respectfully. Yes, my lord. The family head set his empty glass down and turned to him. Let's move somewhere else. He gave a warm yet clearly fake smile. I want to have a private conversation, just between father and son. After that, everyone dispersed, going their separate ways. The blond young man with glasses frowned slightly and turned to speak to the coldly glaring Abel behind him. Hey Abel, don't you think you should control your expression a bit? His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should make when congratulating his youngest sibling. His face now darkened, mood worse than ever. That's not the face an older brother should make when congratulating his youngest sibling. Abel remained silent, lips pressed tight. Finally he spoke, "Where's the prince?" The other replied, "He said he'd come after these boring ceremonies are over, should be soon." The two stood side by side chatting like that, Abel's voice carrying a hint of danger. Then we need to hurry. The guy beside him nodded lightly. I think so too. The ornate door opened. Zeke stepped through and closed it behind him, eyes fixed intently on the badge in his hand. As he walked, he examined it closely, filled with questions. A token that can be exchanged for one of the family's treasures. Why did the family head give this to me? Zeke ruffled his hair in frustration. It's not something bad, probably fine, right? Damn it, I really don't get it. He glanced toward the main hall where the banquet was still lively with many nobles, knights, and influential figures. But the bigger issue now was, this promotion banquet doesn't last just one day, it's multiple consecutive days. How the hell am I supposed to endure this? Zeke walked along, scratching his head in total confusion. How do they manage to keep a straight face like that and just keep going through days of this? Living in high society really isn't for everyone. Suddenly a voice called out, making him tilt his head to look. Lord Zeke Drake. A delicate hand lightly lifted the hem of her dress as a gentle voice spoke. This is the first time I've had the honor of meeting you in person. Melissa placed her hand over her chest and gave a polite slight bow. I am the first princess of the kingdom of Alentia. Melissa Alentia. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly, silently assessing. Isn't she the prime candidate for the next throne in Alentia? Right now she's acting in place of their frail and incompetent king, implementing bold policies aimed at the common people. And because of that, she's gained overwhelming support from the citizens. That's also why she constantly clashes with the Alentian nobility. But if she officially ascends the throne, sooner or later, those nobles will scramble to curry favor with her. Yet before my regression, that highly promising princess, when tensions with the empire escalated, ceased all external activities and then vanished mysteriously. Rumors spread across the continent that the empire had assassinated her, but after Alentia fell in the war, the truth was buried forever. He pressed his lips together, glancing at her carefully as if probing. In this life, she's been pretty quiet so far, but if she's appearing at an official event like this, maybe things are still okay. His sharp eyes narrowed slightly, as if something had just clicked. Wait a second. Zeke recalled Cleef's words from their earlier conversation. The royal family of the kingdom of Alentia, huh? Then he looked again at the blue-haired princess, smiling so warmly in front of him. Could it be? Zeke placed his hand over his chest and bowed in return. It's an honor to meet you, Princess Melissa. He smiled and extended his hand in welcome, stepping toward her. I've heard of your reputation for a long time. It's truly an honor that you've come to my promotion banquet. Melissa let out a surprised "Oh, you know of me." Zeke replied warmly, suddenly making her fall silent for a moment. Of course, I've long admired your people-focused policies. His calm voice continued while distinguished guests around them chatted lively. Many might think they're just flashy handouts, simply giving away what you have. Zeke tilted his head with a professional yet understanding smile. But in reality, from budget allocation down to the tiniest detail, everything has to be calculated meticulously, right? His extremely accurate words left Melissa momentarily speechless, unsure how to respond. The blue-haired princess covered her mouth with a smile, thinking to herself, as rumored, he really is different from other knights. Zeke looked puzzled and quickly waved his hands in explanation. Did I commit some faux pas toward your highness? She smiled pleasantly, still chuckling softly. No, I'm just surprised someone actually understands the difficulties I face. Honestly, I'm a little moved. After that, Melissa politely bowed and excused herself. Then I'll take my leave. It was a pleasure meeting you, Lord Zeke. He blinked in surprise and asked hastily, leaving so soon? The blue-haired princess gave a refined smile. I'd love to talk more with you, Lord Zeke, but I can't monopolize the guest of honor. Zeke furrowed his brows slightly, casting a cold glance around. Fair enough, even if no one says it out loud. Though everyone was busy with their own conversations, several strange looks were still following the two of them, making her feel awkward. Melissa's sweet, gentle voice rang out, leaving him a bit puzzled. Still, you don't need to feel too disappointed. She covered her mouth with an amused smile. I'm sure there will be better opportunities to meet again. Right after Zeke politely saw off the last guest, he smiled as he watched them leave, finally letting out a quiet sigh of relief. Greeting everyone is pretty much done. Finally, I can breathe a little. Though on the outside, he maintained a serious and proper image, inside Zeke was truly exhausted. These kinds of banquets really don't suit my personality at all. I'd rather train with Kaishir. At least that's more bearable. Heavy, clanking footsteps echoed on the floor, instantly putting him on guard. Zeke looked toward the banquet attendees, silently assessing, the sound of heavy armor clashing. He frowned slightly, his gaze darkening as he thought, who the hell shows up to a banquet wearing full armor? A bold, hearty voice rang out, accompanied by a fluttering red cloak. Ah, finally found you. A man appeared, clad in gleaming full-plate armor, with a long sword at his hip. You're the guest of honor for tonight's banquet, right? Kara strode forward with his knights in imposing formation, grinning widely. Zeke Draker, the youngest Blue Knight to be knighted, correct. The fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Karis, the one who, together with Abel, triggered the Continental War before my regression. He extended his hand in a hearty greeting. I am the fourth prince of the great Rome Empire. Karis approached boldly, hand thrust forward decisively, eyes gleaming with arrogant confidence as he boomed. Karis Nerva Constantinus. Instead of shaking hands, Zeke slightly bowed his head. One hand over his chest, the other behind his back, he returned the respect. It's an honor to meet your highness Karis. Thank you for attending my promotion banquet. That made the prince's face darken completely. Karis froze, his whole body stiffening at the refusal. Then the corner of his mouth curled into a grin. Karis casually slung an arm around Zeke's neck, pulling him close in overly familiar fashion. Come on now, no need for formalities. Let's have a drink together. Zeke gave a dead fish stare at the arm around his neck, momentarily speechless, while Karis looked thrilled and shouted, Hey, someone bring wine. The best stuff worthy of this historic meeting between me, the most flamboyant prince on the continent, and Zeke, who will become the strongest knight in the future. Red wine was poured into glasses, sloshing slightly over the rim. Then came Karis's booming, commanding voice as he raised his glass with a wide grin. Come on, this is imperial tribute wine. Don't waste a drop, bottoms up. Those around saw Zeke accept the glass so decisively and whispered worriedly, accepting the fourth prince's invitation so easily like that. Even as the brilliant young Blue Knight, he's still too green, while Karis is acting so arrogantly. But they also muttered about him. That prince really is reckless. Considering the Draker family's influence, he should be more careful with such rude behavior. Karis grinned with delight and shouted, Excellent, great, I really like you. Tonight let's drink until neither of us can stand. Suddenly a voice cut in, Your Highness. Somehow Abel had appeared, hand over chest in a bow. Congratulations, my lord, the rising son of the Empire. Karis clapped him on the shoulder with a hearty, Oh, Abel, you drinking with us too? Abel replied with utmost respect. It would be my great honor to accept your highness's invitation, but I have urgent matters that require a private discussion. At that, Karis's smile vanished, replaced by a frown. Urgent matters. Speak then. Abel replied mysteriously, Too many eyes watching here. I believe it would be better if we moved somewhere else. Zeke had been silently observing their exchange the whole time. Fine, if you insist, I'll hear you out. Then Karis strode off boldly, red cloak billowing dramatically. Sorry about this, Zeke. I was the one who invited you, yet I have to leave first. Next time we meet, let's drink all night under the beautiful moonlight and share our thoughts on heroic epics praising the Dragon Slayer legend. With that, he left with his knights, and Abel, amid the fearful trembling of the banquet attendees. Only after Karis had completely departed did the crowd resume their whispers. A guy like that is really an imperial prince. Well, the Rome Empire has never been big on legitimacy anyway. But you have to admit, Lord Abel's handling of the situation was truly impressive. No wonder he has such a high reputation. Zeke cast a subtle glance around, having heard everything, and thought, all praise for Abel, huh? If you didn't know the inside story, you just think he was smoothly covering for a flustered prince. He furrowed his brows, expression hardening gravely. But the fact that the fourth prince and Abel are already in contact, it's happening earlier than the timeline K gave me before regression. And Zeke recalled how the two had interacted earlier. Moreover, the way they treated each other, it looked like they've been close for a long time. Right now they're probably having a private talk in some room, looking very familiar with each other. The Continental War might not be as far off as I thought. Inside a grand building, sunlight further emphasized its imposing authority and solemnity. Zeke still stared contemplatively at the badge in his hand, a token that could be exchanged for one of the Draker family's treasured reports. He recalled his private conversation with the family head. So your plan to become the strongest on the continent is progressing well. Seeing you as the guest of honor today, it seems quite smooth. Zeke replied politely and cautiously, yes, all thanks to the head of the family. The family head's seemingly harmless words carried an invisible pressure on his shoulders. Head of the family. In private like this, just call me Father Zeke. Zeke lifted his teacup for a sip, eyes subtly shifting. That sentence just now reminded him of what Carly had once said. Just call me sis for comfort, Zeke. That's what Carly told me. Zeke gently set the cup down, deep in thought. Now I finally understand what felt off back then. Abel is acting so boldly that he's pulling the elder council to his side. Carly even noticed and started preparing countermeasures. Yet Arthur, the family head, claims not to know. That's illogical. It means he's deliberately turning a blind eye, even though he knows Abel's scheme. If that's the case, was mentioning Carly's words just now meant to pressure me? Or was it coincident? Either way, I'll proceed assuming Arthur is on Abel's side. There's no downside. He glanced at the family head, took another sip of tea, and replied softly, yes, Father. The family head smirked. Father sounds nice. All right, I'll give you a gift as encouragement to keep striving toward your goal. Then he placed something on the table and pushed it towards Zeke. Looking down at the lone badge on the table, he continued, this is a token that can be exchanged for a treasure kept in Winter Cup. Zeke picked it up, unable to suppress a smile as he thought. Winter Cup, the Draker treasury, famed across the continent for holding the rarest artifacts. The family head didn't forget to raise a finger in reminder. However, remember this well. Among the truly priceless treasures, there are also piles of flashy garbage. Zeke obediently replied, I'll keep that in mind, Father. His footsteps halted. Zeke stood in a dimly lit room. I don't know what he's plotting by giving me this, but the Dragon Slayer report in Winter Cup, Four Seasons City. He gripped it tightly, breaking into an extremely excited grin. Whatever can be exploited, I'll exploit it to the fullest. Before a massive gate, a girl spotted him appearing and spoke softly. I've been waiting for you, Lord Jack. Before you enter, allow me to briefly explain this archive. Could you follow this path, please? According to Draker, reports this place stores approximately 17,000 rare artifacts and items can be exchanged based on quantity. There's no time limit for selection, but once you leave, you cannot return, so please keep that in mind. Zeke, noticing someone standing outside, wondered a vault for priceless artifacts with no visible guards around. The girl replied nonchalantly, because it's unnecessary, leaving him stunned. She continued explaining the security magic here rivals even the family head's office. Moreover, all artifacts inside are strictly inventoried and managed through magic, making theft virtually impossible. Jack Draker marveled inwardly. Truly shouldn't judge anything by appearances. She gestured invitingly. Come. Then, please proceed. Insert the provided token. Jack Draker quickly inserted the token into the small slot. Immediately, a powerful tremor erupted. Accompanied by that sound, the gate before them automatically began to open. In moments, the enormous gate swung fully open before the two. His expression turned utterly wondrous, witnessing the sight. Inside revealed towering shelves holding countless artifacts. Zeke stepped in, examining the items, mouth agape in disbelief. Inside, far vaster than it appeared from outside, truly worthy of Draker. The girl spoke again, then I'll take my leave. Zeke focused on observing him. Just checking the functions of all these artifacts would probably take a lifetime system. Can I categorize the artifacts here by my desired criteria? At that moment, the system window appeared. Notification: administrator request. Confirmed. Activating long eye linkage feature, please. Use long eye to record items for categorization. Jack Draker, full of question marks, record with long eye. After realizing, he smirked. Ah, got it. He got so excited his eyes sparked with fire, cracking his neck. All right, let's warm up a bit. The window reappeared. Long eye enables detailed observation and inspection of targets, displaying information on detected objects per administrator request. Jack Draker stomped hard on the floor. Instantly, a surge of power burst from him. He simultaneously activated Wind/Technique and Phantom Step. After finishing, Jack Draker landed. This field should be sufficient, right? The system displayed recorded items on the minimap. Items recorded, 17,138. Jack Draker checked the screen, sighing. More than I expected. Exclude common items and single-use non-artifact system. Responding, classifying detected items per request, remaining after filtering, 9,832. Jack Draker read it, looking dejected. Still, way too many. Eliminate all swords with performance lower than Black Sword. Quickly, the screen filtered to essentials. He smiled, satisfied. All swords eliminated, meaning among tens of thousands of artifacts here black sword is the strongest. Suddenly he frowned, spotting something. His finger swiped across the screen. Why doesn't this show any information? Jack Draker began searching around it. Must be nearby. System notification arrived at administrator designated coordinates. Jack Draker stopped at a spot above it, an enigmatic jade bracelet with only question marks for in. Jack Draker exclaimed in shock. A bracelet looks utterly ordinary on the outside, yet no information displayed at all. Another notification rang, drawing his attention. Reading it, Jack Draker's eyes widened, stunned. This item reacts to the title successor of Tarakan Drake. Jack Draker grinned excitedly, looking at the bracelet. It reacts to the successor title, meaning this is Tarakan's artifact. Something activated on the bracelet. The window appeared. Notification: Sacred Guardian Stone. A bracelet embedded with Guardian Stone, capable of summoning spirit beasts. Inherent ability: summon spirit beast compatible with user's soul. Special note: contains Blessing of the Fairy King within the Guardian Stone. Sacred Guardian Stone. Now linked to administrator, you may use Sacred Guardian Stone to summon Guardian Beast fitting your soul. Then the bracelet instantly fastened itself onto Zeke's wrist, startling him. Hey, wait, what do you mean linked? Who authorized this? Can't unlink. System notification continued. Confirmed administrator request. This item linked to Tarakan Draker's successor title. Linkage cannot be removed. Jack Draker stared bewildered at the bracelet. Damn, I haven't finished checking all artifacts, yet this messes up the whole plan. He tried thinking positively. Gotta stay positive. If it's Tarakan's artifact, it must be stronger than most others. Zeke could only sigh helplessly. System activate the bracelet's inherent ability. System responding. Confirmed request. Activating Sacred Guardian Stone. Searching for spirit beast compatible with user's soul. Immediately, a surge of power emanated from the bracelet. Jack Draker felt pulled into a floating space, shimmering lights below a magic circle activating. System notification: thanks to Fairy King Blessing, search range expanded to higher tier spirit beasts compatible. Spirit beast found. Summoning now. A sudden burst of light appeared. The light emerged right before Zeke, leaving him utterly surprised. That light pierced straight through the artifact storage space. At that moment, a creature appeared with mysterious and majestic appearance, accompanied by flashes like lightning. The newly summoned spirit beast resembled both horse and dragon. System notification: summoned spirit beast, dragon horse. Zeke exclaimed in shock. This is a spirit beast. The aura it radiates is terrifying. Then he grinned excitedly, heart pounding. Even artifacts that summon spirit beast. Just how many insane things did Tarakan possess? Suddenly the dragon horse lowered its head, touching Zeke's forehead. He reached out, stroking its head. So compatibility with soul means this first meeting, yet feels like reuniting with an old friend. Then he hugged its face, leaning and speaking. All right, I like you too, even feel strangely close. Suddenly another notification: if you name the spirit beast, you can summon it anytime via Sacred Guardian Stone. Jack Draker quickly said, how about Bucephalus? The dragon horse immediately nodded, satisfied, raising its head proudly. Zeke chuckled. Seems it likes the name too. System notification: Bucephalus dragon horse bearing auspicious spirit inherent ability, can unleash lightning power from both Monet's note. Supreme Spirit Beast King of Dragon Horses. Jack Draker read it, pondering. King of Dragon Horses sounds impressive, but first time seeing a real dragon horse, how strong could it? Suddenly Bucephalus moved, grabbing Zeke's hair. It left him flustered. Hey, Bucephalus, what's wrong? Suddenly some power shifted his body. Jack Draker stunned, realizing he'd been placed on Bucephalus's back. He happily hugged its neck. You want me to ride? Truly supreme spirit beast. It reads my thoughts, knows I want to test its power, and lowered itself for me to mount. Then Jack Draker joyfully shouted, all right, Bucephalus, let's go full speed. Bucephalus immediately strode forward. Bolts of power like lightning crackled through the space. Bucephalus shot forward like an arrow. Jack Draker thrilled, so fast, yet no hoofbeats at all. What an absurd creature I've tamed. Then Zeke's eyes widened. Bucephalus's hooves stomped on a magic circle. He laughed wildly before this power. Ha, absolutely insane. Scene change outside. A horse-drawn carriage rolled along the road. Recalling earlier when he chose the bracelet, the gatekeeper girl was utterly shocked. You really want this one? Jack Draker sat by the carriage window, thinking the guide's attitude when I said I wanted this bracelet was completely unenthusiastic. Then he recalled Alentia Draker's reminder: in this archive are priceless treasures, but also piles of trash, flashy on the outside, so be careful. In other words, this bracelet was one of the trash Alentia mentioned. Makes sense. Before reacting to the title, even the system showed no info. No wonder people overlooked its true value. Zeke thought inwardly, I thought Tarakan's artifacts only obtainable from system-guided ruins. Never expected to snag this so easily. Talk about luck. Zeke leaned back, relaxed. Anyway, this is definitely a massive windfall. Feels great. After all the exhaustion from the banquet party today, I'll head back and rest properly. Upon arriving, he heard congratulations, congratulations on officially becoming a Draker Knight. Lord Jack Zeke looked utterly bored suddenly, so formal he pocketed his hands, stepping in. The newcomer was Clift Reinhardt. He beamed naturally. Since you've become an official Draker Knight, changing how I address you is only prop. Jack Draker sat down, scratching his head helplessly. Fine, but from now on don't just pop up like that. If someone discovers our connection, the whole future plan could collapse. Clift Reinhardt. Regarding that, Clift sincerely apologized, but truly someone insisted on meeting Lord Zeke at all costs, so I had no choice. At that moment, the hooded seated figure removed the hood, revealing familiar long blue hair. She spoke. We meet again, Zeke. Allow me to greet you once more. I am the head of Reinheart, Chinese letter, Melissa Alentia, first princess of the kingdom of Alentia. Zeke furrowed his brow, exclaiming, First princess of Alentia, Melissa Alentia. Indeed, the true master of Reinheart, Chinese letter, is the princess. Melissa covered her mouth, chuckling. You must have known already. Lately, Princess Melissa rarely appeared in public, then reappeared at your promotion banquet. Coincidentally, that was also when the scarlet bloom patient treated with Clift's brought medicine recovered instant. Anyone not a fool would connect the dots, thinking, so Zeke smiled. Yeah. Melissa raised her hand, continuing, so I'll skip introductions and get straight to the point. The reason I urgently sought you is I need your help. As she spoke, she presented a stack of documents. He asked help with what specifically. Melissa replied, First, could you please review the documents I've brought? This contains recent Scarlet Bloom case developments, mainly near Alentia's border regions, along with Nirvana supernatural families analysis results on the disease. Jack Draker immediately focused on reviewing the documents. Suddenly his eyes froze on one page. His face darkened, gravely asking, Is everything written here true? Scarlet Bloom. He spoke with utmost seriousness. It's a pathogen created through magic. This is the analysis from Nirvana, one of the top 3 supernatural families, so it can't be wrong. Hearing the answer, Jack Draker gritted his teeth in fury. Scarlet Bloom is man-made and spreads even faster than previous rare outbreaks. Could my regression have somehow altered this? While he was still seething, Melissa continued, There's more. As you can see in the document, Scarlet Bloom first erupted in villages near the border between Rome Empire and Alentia Kingdom, but it never spread toward the Rome Empire. As she spoke, she pointed at the map. Melissa picked up the chalk and drew a line across a spot on it. But the spread is only heading in the direction of the Alentia Kingdom. And it's only spreading toward the Alentia Kingdom. Jack Draker couldn't believe it and blurted out, Wait a second, are you saying? Draker, his sharp eyes narrowing, confirmed, Exactly, I'm thinking the same thing as you. It's very possible that the Rome Empire created the Scarlet Blossom disease and deliberately spread it toward Alentia. By now the map was covered with all sorts of marked symbols. Zeke's face was full of confusion and alarm. This is really serious. The reason the Alentia Kingdom fell so easily to the Rome Empire before my regression was also because of the Scarlet Blossom disease. So that's why the princess needed his help. Having thought it through, he set the stack of documents down. What the princess wants is most likely the rights to mass produce and distribute the cure for the Scarlet Blossom disease on a large scale, right? His expression turned cold as he questioned her. Melissa replied calmly, Yes, exactly. Zeke immediately analyzed. In the previous contract, our guild only obtained the manufacturing principle. To distribute the medicine nationwide, we'd need a new supplementary contract. Moreover, the princess added a very interesting clause. That said, I have absolutely no intention of breaking the contract. Melissa cheerfully confirmed. Of course, I'd do the same. As merchants, whoever reveals their intentions first loses the advantage, but now that I have the chance to work with you, I can't really call it a disadvantage. The corner of Draker's mouth couldn't help but curl up, followed by an excited toothy grin as he openly admired. As expected, you really are the true master of the Reinhardt Trading Company. It's no wonder Reinhardt has grown into one of the biggest guilds. Melissa presented the contract. The medicine will be distributed to the people as relief supplies. You don't have to worry about the formula being exposed. Naturally, we'll pay you a very fair amount. I will give you 20% of the shares in our trading company. When Zeke Draker heard this, his expression turned stunned. Then thoughtful again, Reinhardt is currently one of the top 10 most reputable trading companies. If it doesn't collapse along with Alentia in the Continental War like it did before my regression, then the guild will grow even stronger. The value of 20% of its shares would be at least several million gold. If we can prevent the war and let the guild develop further, that value could easily climb to tens of millions of gold. At this point, Jack Draker fell silent in deep thought for a while, then looked seriously at the other party. This really is an attractive offer. But first, I have a few questions I'd like to ask the princess. Who knows, maybe I'm actually someone from the Empire side, so I find it hard to understand why the princess would so openly share this information and offer 20% of the guild's shares just for relief supply. Melissa gave a faint smile at the doubt. I'll answer your questions one by one. I'm already certain that you, Zeke, are not someone from the Empire. To put it bluntly, aside from her title, what the princess has going for her is the sharp intuition forged through repeated painful experiences. She continued, actually, after we parted at the party, I didn't leave right away. I watched from a distance. Though it was very subtle and hard to notice, you treated anyone connected to the Rome Empire with coldness. Most importantly, you refused to shake hands with the fourth prince of the Rome Empire, Carus. Others might think you were just politely choosing a different greeting instead of a handshake, but to me, it looked like instinctive rejection, a visceral disgust at even touching. That's why I'm certain you're not with the Empire. After listening for a while, Zeke's mouth twitched. The princess's observation skills are truly godlike. Suddenly, Melissa's expression turned serious. As for the second question, there's no need for a long explanation. With just 20% of the guild's share. If it means saving the people, then this is definitely a profitable deal. Hearing that declaration, Zeke was momentarily speechless. Memories from his previous life flooded back, loud voices shouting, Alentia, please stop trying, we have to retreat. Even if we stop the Empire right now, what's the point if the king dies? That's right, Zeke, this is your responsibility. For the sake of the future, retreating now is probably the right choice. Zeke tried to explain, you know that too, but the girl cut him off, continuing, if trading my life buys enough time for the people to escape. In his previous life, that same girl had turned away with confident words. Then that would definitely be a profitable deal. Now Jack Draker clutched his head in utter helplessness, not knowing what to do. Damn it, I tried so hard to prevent this from happening again. And yet she said the exact same thing Alentia did back then. Making the decision was incredibly difficult for him. Finally, Jack Draker spoke up. All right, it's a deal. Melissa clapped her hands in delight. Really, that's the right choice. He added a reminder, but be careful, don't let my identity get exposed, okay? She immediately promised. Don't worry, I guarantee it on that part. Very quickly, 2 weeks passed. In the basement training room of the mansion, sword auras sliced through the air. The training ground constantly being torn up by powerful strikes. Jack Draker diligently practiced his swordsmanship without pause, unleashing incredibly powerful techniques. He kept charging forward to execute them, dust and debris rising in thick clouds from his sheer power, creating a massive swirling vortex. After a while, Jack Draker's sword aura finally subsided. Suddenly, a notification window popped up. Successfully comprehended beginner-level dragon-slaying sword art. Zeke Draker read it and let out a breath. Finally done. It took about a month, huh? More notifications followed. Conditions for the Shatten's Air Achievement task completed. Achievement task completed. Extra completion time added to rewards. Task rewards include coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom Treasury, title Sword Art Successor, 500 karma points, and 2 random reward boxes. Intermediate Administrator status, name, Zeke class, one and only immortal titles, blessed by the dragon, descendant of Terrakin Draker, Sword Saint Successor. Abilities, Dragon Shield. Constitution, Holy Body, immune to all poisons. System functions. 100 slot inventory, minimap, teleport gate travel, intermediate quest count, shortcut bar, potion stock, elemental class skills, advanced mental healing, infinite stamina, realistic combat sense, wind technique A-rank mastery, sword origin element S-rank mastery, beginner dragon slaying sword art, static electricity C-rank mastery, thunder grenade C-rank mastery, discordant sound C-rank mastery, dragon technique stage 1, dragon eye mastery. Dragon's Majesty Mastery, Command Technique unlockable under conditions, Devour Mastery, Dragon Technique Stage 2, Dragon Scale Armor Mastery, Dragon Claw Mastery, Dragon Technique Stage 3, currently unviewable, unlocks at 300 karma points. Current karma, 1095. Draker broke into a satisfied grin. Oh, 2 random reward boxes. Looks like the points I burned when I torched Meckin's warehouse have pretty much been made up. Alright, let's check this one first. Instantly, a round object appeared in his hand. Coordinates to the Chronos Kingdom Treasury. Administrator request confirmed, but the coordinates cannot be read at this time. Zeke was stunned when he saw the notification. Requires finding the seal to activate the coordinates. Collect and reassemble the scattered seal fragments to activate them. Locations of the fragments have been linked and are now displayed on the minimap. He looked at the red dots on the map. two in the center, one in the south and one in the north. The distances between them are quite far. It'll take some time to gather them all. Then he noticed something else, and the corner of his mouth curved into a smile. No wonder it never showed up before. Linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Locate the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Quest reward, title, successor of the Chronos kingdom. Zeke stared seriously at the screen for a while, then looked exasperated. What the heck, the reward is just a title. The system popped up another message. Linked quest, treasure of the legendary kingdom. Locate the scattered seal fragments of the Chronos kingdom and restore them to their original state. Time limit, none. Quest reward, title, successor of the Chronos kingdom. Zeke read it and wondered, does restoring the seal and finding the treasure count as part of the reward too? Or, like before when the relic reacted directly to the title, maybe this title has some special function. His face twisted in annoyance before he put the round object away. I'll leave it for now. As he walked, he muttered, no time limit anyway, deal with the urgent stuff first and figure this out slowly later. Good thing I just got a message from Kay. It's been a while since I met those southern drug dealers, huh? As he spoke, Jack Draker's face twisted into a terrifyingly manic grin. Scene shift, Gopaport, a southern coastal village on the continent. Jack Draker, disguised, had arrived here. The mix of sea salt and the stench of blood, the southern air was still as foul as ever. As he stepped off the boat, a line of people bowed respectfully. It's an honor to serve you, said the southern branch vice leader. Zeke Draker waved his hand. You've all worked hard. They continued, we look forward to the day you return as our vice leader. His expression went deadpan. Okay, that's enough, you're overdoing it. Jack Draker glanced around while thinking. At least the smell of the sea is still the same. Whether before the regression or now, it seems not everything has changed. Guess I should focus. While walking, someone waved and called, Murray. Jack Draker looked over. Perfect timing for the mission, huh? A scene from the past flashed in his mind. Northern Rangers, that was the pair waiting for Jack Drake. They're dressed pretty convincingly as merchants. The purple-haired one replied, thanks. As Jack Draker approached, he asked, you've already memorized the plan attached to the mission letter, right? Purple Hair looked serious. Of course. On the day of action, we'll use the chaos to rescue the girl Mekin is holding. Hearing that, he nodded in satisfaction and tapped the other's chest. Good, looks like you get it perfectly. But the mission also includes protecting and safely escorting the target, so don't slack off until the very end. Purple Hair added, got it, but I have one question. Zeke asked, what is it? The other asked. Probably to avoid leaks, but the letter didn't explain what kind of chaos will happen on the action day. Is it some special day like a southern continent festival? Jack Draker's mouth curved into a grin. His pupils glowed with an eerie green. It's not a festival. It'll be far more chaotic than that, because that's the day Mekin disappears from this world. That expression made Purple Hair break out in a cold sweat from sheer tension. At that moment, a voice called out, drawing Jack Draker's attention. So you're here, Vice Leader. Oh, you're in the middle of talking. I'll come back when you're done. The person scratched his head awkwardly. Zeke asked, you're the guild's guide. No worries, no worries. Just finish talking and we'll head out right away. The man turned. Ah yes, understood. I've prepared the carriage. Follow me, please. Zeke followed the guide. The two guys left behind muttered in confusion. Is he seriously planning to go to war with Mech? He paused, then waved and called back loudly. No way, just kidding, don't take it seriously. The two were still uneasy, but when that kid said it, it didn't feel like a joke at all. Agreed. At that moment, a carriage rolled by on the road, and a voice asked, did you check the place the guild prepared? Of course. From the outside it looks impressive, but the red warehouse and interior are all under our control. Hotel-level quality. Lucky right. Oh, by the way, just to go over the plan one more time, I'll summarize it quickly. Today is Don Juan's birthday. Jack Draker rested his chin on his hand and gazed out the window. This is both a celebration for him and a meeting for all the higher-ups to discuss upcoming deals. So Kay, the key figure in the transaction, and her assistant Jack Murray will both be attending the meeting, correct? The other replied, ah yes. Zeke Draker continued, we've gone over this how many times now, feels like the 5th time. I've practically memorized every single word. Kay, sitting across from him, pointed dramatically and raised her voice. Well, what can I do about it? Partner, I'm not as thick-skinned as you. I get worried, that's normal. Don't tell me you dragged me into this and now won't even let me vent a little. Jack Draker listened and gave a wry smile in his mind. I thought something was off compared to usual, but turns out it's just because of that. Kay clutched her head and trembled. What if they find out I burned the Soma warehouse? I heard Mekin's way of dealing with traitors is to paralyze their whole body and toss them into a shark dragon ship. Ah no, it should be fine. I covered my tracks so thoroughly, no one could have noticed, right? Her face had gone deathly pale with terror. Seeing that, Jack Draker secretly thought with amusement. Watching her freak out like this just makes me want to tease her even more. Then he spoke up, Kay, you're a mage. They'll handle you differently, so don't worry. Kay looked curious. Differently how? Zeke flashed a dazzlingly handsome grin and declared, down south they say that possessing a mage's body can ward off curses, so no one's gonna waste it as shark bait. They'll probably just dissolve the whole corpse and sell off the parts to fulfill some obligation or whatever. When Kay heard that, her body practically contorted from the sheer shock, and her scream echoed out of the carriage. So those rings the Mecking members have been wearing all this time aren't replicas, they're real fingers. Ah, I don't even want to know what they'll do with my finger. If that happens, partner, please collect my body and bury it somewhere sunny and warm, okay? But how do you even know about this stuff? Jack Draker stayed silent, gazing out the window, thinking, how could I not know? I'm the one who understands the southern continent better than anyone. I'm also the one who guided Meckin's rise and fall as a hired killer. He recalled his previous life, the grudges with Meckin before the regression, starting with being expelled from the academy and captured by slave traders, then sold to Men's Soma Plantation. Men's Soma Plantation wasn't just a place growing soma on order. Sometimes its workers were thrown in as cannon fodder during faction wars, and I was the only one who survived multiple times and came back. Back then, I just felt relieved to be alive and didn't question anything. But thinking back now, my survival instinct must have unconsciously used healing. Anyway, after surviving 5 or 6 cannon fodder missions, Don Juan started training me as a hired assassin. And look, he was right. Hired killer work suited my abilities perfectly. Luring targets off guard, and then poisoning them made taking down even Violet Knights easy. But Azure Knights were different. Even when I approached without leaving a trace, he somehow sensed it miraculously. And even after being poisoned, he could adjust his aura to burn or expel the toxin. Still, Azure Knights are ultimately human. I learned to exploit those subtle human weaknesses in refined ways, and from there, I became capable of taking them down. When the number of Azure Knights I'd killed reached double digits, I solidified my position as a top hired killer in the Mecking organization. After that, I kept expanding my influence through major achievements in wars and wiping out the Pavla organization, eventually becoming Don Juan's adopted son, with the promise of officially inheriting everything. But on the night, they gathered all the top leaders to announce the successor. I killed everyone present, including Don Juan, and left the Mecking organization. And that's it, all ancient history now. While Jack Draker was lost in memories of his past life, Kay was waving her hands to snap him out of it. Hey, partner, you've been dodging my questions this whole time. Don't tell me you're actually a Meccan spy, planning to use me to swallow the syndicate whole. She pointed accusingly, her face tense with suspicion. Jack Draker raised an eyebrow at her but said nothing, then glanced back out the window. That attitude made Kay freeze like she'd turned to stone. Unable to hold back, she pressed. Am I wrong? Say something, partner. He secretly chuckled. Kay now is different from before the regression. She's still a bit naive, so teasing her is actually pretty fun. Scene shift inside Don Juan's mansion. Inside, quite a crowd of guests had already gathered. Everyone was dressed elegantly, holding glasses of fine wine in their hands. At that moment, a voice rang out. Don Juan, this is Kay, the syndicate operative I mentioned. Someone was introducing Kay. She quickly curtsied. It's an honor to meet you, Don Juan. He pressed his lips together, observing the room while thinking in admiration. They really are loaded. Not just men's assassins, but infamous outlaws and even rangers. Quite the diverse lineup. This was inside the secret meeting room behind the mansion's main hall. A row of people seated at the large conference table all glanced toward the two newcomers. The mansion's owner, holding a cigar, gave a friendly smile and spoke. Pleasure to meet you, Kay. I heard you were a mage, but I didn't expect a woman. A beautiful mage is rarer than any gem. I'm looking forward to hearing your wise words. Let's get started. This old man was Don Juan, the boss of the Mecking organization. At this point, Kay placed her hand on her chest, took a deep breath, and declared, a few months ago, do you remember the warehouse fire? Those words made everyone in the room jolt in shock. Old Don Juan extinguished his cigar and replied, of course I remember. It's not something anyone could forget. But why bring it up now? His expression turned as cold and demonic as a devil as he questioned. Kay, pressured by that aura, grew tense and began to stammer. That's because there's a traitor among us who colluded with Pavla to burn the Soma warehouse. Her words caused countless people to roar in fury. What the hell is this crazy bitch saying? Drag her out. Old Don Juan slammed his fist on the table, and the noisy ones quickly shut up. He radiated thick killing intent as he questioned. Those words you just said, do you dare take responsibility for them, Kay? Kay nodded without hesitation. Don Juan extended his hand and continued, fine, then tell me, Who's the one bold enough to betray Mech? The people there grew extremely anxious, terrified their own name would be called. Suddenly Zeke Draker grabbed one of them, pressed a knife to his throat to hold him hostage, and only then spoke. "A pleasure to meet you, Don Juan." He introduced himself calmly. "I'm Zeke Murray. Regarding the part you just mentioned, I believe I can help." Old Don Juan remained composed and replied, "Zeke Murray, pleasure to meet you. It's my birthday, you come empty-handed but bring a knife." As he asked, he lit another cigar. Zeke Draker looked at the man in his grip and said, "The gift's right here, isn't it? Don Juan, are you saying your dear brother Joaquin here is the traitor?" Kay flashed a wicked, excited grin. "Hey Joaquin, or should I say Almencho, you should know best of all. Why don't you just confess yourself?" Joaquin gritted his teeth in panic. How the hell does this guy know something even the boss hasn't noticed? Then he shouted, "You useless bastards, what are you standing around for? After taking so much of my money, do something useful for once." The nearby guards were confused. But even if you say that, we can't do anything. That guy's a pro, he didn't leave a single opening to get close. If we attack from range, he'll use Mr. Joaquin as a shield. He might even be a spy sent by Pavla. Zeke's eyes sharpened. Not bad for Mekin's right-hand man. Trusted a lot, huh? Meanwhile, you're the real Pavla spy, yet you dare turn around and suspect me. Joaquin, still with a knife at his throat, sneered. "Now that you're exposed, you're just spouting nonsense, huh?" Zeke replied calmly, "Pretty confident, aren't you? You think I'd do all this without evidence?" At that moment, Kay began activating her mage abilities. A stack of documents appeared on the table in front of old Don Juan. He quickly picked it up to examine. Don Juan silently flipped through it with a contemplative look. Then his eyes narrowed. "You brought something interesting, Zeke Murray. Not only did Joaquin collude with the syndicate to betray us, but it turns out those Pavla bastards are pirates too." Those words left the remaining people stunned. Zeke Draker thought to himself, as expected, just mentioning pirates changes the whole atmosphere. No one likes pirates, especially Southerners, who hate them more than anyone because they're closest to pirate bases and suffer the heaviest losses of any continent. And above all, Don Juan had lost his entire family to pirates, so his hatred for them was irreconcilable. Even for Don Juan, he would never overlook anything involving pirates. "So, what are you planning to do now?" The restrained Joaquin, seeing this, gritted his teeth in even greater panic. Damn it, where the hell did you get that photo? And that report too, it clearly states I smuggled with Pavla before, and it links to the Soma warehouse fire a few months ago. Just that alone is enough to make people suspicious of me." Suddenly, old Don Juan tossed the documents onto the table. "I've looked through it carefully, Zeke Murray, but if it's just this little bit of evidence, you think I'd suspect Joaquin, my own flesh and blood brother?" Zeke Draker furrowed his brow in thought. "Looks like this alone isn't enough. I didn't want to resort to this method, but it seems there's no other choice." Then he whispered something into Joaquin Mencho's ear, making the man's body freeze rigid like stone. Old Don Juan stayed calm and continued, "If that's really all there is, then you've insulted my brother unforgivably." At that point, Joaquin gritted his teeth and declared, "Boss, Zeke Murray is right. The one who secretly colluded with Pavla is me." Right then, his pupils contracted lifelessly, as if he was no longer fully conscious. The room fell so silent, you could hear a pin drop. Old Don Juan bowed his head, braced himself on the table, and stood. "So that's how it is. I never expected you to betray me. What a disgrace. Since you've confessed like this, you should receive treatment befitting your crimes, right?" As he spoke, he stepped forward. Suddenly, Zeke's eyes widened, and the old man hurled an axe toward Joaquin. Blood sprayed everywhere, splattering even onto Zeke Draker. Just like that, a mangled corpse with a massive head wound and a pool of blood appeared in the meeting room. Zeke Draker swallowed hard, staring at the axe embedded in Joaquin's forehead, thinking, to think the right-hand man of Mekin would turn out to be such a pathetic mess. These Southerners really are something else. He recalled what he'd just whispered into Joaquin Almencho's ear. "Confess that you're the traitor. If you do exactly as I say, I swear before God I won't touch your hidden family." Zeke took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his face. "A vow before God is absolutely trustworthy. Truth is, from the start, I never intended to go after your family anyway." No surprise, he truly lived up to being the infamous crime syndicate boss. Don Juan probably never truly believed Almencho was the traitor, so he only dealt with him because the situation forced his hand. Because a few months ago, the one who caused the fire at the Soma warehouse, the incident that dealt Mekin heavy losses, was also the one who colluded with Pavla and set the blaze. While Kay had insisted that the traitor colluding with Pavla and the arsonist were one and the same person. At the same time, I acted in the most extreme way possible, pointing straight at Almencho's face and declaring him a traitor before immediately subduing him. On top of that came the bombshell revelation that the Pavla organization was actually a bunch of pirates all along. In the midst of such utter chaos, Don Juan somehow managed to stay calm, coldly analyzing the situation. But his subordinates sure as hell couldn't. And right in the middle of that madness, El Mencho himself admitted out loud that he was the traitor. Even if El Mencho wasn't actually a traitor, letting it slide would probably cause the organization's discipline to completely collapse. Sure enough, Don Juan stayed as coldly rational as ever, not changing a thing. He pressed his lips together and stared hard at the other side. The old Don Juan now pulled his axe out of the corpse, dragging along a horrifying trail of fresh blood. A bizarre, demonic aura surrounded him, his eyes ice-cold like he was staring at prey. Then he spoke again, but if Kay's report is correct, and Joquin really was the traitor, then all those close associates of mine who went to cozy up to him must be traitors too. Those words made the remaining subordinates flinch in panic. The old Don Juan slammed his axe down hard onto the stack of documents. The report spells it out clearly. The burning of the Soma warehouse was just a stepping stone, so you could prepare to switch sides to Pavla along with Joquin. If you confess, just like my brother Joquin did, I'll send you off without making you suffer any pain. Someone tried to defend themselves. This is completely slander. The old man's sharp eyes scanned the room. One guy sweating buckets pointed at Kay. We never had any plan like that. This has to be some filthy trick from that damn witch, if you interrogate that sorceress. He didn't even finish the sentence before a blow struck him instantly, cutting him off for good. A spray of fresh blood splattered across Kay. Her expression turned to stunned shock at the scene, her body trembling as she looked down at the corpse at her feet. A questioning voice rang out. What the hell are you doing, Zeke Murray? The one who had just struck was Zeke Draker. He answered calmly, I'm just helping the boss deal with a traitor, that's all. Joquin already confessed himself, and you personally executed him. The rest of these guys who went to cozy up were in on it with him anyway, so we've got every right and reason to kill them now, don't we? The old Don Juan glanced at him, thinking to himself, I kept wondering what this kid was really scheming, and it turns out his ultimate goal was to use my hand to wipe out the syndicate. The old man kept his head lowered, thinking, reputation, sounds nice, but Zeke Murray. His cold gaze fixed on Zeke. So in the end, are you a messenger from the gods sent to help me, or just a pawn of the devil here to destroy me? The corner of Zeke Draker's mouth curled up like everything was going exactly according to plan. He placed his hand on his own chest and declared confidently, I'm neither a messenger of the gods nor a servant of demons. I'm just a business partner coming to propose a new deal. Don Juan looked puzzled. A business partner. He confirmed, exactly. I figured you'd see it that way too. Boss, you want to wipe out the current corporate order and restore proper command, right? But with Ishtar's expulsion order and Pavla's control over the sea routes, the only remaining distribution network for Soma that Meccan has is through the organization right now. You're sharp enough to see all of this clearly, boss. That's exactly why you hesitated to punish them even after learning they'd betrayed you. The old man listened and thought in astonishment. You talk like you've known me for years. Zeke Draker went on, don't worry, by now the syndicate's Soma distribution has been completely taken over by Kay. Kay, still trembling, forced a nervous laugh when her name came up. Ha ha ha. Zeke Draker continued confidently. From here on out, Kay and I will take over from the syndicate and handle Meccan's Soma distribution ourselves. Don Juan sat back down in his chair in silence, feeling somewhat at ease, and replied, that's actually a damn good offer, Zeke Murray. If everything you've said is true, business deals have to be built on trust. But without trust, how can I possibly hand over distribution to you when this is our very first meeting? Zeke agreed, you're absolutely right. The old man asked, so how about this? Suddenly he threw the axe to one side, then tossed the stack of documents into the air, drew his own sword, and finally drove it straight down through the photo on top of the documents. After that whole sequence of moves, he turned back with an arrogant grin. Paulo Santos, I'm going to wipe out the territory controlled by that coward. Paulo Santos, nicknamed Paulo the Coward. His nickname came from always prioritizing safety above everything else. That's why, even though he'd been made an enforcer, his reputation in the organization was rock bottom. Don Juan calmly analyzed, Zeke Draker, you even know details like his existence and his nickname. Yeah, well, as long as it benefits me, I don't care. After weighing the pros and cons, Don Juan stood up and said, all right, that guy might earn my trust. But even though I'm impressed by your boldness and guts, that place is still way too dangerous to ambush alone. So I'll send Meccan's elite assassination squad to back you up. Zeke thought to himself, back me up my ass, they'll just be watching me the whole time. The old man continued, and while you're proving your courage just as a precaution, the young lady here will be under my protection. He turned toward Kay with a sleazy expression. She was incredibly tense and terrified, her body still shaking. Zeke Draker's eyes sharpened as he thought, that's just a longer way of saying she's being taken hostage. Then he replied, understood, please take good care of Kay, boss. The Soma port is massive, so I'll send Meccan's elite assassination squad to support you. By now it was night, one arm raised. Kay led the assassination team as they arrived, and he immediately signaled, stop. At that moment, Manuel, the squad leader, glanced at him and thought in admiration. Even as the team leader, I stopped at his command without even realizing it. Well, after seeing his skills, only an idiot wouldn't follow his order. He has more endurance than assassins like us, moves faster and more precisely, like he knows this northern forest by heart. But above all, he's insanely skilled in combat, even against powerful beasts that could easily take down the highest-paid mercenaries from the wolf tribe. The guy's a straight-up monster. Manuel just kept marveling at Zeke Draker's strength for a while. Zeke Draker suddenly spoke. All of you wait here. Manuel got flustered. But we're here as overseers. We're not supposed to help directly. Zeke Draker looked back with icy eyes. This is the only spot where the factory can be clearly seen. Stop saying things you don't actually mean and just focus on observing. With that, he vanished forward in an instant. Manuel called after him in panic, Murray. Manuel felt helpless dealing with this guy. One team member asked, what should we do, boss? Manuel answered right away, we'll do exactly what he said and keep observing from here. Like he told us, we're only here to supervise, no need to follow him into the fight. From now on, stay sharp, make sure our camouflage is perfect so we don't get spotted. While he was talking, a fire suddenly erupted below. Manuel broke into a cold sweat at the speed. He's already charging in. Down below, a massive blaze was spreading. People were lying everywhere gasping from the fire, looking absolutely horrifying. Then a swirling pillar of flame began twisting through the air. Shouts rang out, there's a mage among the attack. We can't handle this alone. Request immediate backup from the magic weapon team right now. Zeke Draker held a small sword glowing with fire. Those reactions were only natural since it was their first time seeing an elemental sword. Someone spotted him and yelled, intruder sighted. Zeke closed his eyes and sighed. But against an organization facing off with Meccan in the north, I already expected this. Their response is damn quick. A group armed with weapons rushed in to attack. Waves of power shot out simultaneously, met with fireballs in return. This was the elemental sword's attack. Will-o-wisp field, radiant flame. Zeke Draker dashed through, setting those people ablaze. After finishing, Zeke Draker landed back on the ground. Looking at the burning corpses, Zeke Draker muttered, but this still isn't enough to even warm up. Suddenly, he glanced to one side, frowned and exclaimed, that coward Paulo really is a crazy bastard. Right then, Zeke was being targeted by tank barrels aimed straight at him. He even tapped into a mana pool. How much money got wasted here? Wouldn't it be cheaper to just hire mages? The tanks quickly powered up. Cannon fire exploded out, heading straight for Zeke. He casually raised his elemental sword and sliced the massive shell in half, effortlessly neutralizing the attack. Delayed explosions erupted behind him. Done, Zeke gave a satisfied grin. Yeah, unless you're a criminal, no one would accept a trade deal like that. With that, he unleashed a barrage of moves. Elemental sword, wind field, sword dance. The surge of power shattered the tanks and everything nearby. Behind the black face mask, the corner of Zeke's mouth curled up. Before regression, I probably would have run the moment I saw that mana pool. He turned his back to the still raging explosions, then swung his sword through the air. But things are different now. Sometime later, the entire area was reduced to ruins and lingering flames. Inside the underground corridor lay corpses everywhere, along with pools of blood. The last ones were quickly dealt with. He fell, revealing Zeke Draker, who had just struck. As he walked in, scratching his head, after taking care of all these, it's about time for him to show up. Suddenly, an arrow shot toward him. Zeke casually caught it. Abruptly, the arrow exploded into some kind of powder. The system immediately displayed, Black Mamba poison detected. Immunity to all poisons negates the effect of the poison. Administrator command confirmed. Continuous activation of class recovery skill has been temporarily suspended. Zeke Draker frowned and glanced to one side, finally showing yourself, huh? At that moment, the man named Paulo Santos stepped out from the shadows and spoke. What the hell is the underground army doing? Letting an intruder get all the way in. 5 or 6 footsteps drew closer, accompanied by a threatening voice. What you just inhaled is deadly poison. Even someone using aura can't do anything against this toxin. He held up a vial of antidote and laid out a condition. I'll give you a chance to trade information about your accomplices for the antidote. Paulo Santos, an executive of the Pavla organization, began mocking Owen as he struggled. Looks like this was a diversion, but seeing how quiet the ground is, your buddies have probably all been captured, right? Why not make the trade before it's too late? But he quickly saw through the man's intentions. You want to trade for something that doesn't even exist. You think I'm that easy to fool. Just glancing at the poisoned arrow on the ground was enough for him to grasp its danger. For Southerners, the fact that black mamba venom has no antidote was basic common knowledge. An ordinary person would die in minutes from it, and even blue-rank knights would struggle to filter out the toxin, often left with lasting damage, truly a lethal poison. Moreover, Owen was well-versed in pharmacology, so he'd luckily avoided most of it. And with 100 poisons immunity, it had zero effect on him anyway. The black mamba poison was detected thanks to 100 poisons immunity. His body remained completely unaffected. Without wasting words, he swiftly smashed the antidote vial in Paulo's hand. Paulo, now furious after his ploy was thwarted, shouted, "You lunatic, destroying the antidote. You really want to die that badly?" Suddenly, right after he finished speaking, his face froze in shock, speechless. Owen exuded total confidence as he laid out the full truth. "Relax, my physique is immune to poisons. Oh, and I can even transform into another form that looks pretty bloodthirsty." His eyes gleamed as he added a threat. "The reason the ground's so quiet is because I already wiped out all your comrades." Paulo was stunned speechless by those words. What? He stubbornly clung to his own logic. "Don't bullshit me. They're Pavla's elite, equipped with magic weapons too." Owen kept provoking him. "If you're curious, go check for yourself, assuming you still can." Paulo roared, "Who the hell are you? Who sent you to do this?" He replied nonchalantly, "You must have already guessed a little, right?" Paulo gritted his teeth hard. He tried guessing his identity. "Don't tell me, mech." Owen confirmed, quick on the uptake, huh? Probably based on some personal deductions that led him to a reasonable answer. The only one capable of stirring up Pavla this badly was Mecking, but I thought both sides still respected each other's boundaries. Why suddenly pull something like this? Owen didn't hesitate to mock Paulo, truly shameless. Paulo asked in surprise, "What?" He went straight for the jugular. Isn't Pavla's so-called respect just sneaking into the opponent's distribution channels and waiting for a chance to smuggle goods? Owen laid out a string of evidence. He even threatened, making Paulo visibly anxious. "Pavla's crossed the line. That alone is enough reason to declare war. The boss has sworn he won't stop until Pavla is reduced to ashes. He's also vowed to sweep every filthy pirate off the southern continent." Once his secrets were fully exposed, Paulo hurriedly turned to flee. "Even knowing your origins are pirates. Damn it." Owen immediately gave chase. "You think you can get away?" After pursuing Paulo for a while, Owen ended up in a vast, open room. He cautiously ventured deeper, carefully scanning the surroundings. "Guess the hunt ends here, but what is this place? It's completely different from the underground mine earlier." On the way here, Owen hadn't had it easy. He'd struggled quite a bit dealing with traps. Plus, the path was littered with countless snares, so he'd pretended to get caught in some to avoid suspicion. What a hassle. Being quick-witted and knowledgeable, Owen had immediately spotted the presence of those traps. Those traps weren't original to the ruins. They looked freshly placed not long ago. He cursed the enemies inwardly in frustration. "Damn Pavla bastards, what the hell are they doing here?" As Owen pressed forward, a mysterious figure had been lying in wait behind him. The figure rushed toward him like a gust of wind. Owen, taking advantage of the moment the attacker wasn't paying attention, drew his sword to finish him quickly from behind. Sensing the danger just as the blade swung, Owen dodged in time. He closed in right next to the man's face and said coldly, "What the hell kind of monster are you?" The attacker panicked from being startled by Owen and hastily withdrew his sword. He stared with eyes full of terror and seething rage. The sword in Owen's hand began to glow. He casually delivered a few commemorative slashes to the man in front of him. The attacker's eyes rolled back white, his body covered in wounds. Owen just looked coldly at the corpse, his heart unmoved. He stepped decisively over the body on the floor. Further along, Owen realized more of the same types were appearing. "No matter where I go, I keep running into these bastards." He finally encountered their squad and their leader. "Damn it, Imperial watchdogs." The leader started spouting arrogantly. "That's why I never wanted to cooperate with Southern scum. They should have handled their own business in their own territory. Dragging a bunch of rats all the way here, what's the point?" He growled a threat at Owen. "Either way, since you've come this far, don't dream of leaving alive." Based on his analysis, Owen made a prediction. "On the tactical map from those Imperial watchdogs I ran into at the Resident Mountains, the southern continent ruins were clearly marked too. So this place must be one of the ancient ruins the Emperor's searching." Owen gripped his sword tightly. The arrogant leader cautiously warned his men, That dagger looks ordinary on the surface, but there was clearly wind swirling around it before he swung. Treat it as some kind of artifact and handle it with extreme care. The soldier obeyed, understood. He glared with murderous intent. What caught his attention in the opponent's hand was a magic scroll. The leader hurriedly ordered the troops below. That's a magic scroll. Get ready immediately. Owen reassured them. Oh, no need to freak out that much. He explained clearly the effect of the scroll he held. This is just soundproofing magic and a protective barrier, no killing power at all. The outer door began activating, as he'd said. Simply put, for the next 30 minutes, nothing that happens here will leak outside. Owen stared straight at them, completely unfazed. No need to worry about getting discovered. Plus, chances to test out techniques like this don't come every day, so enjoy it to the fullest. He raised his arm high and declared loudly, "Right." The leader began feeling uneasy at Owen's predictions. That spatial pouch seems a bit off. It doesn't look like it's connected to another space. It feels like it was created directly in the void. He was puzzled about the opponent's gear too, and that weird weapon earlier, clearly a mage, yet he can use a sword. Suddenly he was stunned, eyes wide in shock. Owen's hands underwent a clear transformation, emitting strange light. In an instant, he gripped a divine sword radiating immense power, or a sword. The leader cried out in horror, "Is that guy a blue-rank knight?" A sharp sword stroke cut through, accompanied by a flash of light in the space. Thanks to the sword saint's support, Owen could confidently handle an entire army without expending too much effort. Dragon-Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 1, First Form, Heavenly Slap. The leader didn't escape his tragic fate, falling victim to Owen's deadly technique. The door, sealed by magic, probably began to fade as Owen finished wiping out the enemies. By now the place was in ruins, with a fire lit in the center. Owen had anticipated the current situation and executed a brilliant plan. Burning the bodies with fire makes it hard to find traces. Plus, it'll make people think Mechin hired not just knights but mages for the raid. That way, the conflict between Mechin and Pavla would intensify. A strange premonition rose in his heart. After pondering a series of thoughts, he said, "Now I get why Pavla and the Roman Empire are both showing up here. If I had to guess, it's probably cooperation to search for ancient southern ruins." Owen recalled the past and immediately thought of the most likely outcome before regression. "When I came here back then, there were no signs of this. Makes sense. It was about 3 years later than now, so they probably found the artifact and pulled out." Owen brushed through the dust on the ground, satisfied with his own efforts. "As long as the result is good. Even if I stumbled into it by chance, I've wrecked the Emperor's plans." Seeing everything wrapped up, he prepared to leave comfortably. Guess it's really time to head back now. But suddenly realizing something, he turned back for a glance and spotted the red robot's leg again. It declared, "Trouble." It stepped out with an arrogant and imposing air. "I sensed a powerful, ferocious aura, but then it vanished like magic, so I came to check." Owen clearly felt every step and presence right behind him. A stern voice rang out, carrying heavy killing intent. "So we have an uninvited guest." The surroundings filled with a thick, murderous aura. Zeke turned to look back. He immediately recognized the familiar shape of the armor before him. That armor looks like Hersian, the magic armor granted to Draker's Crimson Knight, right? In his mind, he pictured it along with some info, one of the treasured artifacts. Hersian was engraved with all sorts of auxiliary magic, from weight reduction to self-repair. After observing for a while, Zeke also noticed differences between the two, but this Hersian seemed slightly different from the Empire's version. Zeke boldly asked him straight, "Who are you? That armor you're wearing looks just like Hersian. Don't tell me you're the Empire's Crimson Knight." Before he could react, the knight pressed his sword to Zeke's throat in threat. With no other choice, Zeke drew his own holy sword to counter. Both sides clashed in a fierce, evenly matched battle of strength and stamina. Green light blazed fiercely from the knight's eyes. Zeke strained every muscle to push back against. The fight grew even more intense as the red-armored knight reversed the momentum with ferocious attacks. Zeke managed to dodge the classic shockwave strike just in time, getting blasted straight into the wall behind him, but he refused to give up. As the Iron Knight leaped high for the finishing blow, Zeke got into defensive position. Their weapons collided, creating a powerful ground-shaking impact. Zeke and the Iron Knight continued clashing, neither yielding an inch. Zeke realized the opponent's endurance and iron will in direct combat. Damn it, this strength is basically monstrous. A bad premonition suddenly rose in his heart. Could Hersian have additional power-enhancing magic layered on it? Zeke's only option left was to actively evade the knight's relentless chain attacks. The knight stood tall amid the thick smoke, completely unscathed, lifting his gaze with an utterly terrifying and horrifying look. Behind him rose a rock outcrop as tall as a person. Activating skill, elemental sword, metal force field. In a short moment, it enveloped the red-armored knight inside. He easily broke through a small gap at the top, then used his transcendent technique to slash repeatedly at the torn protective layer. The knight's unmatched power quickly shattered it into fragments. He emerged prouder and more imposing than ever after breaking free from the opponent's encirclement. A blinding flash of light shot toward him, leaving him momentarily confused. The knight was affected by the strange light, freezing in place for a second. Activating skill, flash calamity. Then a barrage of large and small boulders rained down mercilessly on his entire body. Taking advantage of the knight's momentary distraction, Zeke swiftly stepped forward. A small flash of light streaked through the silent space. Zeke was shocked. He hadn't expected that despite trying everything. He still couldn't take the guy down completely. Caught it, he even blocked sword aura. Without the slightest hesitation, he boldly advanced right up to the knight's face. Zeke had encountered some disadvantages in actual combat, making him hesitate slightly as he prepared a new technique and activated the skill, Dragon Tribe Dragon Scale Armor. Activating skill, Dragon Tribe Dragon Scale Armor. He was still determined to push forward with the sword Saint by his side, while the knight remained chained and restrained. For the time being, Zeke prioritized safety and decided to hold a solid defensive stance in one spot. Zeke shot the knight a contemptuous glare and mocked, "Turns out you've got quite the bag of weird tricks yourself." The knight paused for a moment before repeating the question Zeke had asked earlier. "You asked who I was just now, right?" Zeke furrowed his brow, clearly eager for the reveal. "With your level of strength, the least you could do is give me your name." The knight finally stated his alias. "I am Cain Siemens Constantinus." A suspicion immediately arose in Zeke about that name. His name doesn't just have Zeman. It seemed Zeke had sensed something abnormal hidden within a secret, and Constantinus too. Information about his lineage had already been updated earlier. Constantinus was a surname passed down exclusively to the imperial family of the Roman Empire. Moreover, middle names for the imperial line could only come from the elector families, the nobility with the right to vote for the emperor in the Roman Empire. From these small details, Zeke pieced together a massive story. So the Siemens family, one of Draker's great houses, is actually one of the Roman Empire's elector family. He began shifting into a different state. The system notified, demonic energy detected. Eliminating the carrier of demonic energy will grant bonus points. He shielded his eyes with his hand, feeling a bit confused inside. Demonic energy, I don't know exactly what that is. The light radiating from Cain was so blinding that Zeke had to shield his eyes, but it was definitely extremely dangerous. The knight prepared a decisive strike to demonstrate his power and authority. "I never expected to encounter a knight on my level in a desolate place like this. In that case, I'll show proper courtesy and personally grant you a glorious death with full force." Zeke knew his limits well. Understanding the scope of the opponent's abilities, he calmly assessed, "Can't counter this with ordinary techniques. Even using elemental sword against it, my level is still far too low." Zeke stomped his foot firmly on the ground. He'd figured out how to deal with him. If that's the case, there's only one way. Zeke raised his sword and unleashed a crucial technique. Dragon-Slaying Sword Art, Chapter 8, Second Form, Dragon Scale Thrust. But he still felt some worry, since his counterattack wasn't fully completed. Zeke had already witnessed Cain's terrifying skills and power, so he was fully on guard. The opponent's defensive capabilities and power enhancement were so superior that they could even reflect sword aura back. As long as Hersian remained active, no fatal wound could be inflicted. He lifted his sword and lightly stroked it once, having come up with a plan. The priority is at least to bring him down to my level. Activating skill, Magic Reflection. Just as Zeke prepared to act, Cain suddenly froze, surprising him. What? Hersian just stopped functioning. The knight turned in confusion and asked, "What did you just do?" Zeke felt even more puzzled than him and replied, "What? I have no idea what you're talking about." Cain laughed maniacally as he gathered his spiritual power to prepare for battle. "Interesting. If you won't answer, fine." Cain unleashed a powerful attack. Personally determining the number of enemies was one of the pleasures of combat, and several spots were struck by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It continued relentlessly, as if he were swinging wildly rather than aiming at one point. Zeke stood firm against the berserker. Cain kept unleashing power to crush him. He rose up, flipping everything over, turning the scene into pure chaos. The entire room was wrecked by him, nothing left undamaged. Several spots were hit by his ability, creating glowing friction marks. It kept going as if he were swinging wildly rather than targeting one point. Zeke remained steady facing the mad killer. Kane continued pouring power to take him down. He surged forward, overturning everything into utter chaos. The whole room was demolished by him. Nothing remained intact. It exploded to the point the ground shook, debris flying everywhere. After the clash, the room was left in utter ruins. Zeke was gravely wounded, blood pouring out everywhere. Damn it, the demonic energy ratio in the administrator's body has exceeded the allowable threshold. Elemental class healing skill efficiency reduced. He forced himself up, clutching his agonizing wound with a heavy heart. This situation is seriously dangerous now. Kane stood before him, unable to hide his admiration. Truly worthy of the pure-blooded Draker, impressive. He recalled one key point from his combat experience against Zeke. Even if only for a moment, neutralizing Hersian's functions could only be the Draker family's sealing magic. Moreover, the swordsmanship you used in that final strike, when exposed by Kane, left Zeke stunned. It was extremely similar to dragon-killing method. Sure enough, as he paid close attention to every move, he immediately deduced the method and analyzed it in detail. Dragon-slaying sword art originated from dragon-killing method, so naturally they shared many similarities. However, the dragon scale thrust I just executed only appears in the later parts of dragon-killing method. It's a forbidden secret technique, not transmitted outside the family, yet an imperial knight like Kane knows it, proving the Zemens have handed over the entire dragon-killing method to the Empire. Zeke covered his mouth as he vomited a large amount of blood. Kane approached and prepared to grant the defeated a gift. Looks like your body has been heavily corroded, must be excruciating. Leaving you in this state would be discourteous to an opponent who faced me honorably. Without hesitation, Zeke drove a sword straight into his chest, stopping him instantly. Kane held it there for a long moment until he was gone. After confirming with the knight's disgusted expression, he calmly bid farewell. Rest in peace. Watching Zeke motionless for a long while, Kane finally turned to leave. Even as an enemy, it's been ages since I met a worthy opponent like that. But right as he stepped away, a small blade suddenly shot from behind. It sliced off a bit of his hair and left a small cut on his neck. Kane glanced back and realized Zeke had vanished. He exclaimed in shock, "How is that possible?" Immediately, Zeke reappeared behind him, arm gripping the sword tightly, eyes flashing with terrifying intent. The system had used a life-saving measure, the highest-grade recovery potion, significantly restoring the user's stamina and wound. In that split second of lowered guard, he effortlessly took the knight's head with one light slap. Right after the attack, his body could no longer stand firm. He dropped to his knees, coughing harshly several times, thinking to himself, "Good thing I had the recovery potion set in the hotkey slot." The system's life-saving measure is Jabalu Ibn Hassan's masterpiece, the ultimate high-grade recovery potion that instantly heals fatal wounds and restores stamina. Note, due to its superior effect, it has no impact on those who have used it before and carries some unknown side effects. His body began trembling from the pain. He muttered inwardly, "That was close, I almost died for real." But it seems internal injuries from the aura can't be healed. The system kept warning, "Attention, skill overuse detected. Due to excessive skill usage, fatigue has exceeded dangerous level." He told himself, "If I keep repairing columns like this, that's what I'm thinking," but his rationality could no longer hold. His whole body went limp, consciousness fading as he collapsed to the ground. For safety, the administrator's consciousness will be disconnected. With only a few final threads of awareness left, he told himself, "No, I need to recover more." He directed his gaze toward the scattered recovery potion vials on the ground, his voice full of determination. "Right now, no matter what, I have to do it." Suddenly, the phantom image of a dragon head appeared in his mind. His body went slack like a broken kite, collapsing to the ground. In an instant, a massive surge of energy erupted from his body outward, devouring everything. Dragon Tribe Devour skill activated. Kane's entire body was now being swept by the energy radiating from him. The system devoured the fallen demonic being corroded by demonic energy. Stamina, spirit, and depleted mana are being replenished. The remaining energy remnants in Kane's body gradually merged into the demonic power he emitted. Immediately after, the entire demonic force returned to Zeke's body, beginning to heal him, but a cracking sound echoed in the silent space. The system absorbed the demonic being's designed abilities. C-rank passive static electricity skill evolved into A-rank electric shock. After the healing finished, the golden demonic energy gradually dissipated into the air. Abruptly, his eyes snapped wide open, breathing in rapid gasps. He slowly sat up, gently checking his wounds with his hand, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I really thought I was done for. Good thing I remembered Devour." Then his gaze fell on a suit of armor hovering in front of him, puzzled. "Is this Kane's armor? The system has obtained the anonymous armor. Do you wish to register as its user?" Zeke pondered complicatedly for a moment, why no name displayed. But without the slightest hesitation, he selected yes on the system panel. The system registered him as the user, but as his choice finalized, the armor immediately flew toward him, enveloping his body. Now his entire form looked no different from Kane's earlier appearance. The system can customize illusion form according to the user's will. Among the 28 great magic arrays engraved on the armor, 3 are currently activatable. Looking at the bulky armor, yet when worn it felt unnaturally light, leaving Zeke thrilled. A suit this good. Wearing this would definitely get spotted by the Empire. Better store it for now, change appearance later and use it then. More importantly, I need to get out of here right now. Then he suddenly sensed a scent spreading through the air. This smell is, he looked toward the source and marveled, the stench of blood and corpses. Yeah, he went to investigate and discovered this was a site for human experimentation. Right now, countless scientists were conducting experiments here. He gritted his teeth in rage, cursing inwardly. Damn imperial bastards. The moment they saw him appear, the mages shouted, "Intruder, capture him." At their words, countless poison vials in their hands were released outward. He roared in fury, daring to experiment on other people's lives. He summoned via the system. The system detected toxins synthesized by poison magic, surpassing 100 poison's immunity effectiveness, entering poison state. The poison spread rapidly through his body, but he immediately pulled out a high-grade antidote vial. The system used high-grade antidote. He shouted angrily, "Then you all better prepare to pay with your lives, right?" Following his words, the entire laboratory was completely destroyed by him, engulfed in a sea of flames. He grabbed a stack of documents and began reviewing the situation. Gotta collect this lab's research material. Since it's an imperial lab, it might be connected to the Crimson Flower disease. While he was examining them, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "It's you, and you've wrecked my lab to ruins." An old man stepped forward, glaring at him with extreme anger. Without a second's hesitation, he gripped his sword tightly and charged straight at the old man, ready to attack. Seeing the light emanating from his sword, the old man let out a soft exclamation, "Sword aura." Immediately, the old man raised his hand to summon a magic circle. But Zeke's speed at that moment was no joke. He moved incredibly fast, slicing the old man's body clean in half with a single strike. A perfectly clean cut was delivered, but the body reformed like a pile of sand. After being bisected, it regenerated in an instant. Looking at it, he assessed, judging by the magic patterns, this is a desert scorpion specialist in forbidden arts. Sixth Circle executive. Ah, this guy's a real pain. Didn't expect the Empire to team up with these bastards. The anti-mana skill activated. Within seconds, the old man's body fully regenerated. He shouted in rage, "Damn it, could you be a pure-blooded Drake?" Upon realizing his identity, the old man tore apart the magic scroll in his hand. And just as the summoning paper was ripped, a massive sand dune began forming behind. In just a few seconds, it coalesced into an enormous monster, appearing right in front of Zeke. He judged inwardly, a synthesized chimera, huh? The old man laughed smugly. "Ha ha ha, this is my greatest masterpiece. Even a Draker can't hope to stand against it." Without hesitation, the monster charged forward, swinging its claws at him. He immediately met the attack head-on with his weapon. The moment their strikes collided, sharp metallic clangs rang out nonstop. Both sides exchanged relentless blows. Zeke's eyes narrowed slightly, as if calculating something. Right after, a massive surge of mana circulated beneath his feet. At the same time, the monster's claw slammed down hard, shattering the floor into flying debris. He vanished from its sight in that instant. Using his agility, he slipped behind the monster and unleashed the Gale technique, Shadowless Step. The monster quickly sensed the shift and whipped its scorpion tail toward him. But without a moment's pause, he swung his sword and severed the tail clean off. He marveled inwardly. It has no blind spots at all. Regaining his composure, he lowered his stance to the ground, thinking, I don't plan to waste time in a place like this. If this drags on, their guards will show up. But right now, he had no other choice but to fight the monster in front of him. Then he glanced at the system screen in surprise. The system can activate the innate Dragon Tribe Dominion power. Do you wish to subjugate the Dragon Tribe target? He felt a bit doubtful. Dragon Tribe Dominion. Without hesitation, he activated Dragon Tribe Dragon Might. Behind him appeared a colossal eye radiating immense pressure. He declared, "Submit." Gazing into that eye filled the monster with terror. It reacted as if meeting its parent. Its attitude flipped 180 degrees, now looking like a stuffed toy. The system awakened fear from the inferior Dragon Tribe, greatly enhancing the Dragon Tribe Dominion effect. He marveled inwardly. Both Dragon Might and Dragon Tribe Dominion worked. Turns out when they synthesized the chimera, some dragon tribe traits got mixed in. The system has activated dragon tribe dominion to subjugate the dragon tribe target. Do you agree? He tapped the system screen. Yeah, subjugate it. The moment he confirmed, two golden chains suddenly appeared, wrapping around the monster's body and terrifying it. The system has successfully subjugated the inferior dragon tribe. Looking at the notification, he grinned. Jackpot. He approached and stroked it, praising, "Good boy, just like a puppy." Seeing his summoned beast suddenly cozy up to Zeke, the old man hiding behind the wall was utterly stunned. Why? Why isn't the chimera obeying me anymore? He finally noticed the old man and coldly ordered, "Bite him." In just seconds, the old man collapsed in a pool of blood, his heart full of unspoken rage and frustration. He approached to collect the spoils and began checking. Let's see what this guy was carrying. Looking at the documents, he exclaimed, Gulabu al-Lamani. Looks like this guy's the number 2 figure in the Scorpion tribe. He was puzzled and turned to ask his new pet, but suddenly 2 system panels interrupted his thoughts. System, do you wish to name the subjugated dragon tribe? Naming a dragon tribe allows summoning it anytime at the owner's call. Seeing the notification, he was surprised. You want me to name it? From now on, you're Gurav. The system registered summon beast, Gurav. The beast's face immediately darkened. He raised an eyebrow. What? Don't like it. Too bad, it's done. After finishing up, he returned to Don Juan's mansion. Seeing him return safely, the old man clapped in praise. Truly astonishing. Absolutely astonishing. Zeke Murray, I never thought you'd handle even that cowardly Paulo. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, you've proven yourself. I can't deny it anymore. He replied coolly, I always keep my promises. Exactly, you've proven it. I have no choice but to believe. A valiant warrior deserves respect. I always cherish and value strong warriors like my own children. I want to treat you the same way. Hearing those words made Zeke pause thoughtfully for a few seconds, recalling images from his previous life and cursing inwardly. Children, children. You mean the kind of children you can use and discard like tools. You dare say that to me, you bastard. I'll kill you with my own hands one day. The old man stepped closer, wanting to show him something. Zeke Murray, take a look. This is the gift I've prepared for you. As he spoke, countless gift boxes were stacked up, still dripping with fresh blood. That made Zeke's eyes narrow slightly in surprise. The old man continued, Didn't you want to become my business partner? Then we need proof of mutual trust, don't we? He approached and began inspecting the boxes. After observing from the outside for a while, he marveled inwardly. Definitely, the size and weight match. As he spoke, he opened one box, and immediately images of the syndicate members flashed through his mind. And those were the syndicate's leadership. Seeing him silent for a long time, the old man probed, satisfied. He maintained his calm demeanor and didn't respond immediately. The corner of his mouth curled into a delighted grin as he replied cheerfully, Of course, boss. He thought inwardly, perfect, everything's going according to plan. This wiped out the syndicate leadership, now just need to put K at the top. The old man turned, interrupting his thoughts, but there's one new issue. He asked curiously, What issue? The old man explained. It seems Pavla's discovered we were the attackers. They're even babbling that I mobilized both knights and mages. He exhaled inwardly. Well, it does look that way. The old man continued, So while we're at it, I want to deliver a decisive warning to those filthy pirates. The southern continent's master is Mech. Hearing that, he thought inwardly, So you want me to hit Pavlo again? In his mind, he thought that, but outwardly he didn't refuse. I'll do it. His sudden agreement puzzled the old man. He explained, I'll head to Pavla and clearly convey your will. But in exchange, I have one request. Grant Kay more authority so she can become the center of the new syndicate. At his proposal, the old man pondered for a few seconds, then immediately agreed. Fine, I'll take responsibility as her guardian. And because of you, I'll send my best assassin, along with a cartel squad. As he spoke, he snapped his fingers lightly, and instantly 4 figures appeared swiftly around them. A man with an extremely cold expression appeared behind. He stared intently at Zeke but said nothing. Don Juan explained, He'll be very useful. Looking at the man, he thought inwardly, that guy is. Scene shift to Paulo Santos's area in the Pavla cartel. The intelligence bureau now looked utterly devastated after a bloody battle, with 2 pairs of feet slowly stepping inside. The one behind spoke, Abel, we've investigated everything. Along with the Imperial intelligence, we've checked it all. There's nothing left to dig up. We've got the results already. At least 1 knight squad and mages were here. They fought fiercely. Ignoring his words, Abel crouched down to examine the scene. He found a lingering trace of mana on the ground. At this strange action, the one behind called his name in confusion. Abel explained, "No, there was only one person here." That stunned the blonde youth. What did you say?" "Only one person. There are sword marks and magic traces all over." Abel affirmed, "At least a Crimson Knight level or higher. That one person cleaned out everyone here. There are signs the Intelligence Bureau hastily tried to cover things up, meaning there's something even we aren't supposed to know about. We have to find out what the Empire is hiding." Those words sent a chill down the young man's spine in fear. He stepped forward to stop him. "Wait, you're planning to investigate the Intelligence Bureau. What about the consequences?" Facing the young man's worry, he reminded, "William, there's something here I absolutely can't overlook. My instincts are screaming it's right here. You know how desperately I've wanted to make Draker and the Empire mine, right?" Scene shift to the port under Pavla cartel control, where the pirates' eyes were all fixed on the small boat preparing to dock. One stepped out from the crowd and called, "A tiny boat like this, which side are you with?" Zeke didn't hesitate for a second, gripping his blade tightly, and in an instant leaped forward with incredible speed, delivering a swift, clean slash that sent the questioner straight to the afterlife. Down below, Simon observed the pirate's body tumbling into the sea, gripping his sword without hesitation, his eyes flashing with determination. Once he'd locked onto the target, he hurled his sword, pinning the pirate cleanly to the wall. That decisive move earned Zeke's silent praise, clean and silent, straight into the water without a sound. After finishing, he pointed behind him. "Come on up, Simon." The man maintained his icy expression and didn't respond. "Simon Zapatero, in my previous life, he was the one who taught me southern assassination and stealth technique. Even in Meccan cartel, full of scum, he was the only one I could truly trust. And even after regression, his combat coordination is still top-notch. It'd be perfect if I can pull him to my side." In the city at that moment, soldiers patrolled everywhere. Zeke remarked, "Soldiers deployed all over the city." Simon asked, "Any way to infiltrate the central district?" He replied, "Of course there is. This place used to belong to the Holy Empire, so there are definitely underground sewers built from that era." Simon questioned again, "Going through the sewers? That's ridiculous. How do you navigate a maze-like sewer system?" Zeke slipped both hands into his pockets and answered confidently, "Just watch quietly, everything has its way." At that moment the system notified, guiding to Mateo's underground sewer chamber. Looking at the minimap ahead, he moved without hesitation, thinking inwardly, "With the minimap's navigation, even a maze is no problem. Ahead seems heavily guarded by soldiers, so we'll have to take a detour. And it looks like anyone Crimson Knight level or higher isn't displayed separately, so we need to be careful. That's how I ran into Kane last time." After moving for a while, he turned back to remind the group, "We're almost there. From here we split up. Plant bombs in as many spots as possible. I'll handle the number 2, Mateo." The team replied in unison, "Understood." After assigning tasks, he turned and headed in one direction. The spot he chose this time was the city's central sewer outlet. He slowly climbed up the sewer pipes, thinking as he went, "If I kill Mateo, Pavla's boss will go berserk. Then Mekin will wage war on Pavla." With a light tug, he pried the iron grate off the sewer opening and easily slipped inside. Continuing forward, he kept thinking, "Does Don Juan really want this by sending me here? A guy so cautious he personally eliminated his own right-hand man just to maintain organizational discipline. No way, instead, he's hopping everyone sent here never comes back. He's using this raid as a warning to Pavla, while showing that sacrifices at this level mean nothing to him. But things won't go as you want, Don Juan, because I will actually kill Mateo." By now he had reached the end of the tunnel, and immediately kicked the sewer cover flying outward. The startled soldiers shouted, "Who's there?" Without hesitation, he jumped down, moving like a gust of wind, delivering a clean chest slash to each one. After dealing with a few small fries, he sensed something off. Weird, Pavla teamed up with the Empire, so why isn't there a single Imperial here? The minimap isn't reacting either. Just as the thought finished, a blinding flash suddenly appeared ahead, obstructing his vision. The moment his sight cleared, countless Imperial knights and mages had surrounded him, yelling, "Take him alive." 3 soldiers charged at him, ready to attack. He instantly grabbed one by the arm, using the momentum to leap into the air, then spun and kicked hard, driving his blade straight through another soldier's head, sending him flying. The mage behind ordered, and the mage team fired. The system notified, activating swift action skill. His speed surged dramatically, easily dodging the mage's recent attack. He shot toward them, gripping the sword he'd just pulled from inventory. Activating elemental sword, Gale Force Field, with one simple move, he effortlessly wiped out the mage squad. Looking at the remaining mages, he said coldly, "I'll give you one chance only. His body was enveloped in a blazing aura and golden light. The system notified. Dragon Turtle skill activated. He ordered icily, "Kneel now and I'll spare you. Otherwise, come at me with the resolve to die." His threatening words filled the mages with terror. After finishing off the soldiers, a thought suddenly flashed in his mind. What the hell is the Empire doing all the way down south? He noticed a surge of dark magic heading toward him. From above, a mage coldly declared, "A mere eel standing in the way of the grand plan." The sudden appearance caught him off guard. This guy was here the whole time. I didn't sense a single breath earlier. He turned and asked, "Who are you?" The man didn't answer immediately but extended his arm. From the ring on his finger, a torrent of dark magic poured out, rushing toward the soldiers Zeke had just killed. Seconds later, the soldiers abruptly stood up and became undead. He commanded, "Capture him for obstructing the grand plan. I will personally extract your soul." Looking at the zombies before him, he muttered inwardly, "Zombies, and resurrecting so many at once. Is he a high-level dark mage? But aren't most high-level dark mages from the Scorpion tribe? Why doesn't this guy have any tattoos or circles?" A golden glint flashed in his eyes, and he accelerated to wipe out the remaining annoying small fry. The system notified, eliminated dark magic corrupted zombie, gained 10 karma points. Looking at the newly appeared system screen, he was surprised, then grinned with delight. Points, nice, and so began a karma farming session. For the next while, the system kept notifying him of 10 karma points each time. He delivered a final sword strike to eliminate the last zombie, then turned to check the system screen. So that was the last one. From above, the dark mage watched his battle in silence. Then his entire body suddenly dissolved into the and vanished without a trace. Looking up, Zeke remarked, "What, he just left like that?" He turned to leave, thinking inwardly, "Gotta turn that guy into a future farm spot later. Anyway, this side's done." Just a bit further to Mateo's office. "So it's almost time." His steps were suddenly halted by something. He calmly faced it, saying lightly, "I've been waiting for you, Simon." The man maintained his initial cold demeanor, staring at him with icy eyes. "I didn't expect you'd come all the way here. Don Juan sent you to eliminate me before things get any more complicated, right?" Zeke said with an ice-cold face, showing not the slightest trace of fear. This seemed to make Simon hesitate for a moment. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, then stepped right up to the protagonist and said, "The boss intends to wipe out the Pavla cartel. There's no room for outsiders like you to interfere in this." Hearing that, Zeke furrowed his brow and asked, "Without me, wouldn't the distribution network have already been stolen by Pavla?" At this point, Simon finally revealed his true purpose. "The syndicate will continue needing someone named K, so even without you, it doesn't matter." Turning toward Zeke, he immediately ordered the system to disable his healing ability, then swiftly grabbed Simon's wrist and yanked it straight toward his own throat. A thin trickle of blood began seeping from his neck, yet Zeke still taunted, "Is that so? Then why don't you hurry up and kill me, shadowless ghost?" At the protagonist's words, Simon's face went blank in shock. He stammered in confusion, how do you know my old alias from when I was an outlaw?" To that, Zeke didn't explain much. He simply said calmly, "Simon Zapatero. I know your entire past and the reason you're under Don Juan. What? What nonsense are you spouting?" Simon said dazedly. But before he could finish, Zeke cut in, "To protect the last bloodline of the Cusco kingdom." "Isn't that right?" The protagonist's words struck straight at Simon's deepest secret. Instantly, Simon's eyes filled with murderous intent as he demanded, "Was it you? How could you possibly know that?" Seizing the moment while Simon was stunned, Zeke stepped back, dodging the sword pointed at his throat. At the same time, he drew a sword from his inventory and swung it down hard, clashing against Simon's blade with a piercing metallic ring. After that move, Zeke stared at his opponent with deadly seriousness. On the other side, Simon struggled against Zeke while questioning, "You bastard, how much do you actually know? What the hell are you?" Zeke attacked with his sword while answering, "My identity. Fine, I'll tell you. I'm a direct descendant of the Draker family, Zeke Draker." Because the protagonist's name was so infamous, Simon immediately recognized him. Zeke Draker. "Could you be the youngest ever promoted to blue rank in the legends?" At that point, Simon's expression suddenly turned anxious. If the Draker family intervenes, the entire southern continent will be affected. Fortunately for him, Zeke clarified further, "No, this has nothing to do with the family. I'm acting on my own. You don't need to worry about that." Zeke's explanation only made Simon more confused. He asked, "Then, why reveal your real name so easily? You could have kept it hidden until the end." Turning toward Zeke, it seemed the protagonist had run out of patience with Simon's clueless demeanor. He swung his arm, effortlessly knocking Simon's sword flying, then glared and shouted, "Simon, stop being loyal to Don Juan. Give that loyalty to me. I'll not only protect the Cusco bloodline but help you rebuild the kingdom." Hearing those words, Simon froze in shock. "What?" he blurted out in disbelief. Zeke continued with his seductive persuasion. "I know it's hard to believe right away, but haven't you already realized? If you keep clinging to Mekin, there's no hope at all. Think about it, if you kill me now on his orders, what then? What will you do when Pavla comes charging in? Has Don Juan ever sent reinforcements for you and your men?" Simon thought for a moment, then shook his head slightly. "That no, it's always been every man for himself." Seeing that, the protagonist pressed on with his temptation. "Moreover, after the Cusco kingdom fell, who swallowed up that land? The cartels. Don Juan even wishes knights like you, former royal guards, would just disappear to clear the debt, because then he could sell the lone surviving princess to the Cusco rebels for a high price." With that, the protagonist quickly recalled events from his previous life. 10 years ago, when the Cusco kingdom collapsed, Simon had fled to the border with the newborn princess. The reason he became an outlaw there was to build strength. For the day he could drive out the rebels and restore the princess to her rightful place. And joining Don Juan as an assassin was for the same reason. But Don Juan knew Simon's path. In the end, in his previous life, Simon was deemed an unstable element and eliminated by Don Juan. The princess was sold to the rebels. Before dying, Simon entrusted the princess to him, but by the time he found her, nothing remained. "That's why I absolutely have to get you out of Mekin." On Simon's side, after a few seconds of quick thinking, he made his decision. "No time, so I won't ask how you know all this. But fine, Mekin, which seemed unbreakable, is now shaking. All because of you alone. From the boss's birth to Pavla's involvement, everything suddenly turned strange. What exactly is your goal, Zeke Drake?" Zeke waved dismissively with a bored tone. "You just said there's no room for outsiders like me. Whatever. For now, I want both cartels to slaughter each other. And when it's over, I'll head to Mekin." By now, Simon seemed to finally grasp Zeke's true aim. He silently guessed inwardly, "Your real target is Don Juan." Unaware of Simon's thoughts, the protagonist reminded him once more, "I'm dead serious, Simon, including wanting you to follow me." Simon had made up his mind. He declared loudly, "Then promise me two things. Not just me, my subordinates must escape safely too. And your promise to protect the Cusco bloodline and help rebuild the kingdom. You must keep your word." Zeke thumped his chest firmly to swear, "I pledge on my knight's honor." At that, our friend Simon no longer hesitated. He dropped to one knee before him and vowed, "I, Chief Royal Guard of Cusco, Simon Zapatero, hereby pledge my allegiance to my new master, Lord Zeke Drake." Zeke nodded slightly and said, "Good Simon, no need for such formalities. Stand up, we'll talk details outside. Where are your men?" Simon answered promptly, "When I signal, they'll detonate the explosive scrolls and regroup to escape." Zeke instructed, "Then signal them now. Have all your men meet at the sewer entrance." Simon added, "Yes, the target Mateo has already been captured and bound inside." "Excellent, see you soon," the protagonist replied. With that, the two split up to act. Zeke headed inside to confront Mateo. The fat Mateo still hadn't grasped his situation and roared like a mad dog, "You bastard, you think Mekin will stay safe after this?" Zeke treated the threat like passing wind. He smirked and said, "No way. Of course, when war breaks out between both sides, no one stays safe. And it's all thanks to you. Thank you, Mateo. Now bite down." He stuffed a note into the man's mouth that read, "Rest in peace for those who dare divide Mekin." And just like that, the fat Mateo was eliminated shortly after. Zeke quickly left the room. As he walked, he thought, "I've taken all Pavla's secret ledgers, so it's time." At the same moment, Simon rushed over after sending the signal. "Boss, I've signaled the brother." Turning toward Zeke, he noticed faint glowing points behind Simon and immediately drew his sword from inventory, shouting, "Simon, get behind me." With that, he slammed his sword into the ground, using it as a shield to block the incoming arrow. Fortunately, the attackers were just nameless grunts. One yelled, "Intruders, capture them." Up ahead, our protagonist activated his elemental sword, Flame Destruction skill, enveloping his blade in scorching flames as he charged straight into the thug. Time passed quickly, scene shift to the sewer. By now, Zeke and Simon had cleared the earlier small fries and reached the rendezvous point. Seeing his men fully assembled, Simon spoke, "Bow quickly, this is our new master." Everyone bowed in unison, "Greetings to our new master." The protagonist didn't want to waste time on ceremonies and said bluntly, "Talk later. Move now, pursuers could show up any second." With that, the group fled. But they hadn't gone far before Zeke sensed someone tailing them. He stopped and gave orders. "Halt, we split here. I'll cover the rear, you lead the men out first. Once outside, contact Kay from the syndicate. Just mention my name, she'll understand." Hearing this, Simon panicked. "But the princess is still in Mekin cartel's hand." Zeke replied, "You think I didn't anticipate that?" In that moment, he recalled an entrustment he'd given to a mysterious figure. "You've read the attached tactical plan in the mission letter, right? the scarred man answered. Of course. The task is to use the Chaos on Action Day to rescue the girl held by Mecking. Zeke nodded. Good, you've got it. Zeke turned back with a smirk. I've already rescued the princess. In the southern continent, at Don Juan's villa, a furious roar echoed, startling birds into flight. Do you think this makes sense? A month had passed since we raided the Pavla cartel. At this point, the man slammed his fist on the table in rage. All the managers sat dead silent, not daring to breathe loudly, forced to listen to his tirade. Yet throughout that entire month, we've been attacked by them countless times. The angrier he got, the harder he pounded the table until it cracked and his hand bled. Looking at the statue-like managers, he roared even louder for emphasis. Half of Mecking Cartel's managers are dead. Half. Blood pressure spiking, Don Juan collapsed back into his chair, exasperatedly slapping his forehead and cursing. Damn it. Thinking of Simon and Zeke, he brooded inwardly. Those two are too dangerous. That's why I gave them such a difficult mission to deal with them, but I never expected they'd succeed in provoking things and enraging the Pavla cartel to this extent. After a hellish silence, a man suddenly spoke. Boss. Don Juan turned irritably and snapped. What? The man immediately suggested. Sir, would you consider temporarily leaving Mecking cartel? Hearing that, Don Juan scowled. Are you telling me to run? Sensing his boss's anger, the man tactfully reasoned. No, sir, these mad pirates are blinded by revenge right now. They don't know their limits and will soon attack Mecking cartel. We can use that. He paused briefly. Don Juan immediately caught on and asked, so lure them here and wipe them all out. The man quickly replied, yes, and you would command from the Tahuani villa. Hearing this proposal, Don Juan nodded slowly in satisfaction and praised. Very good. Then he sat up straight and imposingly, speaking calmly to everyone present. As you all know, crises always make us stronger. This time will be no different, right? The managers immediately stood and shouted in unison. Yes, boss. The meeting adjourned. Everyone filed out one by one, until only the man from earlier remained. As he prepared to stand and leave, Zeke, face fully masked and appearing from nowhere, suddenly emerged behind him. He pressed a razor-sharp blade to the man's neck and mocked coldly. You all talk so nicely. The man was stunned. Then he switched to terrified pleading. I did as you said, lured the boss to Tahuani. Please spare me. But Zeke ignored him, calmly replying before slicing the man's throat. Blood sprayed everywhere. Zeke's face remained emotionless, his cold eyes fixed on the corpse as he murmured mockingly, thanks to you, now I can enjoy the main course. Scene shift to Don Juan's Tahuani villa. The ornate carriage stopped before a simple wooden house. Don Juan stepped down, sighing softly and thinking inwardly, daring to lure me here. I'll wipe those pirates clean. Night had fully fallen, the full moon hung high. Inside the house, Don Juan sat pensively gazing out the window, a glass of premium wine beside him. At that moment, a knock on the door shattered the quiet atmosphere, and Don Juan muttered under his breath in annoyance, I didn't call for any servants. Get the hell out. The knocking stopped, but then came the sound of the door opening. Don Juan whipped around in irritation and barked again. I told you to get out, didn't I? Right then, the air around them turned chillingly cold, enough to raise goosebumps, and Zeke was standing directly in front of him. The boy pulled off his face mask, sneering at him with contempt as he taunted. You're really enjoying your little vacation here, aren't you, Don Juan, even though things have gotten pretty damn bad. Recognizing who it was, Don Juan's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, Zeke Murray. Regaining his composure, he spoke slowly. You think I climbed to this position without ever hearing threats like this? And as he talked, he casually reached for the bottle of wine next to him. He poured the wine into his glass with perfect calm, then mocked, what a cheap clown show. A sword plunged straight down into the wine glass, shattering it to pieces. Zeke leaned in close to his face, voice icy and biting as he sneered, good. I was actually worried you'd start crying and begging for your life, Don Juan, because if you did, taking revenge wouldn't feel satisfying at all anymore. Don Juan shot to his feet in fury, roaring, insolent brat. How dare a punk like you, guards, drag this bastard over here and make him kneel in front of me right now. Zeke cut off his last shred of hope with a casual tone. No one's coming, and hearing that, Don Juan stammered in disbelief. What? Zeke replied calmly, because I already killed them all. Don Juan stared blankly at the wide-open door on the other side, and Zeke added in a flat, emotionless voice, in my previous life, I didn't have enough time to make you suffer properly, and that's something I've always regretted. Lately I've been having those dreams a lot, about the years I crawled under your command like a dog, dreams about all the countless people I was forced to kill on your orders. And as he spoke, he dragged his sword in a jagged line across the surface of the table. Don Juan stared at the boy's chilling aura and backed away in fear, but still stubbornly denied it. What are you talking about? Don't spout any more nonsense. I've never made you do those things. Then Zeke suddenly asked him, do you know what they said to me in those dreams? Without waiting for an answer, Zeke clamped his hand around Don Juan's throat and slammed him hard against the glass door. The aura around the boy turned eerily dark and demonic as he roared each word through gritted teeth. Please save me. Please save me from the man who's enjoying fame and fortune built on our blood. That's how they begged, and with those words, Zeke raised the sword high in his hand. Don Juan desperately tried to pry Zeke's hand off while gasping and babbling self-righteously. No, that's not it. I am the savior chosen by the gods. Thanks to me, those wretched poor. Before he could finish, Zeke snapped, "Shut your mouth." Without any hesitation, Zeke struck decisively, and Don Juan's body fell freely downward as he screamed in absolute despair. Covered head to toe in fresh blood, Zeke panted heavily, struggling to regain his calm. After a long while, he finally wiped the blood from his face, then spoke coldly and bitterly to the dying man. Fine then, go ahead and die slowly, with exactly the same kind of pain. Through one dark night, dawn broke with the first light of morning, the sun just beginning to rise. Inside the wooden cabin, bloody footprints stained the entire place with their sharp metallic scent. Zeke, holding a blood-soaked coat in his hand, slowly walked down the stairs. Down on the lower floor, Kay and Simon were already waiting, and when they saw him, they immediately asked, "Is it done?" Zeke answered offhandedly, then asked in return, "Yeah, what about the syndicate side?" And Kay reflexively repeated, "Oh, you mean the thing I trusted you with and went along with." Then she recounted, just like the script you laid out. The managers got handled as being killed by Don Juan when they tried to defect to the favela cartel. And since I was the one actually running the real operations anyway, everything wrapped up without any special punishment. Zeke handed the coat to Simon to hold, then pulled out a stack of documents and passed them to Kay with instructions. "Good job. The syndicate takes over from here on out." Taking the papers and flipping through them, Kay looked a bit surprised and asked, "What is this, Reinhardt, Trade Guild contract?" While removing his wig, Zeke explained to her, "I heard the Trade Guild is setting up a pharmaceutical company. We'll produce high-quality soma and distribute it to them, because if soma is processed properly, it can be turned into all sorts of different medicines. That's the gist of it." And Zeke casually added one last line, "I'm leaving the transportation to you guys." Seeing him start to walk away, Kay hurriedly called after him, "Wait, where's the production going to happen? What about operations? And we can't exactly ship this stuff openly under our name, can we?" Zeke kept walking as he answered mysteriously, "After helping the Kingdom of Cusco, I'll get their official cultivation permit, and I've already got plans for everything else." Then he teased, "But I don't have time to explain it all right now. Later, okay?" Hearing that, Kay frowned and shouted, "We're supposed to be allies here." Outside, the green forest stretched out, white clouds rolled across the sky, and a flock of white birds flew off into the distant horizon, while Zeke walked on, silently calculating in his mind, "All right then, time to deal with this next thing." Suddenly he stopped and rummaged through his pocket. He pulled out a letter, an invitation from Prince Karas Nerva Constantinus. The letter summarized that according to Decker, the prince hadn't returned after the banquet and was still staying in Atlas. Staring at the words on the page, Zeke couldn't help but think, but getting from here to the center of the continent will take at least a few days, and if I'm late, the prince or someone close to him might start getting suspicious, and they'd probably figure out exactly why I showed up late at a time like this. Even though nothing had happened yet, his overactive mind had already spun out 49 different future scenarios, but his worries weren't unfounded, because Zeke Draker might very well be tied to the collapse of the Mecking cartel. The more he thought, the more anxious he got, coming up with different scenarios. Maybe the prince already suspects me, and that's why he summoned me back. Okay, stop overthinking. He told himself, even if it's just speculation, better safe than sorry, so let's create an airtight alibi. With that thought, his fingers flew across the holographic screen, and Zeke let out a relieved sigh. "This is the spot. Please specify the destination." Destination set. Atlas Ruins, required points 600. Using the system's teleportation gate function, 600 points were deducted, and in a flash Zeke vanished from the forest. Up in the luxurious top-floor lobby of the Atlas Hotel, the sky had already darkened into evening. Zeke rushed over, and as soon as someone spotted him, they shouted, "Look, Zeke's here. Hey, Zeke." Karas waved enthusiastically to beckon him, but Zeke's attention was locked on the person standing beside him as he thought to himself, "Karas, and sure enough, he's here too." At that moment, the other man turned his face toward him, gave a faint smile, and said casually, "You've arrived, Zeke." And that man was none other than Abel Draker. Zeke bowed respectfully and said, "Sieg Draker, reporting as summoned for duty. Your Highness, what is it you called me here for?" Karas lounged arrogantly in his seat and declared, "I called you here because there's a matter of utmost importance, and that is." Right after, he grabbed a bottle of wine, hooked his arm around Zeke's neck, and grinned, "This right here." Karas pictured Zeke drinking and laughed excitedly. William and Abel are great at their jobs, but they can't hold their liquor. but you're the bold and generous type, Sieg, so that's why I summoned you. Zeke glanced away helplessly, thinking to himself, did I really leave that kind of impression back then? He recalled Adele's sharp features and mused anyway, putting that aside, Prince Karis, Abel, and even William Siemens, I can more or less guess what they've been talking about. Looking deep into Adele's piercing eyes, Zeke suddenly realized something, and it seemed like Abel had something private he wanted to say to him too. Karis happily shoved a glass of wine in front of Zeke's face and urged, come on, no need to stand on ceremony, have a drink. Zeke gave an awkward smile and stammered, sure then. The two clinked glasses right after, to a fun time ahead, bottoms up. Not long after, Karis was completely wasted and had to lean on others just to walk. The system popped up a notification, alcohol detected, 100 poisons immunity passive effect activated, toxin neutralized. Zeke watched the drunken Karis with a small smile, thinking, this is kinda, I'm the only one still sober, feels a bit guilty. Suddenly Adele appeared in front of him and said, sorry about that, I heard you were in closed-door training, and here I go bothering you again. Zeke replied with a sigh, it's fine, actually the opposite, I've been feeling frustrated with no progress anyway. Adele smiled gently and said, then perfect, come sit down, let's have a drink together, see. Zeke's reflection stared back from the wine glass, surprised that Abel had created such an atmosphere. In that awkward tension, he suddenly thought, looks like here, he's planning to tell me something pretty important. All of a sudden Adele spoke up, Sieg, and Zeke quickly responded, yes, then he got straight to the point, making Zeke freeze for a second. What do you think about the Draker family? Adele hesitated, and about me in particular. Immediately a cunning glint flashed in his eyes as he emphasized, one day, I'm going to end the Draker house. Zeke shot to his feet in surprise, making Adele remark, the scent coming off you is exactly the same as mine. He suddenly recalled the past, blood and battle, death and victory. The image of Zeke walking alone through blinding white snow appeared in his mind, the kind of things a pureblood dragon slayer naturally carries. You give off the scent of a predator who possesses all of it. Zeke stood there listening quietly, but his face showed clear discomfort. As fellow predators, I think you'll understand what I'm saying. Zeke cursed inwardly in anger, damn it, that bloodline tone again. He looked at Adele casually sipping his wine and asked, so, cozying up to the Empire is also part of toppling the family. Abel drained his glass in one go, set it down hard, and answered, a lot of people. Adele raised his hand slightly and said, they call Atlas the foremost continent. But I think differently, you can't just settle for one city. If you want to be called number one, you have to become even stronger. A miniature empire appeared on the palm of his hand. Look at the Rome Empire. Aren't they constantly building roads? From north to south, they're even trying to connect the entire eastern continent into one. Adele praised with admiration. Roads, culture, resources. The moment everything flows freely with Rome. Then Adele clenched his fist with ambition. When that happens, the world will truly be so much better than it is now. One ideal land where everything unites as one. Zeke stated gravely, that's definitely the kind of story only an emperor of an empire would say. He thought of the man in red armor, Cain Siemens Constantinus. That guy's middle name is Siemens too, and that's the maternal house backing Abel, Zeke silently confirmed. And after hearing this story, there's only one conclusion. Abel, Siemens, and the Empire are connected. The neatly arranged wine bottles on the table accompanied his words, Sieg, our blood clan. Abel continued, I believe talented people should receive rewards worthy of them. And if it's you, I can give you the brightest treasure I'll obtain in the future. Come join my side, Sieg. Zeke said nothing, just quietly thought, so he wants to make me his number 2 in the faction. Immediately he bowed respectfully and replied, thank you very much for the offer, however. Zeke turned coldly and walked away. I've already chosen my own path, so I'm afraid that's not possible. Abel watched him go with a frown and asked, you won't regret it. Zeke didn't even look back as he strode straight out the door. No regrets. As he walked, he gritted his teeth in anger. He thinks I'll become a slaughterer just like him, Abel. Seeing the situation turn bad, William stepped forward and knocked on the door. He approached Abel and asked, why are you alone? Where's Sieg? The fire of rage flared inside Abel as he said, my dear little brother said he'll walk a different path from me. So William, that just means I have no choice but to crush that budding threat while it's still small, right? Hearing those words, William paled in fear, and Abel roared in fury. I clearly gave him one last chance. In front of the principal's office at Valhalla, Zeke stood confidently, deep in thought. I'm already 17, a second-year student at Valhalla. Of course, I have no intention of staying the full 5 years before graduating. He had already prepared an early graduation request that read, since I have become a full-fledged knight, I wish to contribute to the family as soon as possible, however. As I am still a student, it pains me that I can hardly participate in major activities. Therefore I humbly request this assistance, respected principal. Zeke closed his eyes and smirked smugly to himself. Present it like this, and I'll get scheduled for an early graduation interview right away. Suddenly someone approached and asked, "You got business with the principal's office too, bro?" Zeke recognized him instantly and exclaimed, "Oh, Diego," then curiously asked, "And the guy next to you is, huh?" Zeke stared in complete curiosity and froze. It was a face he'd never seen before. He looked at Aster yawning sleepily and wondered, who's this guy anyway? Don Juan was waiting inside and asked, "You guys showed up right on time, Sieg, Diego, and even Aster too. It's been about a week since I last saw you, Aster, right?" Hearing that, Zeke was totally shocked. His name's Aster, no way is it. He froze as realization dawned. The Phantom Knight, Aster Aladov, the guy who was a 5-star knight before the regression, but had zero info leaked about. Right then Zeke switched to full-on surprise. No way I'd run into a heavyweight like this here. Aster rubbed his head and said, "Sorry, principal. My insomnia makes it tough to make classes." Zeke looked at him with a helpless smile. "Looks like some serious insomnia, huh?" Diego quickly piped up, "Bro, want me to sing you a lullaby to knock you out?" But Aster sidestepped with a grimace and shot back, "Sorry man, my head's pounding. Can you keep it quiet please?" Zeke watched him intently, thinking, in his past life Aster worked for the Empire faction, so if that's the case. Then he narrowed his sharp eyes. Better to pull him into my camp just like Diego. Don Juan spoke up, "All right, the reason I called you three here isn't anything else. Since you all submitted early graduation requests at once I brought you together. The other professors said your quals check out fine, so." Zeke took the papers and read them closely, then said, "I'll evaluate your real strength through this mission." He was surprised to see Delpoa cooperation writ. Don Juan clasped hands behind his back and paced over asking, "You kids ever heard of Black Knight Rider?" Zeke shot back quick. "From what I know, he's a continent-wide public enemy from the lawless crew." An image of a black-armored rider on horseback flashed up. Public enemy, meaning someone the whole continent brands as a target for extermination. Black Knight Rider's one of them, and lately he's been hunkered down in Delpoa. The principal explained our missions teaming with Delpoa's Knight order to take him down. A hand clenched around a dagger appeared with Don Juan's words. "The lawless are awakened killers whose styles totally unlike knights. That's why they want only amethyst rank and up." He thrust his hand forward dead serious. "This mission's gonna be brutal as hell. Anyone wanna bail speak now." Diego snatched some papers and stepped up asking, "Question this test. Yeah, how many rounds total, yo?" Don Juan replied, 3 rounds total. This is round 1. He grinned ear to ear. "Okay, 3 more to go." Don Juan asked, "Any other questions?" Then he smiled and wrapped it up. "All right then, I'll take that as all in. Head back and prep real good." Aster clutched his head and shuffled off alone. Head hurts like hell. Suddenly someone called from behind, "Aster Aladdin." Aster wearily looked up. It was Zeke who asked cheerfully, "Hey, you need some insomnia med?" Aster eyed Zeke confused. "Insomnia med?" Zeke rummaged in his jacket sincerely saying, "Yeah, I got some killer stuff right here." Aster just mumbled a huh. Then he waved it off, dead serious, refusing. "Thanks but nah, I've tried every hotshot med out there, and zip work." Zeke pulled out a weird pouch anyway, smiling and pitching, "Come on, just try a hit first. Like it then sign with me, I'll hook you up ongoing." Aster kept refusing stubbornly, "No, total waste anyway," when a bizarre scent slammed into his nose. Aster suddenly flopped over, snoring his brains out. Misty smoke hazed up, space going dead quiet. After sleeping like a log, Aster woke refreshed and beaming. "I signed it all up, Chairman." Zeke hesitantly took the contract from Aster, kinda baffled, reminding him, "You signed instant. This is a master-servant deal. You read it at all." But Aster grinned bright and firm. "Long as I sleep good, who cares?" Zeke, speechless, just awkwardly said, "All right then." Staring at the contract, he couldn't help sighing inside. System shop's pure luck. Insanely convenient. Thinking back, he recalled buying this treasure via system. Points get you rare relics easy. What he gave Aster was ultra-potent sleep drug Sandman's slumber dust. With this, Aster's locked to my side postgrad, watching Aster skip along humming sky-high praises. Future's golden, this Valhalla, Zeke thought, helplessly kinda bummed. Feels like this guy's the most normal 5-star knight, lil worry. Suddenly idea struck, kinda wasteful like this. "We're here anyway, test his chops quick," he called. "Hey Aster." Aster mid-happy dance froze awkward. "Huh, oh yes, Chairman." Zeke shouldered a massive sword and walked up demanding, "Before mission, show me your stuff." Hearing it, he drew his trusty spear, twirled it wild, showing off a few combos. Then battle-ready speared up straight at Zeke. Zeke thought inside, grab spear vibe flips total, but serious he ordered Aster, "Go all out, aura okay too." Aster flatly said, "Won't hold back then." Words done, both spear guy sword guy charged head on. Dead even no edge, attack meets defend seamless. Zeke hopped back light, Mind on task assessing Aster's strikes. Spear's wide reaction arc. Blocks my sword solid. Defense over offense time. If so phantom step time. Thought it he sprang at Aster. Aster powered a spear thrust. Zeke zipped behind Aster flash fast, hoisting sword high. Backstab ambush, slashing down hard. Sword blade about to drop on Aster. He whipped out a small spear from the big one quick. Spun blocking Zeke's blade. Aster gripped giant spear left hand, tiny one right. Suddenly he picked tiny spear to duel Zeke's huge sword. Zeke baffled stunned. But feint, Aster gained edge, smashing giant spear at Zeke full power. Zeke's sword accidentally jammed in ground. Aster speared on chance. Zeke gripped hilt, leaped, dodging slick. Fight fierce but Zeke assessed. Spear splits, changes wild, attack style like lawless thugs only. Interesting back in, Zeke drew another small sword. Hurled it at Aster. Aster planted firm, speared at 45-degree angle. Whirled spear circling batting flying sword. Zeke landed same time. Yanked ground stuck sword super fast. Then barreled fierce at Aster. Aster calm reassembled full spear, blocking horizontal. Zeke halted abrupt, eyeing thinking, again but his sword dragged grab. Zeke surged momentum decisive at Aster, confident inside. Can't block this that way. Cause this strike dual sword harmony. Dragon Slay Sword Art ch2v1 plus Earth Cleave. Aster blanked few seconds seeing it. Snapped back spinning spear. Mirrored with two moves. A Ladoff counter reverse current spear. Both charged again decisive showdown. Weapons smashed boom deafening. Fight end Aster eyed shaky arm sighing. Chairman a monster. Then ruffled hair muttering self-doubt. I'm certified genius. Beat this easy. Zeke heard blunt no mercy. Cause genius praise life dulled your spear tip. Then sly head tilt at Aster wicked mysterious face reminding, way behind still, till mission's special training for you. Hearing Zeke's words Aster thunderstruck, vaguely sensing grim fate ahead bad vibe. Back at Villa Zeke bumped Decker at door, who bowed respect. Welcome home young master Zeke. Zeke casual, yeah Decker. Then Decker said, guest waiting for you sir. Meanwhile Galleon toured house marveling. Your place is straight epic, sir. Suddenly Zeke in weird armor popped before Galleon serious. Long time Jellion. Called you cause got something for you to check. Hearing Galleon tensed mind 49 dogblood plots. Urgent asking me, black sword busted or what? Magic forge made can't scratch easy. Him mentioning Zeke thought, oh yeah Galleon's rep must be skyrocketing now. Thanks past life magic forge I built him. Cranking top gear ahead schedule. Gotta lock him exclusive Smith soon no poachers. Brushed off waved. Bahamut's fine. Problem is mid-sentence. Sudden full body armor transform. Swipe touch Zeke's face showed. Flatly said got this now. Galleon jaw dropped shocked speechless. Finally sputtered loud. Holy shit what is this sir? Zeke honest to know either. Called you to figure it. Item I don't wanna probe public. Handed armor to Galleon probing. So can you inspect close? Galleon still shocked, but yes sir of course. Sealed study Galleon's, muffled sorry sir leaked out. Chair set eyeing table sketches Galleon's scratched head asking Zeke. No modern relic I know matches. Any clues on material? Zeke silent pondering deep. Recalled past thinking, oh right Kane fight. Mulled then hesitant, that armor bounced sword aura. Words out Galleon table slam jumped shocked yelling. What sword aura? Only one metal does that. Called God's metal. Ori Halkin said it Galleon still dazed emotions shocked to complex. Galleon still couldn't help feeling shocked and incredulous, never imagining that in his lifetime, he'd actually get to lay eyes on Orichalcum with his own two eyes. So he asked again in wonder, is this metal really that rare and precious? The boy replied, it's more than just precious, sir. Isn't it said that orichalcum is the most perfect substance ever created by the god? It has the ability to conduct magical power far superior to any other metal, so you can engrave way more magic spells on it. He exclaimed, is that so? Then on ordinary metal armor, what's the maximum number of large-scale magic formations that can be engraved? The boy answered, what do you mean by how many, sir? Ordinary metals can't even handle engraving any large-scale magic formations at all. Hearing that, he stroked his chin in thought, having already figured it was something extraordinary, but never expecting it to reach this level. He continued asking, would it be possible to reshape this armor into a different form? Galleon jolted and blurted out, you mean orichalcum? Absolutely impossible. Even a god's sword can be reworked, but the problem is this armor is already in a perfected state. And if you carelessly tamper with it and damage the magic formations, there's a high chance the whole thing will turn into scrap. Of course, if it were my master, that would be a different story. He followed up, you mean the famous General Gollin? The boy replied, yes, if it's my master, he could change its shape without affecting any of its functions. He kept asking, do you know where Gollin is right now? The boy answered, he's probably still in Himonas as usual, sir. Hearing that place name made him flinch for a moment. Galleon went on to explain, maybe you don't know where Himonas is. It's a region way up in the far north. He continued, that's the territory of the Northern Grand Duchy. His words made the boy startle and exclaim, huh, how do you know that, sir? People in the central continent usually don't care at all about the Northern Grand Duchy. He replied, I just happened to find out, that's all. At that point, he suddenly recalled the figure of an old acquaintance. Then he stood up and said, anyway, thank you so much, Galleon, and if you want to study the metal more while you're staying at the mansion, feel free to take a look whenever you like. The boy was a bit startled. Yes, thank you very much, sir. As he stepped outside, he thought to himself, Himonas, huh, why would he suddenly be there of all places? There's still plenty of time, so I'll handle the things that need doing first before heading over. At that moment, as if remembering something, he resolved firmly in his heart, that's right, I definitely have to do it that way. The scene shifts to the Reinhardt Trading Company, where he, along with Clef and Melissa, began discussing the main business. The old man spoke up. As for producing the pharmaceuticals you mentioned, that should proceed without any issue. However, at least within the central continent's range, building a factory to process Soma raw materials would be extremely difficult. Hearing that, he thought to himself, as expected, if rumors spread that the princess is backing the Soma processing, it would definitely damage her reputation, right? He continued asking, what if it's already in a process state? Clef replied, if it's that, then it would be considered a pharmaceutical, and as long as it passes the Mage Tower's safety verification first, there won't be any problem. He immediately made the decision. Then that's settled. We'll build the production factory in the southern continent and import it for distribution through the Reinhardt Trading Company. Melissa chimed in with a question at this point. Sir Zeke, forgive me for being blunt, but right now we don't have enough leeway to build a large-scale factory on another continent. Just constructing the factory for the scarlet flower disease cure is already pushing it, so for building another one, we probably need to consider a different approach. He quickly reassured her, oh, don't worry about that part. I'll personally handle building the factory, and in return, I'd appreciate it if you could take care of obtaining the necessary permits from the Mage Tower for circulation. Those words made Melissa startle. You mean you personally, Sir Zeke? Could the Draker family be direct? He explained right away. It has nothing to do with the family. All the costs will be covered by my personal funds. Then he handed over a letter and began explaining. And this is the main issue for today. Please take a look at it. The moment she opened the letter, Melissa's eyes widened in shock. My God, the Empire has joined hands with the Scorpion tribe to conduct synthetic poison bioexperiments. He continued, if the scarlet flower disease really is an artificially created magical affliction, then this is likely another clinical experiment the Empire has been carrying out on the people of Alentia. Melissa's whole body trembled with rage as she clenched her fists tightly. I already suspected it, but I never thought they'd go this far against their own citizens. He added, Your Majesty, the reason I'm showing you these documents now is because for the time being we need to keep this crime of the Empire a secret. Melissa's emotions were currently bottled up to the breaking point. She angrily shot to her feet. What are you saying, Sir Zeke? We have to expose the Empire's crimes right away so they can't repeat this anymore, don't we? He calmly responded, I understand how you feel right now, Your Majesty, but this still isn't strong enough evidence to use decisively on the diplomatic stage. The Empire has cleverly shifted the main subject of the experiment onto the Scorpion tribe, and since they're a notorious group of black mages, human experimentation on their part isn't exactly shocking news. So as the Empire, they can just deny any connection to the group and express regret, and that would be the end of it. And more importantly, for now it's actually more advantageous for us to hold on to this information. Melissa asked back curiously, what do you mean by that? He replied, the Empire has no idea that we've obtained the truth about this, and since they're conducting large-scale experiments, there must be somewhere with more direct linking evidence to them. As if catching his drift, she exclaimed, you mean you want to use this opportunity to seize that evidence too, so we can apply absolute pressure on the Empire? He nodded in confirmation. Exactly, that said, the reason I showed you the documents first is to prepare in advance. She kept questioning, prepare. He explained, if they've already run scarlet flower disease clinical trials in the disputed Alentia region, it's highly likely other types of synthetic poisons will be tested there as well. Before that happens, we need to have antidotes ready for those poisons in advance. In her mind, she thought, if those weapons get used in the disputed zone, Alentia's forces would have to fight while poisoned without even realizing it. However, if we prepare the antidotes ahead of time, not only can we minimize the damage, but we might even land a devastating blow to the Empire from behind. A spark of determination lit up in her eyes. Yes, my choice really wasn't wrong after all. Bringing Sir Zeke over to the trading company was an incredibly correct decision. He stood up and said, I probably won't be able to join meetings for a while since my schedule in Valhalla is going to be pretty packed. Melissa replied, Is that so? If there's a chance later, I'd really love to invite you to visit Alentia, Sir Z. He cheerfully responded, Alentia, huh, that's the place with all those beautiful mountains and lakes, right? Hearing that, she marveled, Have you been to Alentia before? He smiled, I've just heard people say it's a wonderful place a lot, so if I get the chance to visit, please show me around those scenic spots. Melissa happily answered, Yes, absolutely, sir. Then the two of them bowed in farewell, wishing you a safe journey, sir. After finishing up there, he returned to his training duties. After a round of intense sparring, his two friends had collapsed onto the ground. Diego groaned, Zeke, I'm gonna die before the mission even starts. At that moment, he showed no sign of fatigue whatsoever. Come on, stop whining like a weakling. Instead of wasting time complaining, just swing your sword one more time. The boy angrily sprang up and shouted, Zeke, you're seriously a demon. As expected from Draker blood, it never changes. Following those words, he charged at him for another attack. He smiled in satisfaction at that point. Yeah, you really have to hit their nerves to get them motivated for training, huh? Under his guidance, after a week of training, Diego and Aster were gradually syncing up with each other. Especially Diego, who unlike his previous carefree appearance had become much more obedient and compliant after training together a few times. While they were in the middle of practice, someone from outside stepped in and praised, Everyone's working so hard, huh? Seeing someone arrive, Diego was completely surprised, and the person who showed up was none other than Andre. The boy greeted, Oh, hello, Professor. He also paused his training and turned to ask curiously, Professor Andre, what brings you all the way here? He replied, I'm here to inform the three of you about something. He asked back curiously, What is it, sir? He explained, the three of you are being assigned to participate in the Continental Subjugation Mission against public enemy. Of course, we can't just send students alone, so I'll be going along with you. After a few more days of training, they finally set off on the royal train. Andre's voice rang out, I didn't expect you guys to be joining this Black Knight Scythe mission too. Like I said earlier, I can't send just students, and besides I have a few more things to explain. Then he looked toward the three of them and asked, Do you know what kind of place Delpoa is? He, sitting across from him, answered, I've only studied it briefly in theory, sir. I heard that unlike other places, mages there hold the superior position. Andre nodded in confirmation. That's right, that place operates under a pretty unique system. The engineers in Delpoa mainly use shields, unlike elsewhere. And while the knights use shields to press the enemy from the front, the mages launch attacks from behind to finish them off. Hearing that, Aster raised his hand with a question. Then wouldn't our forces fighting in close combat suffer heavy losses too? To that question, Andre praised, Good question. He explained, that's why Delpoa knights frequently train in holding shields while running rather than actual combat. And that's exactly why the Delpoa Knight Corps isn't popular among Valhalla graduates. Diego also had a question. So doesn't that basically mean this Knight Corps just serves the mages, like they don't even treat us as equal? Looking out the window, Andre replied, You got it exactly right, so don't be too surprised when we get to Delpoa. Because the mages there are arrogant to the point of being disgusting. A while later, they arrived in Delpoa, and right as they stepped off the train, someone came to greet. Andre spoke up, Pleased to meet you. I am Andre Draker, assistant instructor from Valhalla. On the other side, a man responded courteously, I never imagined the Draker family would personally send someone. This is truly an honor for us. He scratched his head and introduced himself. I'm Jorge Outer, captain of Delpoa's 8th Night Squadron. Andre glanced toward the three of them and introduced, The students accompanying me are all outstanding talents from Valhalla. There won't be any obstacles in the mission, so please don't worry. The man smiled. Haha, hearing you say that puts me completely at ease. He pointed toward the inside of the carriage. The squadron leader is inside the carriage, sir. Hearing that, Diego was extremely puzzled. Squadron leader. Wasn't that bearded guy from earlier the squadron leader? He, beside him, immediately warned in a cold voice, Shut up, Diego. Then he continued, This is Delpoa, so naturally. The moment the carriage door opened, what hit them was a blond guy with an extremely unpleasant face glaring coldly in their direction. Diego remarked, Man, what an ugly mug. He kept reminding, I told you to behave. Diego thought to himself, So that guy is the Delpoa Mage Squadron leader, to the point where even the Knight Squadron captain has to grovel like that. Jorge stammered out an explanation right then. Well, the thing is the captain said he wants to go on his own. You guys might need to find another carriage. Diego shot back, what the fuck? Staring in the direction the carriage had left, he yelled loudly, what the hell is going on here? He just treated us like trash and ditched us completely. No matter what, this is unacceptable. We came all this way for this damn joint mission. Before he could even finish his sentence, Zeke spun around and kicked Diego hard in the leg, making him yelp in shock. Clutching his leg, he whined, you damn demon. Why isn't even Professor Andre saying anything about this? Andre paused thoughtfully for a few seconds before speaking. Once you graduate and start operating as knights, you're going to run into situations just like this. Make sure you remember everything you're about to go through from here on out. The scene shifts to nighttime inside a room where a mocking laugh suddenly rang out. Ha ha. While his two friends were already sound asleep, Zeke was still wide awake, sighing to himself. Talk about night and day difference. Our lodging looks so rundown it's like they threw it together half-assed just to say they did something. While the facilities I saw for those mages on the way here are dripping with money, I didn't really expect anything fancy to begin with, but still. After thinking it over, he sat up. Whatever, I'll just step outside for some fresh air. Walking down the hallway, he thought to himself, I don't really care that much about this shitty treatment anyway. In my previous life, I went through way worse stuff than this plenty of times. But what I'm actually worried about is that doomed Black Knight Yaksha mission. During the strategy meeting, from Captain Jorge Outer all the way down to the knights, everyone just stayed dead silent the moment the mage spoke. I saw it coming, but I didn't expect it to be this bad. While he was sighing, a figure approached him and asked curiously, what are you doing out here all alone? He glanced over at the person who just spoke, thinking to himself, isn't this that mage captain from earlier? The guy kept staring at him with contempt. Well, I've got something to say too. Lucky I ran into you here. He sneered, you Valhalla folks aren't gonna accomplish jack shit. So stop meddling in magic and causing trouble, or just shut up and go home. Hearing those words, Zeke's face flushed with anger, veins bulging as he thought. If that's how it is, then why the hell did you even ask for cooperation in the first place? I can't exactly punch him in the face though. Then the guy noticed his gloves and commented, those gloves. You're a pureblood awakened from the Draker family, aren't you? Zeke replied coldly, yeah, what's it to you? His response pissed the guy off. What's with that arrogant attitude? You'd better not take those gloves off around here, if you want to make it back alive from this mission. With that, he stormed off angrily, leaving Zeke standing there deep in thought. He's sharp, huh? Makes sense. Purebloods have the power to disrupt mana after all. Then someone else walked up and called his name, startling him into turning around. The person continued, is that you? Zeke turned to look at whoever just called him, a bit dazed. After a couple seconds, he blurted out, Professor Payne. The man smiled and replied, ha, it really is you. Long time no see, huh? How have you been? Zeke answered, I'm doing fine, sir, but why are you here? Payne scratched his head and said, there's no better place for a mage to rack up real experience. I figured just doing research wasn't enough, so I volunteered to enlist. What about you? What brings you here? Zeke replied, this time I'm here for the Black Knight Yaksha mission. Oh. Hearing that, Payne jolted. What? Then he continued, Zeke, come here for a sec. The words made Zeke flinch a little. Sir, why all of a sudden? Do you have something you want to tell me? Professor Payne gripped Zeke's hand tightly and said, Zeke, about tomorrow's mission, you absolutely cannot join it. Zeke looked puzzled. What do you mean by that, sir? Payne explained, it's a mission that's already set in stone to fail. So don't go under any circumstances. Those words sent a chill through Zeke. He froze for several seconds. As soon as he got back to the room, he heard Diego groaning. Damn it. I feel like I didn't even sleep. I'm so freaking exhausted. Zeke was still thinking about the encounter earlier. Professor Payne had said he couldn't reveal anything more. What does it mean for the failure to be predetermined? In this situation, there are two possibilities. Either the higher-ups in the punitive force are corrupt, or they're secretly colluding with the very target they're supposed to punish. Even though Del Poa is a place where mages often abuse their power, I doubt their internal military side is rotten enough for outright corruption. If there's any wrongdoing, the idea of them being in cahoots with the target makes way more sense. If that's the case, then yeah, the second possibility is definitely the one to watch out for. Right now, everyone was gathered on a mountainside. The captain started assigning roles. Teams 1 through 3 move up along the ridge. Teams 4 through 6, you're on frontal assault. He turned to Jorge Outer and asked, any objections, Georgia? Jorge immediately replied, none, sir. Then he turned back to the group. All right, as for the rest of you, before he could finish, Zeke cut in coldly. I have a question. What exactly are we supposed to do here? The captain got pissed at the question and shouted, didn't I tell you yesterday to just sit tight? I already went out of my way to warn you. Zeke pressed on, I'm a blue knight. and Diego and Aster are both purple knights. With combat power like that sent here to assist, are you seriously just gonna have us sit around doing nothing? Hearing that, the captain snapped in surprise. You're a blue knight. The people around them murmured the same shock. So young and already a blue knight, and with 2 purple knights too. Valhalla really is on another level. The old guy gritted his teeth in fury. Jorge, assign them to reconnaissance. Jorge stammered, why yes, sir. From behind, Andre asked curiously, why'd you suddenly do that? You're not the type to pick a fight with the captain for no reason. Zeke replied, this mission has some suspicious points. Andre asked back, like what? Zeke explained, I suspect there's collusion between the punitive force and Black Knight Yaksha. His words made Andre flinch a little. Andre thought for a few seconds, then said, I see. If you're saying that, then you must already have a plan. Then he stepped forward and announced clearly, from now on we will commence reconnaissance toward the Black Knight Yaksha's camp. All members prepare to move out. As for the vanguard and team command position, he glanced at Zeke and said, Zeke, you'll take charge. After the assignments were done, the groups began to move out. One squad was scouting through the forest. At that moment, the scarred guy noticed something and immediately called out, everyone stop. There's a shelter nearby. Move in carefully, watch your footsteps, and don't make any noise. If we get spotted, it'll be a real pain. While he was talking, a sword suddenly flew in from somewhere. His face instantly darkened. Then he let out pained cries as the sword buried itself in his thigh. Up in the trees, the trolls started moving. They leaped down and attacked the group like crazy. The soldiers panicked and scattered, screaming, help me. From behind, Diego and Aster jumped in and struck the monsters. With just one hit each, they took them down easily. The monsters were wiped out in an instant. Only then did Zeke appear and ask, you guys are Black Knight Yaksha's patrol team, right? The soldiers didn't dare answer. Seeing that, Zeke's expression turned serious. Fine then, tell me where Black Knight Yaksha is. After getting the information, the whole group now stood near a fortress deep inside the mountains. Aster remarked, this fortress is built from natural stone, super solid. Looks like breaking through won't be easy. Zeke turned back and asked, Georgia, where's the mage unit? With just us, it's gonna be tough to breach this place. Jorge turned his face away and mumbled, about that. After we clear the area around the fortress, they'll start supporting from the rear. Hearing that, Zeke was stunned. What does that mean? You're gonna have this small group clear out the whole fortress. You trying to send everyone to their deaths. At that moment, Diego suddenly spotted something in the sky. When he realized what it was, his eyes widened, and he shouted in alarm, what the hell is flying toward us? Zeke jerked around to look. What? Those are cannon shells. He immediately shouted orders. Everyone scatter. Get as far away as you can. But it was already too late. The cannon shells came crashing in and exploded right where they were. Agonized screams rang out nonstop. Jorge Outer just stood there staring blankly, muttering, my God, what the hell is this? While he was still in shock, Zeke stormed over and yelled, Jorge, snap out of it. Are you trying to get all your subordinates killed? Jorge stammered. No, it's not like that. Zeke gritted his teeth in fury and sighed. How the hell did they know our position? There's definitely a spy in the ranks. His eyes narrowed slightly, as if he'd just realized something. Right then, from the forest, a horde of soldiers with bloodshot eyes charged toward them. Zeke gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it, didn't expect them to come at us this crazily. But then he paused for a few seconds. Wait, those bastards, their state is weird. Looking at their vacant, blazing red eyes, he seemed to understand something. Holy, this is beyond saving, no doubt about it. Those scum are all Soma addicts. Soma originally got smuggled in from southern gangs deep into the interior, and eventually it spread to every corner of the continent. Ordinary mages usually use just a tiny amount to temporarily boost their mana. But the real danger comes from the mercenaries. Those guys treat their lives like dirt and see death as a joke, so they abuse Soma way beyond the safe limit all the time. It's practically routine for them. Zeke shouted loudly right then, those are Black Knight Yaksha's mercenaries. Watch out, don't let them ambush us. Seeing them charge forward like moths to a flame, Diego gritted his teeth. Have these guys completely lost their minds? Off to the side, Aster chimed in. Damn it, their reinforcements are way too many. Zeke quickly reminded them. Diego, Aster, conserve your mana as much as possible. Don't burn through all your strength too early like that. He thought to himself, with the enemy attacking in this frenzied state, just our night squad alone will have a really hard time suppressing them. What do we do now? Screw worrying about the individual stuff. Should we just level the entire fortress while we're at it? Then a massive explosion boomed from behind, snapping him out of his thoughts. That surge of power finally decided to show its face, It was the Delpoa Mage Corps, and leading them was that damn Captain Bastard. He yelled loudly, the mage unit has arrived to reinforce. everyone fall back. Standing off to the side observing, Zeke assessed. Putting aside how late they showed up, the mana radiating from them is seriously terrifying. If we seize this momentum and attack. Just as he was about to act, the captain stepped forward and barked, "Stop right there." The old man's face darkened. "You're really going to let a perfect opportunity like this slip away?" His voice turned icy. "Hey kid, you're Zeke Draker, right? Because of you, this whole plan has completely fallen apart." He roared in fury. "Do you even realize what you've just done?" Zeke still had no clue what was going on and was utterly confused. He gritted his teeth in anger inside. "What the hell? What are you even doing, you bastard?" The captain scolded. "I assigned you to scout and gather intel, not to go provoking the enemy head-on." Then he turned to Andre and ordered, "Get these trainees out of here immediately. I'll handle this directly with Valhalla myself." Zeke clenched his fists tightly and spoke up. "So we can take it that our cooperative relationship with the Delpoa Legion ends right here." That made the captain blink in confusion. "What?" Zeke continued. "If that's the case, then we no longer have any standing to interfere, and there's no reason we have to follow your orders anymore. From now on, we'll handle completing this mission on our own." The captain shouted furiously, "This is Delpoa Legion territory. What gives a punk like you the right to call the shots?" From behind, Andre cut in. "Black Knight Yaksha has been designated a common enemy of the entire continent. That means, as official knights of the Draker family, Zeke and I have full authority to act independently under the strike first, report later rule." The captain was seething but powerless. Then he spun around and stormed off. "Do whatever you want with the mission or whatever, but you'll be the ones bearing all the consequences." Jorge Outer jolted in surprise, thinking to himself, "I never expected the Mage Corps to pull back that easily. So now, how are we supposed to take out the enemy?" Zeke turned to him and asked, "Captain Jorge Outer, I have something I need to ask." He replied, "What is it?" Zeke spoke clearly. "Do you truly want to capture the Black Knight Yaksha gang?" He answered, "We knights carry the blood of knights in our veins. We can't just turn our backs and walk away when evil is running rampant right in front of us." Sensing his resolve, Zeke replied, "I see. I understand that mindset of yours now. If that's how it is, then I have one request. I'd like your help with something." Inside the fortress at that moment, a few guards spotted something and flinched in alarm. Right in front of them, Jorge's group lined up in 2 rows and started making a racket. "Hey you cowards, stop hiding in there like rats. Come out and face us in a real fight." Seeing that, the 2 guards immediately nocked arrows and prepared to attack. Have those guys gone completely insane? Arrows rained down continuously toward the group below. Jorge ordered, "Everyone hold your positions and withstand their attacks. How can they be this strong?" Up top observing, the blonde-haired guy sneered. "How pathetic. All of this is just pointless struggling on your part." Then suddenly his face darkened as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. A voice rang out from behind. "You sure about that?" Zeke's voice came cold and calm. "Just sit back and enjoy the show. You'll see soon enough." Hearing the sound of hooves thundering, he startled and blankly looked down below, exclaiming, "What, that guy? In a situation like this, he's charging out alone on horseback. Don't tell me he's planning to." Sure enough, it matched perfectly with every description of Black Knight Yaksha's appearance. Zeke declared, "I'm going after him. The rest of you stay here and keep harassing the enemy. Once the main gates open, fire the signal flare." Andre nodded firmly. "Got it." Without delay, Zeke shot forward in pursuit. His voice turned icy. "Come out." Buelis, the moment the words left his mouth, his warhorse appeared in spectacular fashion. "Now then, can someone on his level even catch up to me?" Buelis surged ahead like a gust of wind. In just a few seconds, Zeke had closed in right behind Black Knight Yaksha, making him blurt out in shock, "What kind of insane speed is this?" The corner of Zeke's mouth curled into an approving smirk. "Not bad." He immediately leaped off the horse's back and rocketed straight toward the top of his head. Right after, a huge explosion erupted. But with his agility, the guy swiftly retreated to dodge the slap. Zeke wasn't surprised by the move at all. He stepped forward and taunted, "It's the dead of night. Where are you in such a hurry to run off to?" Black Knight Yaksha. In the quiet space, the clear sounds of weapons clashing rang out distinctly. Only H-1 EAFC, D-1 EA1 Zoa, and Zeke were locked in fierce combat. Through the moves, he made a judgment. "You don't seem much like someone from Delpoa. Who exactly are you?" A cold smile appeared on his face as he retorted, "Knowing that, what can you change?" Right after, both unleashed powerful attacks. Seeing they were evenly matched, H-1 EAFC, D-1 EA1 Zoa quickly switched his assault. Sensing an object flying toward him, the system immediately displayed a notification. "Detected Desert Scorpion Toxin. Thanks to the 100 Poisons Immunity Physique effect, you are unaffected by the poison." Hearing that, Zeke coldly cursed inwardly. desert scorpion poison. These lawless bastards really use so many petty tricks. Seeing him completely unharmed, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa was utterly shocked. The poison had no effect at all. Where are you from, the desert or the southern border? Zeke didn't answer, just casually mocked. You're awfully curious, aren't you? Seeing that, he stopped questioning and pulled out flying daggers to continue the attack. Whatever, doesn't matter. The next second, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa charged fiercely. Anyway, you're going to die. In an instant, Zeke swiftly raised his sword to deflect the flying daggers and activated the Dragon Tribe skill, Dragon Scale Armor. He raised his hand to block the remaining ones, inwardly evaluating. This attack was pretty decent. But right after, Zeke saw something and his eyes widened in shock. That is, recognizing H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's technique, he immediately realized, Aura Blade, huh? So you were hiding your true strength after all. Facing the opponent who had finished charging, now fully lunging forward like an arrow. Let me finish you. In a flash, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa swiftly swung his sword at Zeke. Die. However, after the strike, he heard his voice. Judging from the swordsmanship, you seem to be from the Empire, and also from the Intelligence Bureau. H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa was extremely shocked and blurted out. How do you know? Abruptly, his body took a fierce lightning strike. H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa couldn't withstand it and collapsed to the ground. From behind, Zeke slowly approached. So then, his face cold as he interrogated. Now it's my turn to ask. Why is someone from the Intelligence Bureau causing chaos in Delpoa? Knowing he couldn't win against Zeke, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1, Zoa decisively bit his tongue. He had to find a way to commit suicide. Who would have thought the next second Zeke poured medicine into him? Futile. Looking down coldly at H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa, Zeke calmly said, I know full well how stubborn you Intelligence Bureau people are, using recovery potion. Then he casually threatened, if you provide information that satisfies me, I'll allow you to die. Instantly, his expression became fearful and wary. A moment later, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa sat, slumped on the ground, breathing heavily nonstop. In front of him, Zeke leisurely interrogated, ready to talk now. H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa compromised and slowly spoke. What do you want to know? He asked without hesitation, your identity and everything you've done here. Glancing briefly at Zeke, he honestly answered, I am an agent directly under Room 13 of the Empire's Intelligence Bureau. Zeke seemed to ponder and questioned, Room 13? I thought they were only up to Room 12, so there are types like you after all. Hearing that, H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa exclaimed in disbelief. How do you know there are up to Room 12? The next second, Zeke leaned down, his face dark and threatening. I'm the one asking questions here, so what have you done here? He panicked and stammered, conducting experiments. H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa hurriedly added, experiments on awakening drugs. Instantly, Zeke recalled the group he met before. Awakening drugs, could it be those mercenaries? His tone somewhat doubtful as he questioned, weren't they just addicted to Soma? He straightforwardly revealed the secret. Yes, it's made from Soma component. Hearing that, Zeke continued probing. So why create that drug? H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa calmly explained the Empire's plot, to create warriors who know neither pain nor fear. In a flash, countless thoughts surged in his mind. Is this another human experimentation by the Empire? You're depleting Delpoa's forces while observing the combat patterns of the test subject. Glancing at H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa opposite him, Zeke silently analyzed. The fact that H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa could hold out in the fortress for 3 years, while infiltrating bandits and mercenaries to expand the organization, all must have been thanks to the Empire's back. His inner anger surged as he cursed inwardly. Damn Empire bastards, what the hell are you planning across the entire continent? A moment later, Zeke calmed down and spoke. Hey, you know if things continue like this, the Empire will kill you first to silence you, right? H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's entire demeanor lifeless as he replied. Yes, I've answered everything, kill me. Who would have thought he leisurely proposed a solution? If there's a way to survive, what would you do? H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa didn't believe much and said, no way to escape the Empire's Intelligence Bureau anyway. But the next second Zeke dropped a bombshell that silenced him. What if the Draker family uses their power to protect you? H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa couldn't believe it and blurted, Draker, what do you mean? He didn't answer but raised his hand to use power. Feeling his body fully recovered, he asked in shock, you're a pureblood awakener of the Draker family. Zeke casually replied, that's right. At this moment, waves surged in H letter 1 EAFC D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's heart. Of course I don't want to die in this place. I've done too much dirty work and don't have much patriotism left. Even if I survive and return to the Empire, I'll surely be killed to silence me. Finally, he silently made his decision. In that case, becoming a witness under the Draker family's protection is still a better choice. H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa tried to calm himself and spoke. Can you guarantee a complete identity change for me? Unexpectedly, Zeke said something else. There's an even better option. He calmly declared, I'll introduce you to a new job. His expression full of confident judgment. If you're from the Empire's Intelligence Bureau, there are plenty of places that need your skill. A moment later, something streaked through the quiet forest. It was Zeke, he quickly set off while pondering. The fortress hasn't fallen yet. His mind kept guessing. A fortress without H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa should have been easily controlled by Andre's group. Has something happened? For now, I need to return to the knight's camp first. A moment later, Zeke landed in a spot. As soon as he looked up, he was utterly shocked because he saw a group of people discussing something ahead. What are those mages gathering for? Right after, one of them raised a staff. Zeke's eyes immediately widened in horror. Then his face turned icy cold as he questioned, What the hell are you doing? Why are you targeting allies? The response came from someone else slowly approaching, Zeke Draker. He coldly accused, Because of you, H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa who was captured escaped. Ingrid's expression showed no courtesy as he declared, Therefore, to hold you accountable for this grave mistake, I will escort you back to camp immediately. Hearing that, Zeke let out a soft sigh. Right after, he darkly cursed, That bastard is throwing a tantrum again. Looking at the person before him, Zeke tried to stay calm and questioned, What do you mean? Is H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa's escape my fault? Ingrid mercilessly criticized, Of course it's because of your sloppy raid plan. If not for you, I wouldn't have lost a prey like H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa, who was already in hand. Hearing that, he coldly mocked, So you've confirmed H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa is no longer in the fortress. If so, the fortress defense is still too solid. Instantly he faltered, hurriedly shouting, Shut up, I already confirmed earlier. Someone rushed out of the fortress. Zeke found it laughable and countered. It could also be just a messenger going for reinforcements. On what basis do you claim that's H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa? Instantly, Ingrid was speechless. Seeing that reaction, he immediately understood. So it's clear now. That bastard reported to let H letter 1 EAFC, D letter 1 EA1 Zoa escape. Looking at the opponent, Zeke quickly deduced the truth. Though he committed treason by colluding with the enemy for 3 years, he probably doesn't know his actions helped the Empire's experiments. Anyway, the fact that he's trash doesn't change. At this moment, Ingrid spoke again. Stop talking nonsense, come with me. Then he turned to leave. I will report your crimes in detail to the superiors. Seeing that, Zeke inwardly sighed. As you wish. A moment later, he followed Ingrid back to the fortress. Suddenly, Zeke saw something and was utterly shocked. The figures of 3 people caught his eye, making him question in disbelief. Those people are. Seeing the man's face clearly, Zeke called out in surprise. Jorge, hearing the voice, he panicked and cried, Knight. Immediately, he looked at Ingrid questioning. What is this? Why are they tied up? Ingrid's cold voice replied, Shut up, don't meddle in what's not your business. At this moment, Jorge suddenly shouted, Knight, we don't regret helping you at all. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. We also want to become honorable knights. The next second, a lightning bolt struck Jorge, making him shut up. Seeing this scene, Zeke coldly criticized, Treating allies like this isn't too much. Even prisoners aren't treated this way. But his action completely enraged Ingrid. I told you to shut up already. His expression ferocious as he threatened, One more word and I'll execute you on the spot. Right at that moment, a loud explosion sounded not far away. When the dust cleared, someone slowly approached and spoke. Delphoa 8th Magic Division Commander, Ingrid Haxon. Aster arrived with 2 companions and warned, Your earlier statement can be considered a threat to kill Zeke Draker. His face solemn as he declared, Therefore, from this moment, the Draker family declares we will shift to a state of wartime readiness against Delphoa. Instantly, the entire space fell into silence. At this moment, Ingrid began to feel fear. A direct warning from the Draker family itself, not from anywhere else. His mind couldn't believe it, targeting the entire Delphoa. Ingrid hurriedly spoke, wanting to treat it as a joke. Hey, anyway, this reaction is a bit much. This is practically declaring war. Joking like this is over the line. Before he finished, Aster calmly cut in. Ingrid Haxon listened clearly, his eyes full of displeasure as he warned, The name Draker is absolutely not something light as a feather. Seeing that, Ingrid anxiously explained, I misspoke earlier, it was just tension from battle, don't misunderstand. His tone softened as he excused his actions. I just wanted to bring Zeke Draker back to camp for a more thorough investigation. At this point, Zeke suddenly spoke. Before that, can I talk to my comrades for a moment? Instantly, Ingrid's brows furrowed in displeasure. But he couldn't refuse, so he led everyone to the room and said, I'll give you 20 minutes. After Ingrid left, Zeke immediately raised his hand to release power everywhere. This should be enough to disable the surrounding magic devices. On one side, Aster waited for him to finish before speaking. Zeke, didn't you say you had something to tell? He calmly revealed, I captured H-letter 1 EAFC, D-letter 1 EA1 Zoa. He asked in shock, you mean you faced H-letter 1 EAFC, D-letter 1 EA1 Zoa alone? Zeke straightforwardly confirmed. Yes, I planned to capture him alive before the battle dragged on. Hearing that, Aster's heart surged with awe. Capturing an enemy commander alone that even experienced knights struggle against, truly worthy of Zeke. Facing him, Zeke continued recounting the information he uncovered. After interrogation, I found he was deeply involved with Division Commander Ingrid, to the point that handling this might become quite complicated. He calmly asked, so what do you plan to do now? His tone serious as he replied, as for Delphoa's matters, it's best to let Delphoa handle them themselves, but Zeke's face turned icy cold as he declared, for now, I'll do what I can do. Outside, 2 soldiers quietly guarded the door. Inside, Zeke sat silently on the chair in deep thought. A moment later, he calmly calculated, it's about time that person arrives. As soon as the thought ended, a knock suddenly came from the door. Right after, Payne opened the door and stepped in. Zeke. Seeing his friend, Zeke calmly responded, has teacher arrived, Professor Payne? Looking at the person opposite, Payne asked, puzzled, what exactly is going on? He appeared contemplative as he answered, perhaps it's the consequence of not heeding teacher's warning. Hearing that, his friend slapped his forehead helplessly. Oh my God. But Zeke had no guilt as he thought inwardly. Payne already knew about Division Commander Ingrid's corrupt behavior. His mind quickly surged with guesses. Not only that, perhaps the high-ranking magic officers already tacitly knew about this, and to climb to high positions in Delphoa's magic, they must have military experience. Then he sighed inwardly, however, now I have no other choice but to propose a path to end that career. Right after, Zeke calmly spoke, I have something I need to tell teacher. Payne looked at him puzzled, what is it? Zeke's expression became solemn as he spoke, Professor, do you know about the Empire's awakening drug experiment? Following that was his detailed recount. I told Professor Payne all the truths I uncovered related to H-letter 1 EAFC, D-letter 1 EA1 Zoa. His purpose was to put Payne on the scale of choice. Now he must weigh between 2 options, either expose the internal wrongdoing he now knows about, or turn a blind eye to preserve his own position. After finishing, Zeke calmly requested, Professor, I have a favor to ask of you. Under Payne's shocked gaze, he solemnly revealed, can you stand with me to expose these wrongdoers? Under the cover of night, Ingrid and his subordinates were secretly meeting. The mage who just arrived called out, Division Commander Ingrid. Instantly, Ingrid turned to ask, all right, how's the situation? The subordinate respectfully reported, I heard Professor Payne refused Zeke Draker's proposal. Hearing that, he smiled delightedly. Is that true? Ingrid's heart immediately filled with triumph. As expected, compared to faith, one's own position is far more important. How could he be persuaded so easily? Right after, he calmly ordered, then, it's time to start gradually. Ingrid's expression instantly turned cold as he instructed, create some disturbances then withdraw, just pretend moderately. The subordinate respectfully replied, understood. The next second, he raised his staff and gave the command, everyone prepare to attack. In an instant, flames exploded filling the sky. Fire. On one side, Ingrid coldly watched everything, scheming inwardly. Pin all responsibility without results on Jorge, and it's done. Suddenly, he noticed something unusual, but something feels off. Seeing the wall over there completely silent, Ingrid pondered, puzzled. Why aren't they counterattacking? They should at least pretend to fight back. What exactly are they trying? Abruptly, the gate swung wide open, making him shocked. Opening the gate wasn't in the plan. Right after, a figure slowly stepped out. Instantly, Ingrid's eyes widened in horror. Why are you? Hearing that, the newcomer calmly replied, what's wrong, Division Commander Ingrid? Zeke asked extremely calmly, what, did you see something you shouldn't have? Time went back a few hours earlier. He had already prepared. I already used the anti-eavesdropping magic scroll. Now our conversation won't be overheard by them anymore. Following that, Zeke looked at the person beside him and calmly said, therefore, his tone serious as he asked, that proposal to cooperate, is it sincere, Professor Payne? Payne's solemn face answered, yes, the awakening stimulant drug experiments. I cannot stand by and watch. Hearing the answer, he still didn't relax and continued probing. But if you do this, Professor will find it hard to continue advancing your career in Delphoa. His friend didn't back down, expression resolute as he declared, it's fine, Zeke. Rather than building a career in shame, I'd rather give it up. Only now did Zeke truly feel relieved. He smiled friendly in response. Thank you, Professor, then let's leave here quickly. Zeke's voice full of disgust declared, because I have to give that division commander a painful blow. Back to the present, seeing the members in his group, Ingrid, instantly furious, shouted, Pain, that useless bastard, dare betray me. You think you can get away with this? Before he finished, Zeke immediately growled, Ingrid Haxon. Right after, he coldly declared, I have brought people to investigate your collusion and cooperation with continental enemies, as well as a series of other corruption crimes. Zeke's tone, full of authority, commanded, obediently accept arrest. Facing him, Ingrid looked at those three people and gradually became terrified. Those guys are, it can't be wrong. His heart fully confirmed their identities, the Delphoa inspection team. Instantly, Ingrid hurriedly defended, misunderstanding, I never colluded with anyone. It's all that guy's fabrication to frame me. Hearing that, the middle-aged man mercilessly exposed his thoughts. We have already collected enough evidence inside the fortress, so give up the idea of denying it. In a flash, Ingrid gritted his teeth in hatred. Right after, he furiously shouted threats. Damn it, you think I'll die alone? Someone with as many connections as me only needs to say one word and you'll all die. Not just the division, but all of Delphoa will be shaken. Not giving him a chance to continue, Zeke quickly charged forward and punched Ingrid. Instantly, he fell flat to the ground, but still didn't forget to threaten. I warned you and you still dared touch me. At this moment, Zeke calmly spoke. Many connections. Use them freely then. He reiterated his identity in a cold voice. I am direct bloodline of the Draker family, pureblood awakener, and sole successor of the former Black Knight Duke Draker. The next second, Zeke's face icy cold challenged. Bet once, see whose connections are more. In a flash, Ingrid screamed in terror. I was wrong, I was really wrong. His tone full of Chinese letter begging, please spare me. Hearing that, Zeke mercilessly cursed, don't beg me, beg the knights who died because of you, you filthy trash. Right at that moment, someone approached calling, Sir Knight. Jorge placed his hand on his chest, sincerely expressing, thank you so much, sir. Thanks to you, we have been cleared of wrongdoing. Seeing it was him, Zeke pondered. They have been removed from the inspection list, thanks to my statement that they are not involved in this case. But if the 8th Magic Division disappears, then attached knights cannot exist. His heart fully clear on Jorge's group's fate. Therefore, if other magic divisions don't accept them, the 8th Knights Division will inevitably disband. Considering this, Zeke asked without hesitation, you all don't regret it. He was very surprised by the question, how could we? Following that, Jorge sadly expressed, we only feel guilty toward the comrades who died unjustly during this time, just because of meeting that terrible division commander. Suddenly, Zeke calmly spoke. As for me, if you don't mind, I want to introduce a new job. Instantly, he exclaimed in shock, yes, a job. While searching for something, he calmly affirmed, yes. Right after, Zeke handed a paper and said, read this for detail. As soon as he saw the content, Jorge was shocked. Knight, this is. Then he couldn't believe and questioned. The conditions are too good. Did you mistake the currency unit, sir? Hearing that, Zeke laughed, his voice smug as he explained. Working with me should get at least that much. I just established a trading company and want you all to handle escort duties there. Jorge looked at his two comrades, expression shocked, muttering, working together with the knight. Seeing him like that, Zeke teased amusedly. What, you don't want to? Immediately, Jorge joyfully accepted. How could we not want to, sir? We swear utmost loyalty. What are you standing there for? Hurry and greet the master. After resolving their issue, he turned to call Teacher Payne. Zeke's friendly expression extended an invitation. Once the Delphoa matters are resolved, please come to Atlas. We still have much to do together in the future. Payne immediately placed his hand on his chest, firmly replying, I understand. Regarding the outcome of the matter, Zeke felt deeply moved. From teacher and student to master and servant relationship, truly the longer you live, the more strange things you see. Then he looked at the rising sun over the high mountains, his heart calm as he pondered. Anyway, the mission result went in an unexpected direction, so I wonder what the evaluation will be. Suddenly, Zeke murmured softly, whatever. His expression full of confidence, judging. This time's case can be considered resolved satisfactorily. It will all be fine. Cut to Midland Castle. In the pitch-dark room lit only by the fireplace, three figures gathered to talk. Draker spoke, sorry for summoning everyone while busy. His voice suddenly serious. This time's matter probably needs discussion with our Black Crow team's key figure. His eyes narrowed. All right, no beating around the bush. Straight to the main point, Baron Drake. Lately, the situation in the southern continent hasn't been normal. Hearing this issue, both people beside were surprised. The bearded man spoke in rebuttal. But Captain, even if the South is full of criminals, it's just small-time drug dealers. No need to worry that much. The young man opposite replied, Not necessarily. Don Juan of Mekin has taken over the south through Soma business. He's a monster who accumulated enormous wealth. If someone like that causes chaos, it's definitely not trivial. The Baron showed slight displeasure. Vice Captain Right Wing, you're in charge of intelligence gathering and still don't know that Don Juan is dead. He raised both hands, puzzled. That's impossible. Currently confirmed that Don Juan is hiding to avoid favela's attacks. The Baron calmly replied. After Don Juan disappeared, Mekin cartel has been split apart. The opposing favela faction is in similar state because most key figures died. But in this situation, he still hasn't appeared. Don't you find it strange? His pupils contracted in disbelief. The Baron continued. There is a video recorded from both cartels a month ago. On the screen was footage of a mysterious team heading somewhere. Both sides had masked individuals. The Baron zoomed in on a young man with suspicious blue eyes. Among them, most notable is the leader. We speculate he operated between the two organizations and took down the cartels. However, neither side has identified him yet. Draker announced, from now on we will track down that person. His face furious. Find out who he is, why he targeted the southern cartels, clarify everything. In another development, Zeke was confused about something. He asked again, Commander, what did you just say? Flaubert handed the document before him and said, this subjugation mission against H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA, you did very well. He placed the document on the table. Professor Andre recorded everything meticulously. The Delfoa inspection team also sent documents along with thanks. Zeke was surprised for a moment. Then he pondered deeply. I thought this mission would be hard to get a good evaluation for, because on the battlefield obeying superior orders is natural. I never expected to receive such a high rating. Suddenly, the headmaster's voice interrupted his thoughts. However, there is one regrettable point. H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA dying during escort is quite unfortunate. Hearing that, he gave a wry smile, thinking, actually, I let H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA lie. Zeke recalled the previous incident, thinking, first treat it as if he's dead, then later launder his identity and bring him back to the central continent. He thought of that document, materials on the Empire's human experiments found in the south, and the awakening drug experiment witness being H-1EAFC D-1EA1 ZOA as well. And also the man he met earlier. His brows furrowed. These things will become cards strong enough to pressure the Empire. Flaubert announced, Zeke, considering the qualities you displayed in this mission, the Professor's Council has proposed a different exam format. He asked, puzzled, what is it? The headmaster replied, it's monster beast hunting. His eyes widened in utter surprise. Hunting a monster beast, he thought. Isn't that too easy for a special graduation exam? The headmaster answered, of course it's not a simple hunt, but an unsolved case, and you must solve it yourself. Hearing this, he immediately sensed something dangerous was about to happen to him. Unlike regular beasts, monster beasts don't have fixed species, so it's very hard to grasp each one's habits or characteristic. And there are even many powerful monster beasts with high intelligence, so subjugation isn't easy at all. Zeke thought most likely this case was caused by a highly intelligent monster beast. He asked, where did the incident occur? He replied, in the Troy Duchy area. As you know, the Troy Duchy is where the Draker family is located. Even there, they couldn't subjugate it, so it's definitely no ordinary monster beast. Zeke touched his chest and said, precisely because of that, if I pass this exam, all other exams will be fully waived. In fact, this exam alone is enough to qualify for graduation. I swear on my knight's honor to resolve this case soon. His eyes were resolute. Besides, I will never let you down. A moment later, a voice rang out. Sir Zeke Draker, honored to meet you. The young man respectfully greeted. I am the guide assigned for this mission. My name is Felix Valencia. Zeke said somewhat dejectedly, all right, pleased to meet you. He thought inwardly, Felix Valencia, a name I've never heard before in either previous life or this one. Suddenly his eyes turned sharp cold, and there's another strange point. He saw a green aura enveloping the boy. It seems there's an abnormal aura inside his body. A normal young knight not from Draker bloodline reaching this level definitely has issue. He asked curiously, are you from the Troy Duchy? The boy gently replied, yes, I'm originally from there. I grew up in the Swordsmanship Association, currently working in the Atlas Guard team. Hearing that, he thought, seems perfectly normal, but who knows, better stay cautious. He politely said, thanks for letting me know. He turned around, his face becoming serious for the journey ahead. Then, let's head out to the Troy Duchy. After a long while, the two arrived at the Troy Duchy. The Grand Duke came out to welcome. Welcome, Sir Zeke. I heard you would come to the Troy Duchy. He shook hands gratefully. A pureblood awakener personally coming here is truly an honor for us. Zeke replied, I'm the one honored to help. He asked, so can you explain the situation right away? The Grand Duke sadly bowed his head and recounted. It started a few weeks ago. At first, livestock gradually disappeared. Later, people entering the mountains began to go missing. In order from children, women, to adult men, it seems the monster beast is targeting larger prey over time. He asked, puzzled, is there any remaining scene evidence? The Grand Duke led the way. This way, please. The Grand Duke pointed ahead and continued. From the farm area where livestock vanished, to the road leading up that mountain is the main scene. Zeke looked at the blood still staining the posts, thinking, the fence is still intact compared to this scattered blood pool. Let me check around here. After that, he cast magic and suddenly discovered something. Before him was a large footprint of someone. Such large footprints. He looked at the clues imprinted on the ground and deduced, with considerable weight leaving such deep prints. Then he glanced at the posts, and it could easily jump over this fence like nothing. He gritted his teeth in annoyance. This isn't the behavior of an ordinary monster beast. Zeke showed a serious expression and said, perhaps this mission won't be easy. After a long day, the two decided to stop and rest overnight by the campfire. Zeke sat looking toward the sleeping Felix Valencia and pondered. Seems you're really tired, makes sense. You've been investigating late into the night. He sat stringing together everything that happened during the day. We followed the monster beast's tracks up the mountain road, and soon reached a deep forest with no human footprints. While the two were walking intently, they suddenly halted before what was present in front of them, and the clue found there. After careful observation, Zeke concluded, that's a corpse drained dry like a mummy, with no visible wounds at all. Recalling that dried corpse in the forest back then, he immediately associated it with something, a monster beast that drains all bodily fluids without leaving traces. If it's the monster beast I'm thinking of, then the footprints found in the village aren't its. Right while pondering this line of thought, his face suddenly changed upon hearing noise nearby. Felix was also awakened, groggily turning to ask, Sir Zeke, the sound just now was. Zeke turned his head, eyes darkening as he replied, from a position 2 kilometers west. Before leaving, he instructed, you stay here and wait. The next second, Zeke dashed off, leaving a sentence, I'll be back before dawn. Felix, still dazed, not understanding, vaguely watched him go. On this side, Zeke ran nonstop toward the source of the noise. While running, he thought, in a place like this, a loud noise can only come from that monster beast. Zeke suspiciously looked around, clearly around here. A long, ferocious roar echoed through the air. A red-haired muscular youth, carrying a large tree in both hands. He swung it horizontally forward with all his might, mouth continuously roaring. Witnessing this bizarre scene, countless questions surged in his mind. What is this, that guy? Is he swinging the tree like a sword? Such absurd, monstrous strength. Observing the appearance of the person before him, carefully Zeke wondered, could it be a barbarian? But he suddenly noticed another dark figure standing nearby, and the one fighting him is. Pausing for a moment, he suddenly recognized that familiar figure. Indeed, as expected, the creature before him now, Zeke halted, found it, ancient species, Gaga. He stood in a corner observing the battle, recalling past events. In my previous life, I also discovered corpses turned into mummies. Master once said the cause was an ancient species monster beast, and warned me to be especially careful. Zeke watched every movement of this ancient creature. It has very agile movements like a monkey, and is extremely vigilant. Right when both sides clashed, but what needed more attention was seeing Gagak leap forward, eyes red with cunning malice. What caught his attention was it would whip its tail like tentacles, attacking by draining life in an instant. After stringing together this series of observations, Zeke concluded, if so, then very likely the livestock thief is the barbarian, while Gagak is the one abducting people. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream drew his horrified gaze. He saw Gagak extend its long tongue, piercing through the opponent, its entire body emitting a sinister purple aura. The barbarian gritted his teeth, throat growling in pain. His eyes filled with fury and tension. Gagak still greedily drained life in triumphant pleasure. While it was immersed in the victor's enjoyment, killing intent enveloped it from behind. Gagak sensed someone attacking and turned its eyes backward. Right when Zeke swung his sword down, it timely ducked to dodge. Then it sped away in escape. He looked in that direction, frowning, annoyed, speed disgustingly fast. But then he was drawn by the barbarian's groaning, poisoned by Gagak. Zeke narrowed his eyes, looking at the man with some distaste. I'm not really interested in helping a livestock thief, but well, might as well do a little charity. Cut scene to inside the cave. After carrying the barbarian into the cave and treating him, he looked at the potion in his hand doubtfully. Recovery potion has no effect. Is it because he's not human? Seeing the potion ineffective, Zeke decided to change treatment method. If so, I wonder if this will work. He placed his hand on the man's wound. A beam of light emanated from it, using Wideria support skill. Instantly, strong green light radiated. he used the skill, healing factor. After treatment, the barbarian groaned softly a few times. Then he glared full of vigilance. Immediately he switched to defensive combat mode. Seeing that Zeke spoke to calm him, "Hey, calm down," he continued explaining to the man, "I just saved you." Hearing that, he stammered, "Thank you." Seeing that, Zeke sighed in relief. "Good thing I know the barbarian language." After this misunderstanding came the young man's background. His name is Royal Power. Though only 16 years old, he was stronger than all warriors in the village. Therefore, as a suitable coming-of-age ritual for Royal Power, the assigned test was to capture Gaguk, the strongest monster beast in barbarian territory. But because Gaguk was too hard to hunt, while chasing it, he unknowingly wandered all the way to the Troy Duchy. He sat cross-legged, head bowed, sadly confiding, "Hunting is too hard, I probably fail." Then Zeke gave an attractive invitation, "Hunt with me." Royal Power asked, puzzled, "Really?" He smiled, full of confidence, pointing at himself firmly, "Just trust me." Felix called out, puzzled, "Sir Zeke." Seeing Zeke with a stranger, he asked curiously, "This person, isn't he a barbarian?" He pointed toward Royal Power and replied, "Yes, I decided to team up while hunting the monster beast." Royal Power turned to Zeke and asked, "Who is this guy?" He replied, "My subordinate." He curiously, "What is a subordinate?" Felix stood frozen looking at the two, completely not understanding. What are they saying? Though they agreed, Zeke still couldn't shake his suspicions. First time seeing a barbarian without drawing a sword and just standing still rooted like that. To react like that must have gone through harsh training. His eyes probed suspiciously. Ignoring the aura, he's just a perfectly normal guide, or am I overthinking? Suddenly Royal Power warned, "Big brother Zeke, there's a smell." Zeke reacted immediately. What smell? Royal Power's expression sharpened in vigilance. That guy's smell from earlier. He somewhat understood and spoke. "So where is it?" It truly was a cave. Zeke stood before the gloomy entrance, silently confirming the words his master once taught him. The Gaguk species always preferred dark and damp places. He looked toward the horizon where the light was gradually breaking and judged that dawn was approaching. There was a high probability that it was inside. Zeke turned to the barbarian hunter and called out, "Wang Quan, is there any way to catch it?" Meeting Zeke's expectations, Wang Quan only smirked with complete confidence and began throwing a series of punches into the air. Zeke just stood there, speechless and stunned, telling himself, "No wonder it has kept escaping until now. I don't see a plan anywhere, just muscle." Realizing he couldn't rely on the hunter's intellect, Zeke lowered his voice and called again, "Wang Quan." He looked straight into the man's cold, sharp eyes and began outlining a combat plan. "You go down and flush the prey out. I'll coordinate the attack from above." "Understood." Wang Quan flashed a sinister smile and replied decisively, "Got it." The two began to venture deep into the monster's dark lair. Their eyes scanned the ruins beneath their feet. It seemed this truly was its den. Bones from all sorts of animals were scattered everywhere. The air was thick with the scent of death and moisture, proving this was the territory of an ancient predator. Zeke stopped abruptly, sensing a surge of killing intent closing in. He immediately warned, "Wang Quan, we've entered its territory. Careful." Before he could finish his sentence, the Gaguk magical beast, with glowing red eyes and razor-sharp claws, suddenly lunged down from a high cliff like a pitch-black phantom. Wang Quan was startled, his eyes widening in shock at the monster's sudden ambush. "No need for warnings. Let's get straight into the heat of combat." As the Gaguk beast lunged, Wang Quan immediately spun away to dodge the powerful strike, then slammed a thunderous punch directly into the ground, creating an explosion and a shockwave that sent dust flying throughout the cave. However, when the dust settled, the monster's silhouette was no longer there. Zeke stood watching from behind, narrowing his eyes as he observed. It vanished. He thought to himself, "I knew it wouldn't be caught that easily. The reason why we couldn't catch the Gaguk in my previous life, even when working with my master, is because it can hide in the shadows, loves to play the backstabbing game, and evaporates instantly after attack." Suddenly, the monster lunged down from the cave ceiling, aiming straight for Wang Quan. Instantly, Zeke swung his hand to cast Hydro Power. A powerful torrent of magical water erupted, striking directly at the spot where the Gaguk was hiding. Hit by the unexpected blow, the monster let out a shriek of agony. Seizing the golden opportunity now that the prey was exposed, Zeke shouted, "Wang Quan, now's the time." Wang Quan lunged forward like an arrow. His massive hands tightly gripped the monster's neck and arms. The Gaguk struggled frantically, letting out ear-piercing screeches, but it couldn't break free from the steel-like grip. Wang Quan strained to suppress his opponent, letting out grunts from the sheer effort. Zeke swung his sword. The glowing blade pierced through the Gaguk's body, leaving it only enough time to utter moans of ultimate pain. Immediately, he ordered the activation of Dragon Skill, Gluttony. A surge of brilliant golden energy, like a predator pouncing on its prey, completely devoured the gag. The system rang out with a series of shocking notifications. Successfully monopolized the ancient Gaguk species, SA, corrupted by evil energy. Thanks to the gluttony skill, all of Zeke's stamina, spirit, and mana were fully restored in an instant. More importantly, he successfully absorbed the bloodline of this magical beast and gained the skill, a rank active stealth. Zeke noticed the monster's hand and thought of something. He turned to call the hunter who was sitting, dazed in the back, Wang Quan. As he spoke, Zeke tossed that monster hand to him. Zeke held up one of the beast's sharp claws and said, "This is proof of the hunt." He smiled slightly, decisively tucked the claw into his bag, and declared, "By custom, one claw belongs to me." Overwhelmed with emotion by his benefactor's help, Wang Quan burst into tears and rushed over to hug Zeke tightly. "Wah, Lord Zeke is the best. Lord Zeke is #1. Thank you, sir." Being squeezed by the massive barbarian, Zeke could only grimace and endure it. When they parted, Wang Quan stood at a distance, waving enthusiastically. "Lord Zeke, you must definitely come visit our tribe next time." Zeke called back nonchalantly, "Fine, which tribe do you belong to?" The barbarian answered proudly, "It's the Boulder tribe. Very, very strong. You can tell it's prestigious just by the name." The name made Zeke freeze, his eyes widening in shock. The Boulder tribe, isn't that the largest power among the barbarian tribes? Zeke stood frozen, watching the hunters retreating back, while Wang Quan was still happily shouting, "Great Lord Zeke, you absolutely must stop by our village." "Yeah, I'll definitely visit next time." Zeke waved goodbye in the quiet darkness of the night. Shortly after, the atmosphere became lively at a tavern in the village. Cheers erupted for the knight who had protected their village. Cheers. The villagers didn't stop praising him. "Haha, seriously, thank you. Thanks to you we can live in peace now." Zeke only gave a humble smile in response. "I'm just glad I could help everyone." However, amidst the celebration, Zeke never took his eyes off Felix. He silently noted, as expected, something is still not right. Zeke recalled, after handling the Gaguk and returning to the territory, Felix was nowhere to be found. A while later, he returned looking disheveled, only making the excuse that he had fallen. Zeke grew suspicious. Could he have come to watch the battle between me and Wang Quan during the intense fight? I can't send someone too far away, so there's a high chance Felix was hiding nearby to observe. Zeke told himself, "Whatever, I'll just keep observing for now." Late at night, as he was strolling back to his quarters, Zeke suddenly stopped when he saw a figure waiting under the dim streetlight. He squinted and recognized him. It was Felix. Zeke asked curiously, "Why are you standing here waiting for me? Isn't your room in a different direction?" Facing his master's suspicion, Felix looked flustered and stammered, "About that, Lord Zeke. Please accept me as your follower." Zeke froze in surprise. "Follower, what do you mean?" Without rushing to explain in words, Felix said in a deep voice, "First, please look at this." He decisively drew his sword from its scabbard. Then he began to demonstrate a certain sword technique. Zeke was stunned as he realized the truth of the matter. There was no mistaking it. That was the inherited swordsmanship of a holy knight. After swinging his sword for a while, Felix returned to his stand and let out a tired breath. "Phew, that's all, Lord Zeke." Zeke looked directly at him and asked, "You clearly said you graduated in chemistry from the Swordsmanship Association. Yet why do you know the inherited swordsmanship of a paladin? Even within the Holy Kingdom, only those with minimal outside contact who belong directly to the Holy Knights are paladins. Inherited swordsmanship is only passed down privately among them. Even being able to perform it like this is surely very rare." Across from him, Felix scratched his head awkwardly. "I thought if it were Lord Zeke, you'd definitely recognize this swordsmanship. So there was no point in hiding it from you any longer." "Hey, could you take a look at this?" He spoke while holding out a badge, which took Zeke by surprise. It was the badge of an official paladin. Felix admitted frankly, "That's right, my grandfather used to be a paladin. However, in the past, he was caught up in the internal power struggles of the Holy Kingdom, was framed, and was ultimately exiled." This information made Zeke's eyes widen in surprise. What? In his mind, he was constantly calculating. This was starting to get complicated. On the other side, Felix continued to explain. "My grandfather bet his life fighting the enemies within to expose the kingdom's crimes, but he still couldn't avoid the arrows pointed at him. Being exiled wasn't enough. He also faced the risk of execution in prison. But thanks to the help of his comrades, he managed to escape the Holy Kingdom with great difficulty. From then on, he always hid his identity and lived in the Duchy of Troy until now. As time passed before he died, he told me everything and passed this swordsmanship down to me." Hearing this, something suddenly clicked in Zeke's mind. Passed down, then could that also be? He hurriedly asked Felix, before he passed away, "Did your grandfather try to perform an aura inheritance on you?" Felix heard this and looked a bit confused. "Aura inheritance, what's that?" Without letting him ask further, Zeke directly ordered, quickly, give me your hand. Just like that, the protagonist gripped his hand and slowly felt it out. Sure enough, as expected, his aura conduction rate was much higher than his actual strength. Even his aura circuits were completely cleared. Seeing Zeke's serious expression, Felix asked worriedly, Lord Zeke, is there something unusual? Zeke spoke with a hint of envy in his voice. On the contrary, Felix, be grateful to your late grandfather. Your grandfather must have been a great holy knight. To put it simply, he was on the same level as a black knight. At these words, Felix felt like luck had truly found him. Is that true? He asked back. Zeke nodded with certainty. Yes, the paladins of the Holy Kingdom have a unique technique passed down from the Imperial era, and that is aura inheritance. It's a technique that helps one achieve aura mastery faster than normal. But your grandfather didn't just do that. He also cleared your meridians to increase the aura conduction rate within your body. The more he heard the protagonist speak, the less Felix understood. How is that possible? I had no idea at all. Ignoring his confused look, Zeke put on an extremely serious face and asked coldly, Felix, do you want to become my follower to seek vengeance for your grandfather? Felix's face darkened slightly, but he nodded in admission. That is certainly part of the reason. But after watching your battle in the previous mission, I truly wanted to serve by your side. As long as you allow it, you won't regret it. Felix's voice was full of determination. However, Zeke was still considering this in his mind. If he were a normal spy, he'd keep him close to find out who the enemy was. If not, then he had just acquired a high potential follower. Thinking this, Zeke temporarily agreed. Following me won't be easy. We're heading back to Atlas tomorrow immediately, so get ready. Seeing that the protagonist had agreed, Felix's face flushed with excitement. He replied hastily, Thank you very much, Lord Zeke. I will be wholeheartedly loyal. Time passed quickly. By now, Zeke had returned to the academy and was reporting his mission to Flaubert. The man praised him. Haha, come in, Zeke. The content of this report is truly astonishing. Treating the injured barbarians and then working together to eliminate a magical beast. In my opinion, keeping a talent like you here at Valhalla is a loss for this continent. Faced with this praise, Zeke remained as calm as ever. I just got lucky. His modesty made Flaubert even more pleased. Haha, you're being too humble again. Here, take this. He spoke while pushing a scroll toward Zeke, making him a bit curious. Flaubert explained from the side. This is a temporary graduation certificate. Since the semester hasn't ended, graduating you immediately is a bit difficult, but with this, you won't face any inconvenience in whatever you plan to do later. For this reward, Zeke flashed a smile and accepted it. Thank you, headmaster. Flaubert followed up with a question. So have you decided on your path after graduation? Will you still go back to work for the Draker family? Zeke nodded and shared his plans. Yes, for now, I want to gain experience as a knight for the family. Flaubert smiled back with an expectant face. Very well. I'll be looking forward to your future growth, Zeke. Just then, a knock sounded from outside. Next, Andre entered the room. Excuse me, there's a contact from Four Seasons City requesting that Zeke be brought into the city. Hearing this, the headmaster couldn't help but exclaim. It seems the family head already knows about your graduation. Truly a man who does everything quick. Joking at these words, Zeke just laughed it off. Then I'll take my leave now, headmaster. Flaubert smiled brightly. Yeah, remember to visit off. Thus, after leaving the room, Zeke asked Andre, do you know the specific reason for the request to enter the city? Andre replied, I'm not sure about that either. Probably just simply to congratulate you on your graduation or something like that. These words did not find agreement with the protagonist. He remarked sarcastically, congratulations. If I think about the family head's usual personality, that's truly unimaginable. Andre explained it differently. You achieved the miracle of graduating Valhalla in just 2 years, so it's very possible. But before coming to the headmaster's office, I saw a few of your friends. They looked terrible. Did something happen? He spoke while glancing slightly at Zeke behind him. Hearing this, Zeke's expression remained normal. I heard they had to continuously clear snow with the northern border guard before returning. So that's how it is. There's a saying that snow is even scarier than magical beasts, so that's understandable. Well then, go on in. As he said this, the two of them had reached the door to the family head's room. After thanking Andre for leading the way, Zeke stepped inside. His father was sitting there waiting. Oh, you're here. Congratulations on graduating from the academy, Zeke. Zeke replied, thank you, family head. Arthur continued, yeah, come here and sit down comfortably. By now you're probably wondering why I called you here, right? Zeke, I'm planning to have you participate in the Draker Martial Arts Tournament this time, and I want you to be the one to take the championship there. After hearing this, Zeke's face showed no emotion, as if he were evaluating the request. The Draker Martial Arts Tournament is a tournament organized by the Draker family. Any young knight in the clan who has been promoted to Purple Knight for less than 5 years can participate. In essence, this is a competition to find the next generation of rookies to lead the continent. Understanding this, Zeke answered very calmly, "I understand." His confident attitude took Arthur a bit by surprise. He asked again, "Are you saying you'll take the championship?" Zeke affirmed, "Yes, that's right. In accordance with the family head's wishes, I will win the Draker Martial Arts Tournament." At this, Arthur broke into a bright smile. "Very good. I hope I can award the medal to you on the final day of the tournament. Also, I've prepared a graduation gift for you. Open it and see." He pushed a box forward as he spoke. After opening it, Zeke's eyes widened in shock. These were metal plates and documents. Isn't this a certificate of ownership for a territory? Realizing this, he hurriedly turned to ask, "Are you saying you're handing this territory over to me?" Arthur nodded gently and explained further, "That's right. It's a territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy, the place where you just eliminated the magical beast." For Zeke, he couldn't believe his graduation gift was a territory. He quickly affirmed, "I will do my best not to fail the family head's expectations." "Very well, I'll wait and see. I'll soon send a manager to handle the administration of the territory, so listen to his detailed report. You may leave now, Zeke." He spoke while looking at the protagonist with meaningful eyes. This seemed to leave Zeke in some thought. However, he could only say his thanks and quickly leave the room. Walking down the hallway, his mind was filled with thoughts. Even for the Draker family, one usually has to be a high-ranking knight to receive a private territory, but I've only just become an official knight. This truly is unprecedented treatment. While he was still lost in his thoughts, a familiar voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Hey, Zeke." The protagonist turned around and realized the person coming was Uncle Duke, his master. He greeted him happily. "Master." Duke nodded. "Right, you busy disciple. Long time no see." Zeke turned to ask him, "Why are you here?" Duke replied, "I plan to go to your place to rest comfortably. Who knew I'd be caught by Arthur and made to do so much work? Even though I've retired from being a knight, my status in the Draker family is still there." Zeke glanced at him and teased, "You've been playing around for 10 years now, so what's wrong with doing a little work?" Duke cleared his throat. This kid's way of talking is definitely Arthur's son, no doubt about it. "Anyway, for now, let's just get home before those hungry leeches catch us." The uncle spoke while directly jumping straight out of the window, leaving Zeke only able to let out a sigh. Seriously, this guy. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to Zeke's mansion. Duke let out a comfortable shout. "Phew, now I finally feel like I'm living. As expected, home is best, isn't it, Zeke?" The protagonist reminded him, "But this is my home." Seeing that, the teacher started complaining. "You're so stingy. What belongs to the disciple also belongs to the master." Zeke had no idea how to even respond to that. After a few seconds, Duke cut to the chase and asked, "So, what did that Arthur guy call you in for? Surely it wasn't just to congratulate you on graduating, right?" Zeke replied, "I received my graduation gift." Duke waved his hand as if the gift didn't matter much. "Oh really? So what did he give you? A sword or some armor?" Zeke told him that he had received a territory. That statement made Duke snap awake like a corpse rising. "What? You received what?" he asked again. Zeke just shrugged and said, "I received a territory in the north of the Duchy of Troy." At that point, even Duke was struck dumb for a few seconds before he could let out a sigh. Good grief, seriously. Getting a territory the moment you become an adult. It looks like Arthur is beyond thrilled. Besides, even if it's in the north, the tax revenue from the Duchy of Troy isn't half bad. Zeke nodded in agreement. "Coincidentally, that's where I carried out my last mission. The people there are all very kind." Duke could only feel exhausted by the protagonist's luck. Well, it's a good thing regardless. Being a lord is far better than just holding the title of a knight. Remembering something, Zeke added, "Oh, there's one more thing. I've been ordered to win the Draker Martial Arts Tournament." For some reason, Duke's expression changed abruptly the moment he heard that. He asked back, "The Draker Martial Arts Tournament?" Noticing the shift in his expression, Zeke asked quietly, "What's wrong, master? Is the difficulty of that tournament really that high?" Duke began to speak in an extremely serious tone. "No. Considering your actual strength, winning the championship wouldn't be difficult. However, that's only if it were a pure test of skill. Zeke, have you ever actually watched the Draker Martial Arts Tournament?" Zeke shook his head slightly. "I've only heard that it's a tournament held once every 5 years." Duke glared at him in warning. "I'll say it one more time. The Draker Martial Arts Tournament isn't just a simple competition. It's a battlefield between families under the guise of a tournament." Hearing this part, our protagonist seemed to guess a few things. "Do you mean there's cheating in the tournament, master?" Duke brushed that speculation aside. "No, it's actually the opposite. The concept of cheating doesn't even exist there. Any interference from various powers is allowed to be mobilized, and the winner is decided based on all of those factors combined." Zeke fell into deep thought after hearing that. He thought defeating everyone would be the end of it, but if even Master Duke had that look on his face, the issue definitely wasn't simple. Turning back to Zeke, Duke spoke bluntly. Zeke, I'll tell you straight. Without the backing of a family, you absolutely won't be able to win this tournament. Even I am quite a stranger to political matters, but since there's still a bit of time left, I'll try to reach out to some families I know. Zeke pondered his master's words. Before leaving, he realized he was also quite poor at politics. Damn it, is there really no other way? Just then, the voice of Decker the butler rang out. Forgive my intrusion, young master. I have some important words I need to share with you. I just overheard your conversation with Lord Duke. You're participating in the Draker Martial Arts Tournament. Zeke didn't quite understand his intent but admitted, that's right. But Master said it would be very difficult without backing from a family. After a few seconds of thought, Decker suddenly continued, Young Master, please look at this. As he spoke, he drew his sword from its scabbard. A layer of blue blood appeared on the blade. That caused Zeke to be unable to hide his surprise. Decker, are you a holy knight? Decker only spoke quietly. I knew you would have realized this sooner or later. Zeke nodded awkwardly, silently praising Decker's observational skills in his heart. Then the butler said, Young Master, in truth, I am a knight directly under the Draker family, and I am also the guardian knight who protected the lady, your mother. Once again, Zeke was caught off guard by this. He gasped in shock, my mother. The butler began to slowly delve into the story. Young Master, do you know the reason why no one in the Draker family mentions the lady? It is because the family the lady was born into is the Agamemnon family. Zeke was completely stunned by that name. Agamemnon, this is the first time I've ever heard that name. What kind of place is it? The butler's expression became extremely serious. He began to state what he knew. The Agamemnon family used to be the most powerful force among the blood alliances of Drake, even more so than the current Thurn or Saemon's family. The more he heard, the more confused Zeke felt. It was that big, but why have I never heard of that family? Decker let out a sigh, because everyone shunned them and called the Agamemnon family the cursed family. The women of that family would suffer stillbirths, and those lucky enough to be born would all die before the age of 5. But only one person, your mother, the lady, survived and reached adulthood. Hearing this part, Zeke understood what Decker wanted to tell him. Decker, do you want me to use that curse to get family backing for myself? The old butler nodded in admission. Yes, that place was once the most powerful force in the central region. Furthermore, you are the only one eligible to become the successor of that family. After listening, Zeke only said for the time being, all right, I'll consider it. Since he had said his piece, Decker didn't want to say more. I understand. Thank you for listening. And young master, although you now know I am a holy knight, thank you for trusting me without suspicion. Zeke flashed an incredibly confident smile. It's nothing. The scene shifted to the Mycenae area. By this time, Zeke and Felix had arrived there. The city's development made Felix marvel. Good heavens, young master, it's as if we're stepping back into the era of the Holy Empire. So Mycenae is this kind of city. The protagonist paid no mind to what he was saying. Instead, he observed his surroundings and thought, as expected, it's better to come and see for myself. Mycenae is one of the cities in Middle-earth backed by the Draker family. According to Decker, the Agamemnon family were the nobles who had ruled Mycenae and the surrounding territories for a very long time. But since about 50 years ago, unfortunate things started happening to the family. Rumors of a cursed family spread far and wide, and the Mycenae family became isolated. That is why the name became rare within the internal circles of Drake. At the same time, the two of them arrived in front of an eatery. Zeke suggested to Felix, let's grab something to eat first. With that, both of them quickly stepped inside the restaurant. Seeing them, the old shopkeeper gave them a warm welcome. Welcome. Zeke walked up to him and ordered, Boss, give us the best dish you have here. The boss laughed. I'll bring out the shop's specialty soup for you all. While waiting for the food to be served, Zeke took the time to observe the people inside the eatery. Generally, everyone seemed quite relaxed, and security appeared to be good. The city itself wasn't bad. Sitting nearby, a bald guy suddenly turned around with a smile and started a conversation. Are you guys tourists? If you haven't eaten anything yet, let us treat you to a plate of grilled beef ribs. On the other side, a red-haired person joined in. That's right. If you've come to Mycenae, you absolutely have to try this dish. Zeke glanced at the person next to him and smiled. Thank you. The people of Mycenae are truly friendly. Boss, please bring a glass of beer for each of these guests. The shopkeeper replied, coming right up. The red-haired guy turned and laughed at the protagonist. Oh man, there's no need to be so formal. The protagonist said he just wanted to show a bit of sincere gratitude. Then he casually started asking questions to feel out the situation. So, have you lived here long? They replied, that's right, we're Mycenae locals. Just ask us anything. At that point, Zeke stated his purpose. Then let me ask, who is the mayor of Mycenae? I looked around just now but didn't see any building that looked like a city hall. For some reason, the moment that question was asked, the guy's expression suddenly changed. Not just him, but the entire eatery suddenly went dead silent, leaving Felix quite confused. He didn't know why the atmosphere had become like this. The red-haired guy suddenly stood up, seemingly not wanting anything to do with the protagonist anymore. I think I might have said too much. Never mind the beer, just take your time eating. After saying that, he left. Regarding this attitude, Zeke seemed to have guessed a part of it. The moment the Mycenae family was mentioned, their reaction became cold. Did they hate that cursed place so much they didn't even want to mention it? Having no time for much thought, Zeke wanted to investigate immediately. Felix, I'm going to look around a bit. You stay here and rest. The scene shifted to another luxurious bar. While the bartender was wiping some glasses, he saw Zeke approach and complain. What's this kid? This isn't a place for a child to come to. Zeke didn't explain much. He just took out the VIP card in his hand and gave a reminder. Let's see if you still dare to say those words after seeing this. The moment he saw that card, the bartender's expression became flustered, and he immediately apologized. Forgive me, I was blind and didn't recognize you. Zeke requested, I want to see the branch manager. The bartender also hurriedly followed up. Yes, I will lead the way. Please step inside. Over here, the protagonist still kept his usual serious face. He thought, it seems this item has been clearly proven in the syndicate since Kay gave it to me. This card will still be quite useful later on. With that, Zeke began to enter a secret passage. Hurried footsteps began to ring out from ahead. A blonde-haired man ran up in front of him and knelt down, truly terrified. Forgive me. I didn't know an esteemed guest had arrived and was disrespectful. Zeke asked him, do you know who I am? The blonde man bowed his head low to the ground and replied, I don't know exactly, but I was told that you are someone who must absolutely not be offended. Zeke continued to ask, how long have you been here in Mycenae? The man's face was dripping with sweat from the tension as he spoke slowly. It has been about 20 years now. The length of time took Zeke by surprise. Oh, that long. All right, then you must be well aware of the situation in Mycenae, right? The man nodded vigorously. Yes, Mycenae is a place where the black market is more developed than its exterior. If you're interested in that side, Before he could finish, Zeke cut him off. Unfortunately, what I'm interested in isn't the black market. Do you know anything about the master of Mycenae? Just like before, when the name Mycenae was spoken, the man's expression froze up again, and his body trembled. Could you possibly mean? Zeke reminded him. Do you really not know? Is that why you're asking? It's the Mycenae family. Zeke observed his expression and lamented in his heart. Seriously, how far has this rumor spread that everyone is this terrified? Decker's next question seemed to be whether mentioning that family's name was a taboo. Was there a reason? The man spoke tremulously, his face covered in a cold sweat. Sir, that family is cursed. The protagonist spoke coldly. I already know that well enough, but I heard it's a curse where all the children born will die. The man interrupted in fear, not everyone. Zeke was a bit surprised and asked back, what kind of curse is it exactly? The man said with a voice full of tension, anyone who steps into that family's castle will die. Hearing those words, the protagonist could no longer hide his shock. After a few seconds to regain his composure, Zeke asked again, so according to you, anyone who goes near the Mycenae family castle is finished, is that right? The man nodded vigorously in confirmation. That's right. Not only that, just mentioning the name too much is also very dangerous. Zeke began to ponder his words. Let's see. It seems there's some hidden truth here. An incantation becomes stronger the more people believe in it. That means the probability that the curse exists is very high. After thinking, he asked further, has anyone actually lost their life going to that castle? The man stammered, yes, that's correct. The story of how everyone who went there a few decades ago died from the curse is very famous. That's why even now, the people of Mycenae don't dare to go near the castle. At this, Zeke gave a cold smile. Ah, now I understand a part of it. This curse is a rumor, intentionally spread by the Mycenae side themselves. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the front of the Mycenae family castle. By now, the protagonist and Felix were there. Felix said fearfully, Master, do we really intend to investigate this place? This gloomy atmosphere truly feels like a bad omen, or should we just head back now? Ignoring his subordinate's advice, Zeke opened his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs with an authoritative voice, Awaken, a pureblood descendant of the Draker family, an official blue-rank knight, the youngest on the continent. Zeke Draker has come to visit the Mycenae family. After that powerful announcement, the castle gates slowly creaked open. An old servant woman stepped out from inside to greet them. Did you say you're the knight Zeke Drake? Zeke nodded and replied, that's right. I wish to see the head of the Mycenae family. The old woman suddenly laughed in a very eerie way. Hee hee. welcome. If that's the case, then please step inside. She spoke while pointing toward the interior of the castle. With that, Zeke and his follower quickly entered. As they walked, he took the time to observe his surroundings. This was an extremely ancient castle. It looked like it had existed for at least 1,000 years. From behind, Felix seemed to discover something, and his face suddenly turned completely pale. Master, look over there. It's ghosts, and there's more than just one. Before his eyes were the people of the Mycenae family already sitting and waiting in the reception area. The protagonist casually gave his subordinate a smack on the head and reminded him, "You, be quiet for a moment." Then he observed the old man sitting in the center. There was no light in his eyes at all. He looked like a sleepwalker. Is that old man in the middle of the family head? He spoke up to greet them. Greetings to the elders of the Agamemnon family, masters of Mycenae. And as a direct bloodline descendant of the Mycenae family, I hope you will support me. The protagonist went straight to the point. The elderly family head stood up upon hearing that. He slowly walked toward a wall and looked up. Zeke guessed there was a painting over there, so he ordered Felix, shine the light on that wall. Felix quickly directed the lamp toward the wall. Very quickly, the image of the painting was clearly revealed. He cried out, "What is this? What kind of ghoulish painting is that?" Zeke also somberly observed the painting in front of him. There were two paintings the family head was looking at. One depicted countless people vomiting blood and dying, and the other depicted bodies being thrown into a lakeside. Beside him, the family head's cold voice continued to ring out, "The family symbol. The family symbol is gone, cursed, not fit for succession. The curse in this place. Everyone will die, all dead." Zeke didn't panic at all after hearing that and asked in return, "Do you mean because the symbol is lost, you're no longer fit for succession? Is that right?" The old man nodded silently in agreement. Felix could only stare wide-eyed at his master. How on earth did he manage to deduce that from those words just now? Unaware of those thoughts, Zeke stroked his chin and calculated silently, the family symbol and the lake. Zeke turned and asked the servant woman from before, "Let me ask you this. The family symbol sank to the bottom of the lake, didn't it?" She nodded silently. Zeke requested further, then laid the way to that lake. With that, the two of them were quickly brought to the edge of a vast lake. Felix observed it for a moment and exclaimed, "Wow, this is the first time I've seen such a large lake. Besides, the water is murky, so it'll be very hard to find anything." Zeke agreed. He thought about the details in the painting and judged. In the painting, someone held onto something and jumped to the bottom of the lake. Right now, that's the only clue we have. I need to go to the bottom of the lake myself to find out direct. Whale's breath. This was an item that would allow him to breathe underwater. Without a second thought, he drank the potion and turned to instruct Felix. "Felix, I'm going down into the lake for a bit. It might take a while, so just wait for me here." Before Felix could even try to dissuade him, Zeke had already leaped into the water. He dove down as fast as possible. Very quickly, Zeke noticed something. That's a huge pile of white bones, like a graveyard. So the story in the painting was completely true. But what is that thing? Before him was a mask emitting a shimmering golden light. He quickly swam over, picked it up, and observed it more carefully. On the exquisitely crafted golden mask was a pattern that looked like a rarity from the Holy Kingdom. Before the protagonist could think further, a roar suddenly rang out, snapping him to attention. "What's this, that roar? What? Where on earth did that thing crawl out from?" Before he knew it, a fierce water dragon had quietly closed in on Zeke. The system issued a notification. Ancient dragon species detected, being corrupted by evil energy.